the fuck are these new emotes all the time showing up? What the fuck?
I had to lay a little off. Yeah, I had to cut a bill off. Yeah, but if we be real though, yeah, no, I don't never feel nothing. I said to jump in the gun, yeah, like I do it for fun. You act like you do it for real, but now you not on the vibes, you never could come. Inside of this building we run, inside of this world we run, we do it for us. Now I'll fuck with one of them at all, won't fuck at all. No, I won't pick it because
Wow. What's up? If Doe can't remember the messages she sent Destiny, how can she tell a jury that she remembers anything? Good question. HASLOP this early?
Yes.
Wow,
You attracted war against.
What about
you.
Academics though? You ever battled with Academics too?
Yes.
Wow, you and I.
Yo, Act don't like us either. Talk to us.
DJ Akademiks is. I mean, he's aligned with all of these like right wing shitheads. So of course he.
Well, yeah, we saw him.
Yo, Hassan, I ain't gonna lie, man. This was a sad day for me to watch. Like, I don't even know why you went on a press run on this failing show, but I'll address you. Hassan, I don't know if you're like losing it. You know, I've seen clips of you over at Twitch. I don't know if it's the Israel stuff or maybe, I don't know what your opinions are on most things. I really don't care. But for you to be on this failing show and consider me an op is like crazy, dog. Like, it's utterly ridiculous. Let me put this in perspective. And this is why, like, you know, niggas like you should just stay your lane, brother. And we kind of debated some stuff. I thought it was a cool debate. The mere fact that you running around here talking about I'm one of your ops is like, nigga, you dumb? Are you fucking stupid, nigga? Nigga said I'm one of the ops. Like, yo, like nobody thinking about you like that, bro. Calm it down. Simmer down, brother. Yo, nigga, I'm not your op, nigga. Your op is one. Your op want to put a bullet in your head. Facts. All y'all political niggas, go look at Charlie Kirk. Your op is the nigga with the sniper rifle, not me. I had a civil debate with you, and I walked away from that debate not saying you're a piece of shit because you disagreed. I walked away saying we have a difference of opinion. Your op wants to put a bullet in your head, nigga. Please stop with this shit calling me your op. Me and you not ops, brother. We barely know each other, bro. Please don't invite that type of energy because when y'all niggas get spliffed, man, y'all be doing a whole bunch of shit. Okay, he don't really want to get at his ops like the Nick Fuentes of the world and the fucking Sneakos. I think that's like in their political like discourse community. Those are the people that really don't like him and talk about him, bro. I don't got no problem with you, nigga. Like, nigga, the only thing I ever heard about you is like you the buff nigga that kind of is a little bit feminine. That's all I heard about you. They're like the buff nigga that identify with the Bati boys. I'm like, all right, cool.
Wow. Now that's what I call a cool swear, bro.
Mr. Mark, if I might, just tell me about the 22nd Amendment. What does it provide?
The 22nd Amendment, Senator, my career has mostly been in criminal prosecution. I haven't had an opportunity to use that one specifically.
Anyone able to help on the 22nd Amendment to the United States Constitution?
Well, Senator, I believe it is the amendment that deals with a two-term limitation on
Correct.
the service
It
of the
states
president.
no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Mr. Mark, is President Trump eligible to run for president again in 2028?
Senator, without considering all the facts and looking at everything, depending on what the situation is, this to me strikes as more of a hypothetical of something that could be
It's not a
raised.
hypothetical. Has President Trump been elected president twice?
President Trump has been certified the President of the United States 2 times.
He won't even say elected twice because maybe he was elected 3 times, but it was rigged in 2020.
Is he eligible to run for a 3rd term under our Constitution?
I would have to review the
All I need to
actual
tell you
wording of
is
it.
the language of the constitutional amendment that makes it clear that no, he is not eligible to run for a 3rd term. Anybody else brave enough to say that the Constitution of the United States prevents President Trump from seeking a 3rd term? Anybody willing to apply the Constitution by its plain language in the 22nd Amendment? Nobody. All right, let's move on.
Kings.
Those cats are swinging. The best part is when it doesn't sound like music. Oh, that bass is just nice and creamy, isn't it? The honesty of those drums is just astounding.
True. Oh, listen to those horns. Yeah. Hell yeah. This is how people react. Real video. True. Cut the shape perfectly in half. Oh my god. An easy one. Hold on. Oh. Fuck this game. This is the day I get all 9 5s plus. 9.5s plus on everything. I can feel it. Okay. 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 2 more good ones. No. Well, hold on. Let's get a really high one here. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, I was so flat. I always fuck one of these up so bad. Fuck! Marshmallow, Labubu, Radio, Chowder, Beanie Baby, Stove, Pitter Patter, Etch-a-Sketch, Teddy Bear, Desiccant Packet, Doodlebug, Sweetheart, Hacky Sack Control Panel, Softy, and iPillow. Teddy Bear, Softy, Sweetheart, Marshmallow. Easy. Okay. What are these like filled with the same dumb like shit or something? I don't know what a doodle bug is. Okay. I don't know what an eye pillow is. Things associated with like being out in a cabin? No. I don't know what a desiccant packet is. I don't know what the fuck that is. I have no clue. What the fuck? Radio. Things you shake? Like an Etch-a-Sketch? Pitter-patter. Eye pillow. Fuck me, I have no idea. No, don't do it. No. Like bags you can put things in is the last word. Like a sack, a packet, a pillow. That can't possibly be it though. I have no idea. What's a patter? Or can you put things in a bag? Stop. I have absolutely no idea. What? Pellet filled things. I have no idea what this is or what a desiccant packet or an eye pillow. Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. Things associated with little kids, I think. Pitter-patter, like they're running their footsteps. Labubu doll things, Etch-a-Sketches, and doodle bugs. I don't know what a doodle bug is. And then radio, stove, chowder, clams, clam chowder, clam control panel. I don't know. I don't know. Give me I have no idea. Things with knobs? Okay. Starting with familial names for kinds of dogs. I would have never gotten this. A doodle? A lab? A pit? And a chow. Okay. Jesus. Desiccant means dry out. Desiccant packet is a silica packet to dry things. Is that what your mom said? Oh, because she's dry all the time. Except for when I'm there.
Daily. Game on.
Wow. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. We're on a best run right now. I don't know what this is. Fuck! I don't know what the fuck that one was. God damn it!
Dangerous.
Okay, hold on. Gotta do our Africa thing again, okay.
Eritrea, Burundi, Eswatini, South Sudan, Benin, Guinea, Central African Republic, Mauritania,
God damn it.
Malawi, Guinea-Bissau, Tunisia, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Sudan, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sao Tome and Principe, Equatorial Guinea, Gambia, Ivory Coast, Togo, Sierra Leone, Comoros, Mali, Libya, Angola, Algeria, Botswana, Liberia, Zimbabwe, Gabon, Mauritius,
God, fuck these. Fuck.
Republic of the Congo, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Cameroon, Nigeria, Lesotho, Tanzania,
No.
Chad, Djibouti, Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, Seychelles, Egypt, South Africa, Cape Verde,
I just
Western Sahara, Rwanda, Madagascar, Morocco, Senegal, Namibia, Zambia, Eswatini, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Comoros, Sierra Leone, Mauritania, Mauritius, Guinea,
Okay. Okay. Is the country above or below the median and mean elevation? We know three things about this country. We have mestizo, 86.3%, white, 12.7%, Amerindian, Amerindian? Black, 0.1%, okay. Birth rate is right in the middle, mainly fossil fuels and hydro. This has got to be, I'm guessing, like Central America? If it has lots of hydro, does that mean it usually has a higher elevation? Okay, we'll go with that. Okay. Main imports is U.S., Guatemala. Oh, it's got to be Central America. Rio Lempa River. I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay. Okay. We'll guess Belize. Panama then, maybe? %. It's quite small. Is this country above or under the median in exports, goods, services as a percentage of GDP? Under? Okay. This doesn't help us. It's one of these countries. Imports are mainly from Guatemala, Mexico, and Honduras. Fuck. This is Belize, Mexico, Panama. Was this one up here? I'm gonna guess this guy. Fuck. Nicaragua was incorrect. Okay. Life expectancy, I'm gonna guess is slightly higher. Fuck! What's going on in our Central Americas, guys? The smallest Central American country and only one without a coastline on the Caribbean Sea. Oh, well, then it would be this guy. I don't even remember the name of this country, though. It's El Salvador. Okay. Okay. Is the country above or under the median in urban population percentage? Okay. Time zone. UTC plus 9. Europe is plus 5, right? So it's like over here. Wait. Where's it -5? Wait, hold on. Oh, UTC is 0. Just kidding. Fuck me. I'm thinking from time zone for my fucking from EST. Oh, we're super far east then. Gross domestic expenditure on research and development as a percentage of GDP. And then Gini index. I'm guessing if they're or Gini, I think if they're low on this, then they're probably who's okay, so unequal, lots of money on research and development. It's got to be a high urban population then, right? Okay. But they suck on infant mortality, super high urban population percentage. Is Taiwan its own country? What? There's no way it's China. South Korea or Japan? What can I say? I'm a god. What do you want me to say? Is this country above? Okay. Export goods as a percentage. GDP. Okay. Higher than average. GDP per capita is lower than average. And then size of country is a little above average. Nah, these guys can't all be fat, right? Hell yeah. Too poor. Okay. Civil law system based on the French model. Main import sources are the Netherlands, China, India, Belgium, and France, and the UAE. And then pretty low on overweight population. I bet this is going to be like some fucking African French colony bullshit. I have no idea. Fuck, I don't know all the African, I don't know who colonized what down here. God damn it, I have no idea. I'm going to be fire and blind. Access to electricity is only 51.1%. The capital is Conakry. Median age years. The median age of the population, they're probably younger than that. Okay. 14.75 million population. Fuck. I have no fucking idea. Iconic dish. Pullet yassa, chicken marinated in lemon and onion. Local emergency phone number, local numbers only. 3-letter country code. Gin. For Guinea. For this country, the... No way. Do 14 million or whatever the fuck people live there, right? GIN. No shot. How many people? 5 million? No way. This is a wasted guess. Fuck. Okay. Death rate? I bet it's higher. There we go. Rice, coffee, pineapple, mangoes. That doesn't help. ISO 2. GN. Togo, Benin, what? Liberia, Ivory Coast, Senegal, the Western African thing. Fuck. I don't know. Oh, Nigeria, I think is way too many people. Nigeria and Nigeria, I think both have way more than that. National symbols. Elephant. National colors red, yellow, green. Probably lower than... No? Okay. GNF. I don't. Oh. Oh, fuck, it was Guinea. What did I guess? Wait, what one was this one? Oh, Gambia. Fuck! See, that's why I should have redone the African country quiz one. God damn it. Okay, whatever. We got there eventually. Okay. Is a dependency / territory human development index over 0.55. Island nation. Tribes on the left. Holy shit. Okay, 10 guesses means we get 10 for the entire board, right? Okay. I don't know what counts as a territory anymore. Like, could I say like Aruba here? Legendary poll. Does the UK count as a territory of itself? Like it's its own territory? Probably not. Who all drives on the... Who drives on the left anymore? Like, is New Zealand a dependency or whatever? Part of the... Does that count? I don't even know New Zealand ever was. And then HDI over 0... Okay, I don't know. Average elevation under 2,000 meters. Drives on the left. Fuck. There are mountains in New Zealand, but I feel like for the most part, it's also close to water. Ooh. Oh, legendary bowl. Okay, okay, okay. Island nation. Average elevation under 2,000 meters. I feel like most island things are going to be relatively low elevation, right? If they're small islands. Like, could I put any fucking... Like, are we allowed to do micronations here? Like, can I do Marshall Islands? That's a legendary poll. Easy. Okay. And then island nation with fewer than 40 Olympic medals. Like, any... Any of the island nations. Yeah. Legendary. Okay. Easy. Okay. Drives on the left, fewer than 40 Olympic medals. Who else drives on the left besides New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Japan? How many Olympic medals does... Does the UK have? I don't know. Do they have a lot of British? They must, right? It's the United Kingdom. There's no way, right? Okay. There must be Japanese Olympians, right? Fuck, I can't waste my guesses. Hold on. Okay. HDI over 0.55 fewer than 40 Olympic medals. Average elevation under 2,000 meters. And is a dependency or territory. Fuck, I just looked this up. The Bahamas are not Virgin Islands. That's like a... Hell yeah. Good poll. Good poll. Okay. Okay, HDI over 0.55. Average elevation under 2,000 meters. Cuba must have over that, right? It must. It must. Okay. Whoo! Okay. Legendary poll. Okay. HDI over 0.55, fewer than 40 Olympic medals. I never watched the Olympics. I have no clue who's ever competing in the Olympics ever. Do territories count here? Like Guam must be like developed or whatever, right? Ooh, okay. Okay. All right. Is a dependency / territory and drive. I just don't know who drives on the left. Did I already guess New Zealand for this? Oh, New Zealand must not have a lot of Olympians. It's fucking New Zealand, right? Oh, I can't guess it down here? Or did I? Oh, I already put it here. Fuck. Fuck! Drives on the left. These are going to be like stupid fucking micronations or some bullshit, I bet. What's that other do Icelandians drive on? I have no idea. It's not a dependency or territory problem. I don't know. Fewer than 40 Olympic medals. Drives on the left. I don't know. Dude, the Japanese, there's no way. Drives on the left is a dependency / territory. I don't know. Yeah, fuck me. All right. What do I see the... Whoo! 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 The British Virgin Island. Oh my God. Oh, Greenland would have been a good one. Puerto Rico? Oh, it's a territory. Yeah, never mind. Okay. Average elevation under 2,000 meters. Netherlands, okay. Maldives for island nation, okay. The UK was the best answer for the... Oh, these are the most popular answers. Damn. Sheesh. Okay.
18 going on 19. Like, no cap.
Oh God, y'all, if I'm 28 years old and I'm calling a girl little sis and she's like 18 going on 19, bro, somebody come fucking put the gun under my chin and blow the fucking trigger. On God, that shit is dead crazy, bro. Like, if you gotta little sis your way into some pussy gang, you are crazy. You're crazy, little sis. Gang, what are you talking about, little sis? You're trying to little sis your way into some pussy, bro? I'ma just say that. I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. I've never given a fuck, nigga. At 30, bro, you're supposed to just be straight up, you know what I'm saying? Fuck all the little sis, Hello Kitty shit, bro, you know? It worked. Yeah, you trying to go into the crib, watch anime, go get some boba? Niggas dead 28. No, I'm seeing it, gang. I'm seeing it.
Okay, I'm good. Jesus. Asmon on the indictment.
That's the reason why. So, I mean, the process is the punishment. The fact that you're dragging him through all of these legal loopholes, he has to go to court, he's being embarrassed constantly, they're going to subpoena more of his information and then make that public. I mean, this guy's going to be totally fucked after this. He is. And even if he doesn't go to jail, even if he's innocent, he's going to be fucked. So that's the goal. So it's not a waste of resources when you look at the resources that you're not going to have to spend going after everybody else. That's it. And yeah, the reason why he's trying to be violent, 86 and alive, which isn't a threat directly, it's a small incitement here, but it's only if it's politically judged. Well, hopefully they do politically judge it, because I think that's clearly what the reason is. Cincinnati, Ohio liberal judge removed from office, sentenced to 6 months in jail, dragged out of the courtroom. Seconds after Judge Patrick Dinkelhocker affirmed Tracy Hunter's jail sentence, his courtroom erupted in chaos.
3 yard do 6 months in Hamilton County Justice Center. Credit one day. Mr. and Ms. Deputy can take her away.
A woman who seemed to run to Hunter's defense was quickly taken into custody. Meanwhile, Hunter fell limp in the arms of a deputy who ended up dragging the former juvenile court judge away from her outraged supporters.
That's the right kind of justice, I'll tell you that. Oh, that's the right kind. I think it should be worse. Only 6 months, that's it? Only 6 months. Jesus. So finally, we got these bitches getting arrested. Holy fuck, finally. I'm so glad to see this. And how worth asking such a place and how such absurd views became mainstream. Yeah, even Elon Musk was talking about the archaeologist clip.
That video is years old. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Which I'm very glad to see this. I am. Here we go. Did she get this far though? I don't know. She could have got longer, yeah.
We realized there was a boy on the team, and let me just say, this person is 18 years old, so he's a grown man at this point that was playing on a JV basketball game with 14 and 15-year-olds.
So you got a grown-ass man playing with 14-year-old girls, and he's trying to go into their locker room?
So I went up and I talked to the athletic director, and I said,
he's talking about Trump?
Can you tell me if that's a boy on the team? And he said, I'm not going to, say we do not discriminate based on sexual identity. And I said, well, President Trump just yesterday signed an executive order saying there's no boys or men in women's or girls sports. And he said, we do not have to follow that. We follow Washington state law and WIAA. So once that happened, and I realized that Frances was sitting out, it wasn't until towards the end of the game when there was a lot that went on between.
See, this is the part that a lot of people don't understand, is that they have this fallacy that they think that if you make a rule and then people don't follow it, you like, well, what do we do now, right? This is the reason why I am so aggressive with the way that I think that things like this should be approached. It's because I recognize that these people only respect that form of aggression that is done to them. That's the reason why.
The time that we realized there was this boy on the team, and when she was leaving, she was so mad. She felt like she had been exposed, and it was just a terrible situation. She walked by and said that you're a man. She was so frustrated in the situation, and that is why she has been now charged with bullying, harassment, and intimidation for misgendering this person.
It's so easy to solve this problem. It is so easy. I think that people are becoming more willing. Like I see a lot of the comments that I'm just reading, like sentiment. I think that people are becoming a lot more willing to approach things from my perspective. I do. And I'm very happy to see this. It's gonna have to be a lot worse, but I'm glad things are moving in that direction. They take off a lot of wood chippers. I wouldn't put anybody in wood chippers. No reason to do that. I think you're too soft sometimes. Yeah, I am. It's a TOS on Twitch. Okay, there are some things that I can't say what my opinion on it is. I'll be honest. Like there are a lot of things like that. But what is this? Oh, here we go.
Commit a crime. Let's say in Oregon, and they're an illegal immigrant, and sometimes these crimes are heinous. And in years past in the previous administrations, they would call ICE and ask them to deport, and they wouldn't, and they would eventually wind up in say like Washington State, Seattle, another sanctuary jurisdiction, only to find out that same criminal illegal alien committed another crime there, and it was a sanctuary policy that attracted them there. The easiest way to get rid of sanctuary policies is maybe we should start charging the politicians with crimes that vote for the sanctuary policies and make them accessories to whatever crimes are committed by.
This is the exact thing that I've said. This is the exact thing.
Legal immigrants in those jurisdictions, because to me they're absolutely complicit.
It's just wild to me that he doesn't see. I like the craziest thing about this form of news consumption is that he doesn't see like how much of a sucker he is, right? Like this is like the exact type of person who will grow up and get scammed when he's older or whatever. Like he's such a sucker for being fed slop that makes him feel so good. But he thinks he's like consuming news. He thinks he's getting informed. He thinks he's passing this information off to his audience. He doesn't know anything about any of the underlying cases. He doesn't know anything about the law about any of these cases. He doesn't know anything about, like, literally, like, not a single actual fact. It's just slop that's being fed to him through the Twitter algo. He clicks the video. It makes him feel good. And then he passes on the good feelings to his audience. And then repeat, like, scroll to the next one and just, this is one of the lowest forms of human, like, intellectual engagement, like engaging your brain. This is like the lowest form of brain engagement. This is like rage pornography for your brain, and he's gooning to it every single fucking day. Holy shit.
In the crime, because it never should have happened in the first place, but for those sanctuary policies, but for some politician voting, thinking that that's okay.
Exactly. Do you believe in providing some level of force equal to that of someone who's doing that force? Just curious at all. I don't believe in eye for an eye. I think that the moment somebody tries to take your eye, you should take everything you can from them. There's no reason to ever try to match force with a person who is...
Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to say, not eye for an eye. All of their eyes. Take everything.
That the moment somebody tries to take your eye, you should take everything you can from them. There's no reason to ever try to match force with a person who is trying to enact aggression onto you. The moment that you feel like you're being aggressed on, and the moment that you think that there's somebody who's trying to put you in danger or put you at risk, the goal should not be to get even. It should be to solve the problem, neutralize the threat. And that should be the goal. And so, like, that's my... You don't mean that? Well, of course I do. I mean, that's the only way you can approach things like that. That's not how eye for an eye works. Pull me up. Well, again, like, why would I pull you up for that? That's just stupid.
And he's like, I can't stop gooning. I can't talk to you. I'm sorry. I gotta scroll to the next video. Don't ask me questions.
Oh, here we go.
We ever think, Chris, we think about Doge and the hundreds of thousands of jobs that Doge got rid of last year. All these federal workers still haven't found work. People have lost houses.
It should have been more. Should have fired way more people. Didn't fire enough people.
People have had loved ones that
How do you quantify? What does that mean? What does that even mean?
Because they don't have health care. Even when you think about, my person believes they need to be more security, 100%.
Of course.
Think about the brutality.
Of course. The thing is that this is, like, he's doing the same thing that other people do. You cause the problem, and then you get mad at people for solving it. There's no way that you can remove the amount of illegal aliens that are in the country without using brutal means. There's just not. You're like, if you want mass deportations and you want the illegal aliens removed from the country, you are going to look at a lot of people being dragged out of their houses, violence happening, people getting killed. They're going to get killed. It's going to happen. I can promise you that. And if you can't stomach that, then you don't want mass deportations. You don't. You can't say you want mass deportations and then complain about the process of it.
But the border policies have gone down.
Of course. But the question is, are you saying that it's justified because of it?
No.
So it's like, so that's how it's going to be consumed. Like, I don't think you're justifying it. But if I was someone who doesn't know you, I would go, oh, he's saying that he deserved this and he made people get this radicalized.
I think we have to deal with the reality that some of these policies have hurt people so much that some folks are willing to risk it all.
That's exactly right. And that's why you've got to be on top of them even more. Charlemagne's right. He is. Like, there are a lot of people that have lost a lot and they're willing to be more violent and aggressive. That's why we need to have more FBI agents, more control, more of these weirdos that are, like, making these threats online, these violent mobs, etc. That's the reason why we have to be even more aggressive on them. That's what I think.
Well, now you're justifying it.
I'm not justifying it. It's just a reality.
But now you're justifying it.
It's just a reality that you have to deal with. You feel like I'm justifying it, Miles?
No, I think you can extrapolate out that, like, was Osama justified? Not justified. Was like Timothy McVeigh, all these other, like, political. You're making the argument that people make about Bin Laden, which is, well, America wasn't doing this shit in the Middle East, and Bin Laden wouldn't have done it. Well, I'm just saying that is the argument.
He's totally right. This argument is awful.
That they would make.
I just think that we would be remiss to not take a step back and not just have conversations about violent rhetoric. Let's talk about violent policies.
I wish we could, but we don't have any.
People have been watching over the last year and a half and how a lot of people have been hurt by those policies. And some of those people are willing to risk it all. To your point earlier, they don't have nothing else to lose, at least in their mind.
Yep. Sure. But I guess what I'm saying is we still go, it's wrong to do that.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, like, you still have to deal with the reality.
But he's right about that. He is. And that's why we need to, like, there are a lot of people that are super angry about this. And if you don't acknowledge that and try to make countermeasures for it, you will have more assassination attempts. You will have more violence, etc. You kind of played hypocrisy for a moment there. You wanted more federal workers fired, but then you want more federal workers. I'm just going to perm ban you. I don't even want to engage.
Holy shit! He's even running an algorithm on his chat now. And this is what he left in the YouTube video.
With that?
I both know from knowing people that are crazy that it actually doesn't take that much to get certain crazy people.
Can you be driven crazy? You lose your house, your grandma dies because you couldn't afford health care. Your grandma been living here her whole life, she gets deported to some country, or your wife is somebody that you love, gets deported back to a country you never been to. Can you be driven crazy?
I think you can be radicalized for sure. I think there's a lot of proof for that.
Sure. You can make that argument against any law in the whole world. You can't. It's dumb as fuck, bro. Like, some of these arguments, yeah, be a citizen, exactly.
No, it's... fuck, I always forget it's a stupid fucking...
I'm not going to, like, concern... You should get JD Vance. Yeah, sure. Let me get the vice president to come on the podcast. Honestly...
Is this his whole
we'll
stream?
see what happens. How about that?
Is it just him cooking, mutually cooking his audience with his Twitter algo?
Who's your
Is that the
dream
whole
guest?
thing?
I have no idea.
Oh, sorry, hold on. I tried to do... I have 3 tabs open on my Chrome right now, so it might crash on my 5090 and my fucking $500 AMD chip. One sec. Is it my whole Chrome is crashed from the 3 tabs that I have open? Okay.
Is you need to get, this is what, if JD and all them want to really lock in, you have to get a bunch of autistic gamers. That's what you need. You need people who evaluate and create spreadsheets for fun. You need people who think about numbers on a regular basis. All the time. You need to go, like, look at the Warcraft logs, like, figure out the guys that are running that, and or people that are, like, involved, people that make graphs. People that make graphs for fun.
It's got no government, it's got no military, it's got no anything.
Somalia.
It's got one thing that's really strong, crime. It's got a lot of crime. They have no police. All they do is run around shooting each other. It's filthy dirty, disgusting dirty. It's a horrible place. They come here, and Ilhan Omar, you ever hear of her? She heads it, and think of it. They have nothing but crime, poverty, pollution. Everything is horrible over there. Nothing good. They say it's the worst country anywhere in the world.
What is the best method to combat someone like Asmongold? You have to ban this like algorithmic, like generated feed. This can't happen. I don't think anybody can survive this, right? Asmongold his brain is completely fucking fried on this shit, and then he just passes it off to his audience, who are all basically inheriting his algorithm, third person. I don't think most human minds just can't survive being fed the alternate reality, and he's so deep in this. That combined with the fact that everybody intentionally avoids any kind of confrontation these days, it makes it impossible to correct for it, right? Because when you're so deep into your alternate reality, you can't confront any different opinions. You have to be locked in your own world. That's why Hassan doesn't debate anybody. That's why Trump doesn't debate anybody. That's why Asmongold doesn't debate anybody. They know that they're locked in their own little fucking world here. That would fall apart under 2 seconds of inspection.
The road thing. But like, as a person, my dad hated Trump. He thought he's a piece of shit. And so, and for him, it went all the way back to, you didn't go into the draft for Vietnam. And then beyond that, you insulted one of the, main patron saints of Vietnam veterans, John McCain. And it's like, you put those two things together.
Would Asmongold be as big of a problem if the Republican apparatus wasn't so coordinated? No. The thing is that Asmongold is just a useful idiot / he's a sucker, right? That's essentially what he is he's doing basically work for free. Well, not really. I mean, he's getting paid an ungodly amount of money, but he's basically doing work for free for the Republican messaging apparatus, but he doesn't have the political savvy or the intelligence to realize it. He just is doing this, for free, I guess.
Himself? Yeah. No, my dad hates him because he thought that Trump was a scammer, a bully, and
he thought he was?
Actor.
Is he not?
Among other things. There's a lot of other things. Like, there were a lot of reasons why, like, my dad didn't like him. I think there were legitimate reasons, honestly. He wasn't wrong. Jinxie Furious? What is this?
Okay.
Come on, 2 more. 1 more. 1 more.
You'll do it 1 more time.
Come on.
Oh, what, did you just punch him?
Come on.
Yeah.
Lawsuit. Suing all you fuckers. There's no way I'm letting that slide. Nope. Listen to me. An hour into this, on the brink of death, and I'm getting punched in the gut, which is being told by a trainer. You're getting sued, you're getting sued, you're getting sued, you're getting sued. Fucking everyone in this building's getting a lot.
I don't really understand the context. I don't think it's really a big deal, but like, I don't know what happened.
What the actual fuck?
Okay, I don't know what's going on.
He signed a waiver. Yeah, but that doesn't matter if someone's physically assaulting him. If the waiver includes that I will allow to be punched, sure.
You heard that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get, like, if maybe it's just they're like, I mean, this is an interaction. Like, I'm not there. Like, I don't understand. I'm watching a 5-second clip. Like, what the hell do I know, right? The trainer punched Jason after he failed the set.
Well, he had the same opinion about the politics he comments on.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done that. I get that. Maybe. Here's the thing: is that like I just don't want to go. Like I don't know. Like I mean, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Like I don't fucking. Like, I don't have a strong opinion. I don't have a strong opinion on this. I'm sorry. I don't care.
Oh, but he's about to have a strong opinion on what's next.
I don't give a shit.
Also, who's liking these tweets
So
for him
anyway,
to look
here
at?
we go. And then so Fox News
Here we
is,
can have a strong opinion,
is
though.
doing the Nick Shirley reporting now.
Here we go.
My name is William Lajeunesse with Fox News. You're with Graceful Care?
Yes.
Can I talk to you a little about some questions of the care that you provided to individuals up in the Central Valley?
At the moment, I have some workers here doing some stuff.
Okay. You want us to wait outside?
Please don't go.
Okay, you want us to wait outside?
That's our own William Lajeunesse confronting an alleged fraudster in California. More on that
Alleged. What does that mean?
investigation and Medicaid
Indicted?
fraud nationwide coming up. It is costing this country a fortune. We'll speak with...
So like, did they get rinsed? Or like what? Like I feel like that's probably what happened, right? Nick did it better. I mean, yeah. I mean, like YouTube editing.
With the streamer thing, that was a minute clip, but he had no idea, couldn't comment. That was 30 seconds, 15 seconds of content. He's got lots to say about it.
And so Jason didn't do anything or say anything about it after. Yeah, I just don't know. Like I mean, I have no idea. And so what is this here? Oh, here we go.
Meet John Lash, the mayor of Aurora, Illinois.
Spooky music,
John posted
libs
a
of
lengthy
TikTok
video where
post.
he doxed ICE agents, boasted about following them around, and shared their live locations.
Wow.
Why is a mayor of an American city working to protect foreign murderers, pedophiles, and rapists, all while putting ICE agents in harm's way by sharing their live...
Why is he doing it? Because he can. Because you're letting him do it. Because there aren't enough people in the country that have the stomach to drag people like this out of their home at 3 a.m. in the morning due to like a search warrant or some other feeling of, justification for doing this. That's the reason why, is that the public is not, and even a lot of like the, Trump supporter, Republican type people they don't have the stomach to use violence through the state in the same way that left-wing people do. Like they for some reason feel like this is something that you should never do.
What?
In my opinion, I think this is something that you should overdo. But like, unfortunately, there aren't enough people that think like I do.
Wow,
so
Sal,
we have
thank
to
you for
watch
the 5
this
subs
shit
in Geek
happen.
Chat.
Drag them out at 3 a.m. with a black bag over their head. I like the sound of that. That's good.
Jesus.
Location. Absolutely insane and sickening behavior from an elected official. He must resign immediately.
How does he get
If
reelected?
anyone would like to...
Because people agree with it.
Pause.
People agree with it, and they think it's okay. That's why he gets reelected. And also, like with a lot of these elections, I bet less than 10% of the population even votes in them. So it's important to keep that in mind too. How the fuck does the mayor have time to be doing this kind of shit? Probably because he's not doing anything else, right? Imagine his reaction if people did that to him. Well, I mean, I think that, again, like if it happened, I think that it'd be deserved. I think he'd probably be crying about it too. So, yeah, doxing law enforcement should be a terrorism charge. Well, why don't you just do it? Like, and that's the problem, is that we have a world where it's what I've said, is that like a lot of conservative people are more than willing to roll over and allow themselves to be prey by these animals. These people that are constantly going out there, doxing agents, being violent, threatening them, attacking them, etc. And it's just being enabled. It's being totally allowed because these people are under the false premise that they should operate based off of principles. Well, if your principles lead you to the conclusion that that basically you're being terrorized by this group of people, your country is being invaded, and people are being violently attacked, and nobody's following the law, what kind of fucking principle is that? Yeah, like, I think that's a really bad principle. Like, this whole idea of people being principled is so fucking embarrassing, man. It is. Like, your main principle should be stopping this madness and stopping this crazy behavior.
At all costs.
It's not affecting them directly yet. Yeah, I know that. I don't think you're radical enough with these fucks. Well, I'd get banned. I'd get banned. But, I mean, like, you can assume that my opinion is, think about the worst thing possible, and it's worse than that. You can just assume, right? It's pretty easy to say. So if homeschooling is actually super high quality, then homeschooling families should not object to being evaluated, tested, and checked in on to make sure that their kids are actually learning. These anti-homeschool arguments...
Wonder what our competing political leftist has to say on Twitch. All right. We should do this every day with us on stream. We need How long do we have to go before we get an Israel mention? All right. What's the what's that GeoGuessr music that plays or whatever? Fuck. Or what's the name of the game? Is it GeoGuessr or is it a different one? Fuck, it's not this music. What was the game that we played for the Olympics? Oh, is it GeoGuessr Duel music? Oh yeah, this one. This is my shit right here. Where's the 10-hour version? We can loop it. That's okay. Okay. Let's go, Hassan. Loop. Okay.
Your wife would probably be happy to not have your ugly ass around. John, stop frequenting strippers. Why the fuck are voters supposed to care about your marriage problems? Did Abdul say you don't share his morals? The implication there is that people should be way more focused on the actual issues at hand rather than what a Twitch streamer has said.
Does that count?
Mark 11
I saw a
retweeted
BB
this about me.
there. I don't know if
the
that
man
counts.
Who got Nazi death camp SS Brigade logo permanently tattooed on his chest has also been giving credit to another Jew annihilation organization for years. Per a fellow Hamas
does that
admirer,
count?
when it comes to evidence of extremism, what more do you fucking want?
Does it?
Hassan Piker praises main Democrat Senate candidate Grant Platter for supporting Hamas terrorists. He was giving Hamas credit in 2014. What more do you fucking want? Yeah, no motion. It doesn't matter.
I feel like that's...
Yeah, yesterday they were saying I'm pro Mills. Okay, I'm pro Janet Mills. What do you mean? I don't know this this Grant Platter guy at all.
It's a quote. It doesn't count. The Hamas reference, the Nazi stuff. Wait, that doesn't count. Wait, that doesn't count. After half a dozen U.S. presidents, BB finally found someone who bought his line. This doesn't. That's not. This doesn't count.
It's pretty crazy that they could just say some of the most unhinged things, like I am in favor of like Jew annihilation or whatever. You were replying to ultras.
He has to say Israel. Wait, what?
Matter.
Okay, he has to say Israel or Zionism. Okay, fine. He needs to say it. It can be a quote too, though. He can say it, or it has to be a quote.
I will still, obviously, be writing in Janet Mills, you know.
Shots in the
How does Jew annihilation
I've already
count?
explained
I
to
feel
you
like
guys,
Jew
Pills
should
Mafia
count.
till the bitter end.
I feel like Jew should count too. True.
Okay, Pills Mafia till the bitter end, baby.
both threatening an already fragile ceasefire. Today, the U.S. military says it blew up 6 Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz after Iran launched...
Wow, they blew up 6 jet skis, dude. Profound military achievement. Profound military accomplishment by the world's most powerful naval force. Okay? Wow, they blew up 6 go-fast boats. It's over. Fox News is going to write another article? Yeah, I don't really care.
Quote, multiple cruise missiles, drones, and small boats.
If quotes count, the tweet he had up had Israel in it.
Commercial vessels. The exchange of fire happening just hours after President Trump announced that the U.S. will begin helping guide stranded ships.
This was too imprecise.
Straight. Meantime, the UAE is accusing Iran of renewed missile and drone attacks, the first since early April, including...
I'm so sorry. Listen, okay? I've spent a lot of time in my life around animals, okay? Because I like to fuck them. Oh, I'm just kidding. I have never seen an animal so disinterested in his owner in my entire life, or her owner. Wait, she must not be in the same room. Did Hassan just get up out of his chair and leave the room and Kaya didn't even fucking respond? She's got to be in a different room, right? I feel like if I'm like laying down, if there's like a dog in the room that knows you, if you even pretend to get up, the dog is like, it does the, and then the tail starts going. You know that. You know it. They're like, it's the... Every time... This dog is dead! Is it a still image? What if he does a recording of Kaya separately, and then he loops the video? New strat, he's drugging and sedating Kaya to keep her sleeping in the spot. True! Bro, my politics on Twitch. What am I watching? We have Trump cheering on Iran.
And then that tomorrow there's going to be another one of these press briefings by the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. But where we are right now, talking to these officials, is it does not seem as though they are in a place where they feel
how to enrich uranium,
they can get
asking for a friend.
Some kind of agreement here, which is very different again than what we heard at the end of last week.
Kristen Holmes, live force at the White House. Thank you so much. Let's turn to CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand.
What the fuck is South Korea going to do? Keckle.
Strikes now.
Yeah, Boris, our U.S. Central Command Chief, Admiral Bradley Cooper, he held a call with reporters earlier today, and he kind of outlined how the U.S. military is going about trying to guide these commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz, essentially via a huge U.S. military.
I was on a state task force with Mills back when she was AG under Governor LePage. She's a generic, liberal, progressive. Progressive except Palestine.
It's incredible. He didn't even mention the ongoing strikes on the UAE law. Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement, Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We've shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, will have a news conference tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. CENTCOM's commander wants to keep it a secret whether he knows if Iran has hit his own ships. Yeah, Commander Admiral Bradley Cooper, says more commercial ships are en route to travel across the strait.
Is everybody's brain just fucking running on Twitter algorithms these days? Is that that's what my country's politics are?
Time. Oh, I have no problem with that. Do whatever you want to do. But what I'm saying is that, like, whenever people reveal themselves to you, this is, I think it just shows that you should not treat these people with any type of empathy or understanding.
It's funny. She has a crying / laughing emoji there as well. Now, to note, TikTok was actually removing some of these videos or actually muting the sound, but a lot of people actually went back and deleted their videos after people online started finding them and calling them out, posting their usernames. This girl
has exceptional capabilities and is well positioned to defend itself. UAE has been a great teammate to the U.S. Iran's military capabilities dramatically degraded, but that doesn't mean it's all gone. We need air support. You can do it. Oh my God. Trump is Pootler. Trump literally is Pootler. So this image, for those of you who don't know, if you're not like super autistic and tapped into the situation monitoring for many years now, this image is from Syria specifically. Okay. It's and not just Ukraine, but also from the Syrian conflict as well. It's a Putin monkey meme, okay? It's whenever Vladimir Putin does something unbelievably stupid, where he just writes off.
All right, let's at least get some real algorithms up here, okay? What do we got on the reels today? No! Not politics! No! What is this? Why is my shit politics cooked? How do I see reels? I just want to see cats and shit. Lemay. Sex joke? Okay.
How does water get into a coconut? Like, I drink water, right? But a coconut don't drink water.
The liquid which eventually reaches the coconut is referred to as the endosperm. The endosperm acts.
Damn, look! Creamy tissue! Oh! Is drinking cocoa! No!
How does water...
Okay. That's me and Dan. Right there. Rolling up to TwitchCon.
Some of the
not
most
violent.
common questions I get asked from patients.
This woman is
are,
not real.
1.
Is she real?
How does Nuvia provide permanent teeth in 24 hours?
How? Permanent
2,
teeth?
How
Permanent?
much does everything cost? And 3, is there a payment plan that we offer?
Okay.
Well, to answer your questions,
Uh-huh.
Nuvia has created a new guide to dental implant cost.
Okay.
And it's completely free. There is no credit card information required. You just have to click down below for more information.
How? Sell me on it! What?
Some of the most common questions I get.
Listen, I'm not racist.
Brother, man, you good. You alright, because I didn't see that motherfucker either. Bro, I'm talking about, bro, I just see a pair of socks just like running at me, bro.
Level up. Can I see you as my crush? I will not judge.
Oh no.
Teddy for I don't want love. See you in close. Can you fly?
I've never seen the like. Come on, Spully boy. Yes, double 12. That is the most.
Okay. Uh-oh. Average American? Yes?
It is 12 in the morning. What is he
Only
doing
12?
there?
What?
Oh my god, come to bed.
You shut your bitch ass up, shut-eye. The sick don't have a bedtime.
Dude, come on, you're scaring the neighbors.
Nigga, fuck them neighbors!
I want one like that! I want one that's that bright!
It's 12 in the morning.
Where do you
is
get these
he
lightsabers
doing
at?
there?
Oh my god.
Okay, this was like okayly funny. Oh, less than 100k likes though. Do I want to be like contributing to the bolstering of this reel? You know what? We support new content creators. Well, I just don't like a smile at the end actually. Fuck. Like, we'll like it. We like it. I like it. Okay.
What is he doing?
That's retarded.
You think you can defeat me? I'm much stronger than you.
Okay, this is
You
played
don't
out, but I've seen
understand that. With the power of friendship, anything is possible. You come at me right now, and I'll. This isn't even my final form. You got me fucked up, man. You got me fucked up,
Okay. Yeah, sure. We like our dancers. Listen, sometimes you just don't want to go out. Problem? True. It's Skrillex. How can you not? And his kid's getting beaten up. Come on. Average Trump cabinet official right here. Damn, he's like an immortal, bro. It's retarded.
I want you to handle it.
Okay.
Something's in my ass.
That's not funny enough. Not at that. Under 100,000 likes, we can't like that one. We can't like that one. Okay, we're doing 10 more, and then we can't slop our brains up like this, okay? 9.
This is the end. This is the end.
Wait, did he think he heard something, or? He dapped up someone. Oh shit, I saw.
This is the end.
I thought it was like his knee because he's black. I just couldn't see it. Okay, we like that one. Do crackheads say, I can't get high today because I'm broke? No, they'll make it happen. Don't let a crackhead try hard on you. True. Oh, wait. Why can't I see the likes? Sometimes you can't see the likes on them, though. Okay, hold on. Ooh, this had 53,000 blogs, whatever that is, and 721,000 likes. So this is 1/10 the reblog things, so probably less than 100,000 likes. We don't do this.
Note to self, stop overpacking shoes because these exist.
How did she jump right in those?
And figured they deserved a little
Oh
show.
my
They're
god.
called the Big Time
This
Big
should be a
Tops.
great
I bought
Twitch
them
streamer.
last minute before we left because I wanted something cute that I could walk in all day without needing to switch to my sneakers halfway through the day, and they totally
Why would you have to
delivered.
switch?
I have pretty fussy feet. I need arch support. I can't do the flat, thin soles. And
Just get some
anything that
Dr.
rubs
Souls
or digs
inserts.
is an automatic no. These felt good.
I don't know if that's a global brand or not.
Right out of the box, like actually supportive.
Wait, why do you have to why would you have to change her shoes halfway through the day? You don't know girls who do that? Bro, girls have like 6 outfits per day. I honestly don't understand. If I were to wake up, if we go out to breakfast, I mean like walk somewhere. First of all, they wake up in an outfit somehow. And then when they wake up, they have to put on another outfit. And then when we go to breakfast, it's another outfit. Then we have to come home and then they get back into some other outfit. And then it's just too much, bro. That's too much. That's too much drama. Way too much drama. Okay. Now this is a lot of likes, but it's kind of a meh joke. I don't think that was that funny. But like, I figure if it has over 100,000, it's probably a good account, and I don't want to like miss future stuff from the account, so I gotta like it anyway, you know? Fuck, god damn it. But it's not like that good.
Oh shoot. Nigga move! Oh!
Okay. This is Jesus. Okay. Okay. No shot is gonna come back! Wait, have you ever seen the little kids? It was Sam Pepper. Did you ever see, I don't know if he was in, I don't know where he was. Oh, Philippines?
Here in the Philippines, there is
bruh! These kids have like their own fucking boxes of Spider Warriors.
What? This will be his dinner. Okay, Pepper's going crazy. I win! I won my first battle! Let's go! Oh my god!
Let's go, baseball.
Oh, it was so quick! Yeah. And what? This will be his dinner now?
Yeah.
That's gonna be his dinner.
Best dinner.
And now he's gonna get stronger.
Yeah.
Because he done this. But you're Spider.
Even though I felt really proud that Pepper had won his first.
The last one. This is from Raphael, my trainer.
It's just
himself.
like crazy, bro.
He's handing me down his powerful spider. Now we need to train. Let's go.
Yeah.
So with a full team of spiders, it was time to train them up, but time was running out. I only had 1 day left till the big event.
So I came up with a good way to train my spiders. What I'm gonna do is write a sign. I'm gonna offer anyone who can beat my spiders 100 pesos, and let's see what challenges we can get.
Without realizing at the time, I'd just set up my own illegal spider fighting gambling ring. It was good practice for what's about to come.
So I've only just written my sign and we've got kids queuing up here with their spiders. So I'm getting my first spider out of its home right here. First battle, black spider number 1. Here we go. Here we go. Which one's mine? The one underneath? Yeah, mine's the bottom one. Oh, who's winning?
You.
Me?
You.
I won? Yeah. Let's go, Raphael.
After my first spider
Anyway, okay, sorry. We had like 4 left.
If you say a curse, your parents could read.
Hey, Steven, what is up with your algorithm?
I don't know why they're saying these words. He's saying ninja.
Parrots naturally copy the sounds they hear the most, and in the calls makes them
Steven,
seem
skip
smarter.
it.
Well,
what is your problem?
Okay. Before find a new guy, you come to try, but he then go out the door. Please don't touch my card no more. You I become horny single guy. 2 days say
Is this AI slop?
Tonight I go cry. Cannot fuck me then go out the door. If we continue this love, baby, we won't have.
No, it's real.
You love white guy named Justin Bieber. Okay.
Bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish on me.
True.
Yeah.
You ever do that thing where
I
you
get it
ask somebody
now.
to like repeat themselves once and you still didn't hear them and you ask again and they say it again and you still didn't hear them and you just like smile and you're like, oh
Yeah.
Oh no.
So there's a bar in Japan where they offer a special service where a female staff member will come over and spit milk into the customer's coffee. It's absolutely...
There's no way this was real. What? Or what? Is it just like a tongue mouse? Or
We're going back to the trackpad.
top comment, sex joke from a girl. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Meet Scrub Nigga. He's the perfect YN for all of your scrubbing needs. Trying to get that stubborn stain off your plate? Scrub Nigga.
Okay.
You gotta fix your algorithm.
Oh my god, season 4 of Invincible just ended and he doesn't know how to fucking act. Where the hell is he?
Look, this is good news. We can finally be bees.
What?
We can finally be a bee. This isn't your world, but you could live as a bee. You could live as a pet.
A pet?
You could live for 30 years.
This is insane! Oh my god, season 4 of Invincible
I didn't watch Invincible, so I don't get the joke.
Yeah. Fucking act.
Have you watched Invincible?
Where the hell is he?
Season 1, but nothing else.
True! I am hacking. Ah, absolutely true. Oh, Mooten! Oh, it's Mooten's here!
Is that your secret daughter?
No, this is the org that I get paid for. Hanging out with you for.
That was the best wish I ever made.
Who's your friend? Mickey?
Make a wish. Wish for a better haircut, kid.
He has cancer, Steven.
So? You can't get a good haircut when you have cancer? I'm crying right now. I'm crying. Childhood leukemia has like a 94% survival rate, okay? Don't let these fuckers guilt trip you, all right?
Not cool, kid wished for a son to debate you, do you think he'd do it?
True. Oh shit. We gotta do that, Mooten. We gotta get like 10 Make-A-Wish kids to do that, to trade in their lives. I've gotta have a fan with a dying kid up there, please. Yeah, what? Why are you complaining? I was a good kid. Fucking true. What, do you want to go out and smoke crack, Mom? Is that what you want?
Oh my god, you're so cute.
You know,
Okay.
People actually still buy niggers when it's nearly 20.
Stop!
This is
I don't know.
Niggasaurus.
No! I don't know where these are coming. Okay, stop. I don't know where these are coming from.
You're done, man. That's over.
I don't know why it's supposed to be Instagram.
Oh, I thought he was drawing the towers.
Jesus.
Create these false equivalencies.
Is this guy's stream just going through getting cooked by Twitter every day?
Of Diabler. Well, I don't know. So I'd have to really think about it. No, I haven't. And that this is actually not that bad. Artist copying another pattern for the bosses. These are.
You said, Maria, you and I have.
And like, yeah, I guess that it's because you were talking about the one using hard truth.
Now have
you see? You don't even know what to say. Office sentence process.
He likes Twitter. Problem?
This random game.
Threats to Leo. I hate y'all shooting a gun.
I hate y'all.
So what? I do it.
I hate y'all. Yeah, I bet you do. Cancer to society? I know, bro. Bring back police brutality. We gotta do that.
Jesus Christ.
Susan Hudson was set to face up to 6 months imprisonment or a fine of up to $500. That's because the chief judge of Orleans Parish Criminal Court.
How's that, dude? That's not even like. What do you mean, bro? Like 6 months in prison or $500? Like, I feel like that's not fair. Like, because the 500 is too easy. Like 500, it's nothing.
Held the sheriff contempt of court for failing to provide a staff of deputies for magistrate court.
World tattoos for
their childhood traumas. This heals
of it and
going into debt.
I think people that to get an
well, at least he's on YouTube there. Well,
it's something that they believe.
No, he's back.
They believe that people are equal. No, people aren't equal. Men and women aren't equal.
That's true. Women are smarter than us.
Not a different male and female IQ distribution. No, fundamentally different on every level. Yeah. Men produce hormones faster than females, makes them start surrounding sounds. You know what I mean?
Men produce hormones faster than females.
What do you think happened after Trump takes Cuba? I don't know. Probably nothing.
True.
Try to like let my own personal biases and like my own impulses since to people that can't speak English. Is that really what you think? We should be giving driver's licenses to people that cannot speak English.
You don't need to speak English to drive. There's a lot of countries that don't speak English.
Yeah? In the United States, there are a lot of countries, Mooten?
Triple as, yeah.
So, yeah, it's just really, and again, this is, you should never look at a person like this and think to yourself
Signs?
that, you know, this person is engaging in this conversation in good faith. Like, this is a person who is just very simply a propagandist. Like, my opinion is that I have no interest in trying to win over the opinions of people that are like this. My goal is just simply to accumulate more people that are not like this and then just simply oppress them, basically.
I said this, find the clip where I said this like 2 years ago. I love Asmongold because he just says the shit. Like, you don't have to play the games anymore. Like, he just comes out and says the most insane fucking shit that they were all dog whistling at before. But, like, again, notice the engagement. Harry Sisson is a person that Asmongold can't engage with because he lives in a different reality than Harry does. And then that's it. So it's just like, I can't appeal to him. We can't engage him seriously. We just have to outgrow them, I guess, with lay algos.
Right? Like, I think this is what you should do. And like, just systematically completely oppress them. And what I would do is I would get all of these people that are, you know, advocating for assassination or anything else. And I'm
advocating for assassination. Who are the people advocating for assassination?
I would literally just arrest all of them. I would arrest all of them. I would put them in a federal prison, and that would be the end of it. And, you know, they could go on a trial and, you know, like at the end of this, right? I mean, they would be like for months and months and months, they would do this. And to a certain extent, the process becomes the punishment.
That's the second time I've heard him say that. This was 8 days ago. He said that today with regards to the Comey stuff. He just wants to abuse. Yeah, he wants to abuse the process just to punish people. This is like political prosecution, and he's in favor of it.
And so that's what I would do. And they're a danger to society. And also, like, keep in mind, this is the morally correct thing to do. You can't live in a society where you have people that are openly advocating to kill the president. You can't live in a society where people are openly advocating to, you know, go around and just kill people that they disagree with. You can't have that happen. It costs too much. It doesn't cost too much. Like, we have so much money. Like, how much do the prisons cost? Like, think about and also think about the Venn diagram of these people that are on benefits. Like, they're going to be off benefits too. So, like, they're not going to be able to collect food stamps because they're going to be in prison.
Oh, because imprisoning people is free and food stamps cost money. Oh, okay.
So that means you don't have to pay their food stamps. So a lot of these people, you know, you're probably going to be killing two birds with one stone, really. And then you put them on manual labor inside of the prisons, and then you're able to make money off of them, right? So it's like a win-win situation where you win twice. Even they win. They get something to do. And so anyway, that's what I would do, right? That would be my solution. And where do you think all the taxes are going, except the Democrats? Well, yeah, people are mentally ill. Yeah, and so you see, the shooter was a game developer in his spare time. I did. I made a comment on this. I didn't really I didn't really go too far. I said this looks even worse than his assassination attempt. Maybe I'll play it on stream tomorrow. This is his game. Listen, guys, not a great game, okay? Indie dev, yeah, many such cases, right?
Hold on.
So,
Israel check.
They are spending my missiles.
Just kidding. Shit on Ukraine check. Quick side quest.
Why is he shitting on
It's
Ukraine?
not ours to give, it's Israel's. First of all, it absolutely is ours. What are you talking about? It's a collaborative project.
Okay, we'll come back and check in a sec.
Well, I did see this. I did. A vibe coder. It's on Steam. Yeah, it is on Steam. I'll play it, and you know, I'll have to refund it. So you know, you can't say that I'm providing material support to terrorists. I'll refund the game, but you know, I'll probably play it later on. And so anyway, did someone really say it was drop plates? I don't know about that.
The guy needs his lawyer fees.
A social media post or a laundry list of MSM misinformation. That's my outlook on it. I totally forgot.
What's your outlook? Sorry, hold on.
It's be great. Yeah, enjoy it. And yeah, exactly. And they don't have what is it? They don't care if one's punching down as a leftist now. No, they don't. And that's it. And so, I totally agree. Either both are okay or none are. Yeah, I think that it should not be okay to hit people, right? That's my outlook on it. I totally forgot that I was watching a clip here. I totally forgot. So I was actually watching something, and I got 7 seconds in, and I started talking for 20 minutes. Let me watch the clip.
This guy's obviously another of these left-wing lunatics who's come to kill the president. 3 assassination attempts
that we know of
on the president now.
That
Charlie is dead. You have people on the left lionizing Luigi Mangione.
Yes.
Well, there's a bar in Wisconsin. Let me finish. Yeah. You have polling showing a tolerance for political violence on the left, and I heard Hakeem Jeffries say this week it's maximum warfare all the time.
We are in an era of maximum warfare.
Wow.
Everywhere, all the time.
I don't think that's too crazy. I mean, maybe this is insane for me to say, but like this is like an abstraction. Like, I think that because Trump says crazy shit all the time. Like, Trump says crazy shit always. Like,
but why is it okay when Trump says it, but not okay when Hakeem Jeffrey says it? Can you tell us why? Give us a reason why it's okay for your side to say it, but not our side. Go ahead.
I don't think that we can really say that, you know, for example, oh, wow, this person's a bad actor. Like, Trump says crazy shit constantly. And I think he could definitely tone it down. But, like, in my opinion, the Republicans have two options. There are two paths that you can take if you want to win.
Oh, shit. He's about to steal my take. How I say that you have to do the tit for tat thing. You have to apply pressure so the other side feels like they can't operate with impunity. But then they take that same position and pretend like they're not the bad actors.
You either have to escalate the rhetoric to that level or above that level, or you have to stop the people that are using that rhetoric. In my opinion, just get rid of them. Like, why don't you just follow? Instead of everybody breaks the law, how about nobody breaks the law? How about nobody advocates for violence? How about nobody advocates for assassination? How about that? And we just do things based off of that, and we can go back to living in a comfortable, safe Western society without having to turn our country. And this is happening in Europe. Europe, it's the same problem, right? We have much more of a assassination culture because of our gun culture, but Europe is having the same issues in different ways. We're letting Western civilization be intellectually colonized by...
We have an assassination culture because of our gun culture? Excuse me, what? No, we did not have an assassination culture in this country before Trump. Not this crazily.
Ideologies that are...
Well, maybe around certain, like, big political upheaval times, like around, like, civil rights era times, where I'm sure there have been periods, but it's not the norm.
Or just, they go against the reasoning that we've spent thousands of years developing. And this is not the, like, we can't do this. Like, it's completely unsustainable. And me and oh, wait, I just realized. I'm monologuing again. Let me finish.
A violent streak on the left and a rhetoric problem on the left. And
Instead, I'm going to show you guys, because this is also news and we can look at it.
Damn, he even searches on fucking Twitter? Jesus Christ.
I don't know if I can find this through this. Okay, great. Somehow I was able to. I was going to type surveillance, but I can't spell surveillance, so I had to do DUI. I can spell DUI. And so every car in the United States will be required by law to have tech that puts constant surveillance on the driver by 2027.
What?
AI in your car will determine if you're sober and fit to drive, automatically turning off the vehicle if it determines that you're a danger to the road. So take a look at this,
right? Does he just read the tweet and he doesn't look into anything?
Yes!
He just reads the tweet.
That's his whole thing. Yes!
And obviously, like, they've had this for years. And by the way, they could turn off your car 10 years ago. They could.
Wow.
I knew a guy had.
Who is they?
What do you mean? Shut the fuck up, Mooten. Shut the fuck up.
They're going after him. The police were chasing him. They turned the fucker off. They could do that. They've been able to do this. This is not like, and if I'm surprised it's a big shot. OnStar? Yeah, OnStar can shut it down. Exactly. Yeah, it was OnStar. Like, and so in new cars, yeah, obviously they can't shut down a 1985, Toyota truck. That's why Al-Qaeda's still using them, right? But like, anyway, so it'll turn off on a woman. The car, if it detects you're a woman, the car won't go out of park. Wait, what? Is this? No, it's working as intended. It's meant to minimize accidents, guys. It's meant to minimize accidents in traffic and distracted driving. It's okay. And yeah. Oh, well, yeah, even better. Oh, you have that set to Saudi Arabia? Oh, change the country. Change the country of origin. I think they do let women drive now, to be fair. But it was recent, very recent that they did that. And so anyway, this is the world that you're going to live in if assassination culture continues. All of the elites, all of the Illuminati, all of the business owners, all of the, quote, Is that confusing to you? Same mechanism, not the same viewpoint? Yeah.
Uh-oh. Yeah. We got a chatter piping up.
I do.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I say the exact same thing.
Uh-oh.
Is that confusing? That's how I know. Yeah, obviously. Like, I mean, I don't, like, I mean, duh. Like, is that confusing to you? Same mechanism, not the same viewpoint? Yeah, my principles serve my goals. My goals do not serve my principles. It's pretty simple. You said it? Yes. I'm very open about this. I'm probably honest to a fault. But like, yes, I'm completely honest and completely direct about everything that I say. I try to be as much as possible. And they use words like magic spells, yes. And so you're consequentialist, whatever you want to call it, right? I'm not a big, a big word into, big words and, definitions and stuff like that.
True.
And people use cognitive dissonance to sound smart. No, I think that it was an accurate assumption, assuming that I wouldn't recognize that I say the same thing. That's okay for him to say that. I'm not upset about that. So this was a comment. A lot of people have been talking about this. 27 million views on this comment. December 21st, 2023. An account said Cole Allen.
What?
This is an account with 0 followers. Nothing other than that. What's happening here?
Hotel guests just walking through.
It can't really
I would
be
immediately go
that he
after
does.
President Trump was evacuated.
I know, I knew that he looked at Twitter and showed it on stream. It can't be that he has 8 hours of Twitter reacts every single day.
He just scrolls it. That's awesome. Man.
Every single day.
I gotta do that shit. Hold on.
8 hours of... Wait, do his VODs only go back a week?
Did he get banned?
Or maybe he auto-deletes them after a week or auto-archives
Maybe he
them?
auto-deleted after he got banned for a bit.
Democrats connect. Oh my God! Yeah. School day and enabling. Just holding the saxophone.
And fight the system on behalf of the people.
Oh, he's off cooldown. Wow.
Plays that shit, man.
What?
He plays that saxophone.
That is amazing. Oh my fucking God. Just sitting there watching her, the claps woke him up? I guess so. And she's the favorite to win the primary right now. I know that. Let me look at this. So let's make this. God. What?
No, they have had an agenda that has been in place for decades to get to this very moment and beyond, which is to make it so...
Aimed at them very dark times, but now I'm exactly... Fuck up. Are you guys kidding me? Like, geez, Cyrax is the final evolution? Go ahead, explain it. Embarrassing to have something like this happen.
Oh, he's on YouTube now.
Let me see. All right, I will watch the video. I promised I would watch the video. We will watch the video.
Oh, God, Sean.
Oh, God. For the...
To want a
the plan all along. Girlfriend, because...
I'm just saying. We've all tried our luck with the lottery. Buy a ticket, scratch, and hope.
Also another process.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, the walk of shame.
All right.
I love it, man. I absolutely... That's the reason why.
Oh, video game! Oh, wait. Is he watching a video or playing?
I don't even know about it. Damn.
Is this sponsored?
Damn.
Does he do sponsored video games? I don't know. Is this a racing game plus killing? What the fuck is this? This was a hashtag ad.
I will see through the nexus.
Is it this game?
Who hurt you? Yeah. Operating on the... That's a rule. You still... They just, like, complain and they just get fat. I mean, sure. But, like, I mean, yeah, they usually have...
All right. It can be on screen, it can be his words, or it can be a quote. Israel, Jew, Hamas. Israel, Jew, Hamas, Gaza, Palestine.
Genocide?
Genocide. Let's go.
Perfect.
He's the great nation builder for China. Donald Trump is unbelievably JD Pond style. He is doing permanent first world genocide by way of the gas prices. He's doing an incredible job of showing.
Well, but it wasn't. Was it the right genocide or?
These are actually not all that great. It's not even a fucking question.
Fuck. That was like 12 seconds. I think genocide
It's
might
not
be
even
too
a question
easy.
at all.
Okay, well,
emoji reactions on Israeli platforms to Trump.
Nope, Israel.
Israeli Iranian military official at this time. We are proving to everyone who is telling the truth, who's telling stories, who talks and who acts. Sorry. But honestly, they're right. They pretty much control the situation and we're punching bags right now. I say this with great sadness. Israel news from the field, uncensored on Telegram.
Do you see the war's probably back on?
Oh, that means a timer reset, so he doesn't have to do the war powers thing or whatever from Congress, right?
It seems like Iran hit a petroleum facility in the UAE.
Problem, trollface? All right. I need a 10 real break after that. Ew, stop.
What?
Okay. Stop. I need a 10 real break.
No, yeah, we need 10.
Massive growth on the ground level.
Yeah, I'm seeing massive growth myself.
What are they look for? Eh?
No.
seeing massive growth on the ground level.
Yeah, I'm seeing.
No.
New finished Ultimate Quantum costs less than Cascade.
Oh,
this
hold
just
on.
makes sense.
It makes sense because nothing seems better than finish.
Ooh.
It costs less per wash.
She held that for 30 minutes?
Attention, finish is an unbeatable clean and value.
Money and power, baby.
Damn.
New finished Ultimate
Go ahead and sing that song you be singing.
In the back of
Not funny.
What did he say? What did the guy say? Hold on.
Go ahead and sing that song you've been singing.
Go ahead and sing that song you be singing.
Oh.
I can tell you what this really means. It means China has successfully killed the Wither and now has the resources necessary to activate a beacon. I can tell you what this really means. It means
I shouldn't like it. I just not good.
Yeah, it should be up.
Alright, bet.
Yo, can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Average DGG subscriber call in.
Alright, you gonna share your screen?
Yeah, it should be up.
Alright, bet.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes. Started. Okay. This is also retarded. Fuck!
Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Can't pick 7. Your answer?
I rate myself a 10, but most guys would rate me like between a 7 or a 9.
Okay.
Stifler.
Are you coming?
But one of them caught our eye.
Are you coming to?
Bro, what the fuck is going on in here?
It's retarded. Stop! I didn't know. It's well.
Let the world burn. Let the world burn. This is how it all.
Last one. Okay, last one for overall. Hold on.
Fuck you! Okay, is there something I could do
Yeah, you can give me your fucking analysis on the blood splatter on these killings! You think I'm here to invite you to my nephew's bris?
I didn't know you were Jewish!
Shut the fuck up and write your report already!
Last one.
What are you scared for? Yo, my thing hard, stop playing me. Nah, matter of fact, yeah, can you come in?
When someone
asks,
how was your weekend?
Damn, this guy's weekend is crazy good. Is it because of the car or the tires?
Have an answer. Just do what you love.
Oh, it's
Toyo Tires.
Toyo Tires, hell yeah.
When someone asks...
Okay, last one. Okay, what the fuck? Why do they do this? Okay. Last time. All right. And then we're done with Asmon and Hassan, our premier Twitch political figures. Let's go.
Through the Strait of Hormuz. That's what the secondary blockade is there to do.
Okay, he's talking about like this. I feel like it's
South
always going to be Israel.
Can't even do any sort of bilateral commitment with Iran and go to Iran directly and be like, hey, you know, we'll purchase your oil or whatever. No harm, no foul. You think they're going to do 9/11 2.0, the manufacturer consent for this bullshit?
Jew conspiracy?
Look,
okay.
What have I always said since day one?
What? Israel Zionist? Jew? What? Say it! Do it! Come Come on.
The only thing standing in the way of America is not like, you know, any sort of like regional superpower, any sort of great power, any sort of international
Before
power.
60 seconds.
Like China. The only thing
Israel,
standing
Zionism,
in the
before
way of
60
the United
seconds.
States of America
Come on.
is its own incompetence.
No, fuck.
I don't even know if they're capable of pulling off a sophisticated like 9/11 style
Israel is,
false
though.
flag attack.
Who is though? Come on.
Okay.
Now Israel?
So
56. He's not going to.
I mean, you're asking me if it's in, you know, if that's a possibility, but I don't know. I just don't think.
We know.
I don't think that America has the
call it time.
capabilities
Call it time.
pulling
See who's
off
closer. I say 2 minutes.
Minute 47.
World-changing
I got
false
2
flag
minutes.
attack of that magnitude.
Conflict. They also said they had to shoot down Iranian missiles and drones and destroy several small boats. Iran is also accused of firing towards a South Korean cargo ship. But Iranian state
Coming up
television
fast on
claims
147.
Americans are lying.
By the way.
The other thing, by the way, is whether or not this would even be believable.
No.
I think in this current media environment, if there was a 9/11, most people would be like, "Oh, America did it to itself."
Okay. Wait.
If there was a 9/11 style like domestic terror incident that they tried to pin on Iran, most Americans would probably look at that and go, "What the fuck did you just do to us?" Not Iran. They would just wouldn't believe that Iran did it.
But
a lot of people would immediately blame Israel.
Yes!
A lot of people would immediately
2 minutes.
blame
7.
the current FBI and the current State Department. Sure, the Trump supporters would.
Okay, what do we got here? Oh.
Obsessed.
Okay? Child level ideas. Child level. How can you not understand it?
Oh, man.
Okay? Very simple.
How did he know? How did he fucking know? Dooku took the place of Darth Maul.
Okay. Peter Hamby
Star Wars?
on the rise of political violence and conspiracy theories on the left. What is wait, link me the show for this.
I was the first year ever that left-wing violence and or plots surpassed right-wing violence and or plots. It's only 8 plots. That's only 8 plots. And this is another thing I need to say. The left there's no violence, no plots for like 30 years. Most of the actual deaths from political violence in this country over the last 30 years have come from right-wing political violence. And we're talking like in the hundreds, okay? And so yes, the baseline for Democrats and the left, whatever the coalition is, was very low. It just has ticked up. You have to call it out and say there's no room for it. And the other thing worth talking about isn't just violence.
I'm sorry. I opened a second Chrome tab. My bad. It's crashed. It's Chrome is wait. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, we're back. We came back. Thank God we came back. Whew.
It is the conspiracy theorizing, and those two are not the same, but they are connected. You know, the people who I think tend to commit acts of violence in the name of politics, like seize on conspiracy theories, they do. Social media has rampantly changed how people's instincts when it comes to responding, gathering facts, and you know, I think that's hurt everybody. It's hurt everybody across the board, and you know, I just think that you see it more now on the left than you used to. I sting out that article with a quote from Isaac Asimov, who became a big Democrat later in his life, hated Nixon, and he said like the anti-intellectual strain in this country was always on the right, and liberals would fight ignorance with knowledge, and conservatives would fight knowledge with ignorance. There's a lot more ignorance out there, man, on the left now. I'm sorry, they're just it.
Who is this guy? This guy's based.
And like maybe I'm just being idealistic about you know, the great thinkers of the American left and what they cared about compared to the right, but it just feels like the fever swamps of the internet are just grabbing otherwise normal people and yanking them in, and it's depressing to me.
Pod save Peter Hamby. Pod save Peter Hamby. 1 day ago.
Click.
Random people on the internet think Democrats aren't the ones saying this.
Uh-oh. We've got Israel comments. Hell yeah. This second guy is ridiculous, and the type of pearl clutching, when they go low, we go high Democrat, that's sinking us. Is this guy the second guy? Wait, what is his overall thesis? Hold on, I gotta hear.
Peter, welcome back to the pod. Good to see you.
Good to see you, John.
All right, so I want to start with your piece on...
I already banned like 10 people on that thread. Nice try, though.
Based.
Political violence. You wrote, Democratic elected and other party leaders vehemently condemn political violence all the time, but many on the left have become too comfortable celebrating violence or bad luck that befalls their Trumpian enemies. They are too loose with their language, too cozy with conspiracies that can lead to a dark place. Now, you're very clear in this piece.
Oh, never mind. Different thread. Just kidding.
You wrote after the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, very clear about the ways in which the right looks past Trump's calls to violence, exploits tragedies to target the left.
Thank you for saying that.
But even still, I am sure there are people hearing this and thinking the most powerful person on the earth encouraged an insurrection, seeks to jail his enemies, celebrates the deaths of people like Robert Mueller and Rob Reiner, and you're talking about random people on the internet. So what are you seeing and why do you think it's important?
I think the phrase random people on the internet actually matters, first of all. And I do want to say thank you for saying that, acknowledging that part of the piece, because I felt like I wrote 10 paragraphs about Caroline Leavitt mischaracterizing or lying about how various people, Hakeem Jeffries, use terms like warfare, quote unquote, to refer to redistricting, the redistricting wars. I mean, we've both been in politics for a long time. People use terms like combat or murder-suicide or just violent martial terms. This comes up in sports commentary all the time.
Shakespeare was familiar with metaphor as well, I think.
Yes.
And I consider Hakeem Jeffries the Shakespeare of people that do the alphabet.
Yeah, I do too. I consider the Nas of people who do the alphabet. He would like that reference. I think that the random people on the internet thing matters. And I thought about this with John Favreau, other John, who after Charlie Kirk was killed, noticed, yes, random people on the internet, random TikTokers celebrating his death. And even as I was walking in here, Taylor Lorenz posted a tweet, or maybe not a tweet, maybe a blue sky or a thread, that people are using the sound of Charlie Kirk getting shot, the gunshot, to do quick cut edits of outfit changes. And that just, again, diminishes, I think, what happened. And people are using the sound of Charlie Kirk getting shot, the gunshot, to do quick cut edits of outfit changes. And that just, again, diminishes, I think, what happened. And like, you don't have to like Charlie Kirk. This is the other thing, John. I know coming in here, like, this is a founding principle of crooked media. And I feel like this came from John Leavitt Brain, which is the DC media's tendency to both sides thing. That is not me. And for the people listening, I'm not that journalist. But I was there in the ballroom. And part of it, too, is I've read polls, right? Like, in the first Trump term, obviously in the Obama years.
Wait, he's talking about this. This Charlie Kirk prom trend is genuinely disgusting. This is what moral rot looks like.
Counting gang violence. Great.
This is what Asma was watching. Oh, man.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
This is sick, man. Young.
This guy, oh my God. Dude, after the onslaught of fucking anti-BLM jokes, of George Floyd jokes, of all the fucking memes, these guys are going to pearl clutch. It's actually just so transparent.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
Gee.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great. Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
I like how he has to have the camera here for like his reaction to show how completely not funny this is and how super serious you need to be about all this.
And the comments are worse. This young woman posted the video.
That's not funny, sorry.
And somebody responded by saying, "I'm dying like Charlie Kirk," and she liked the comment and replied by saying, "Ha ha 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 ha." She thinks it's funny. Someone responded to it.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
This is sick, man. Young teenage girls and boys doing their prom outfit transitions to the audio of Charlie Kirk being killed.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great. Counting or not counting gang violence. Great. Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
These are the people that are complaining about you using slurs. These are the people that are getting mad at you for saying retard. That's right.
Yeah, but you still say it anyway and you don't give a fuck, so why should they? I'm sorry, did we outlaw the word retard?
They tried.
And the comments are worse. This young woman posted the video and somebody responded by saying, "I'm dead."
Yeah, this was George Floyd, by the way.
Nigga, you know what time it is. Reactor running low. You better have something for me.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. You're running out of fent. Because there's a problem.
Assad's regime has fallen. Rebels took control of the reserves. They're torching everything, eradicating fence stockpiles.
What?
Every last drop. You already know the job. You get in there, eradicate the goat fuckers, and save whatever Fent reserves are left. Intel is spotty, but we are sending you coordinates. Extraction window 72 hours. Godspeed, Robo, nigga.
Dying like Charlie Kirk, and she liked the comment and replied by saying, ha 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 ha. She thinks it's funny. Someone responded to another video saying, this is so funny, OMFG, to which the girl replied, best transition I could find. Yeah, not a song, not anything else. The audio of somebody being assassinated.
Well, it's the reason why they're doing it. So you have to understand why people like this do it. They do it because they want to memeify and delegitimize and downplay Charlie Kirk getting killed. They want to make a joke out of it instead of actually take it seriously as it's like a political assassination. So it's the same reason why they tried to say that the recent Trump assassination attempt was a false flag.
That was your side doing that too, you know, but...
Another video saying, this is so funny, OMFG.
I can't watch these people cry. I don't care. Sorry.
You know, people blamed Trump and Republicans for the crazy, for the conspiracy theories. Voters did. NPR had a poll, I think, in 2017 saying 70% of voters blame Trump and Republicans for the toxicity in our politics. And, you know, there was a moral and intellectual high ground, I think, long in the Democratic Party. There hasn't been widespread political violence coming from the left since the 70s with the Weather Underground, Black Panthers, etc. There's obviously been anti-government violence. You've got like Black Bloc, Antifa types and whatever. But there has been an uptick in partisan motivated, not just violence, but plots. There was somebody who showed up at the Capitol last year wanting to kill Pete Hegseth. That person was arrested. There's obviously 2 of the 3 assassins, attempted assassins on Donald Trump, sounded like they had left-leaning political views. And again, back to the random people on the internet thing.
The last guy for sure did. The Tyler Robinson guy, I'm sorry. Like, there is just no... We can't one-drop rule ideology for leftists. That's just bullshit, okay? We're not playing that game. If this guy would have been 22 years old, raised in a woke SJW dyed-haired community with a whole bunch of trans people, it doesn't matter what. This guy could have said the most right-wing shit ever for the last 6 months and nobody would have given a fuck. The idea that this guy raised in the white Mormon community with MAGA parents is all of a sudden treated as a leftist because he was dating a trans person, like... This is like the most conservative thing ever, is to be secretly addicted to cock, especially for Mormons. And you're telling me that we're going to count this person as a leftist? Give me a break. Come on.
It's not coming from Democratic politicians. It's not. It's really not. Now, there's like Jasmine Crockett posted a conspiracy theory the other day that the attack on the Washington Hilton might have been a false flag.
Oh, shit. I'm thinking of Tyler Robinson, the shooter on Trump, sorry, or on Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry. The weird guy, fuck, I don't remember his name. I feel bad. The one who killed the firefighter, I'm pretty sure that dude was a registered Republican. The guy outside, I don't know about the guy outside. Is that outside the White House? He didn't even shoot anything, right? I didn't look at that guy's ideological background. Or I don't know if that guy had a coherent one. That guy seemed a little bit loony. Like a little schizo-y. And then the last guy for sure seemed like a liberal, super pro, like, I guess like super pro Ukraine. Seemed like a big driver for, I guess, like his political stuff.
Or whatever. The problem is the diminishing power of people like me and the mainstream press and the diminishing ability of normie politicians to, you know, get out there in the information ecosystem and have people hear them. That stuff is being replaced just by noise and slop on the internet. And it does seem like, to me, and I think the evidence in the polling bears this out, that, you know, liberals and progressives, and by the way, some of these people might just be fake bots. They might, you know, JD Vance likes to totally, in the right, completely exploit, you know, even the fringiest thing that you found on the internet and pretend it's like the mainstream view of the Democratic Party. And I make clear in the piece, as you read, Democrats aren't the ones saying this. It is, though, kind of ambient on the internet. And I think I actually wanted to ask you about this. The Michelle Obama, they, you know, when they go low, we go high thing. That feels dead and gone and like millennial cringe at this point. In the second Trump term, it has been celebrated that like we're going to fight dirty. And I'm not trying to be civility police either, dude, at all.
No,
but like people just feel like, okay, we're going to play on their terms, get in their sandbox, we're going to throw punches, call names, and then, you know, then maybe you end up with a guy who's got a screw loose, who hears.
Like, again, this is one of the big issues that I talk about with media as well. Like if. Sorry, fuck. I have to get rid of this impression. I have this reaction when I'm about to say some shit that's just like so fucking obvious that it shouldn't have to be said. I just don't want to even talk about it. I just want to play video games. It should not be acceptable if you're doing reporting or punditry or whatever that you can say they or them. That should not be, no non-binary pronouns anymore. You need to start specifying who you're talking about. The reason why is because I think it would actually offer an insane amount of clarity into the conversations. Because when he says things like,
term, it has been celebrated that like we're going to fight dirty. And I'm not trying to be civility police either, dude, at all.
No,
but like
no.
people just feel like, okay, we're going to play on their terms, get in their sandbox, we're going to throw punches, call names, and then
who though? Who's saying that? It's random people on Twitter. How do you know that? Who's the one that's platforming and highlighting them? It's the Twitter algorithm, right? That's what you need to be talking about, not this idea. You can platform or spotlight literally anybody you want. You can find any opinion in the country. 350 million people. You can manufacture any story that you want. It's about what's being spotlighted and then what's being shoved in front of everybody's face for them to react to, think it's normal, and then also jive with. Like that's the issue. Yeah.
And then maybe you end up with a guy who's got a screw loose, who hears all this stuff on the internet and thinks, I've got to go kill the rapist, fascist, pedophile in the White House. I just think...
Have you heard or watched the recent debate between counterpoints and PISSCO or tomfoolery and PISSCO about leftist/Hassan? I tried to watch some of the counterpoints one. The PISSCO debates, the problem is that it's like a 10-hour debate stretched into 3 hours somehow. So I don't know. If you can link me a relevant part, I'll watch, but I'm not going to go through 3 hours of rambling and meta talk before I get to the point.
That it's easier to hear the crazy stuff that the algorithms have poured gasoline on than it ever was, and you just hear it more on the left than I think you used to.
Yeah, it's like there's so many parts that you have to tease out, right? And like, there's a big distinction. It isn't coming from the vast majority of Democratic politicians, right? And there is just a distinction between how responsible elected Republicans are, including the president, versus how responsible elected Democrats are. Even this week, we saw what is obviously a ridiculous prosecution of James Comey. The number of Republicans refusing to criticize that or openly embracing that. People going, members of Congress saying, "Well, look at all the other bad things Jim Comey did," right? It is distinct from political violence, but embracing the jailing of your political enemies on specious reasons is adjacent to a politics in which people can celebrate political violence. But the challenge is most Americans deplore political violence. All the mainstream politicians on the left can deplore political violence. 95% of people say the right thing. Then the next day, 100% of people spend the day talking about what the 5% said and how heinous it is and how it's actually justified in all the rest.
He's closer.
We at Crooked Media, I feel like we take some flack from all directions for this, but we obviously denounce Republicans when they try to exploit political violence. We also try to go after what we see people when we see people justifying it. John, as you mentioned, did that as well in the piece. But if everybody but a few are doing the right thing, but we end up talking about what the wrong thing is. Like, I don't know what the right thing, how do you respond in a media environment like that in which we try to model best behavior? The Democrats say the right thing, but you have Republicans that are going to pull out the worst comments from the internet. You have an algorithm that's going to elevate the most exciting and morally depraved comments.
True.
Like, what do we do? Okay, I agree. There's a problem.
True.
What do we do?
Yeah, well, that's getting you to say that. I know, you're a sophisticated thinker about this stuff, so it is important to say that there was a problem. And I want to say this isn't just my feelings. This is me being a hack political journalist. I should point out also in the piece, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, which has measured this and has kept track of incidents. 2025 was the first year ever that left-wing violence and plots and/or plots surpassed right-wing violence and/or plots. Say it's only 8 plots. That's only 8 plots. And this is another thing I need to say. Again, like the left there's no violence, no plots for like 30 years. Most of the actual deaths from political violence in this country over the last 30 years have come from right-wing political violence. And we're talking like in the hundreds. Okay. And so, yes, the baseline for Democrats and the left, whatever the coalition is, was very low. It just has ticked up. And but I think you're, though, right, John. I remember when I worked at CNN back when you were in the White House in the 2010s, there was this like, do you remember watching like cable news in that era? And CNN, where I worked or wherever, like a random Republican state legislator in Missouri would say something loony about abortion or something racist about Obama. And we would all elevate it. We'd be like, this is an example of the Republican Party being nuts. And while the Republican Party does have a tendency to accommodate, and by the way, this is just history, the Birchers and the conspiracy theorists and whatever, you'd hear from someone on Capitol Hill, like someone from like John Thun's office, like, why the fuck are you talking about this random guy in Missouri? And so that is a absolute attentional problem that the press has and kind of always has. By the way, since then, that random state senator in Missouri is now like probably on Capitol Hill in the mainstream of the Republican Party. I just think it is what you guys do. It's that you have to call it out and say there's no room for it. And the other thing we're talking about isn't just violence, it is the conspiracy theorizing. And those two are not the same, but they are connected. The people who I think tend to commit acts of violence in the name of politics, like seize on conspiracy theories. They do. I noticed this on Snapchat. When I work at Snap and like posted on Snap, I had a bunch of people in my comments being like fake, stage, whatever. But it's not, we don't know that those people are even Democrats. They could just be some teenager like on like sitting in their basement somewhere. But this has been happening. Again, this gets to the higher intellectual standard that I think Democrats used to hold themselves to. In Obama's term, at some point, some press conference in the tan suit era, it might have been like Ed Henry. It was like in the White House briefing room. And there was the latest outrage of the day. Whatever somebody wanted Obama to be outraged about. I think it was Ed Henry. He said, Mr. President, why are you more outraged? And I tried to look this up before coming in. I couldn't find it. Someone listening, please find it. It's probably in Favreau's encyclopedic brain. But Obama looks at him and goes, because I haven't read the briefs. And that was Obama being a lawyer. But it was also just a smart person who hewed closely to facts and didn't want to spout off on something where he didn't know the baseline information. And we've come a long way on the internet since then. Like social media has rampantly changed how people's instincts when it comes to responding, gathering facts. And I think that's hurt everybody. It's hurt everybody across the board. And I just think that you see it more now on the left than you used to. I sting out that article with a quote from Isaac Asimov, who became a big Democrat later in his life, hated Nixon, like just a raging Democrat. And he said, like, the anti-intellectual strain in this country was always on the right, and liberals would fight ignorance with knowledge, and conservatives would fight knowledge with ignorance. There's a lot more ignorance out there, man, on the left now. I'm sorry, there just is. And like, maybe I'm just being idealistic about, the great thinkers of the American left and what they cared about compared to the right. But it just feels like the fever swamps of the internet are just grabbing otherwise normal people and yanking them in, and it's depressing to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard not.
Are we going to talk about more specifics on that? Like, what are the left-wing conspiratorial thoughts or the left-wing pieces of misinformation you feel are becoming very popular that weren't before? Are we gonna dig into that at all, or?
It's depressing to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard not, to be nostalgic for how we used to have information. I see it too, and I do think it's more than just a few random people. There is something that has happened, and it isn't coming from the politicians. I do think there's a bigger shift, and I think it's important, and it isn't. I see it too, and I do think it's more than just a few random people. There is something that has happened, and it isn't coming from the politicians.
On the left, it's not. On the right, it is. The right is locked into that social media shit. The left, the lawmakers at least, are not at all.
I do think there's a bigger shift, and I think it's important. As you pointed out, political violence in our country still is very, very rare. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like there's these two ideas you have to have in your mind at the same time. One being that we can't allow acts of violence by individuals who are united, regardless of ideology, by a willingness to do violence, right? That's the most important thing about a mass shooter, about the person that shot Charlie Kirk, the person that shot at Gabby Giffords, right? That they're willing to go to this extreme and do violence, and sometimes their rationales are cogent, sometimes their rationales are nonsense. It's the act of violence that unites them, and there's something rising, whether it's people willing to shoot up a school, people wanting to go out a blaze of glory, and we cannot arrange our society around that. We can't allow that to warp our politics too much because it is so rare in our society, but at the same time, like, it does seem to be like an emergent property of the amount of vitriol, hate, lack of empathy, cruelty on the internet and beyond. I think that Trump is both a cause of and a symptom of. And I struggle with how you think about those two things. But the comfort that people have, right, whether it's the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO or the killing of Charlie Kirk, that is morally wrong before you even get to whether it will encourage future violence. It said something really ugly about our politics and our culture, and I do think that is real.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I struggle with.
There's something else interesting.
Like, here's the thing that people don't understand. I used to complain about this all the time. Why can't I push shift on this computer to make this? Thank you. Is when you talk about things, you have like there is this threshold where when you describe something, and you can describe this thing really, 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 really hard, and at some point you get into a prescription. You might call this like an is or an ought. Okay, so one thing that drove me crazy about Jordan Peterson was that he would do this thing where he would say women in the workplace aren't getting along with men. Men don't know what the rules are. It's leading to a whole bunch of problems. It seems like it's only getting worse. We have no idea how we can solve any of these issues. And he'll stop right here. And then I think Kathy Newman did this a lot, where she would kind of ask him this question here. It's like, oh, so should women not be working anymore? And Jordan Peterson could always say, oh, I didn't say that. Oh, I didn't actually say that. I never said that. Oh, I never said that. Why? What? I never said that at all. I never said that. And he didn't technically, but he was playing like this game of descriptively edging you up until you would prescriptively blow your load. Like, he does this all the time. There's a certain amount of this that necessitates like this. There's a certain amount of this that will always like lead to this. And if you're intelligent in life, you understand that this is inevitable. One of the reasons why you tell your, you should never, ever, well, generally speaking, you shouldn't complain about your significant other to your friend group, because you don't usually tell them good things about your significant other because you're just not maybe having those conversations, and people really remember bad things. So when you complain about your significant other, oh, like he did this, like, oh, he called me a name, like, oh, we got into a fight, he ignored me, oh, we went to sleep last night, we didn't talk to each other. At some point, your friends are like, bro, you got to fucking leave this motherfucker. They're all going to be pushed over here, even though you're not necessarily thinking it. Like, this is just like the natural result of all of this descriptive edging. And when you look at something like Luigi Mangione, right? Okay, well, healthcare is in a state in the United States where we could give the maximum level of healthcare to every single person. The only reason we can't do it is because insurance companies exist to deny claims and deprive people of healthcare that is not only rightfully theirs, they already even paid for it. They get denied for no reason by merchants of death who head up these companies like United Healthcare. And innocent, poor people, and even middle-class people, are sentenced to death for no reason other than to line the pocketbooks of these yacht-sailing merchants of death. I don't understand how you think you could say all of this, and then it's like, somebody killed him? What? Like, yeah. That's, of course. If you're never going to look at any of this, then you don't really have a right to complain about any of this, in my opinion. This is why people want to do the genocide. This is why people want to do the genocide thing or the apartheid thing with Israel. Oh, it's a genocide. Oh, they're an apartheid state. Oh, it's a occupation. Oh, what's the third one? It's apartheid, genocide, and what's the other aside or whatever? Ethnic cleansing or whatever. When you do all of these things, it's obvious what the prescription should be, even if you never say it. Like, if you really do hold all these descriptions to be true, then you just shouldn't be surprised when this happens. Like I said, the same thing for January 6th, right? Like, if you really do believe in the big lie that Trump sold for, a year, well, then of course you should revolt and try to overthrow the government, because apparently the Democrats have already stolen the election from you. So...
Not at the moment, it won't, because we don't know what the rules are.
Do you think men and women can work in the workplace together?
I don't know.
Yes, I...
And ready-made ideological solutions don't work. They just make it worse.
But come on, that's just like a maxim. You're not actually addressing the question, which is isn't there harm that is trying to be solved?
There isn't a question. There's a set of questions, and no one's posing them. Here's a question: can men and women work together in the workplace?
Yes, I do it.
How do you know?
Because I work with a lot of women.
Right. Well, it's been happening for 40 years? And things are deteriorating very rapidly at the moment in terms of the relationships between men and women. Is there sexual harassment in the workplace? Yes. Should it stop? That'd be good. Will it? Well, not at the moment it won't, because we don't know what the rules are.
Do you think men and women can work in the workplace together?
I don't know.
Without sexual harassment?
We'll see.
We'll see. How many years will it take for men and women working in the workplace together?
More than 40.
To get a sense.
We don't know what the rules are. Here's a rule. How about no makeup in the workplace?
Why would that be a rule?
Why should you wear makeup in the workplace? Isn't that sexually provocative?
No.
It's not?
No.
Well, what is it then? What's the purpose of makeup?
Some people would like to just put on makeup.
Why?
I don't know why.
Why do you make your lips red? Because they turn red during sexual arousal. That's why. Why do you put rouge on your cheeks? Same reason.
I mean, look.
How about high heels?
What about high heels?
What about them? They're there to exaggerate sexual attractiveness. That's what high heels do. Now, I'm not saying that people shouldn't use sexual displays in the workplace. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that is what they're doing. And that is what they're doing.
Do you feel like a serious woman who does not want sexual harassment in the workplace, do you feel like if she wears makeup in the workplace that she is somewhat being critical?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do think that.
One of the things that you've talked about is that a lot of times you talk to these young men who are sort of flirting with far-right ideologies, and you try and bring them back. What is that process like? How do you bring someone back from the far right?
Tell them a better story.
What is a better story?
Grow the hell up. Take your place in the world. You've got something to contribute. Make a plan. Live as an individual. Stay away from the identity politics pathology. It's just an excuse for failing to live your life in a respectable and noble manner. It's a way better story than go wave your idiot far-right flag at some rally with a bunch of pasty-faced morons. What kind of pathetic...
So it's annoying because any normal person, all of Jordan Peterson's fans hear this and oh yeah, women can't be in the workplace. But then if a left person ever confronts him, it's didn't you say that women shouldn't work with men and that we shouldn't have that integration anymore? He'll rightfully say, I never said that, because he didn't. Because he's just descriptively pushed you all the way to the border, but he himself hasn't taken the step over. It's just a very annoying way of... I don't know. It's just an annoying way of conducting yourself.
Culture, and I do think that is real.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I struggle with.
There's something else interesting. This is an obvious thought, but I just thought about it. When you think about Luigi, you think about the Butler shooter. We don't know his politics. And the guy from the Hilton. all these people.
Also, I don't even think, I don't care, because I would just as quickly label Luigi as like a far leftist shooter, because I hate far leftists. I don't even know. I think the Luigi guy is like a little bit schizo. I'm not sure how politically oriented that guy even is. I think he's like a little bit, I don't know how old he is. He might be getting into the age where that psychotic shit starts to emerge, but he didn't really seem much like he had like a super strong political foundation of stuff. His manifesto was expressly political. I would have to go link me it, I guess, if you want.
The Charlie Kirk shooter are young. And like, obviously there's the idea of the school shooter and the serial killer and the lone wolf killer out there. You tend to be white men, but all of these examples are people who grew up online. We grew up online, but like in middle school and high school, I just had AOL. Like these people grew up with phones in their pockets. And so they have so many more touch points to dark places.
Manifesto was political, but not coherently so. Just because you're doing a thing that's like political doesn't mean that you are political, but I don't know how to explain that. This came up in in the one battle after another thing. Like you can talk about politics, but you're not really, I don't know how to explain it. Luigi Manifesto. Is this the whole thing? Just this like long paragraph? Oh. To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country to save you a lengthy investigation. I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was a fairly trivial, some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the US has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable largest company in the US by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy? No, the reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument, but many have illuminated the corruption and greed. And then he cites Rosenthal and more decades ago, and problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. Yeah, you could say the skews left, I guess, but it's not like, compared to like the fucking Unabomber, I feel like this is not like a massive like political manifesto, you know? There was, didn't he write a note, or didn't he write something in prison that he sent out too? I feel like I saw something more. He wrote to the PBD podcast. What did he write? Somebody link it.
Places on the internet, but in dark places. That's sort of what I'm talking about. It's that, you know, like Jennifer Welch on the I've Had a podcast the other day was entertaining.
That didn't really sound schizo. No, this doesn't sound schizo at all, actually. I thought I saw something more weird. Maybe it was the prison note, but maybe it wasn't actually crazy. Maybe I'd have to, let me reread it and think about it. Oh, this. I think there was a handwritten version of this, right? This is the PDF scanned version, I think.
I'm thinking.
Fuck Reddit. Or maybe he did type it out. Last month on May 6th, I turned 27 years old. To mark the occasion, I took some time to reflect on 27 things I'm grateful for. My friends for being there when I needed it most. My family for blank. My personal life is none of your business. The many talented and generous individuals who, if not for my current predicament, I never would have crossed paths with. Letters. I spend each day between the same four walls of my unit, where I receive both holiday cards sent in December and birthday cards sent between March and May, creating a bizarre and disorienting Groundhog Day scenario where every day is both Christmas and my May 6th birthday. Nonetheless, I'm incredibly grateful. The monotony of my physical environment is offset by the variety and richness of the lives I experience through letters, multi-page life stories, retellings of workplace conversations, stream of consciousness journal entries, admissions of greatest fears, eager recaps of recent triumphs, mothers reliving senseless tragedies, soulful creations, generous offers, advice. The MDC mailroom, which has to date photocopied and processed thousands of letters sent to me from over 40 countries. Your efforts are appreciated by so many. Memes, as one of my wisest correspondents put it, laughter is louder than logic and makes a lot more sense. The countless books I've been sent. While I've never read the vast majority of them, I've loved facilitating this collective practice in Sundoku and have distributed these books to many grateful inmates. My favorites include Ayn Rand's Anthem, Patrick Bet-David's Your Next Five Moves, and Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451. Independence media/creators, publications like The American Prospect, citizen documentaries like Jumi Kim, and citizen journalists, of which there are too many to name. My cellmate, Jay, who, despite spending half of every day inside a shared birdcage and being sentenced to a decade away from his 6 kids who he loves, tolerates the clutter of all my papers, shares his unique wisdom, and doesn't hesitate to humble me when I need it. He reads more of my books than I do and appreciates all the Calvin and Hobbes. The MDC staff and COs, who are nothing like what the Shawshank Redemption or the Stanford Prison Experiment had me to believe, while the occasional minor dissent arises, I found that they are people too and largely there to help. Chicken Thursdays and Sweet Baby Ray's BBQ sauce. Sorry, vegans, it's the realest food here, and I need my strength. Keyboard shortcuts. There is no print multiple option. MA, click, click, enter, XP, click, click, enter, repeat. The some 30,000 individuals around the globe who have come together to donate over $1 million to my legal fund, enabling me to retain a world-class defense team across 3 concurrent prosecutions. Karen Friedman Agnifilo. Need I say more? I have no idea who that is. The other members of my legal team who are also pretty great. Latinas for Mangione. Everyone who has donated to my commissary account, whose contributions have funded a tablet, songs, stamps, hygiene items. You can get a tablet in prison? What the fuck? BBQ sauce. Goya Sazon, or Sazon. Peanut butter and lots of tuna packets. The Bop Music Catalog. Luigi is currently listening to Television, The Drug of a Nation. By the disposable heroes of ... The trials that I've endured, which have, I hope, prepared me for anything that might lie ahead. My lucky long sleeve, Hearts, the creatives. The artist's task is to save the soul of mankind, and anything less is a dithering while Rome burns. Terence McKenna. The conservatives who fiercely conserve the aspects of our society that makes us great. The liberals who liberate us from the outdated aspects of our society that prevent us from being greater. Being born in America, she is haunted by her past. She is sick. She is plagued by inner turmoil. Such is her nature as a nation of individuals. She is young, in the midst of an adolescent identity crisis, but despite all her flaws, her frame is robust and her potential unmatched. Free speech, the basis of our way of life. When you tear out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say. George. And finally, blank. Okay, never mind. This, I guess, isn't really schizo. I don't really know how I would characterize his political beliefs, though. I don't know. Vaguely slopulist, I guess, maybe. But, I don't know.
So recently I get a letter from Luigi Mangione. My assistant comes to me and says, you got a letter from Luigi Mangione. I said, which Luigi Mangione? He says, D. Luigi Mangione. I said, D. Luigi Mangione from the Metropolitan Detention Center? Yes. In Brooklyn? Yes. The same place that a lot of these guys, Nicolas Maduro's at right now, by the way, Ghislaine Maxwell, R. Kelly Diddy, some of these guys? Yes. The guy that got accused of killing Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Health? Yes. What's he writing me a letter for? I don't know. Okay. So what do? I open it up and I read through it. And by the way, to tell you how well it was written would be an understatement. This was written as if a kid went to Harvard or Yale.
He doesn't say what he wrote in this video? Okay, then I don't give a fuck. I don't know. He really doesn't say? It says right here that he shares a real letter sent from jail. You need a smoke machine like that?
Good writing.
If I had to guess, this is just a green screen.
So I sat on it and I said, what am I
Did you see the new motion today? No, it's probably nothing. There are no more good motions. What? Motion 2, seal per local rule. Responses 2, it's probably a motion for leave to file something under seal, like to attach an affidavit to something. Respectfully request leave of court to file a document under seal. Supplemental memorandum. Yeah, yes, that's it. The only big things that are left are their response to our motion for a summary judgment. I imagine it has to be a motion for, they have to file something for spoliation, is my guess. And that would be my guess on the only 2 big things left. It's going to be them responding to our MSJ, and maybe them filing for spoliation, and then our reply to the MSJ. Those are the only things left in this case. And then hopefully the judge, she said she'd rule by the end of this month or early next month.
Tell this guy.
How long do they have to respond to the MSJ? I don't remember. I thought it was like 7 days or 5 days or something. It's supposed to be pretty soon, but...
These conspiracy theories about how Trump was, like, this was a false flag so that he could develop the ballroom. I'm not saying she's spreading hate speech, but, like, that's one of the ascendant podcasters on the left. Like, there aren't any real epistemological boundaries, I feel like, at this point. And, you know, you can be a liberal in this and Jennifer Welch or this, or go on a Twitch stream or whatever. But all of those young people, like you said, I'm not being nostalgic for an old media time necessarily. I'm just like, I call myself a student of media history, but they don't know a time of like monoculture, Walter Cronkite, anything. There's no.
Why did you file for spoliation? Because I don't have I don't have a countersuit. I don't know what's the point. I'm not going to get. I mean, like their case. They don't even have subject matter jurisdiction. They don't have anything for their case. So it's not. I don't even know. It's not like I'm even fighting anything right now. I'm boxing ghosts.
Necessarily, I'm just like, I call myself a student of media history, but they don't know a time of like monoculture, Walter Cronkite, anything. There's no shared facts, and like, you know, it just
the conspiracy
that depresses me.
Yeah, like the conspiracy theory embrace that we see across the board. I do think there's something about.
Some people think it's just fun, by the way. Like I have friends who are like conspiracy theories are fun.
Yeah, there's something about the way in which the internet encourages you that we're all being encouraged to embrace easy and quick comfort across our lives. And social media does that, right? Like you don't have to have any discipline of attention whatsoever. You can just get a jolt of something fun, something funny, something outrageous, whatever. Get a quick like hit of an endorphin or an emotion. You don't have to leave the house to see a movie. You can just stay in bed, whatever. You can have food come to your house. Like we're easy to satisfy, uncomfortable with any kind of discomfort. And when there's something horrible that happens, like the killing of Charlie Kirk, in which you, I think, morally are called to denounce the killing of someone you found reprehensible, that tiny bit of friction, that tiny bit of discomfort. There's a whole algorithm that's telling you don't have to feel that anymore. And the same thing with someone trying to assassinate Donald.
A little bit, but also like, sorry, it's that feeling again of having to say something so painfully fucking obvious. Okay. The manager comes into your shift and you're a supervisor. The manager is not going to tell your employees what they need to do. And if all of your employees are fucking around, the manager is not going to look at all the employees and think all the employees are fucking around. The manager is going to think the supervisor is fucking around. Okay. Every environment that you're in, you could be talking about teachers in classrooms or parents and kids. You could be talking about presidents in countries or managers and staff or CEOs and their businesses. Like there's going to be a type of energy. There's going to be a type of engagement, attitude, culture that's set from the top down. Not to say that nothing beneath can ever deviate, but if the president of the United States, if the tone from the top that is radiating out to every single part of the Republican apparatus, if that tone is LOL Mueller died, LOL Rob Schneider died of TDS, LOL we should execute the 6 congressmen, LOL like, you know, shithole countries that are made of dirt, LOL we should denaturalize, Ilhan Omar, LOL, she fucked and married her brother. LOL, like, what the fuck do you expect? Like, I can't take anything seriously. I can't take criticism to anybody seriously in that environment. And there's no way for me to communicate that without, you know, retards like Piers. Just like, oi, mate, do you disavow? Oi, do you disavow, mate? Oi, do you disavow? Like, who the fuck cares? Who gives a fuck? Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter who gives a fuck. And it doesn't matter who disavows or says anything. If that's the tone from the top down, then all is lost.
Trump because of views you might agree with. Wouldn't it be nice if there were a way you didn't have to sit with that for even a moment? Well, guess what there is? Because it turns out maybe it was staged. And we live in a crazy world in which there were legitimate news stories that in Hungary, Trump's ally. There was a plan to stage an assassination attempt to help Viktor Orban in the final days of the election. That is real reporting about something real that very well could have happened in the world.
There's also a conspiracy theory that Trump wouldn't leave office if he lost.
Of course, of course. And there was a conspiracy theory that...
No, that's not the same type of conspiracy theory because Donald Trump himself has said that. Donald Trump himself has floated that idea. We just watched 3, I think, were they federal judges? Is that what that hearing was for a Senate confirmation hearing? That none of them would say that Trump couldn't be president a third time. Trump has made hats that say Trump 2028 or whatever that he's giving out to other political people. Like, how can you call that a conspiracy theory the same way there's 9/11 conspiracy theories? It's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
To help Viktor Orban in the final days of the election. That is real reporting about something real that very well could have happened in the world.
There's also a conspiracy theory that Trump wouldn't leave.
As we say in Dutch, a fish rots from the head down. Why would you say something in Dutch in English? Don't post fake shit in my chat.
Election. That is real reporting about something real that very well could have happened in the world.
There's also a conspiracy theory that Trump wouldn't leave office if he lost.
Of course, of course. And there was a conspiracy theory that a powerful cabal of abusers were protecting Jeffrey Epstein. Like a lot of people have come to believe that conspiracy theories had some merit. And the truth is, the great conspiracy theories always do begin with a kernel of...
Okay, but like, why do people think that? Why do people think that? Where do these ideas come from for the Epstein stuff?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Let's just get to it because I know it's on people's minds.
No, fuck. I mean, fuck. I need to find this. Hold on. Actually, I do need to find this.
The Epstein thing, I got a lot to talk. This Epstein thing really kind of like, it's like a tick burrowing under my skin. I get a call.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is going to get hairy. You guys ready?
Yes.
This guy was the deputy director of the FBI with Kash Patel, okay? Second in charge, FBI with Kash Patel was. Now is a podcaster again, okay? Second in charge of the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, okay? After this, that's what he became, okay? What was he saying before then?
More school. This is like live YouTube. You ready for this? I don't know if you guys are ready. I get a call, I don't know, about 4 years ago. It's from, let's say, a friend. Prior line of work thing, right? Guy says, listen, and this guy who calls me is an unimpeachable source. This guy's not like some ham and egg or tomato can guy throwing out some theory about a UFO he saw 72 years ago, whatever. This is like a legit, no-nonsense guy. Guy you trust with your, wife, kid, and car, right? He says, I got sent on a temporary assignment once. And on that assignment, I got sent out with on the WCD detail, William Clinton detail. And I knew this guy well. And he says, Dan, I got to share this with someone. He's like, I go on a plane, and Bill, Clinton gets on the plane with this guy, and it turns out later the guy's Epstein. Now, this guy I'm talking to, this source, he don't know who Jeffrey Epstein is. He's just getting on the plane doing the thing, the whole, protection gig, right? He says, I get on the plane, and there's these girls who are obviously not of age who are on this plane. They're clearly young. These are not women. These are girls. And he says, I see Clinton, disappear into the back. He goes, I don't know what happened. I'm not saying what happened because all I know is he disappeared and these girls were back there or whatever. And he said they land at the next stop, wherever it was. And he goes up to the boss on the detail and he says, I ain't getting back on this plane. Because he's a temp. He's not used to whatever Clinton was up to with the whole shenanigans thing. And this guy's clear as the driven snowman. He don't want to mess around with this. He says, whatever just happened back there, I don't want any piece of it. They sent him home. They sent that guy home, and he was never tempted to that detail again. Now, remember, all those...
By the way, I don't think Bill Clinton was ever even in the same plane, ever, as Epstein. There were 4 trips, I believe, that he took, but I don't think he was ever on a plane with Epstein. I don't think that ever came out anywhere. I just Googled this. Was Clinton and Epstein ever on a plane together? Yes, former President Bill Clinton flew on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane multiple times, but I don't believe they were ever even on a flight together, or at least I haven't seen that. Some people will say 26 separate flights, but the reason is because it was 4 trips, and then every layover they counted as a different flight or whatever. Somebody in chat said it was for the Clinton Foundation. Maybe they did. Maybe there was a flight together. Wait. Somebody said last paragraph. Oh, wait. While flight logs placed Clinton on the plane with Epstein, they did not show that Clinton was ever on a flight to Epstein's private island, Little St. James. Okay, so he was on at least one flight with Epstein, I guess. Okay, there you go.
BlackBerries on that detail. Here's where the story gets super weird. The guy tells me, what is it, months or a couple weeks later, when you lose property in the Secret Service, an email goes out, it'll say like, hey, I lost his phone, and it gets logged into NCIC or whatever it is, and everybody knows. So basically, if you find this guy's gun, God forbid, or his phone, it's now effectively stolen property, right? All of a sudden, all the BlackBerries on that...
That's not what that sentence said. Wait, what? Hold on, let me read. That is what they said. While flight logs placed Clinton on the plane with Epstein. That is what this sentence says. What do you mean that's not what the sentence says? Destiny, I'm retarded. He nuked himself. Okay, good job.
This morning, former President Bill Clinton releasing this new video after...
Where was there one flight, or where was their flight to? Has that ever been released? I feel like if they have the flight logs and they've seen where he traveled, if they know the 26 legs, I feel like they should know which flight it was, but okay, ignore that point.
Detail for the agents start showing up like, oh, this guy lost his BlackBerry. Holy shit. Wow, that's so crazy. How'd that happen? I'm like, no. He says, yeah.
Wait, Bongino's source was unimpeachable. Same source broke the kitty litter boxes and classroom story. Wait, that didn't come from Bongino on Joe Rogan's show, did it? He wasn't the guy who originated that, was he?
All the BlackBerries on that detail for the agents start showing up like, oh, this guy lost his BlackBerry. Holy shit. Wow, that's so crazy. How'd that happen? I'm like, no. He says, yes. He says it was the craziest thing. Like, oh, look, Agent Joey Bag of Donuts, missing BlackBerry, missing BlackBerry. This is around the whole time, like the Clinton thing's going on. So fast forward this story, right? He tells me that. About a year and a half after that, I'm in a green room at Fox, and I'm not going to say who because they didn't give me permission to share it, but well, the short story, but not who they are. Says, you know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure of that he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset, meaning his plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source. These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. But this person, who's a very, very good reporter, I mean, aces, right? Swore Epstein was either a witting or unwitting intelligence asset, and they may have had his plane wired up, and they're the ones who have all this stuff. So the point is, to sum it up, how do you know some of these countries aren't going to some of these power players who aren't making decisions? Because, hey, you wouldn't want this video out there, right? How do you know?
100%.
I mean,
let's get personal with Mr. Gates, though. If this is a story of an adult man having adult relations with an adult female outside of his marriage, is it the biggest deal in the world that can be made public? You know what I mean? What I'm interested in is the underage stuff, the creepos, that evidence coming out. I'm worried that they're doing this with the Bill Gates thing as like red meat, like, oh, look, oh, yeah. And it's like, it's not a criminal issue. It's a personal scandal. It's like, oh, wow, Bill Gates looks bad. But what about the Maxwell stuff? What about the actual client list? I don't think we should be satisfied by what we're hearing, and we should obviously want more. I think you're totally right. I think that...
So this was Bongino on a podcast before going into the FBI. And then, do you guys remember... The only thing I can think of that this reminds me of is when Hassan had to talk to Cenk about the 9/11 comments, and it was just like a scolding moment. Do you remember when, it was a mainstream media interview, when these two had to answer questions about, was it this?
Right-wing political commentator Mindy Robinson goes, people don't believe it. Well,
is that Jean or Janine Pirro? Oh, let's say this. No. Wait. No, fuck, it's the other woman, right? Fuck, what's her fucking name? Baratorm. Why the fuck do these guys all have the weirdest fucking names? Bardaroma? Why do I not have the original interview? Whatever. We can watch the short.
You said
but
Jeffrey Epstein.
So we just heard, remember, unimpeachable source, Bongino said. And then after they're in office?
Committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Like, how are people not going to believe in conspiracies? Fuck, this was the interview.
You said
How are
Jeffrey
people?
Epstein.
You can't act like random liberal says retarded shit on Twitter, and some people believe it. To the director of the FBI and the co-director of the FBI, who prior to being in the government were saying they had unimpeachable sources linking Epstein to Clinton and all these other things, to now saying
Committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
These guys.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Epstein, right?
He had to go on to Joe Rogan and walk it all back. Like, yeah, I'm even when they're not trying, and this guy's not a both sideser, whoever is opposite this guy, he's not a both sideser. I can tell he's not trying to be a both sideser, but even he's been a little bit mind fucked by the algorithm. Even he's been a little bit algorithm mind fucked. You see, there's a hugely disproportionate source of misinformation here, right?
Orban in the final days of the election. That is real reporting about something real that very well could have happened in the world.
There's also a conspiracy theory that Trump wouldn't leave office if he lost.
Of course, of course. And there was a conspiracy theory that a powerful cabal of abusers were protecting Jeffrey Epstein. Like a lot of people have come to believe that conspiracy theories had some merit. And the truth is, the great conspiracy theories always do begin.
Like, remember, sorry.
So in the last few minutes, we've heard from Democrats blaming Republicans, Republicans blaming Democrats, but also President Donald Trump, he's been taunting Democrats on social media. What can you tell us?
Like, bruh! LOL conspiracy theory, LOL conspiracy theory, LOL conspiracy theory. Like, is it really that far-fetched to believe that the guy who had an entire conspiracy, or like 3 concurrently running conspiracies to overturn the election in 2020, would also try to run again in 2028? Is that really that hard to believe? Is that impossible to believe? Like, what? That's like the most believable thing. I didn't even call that a conspiracy. That's the most believable thing ever.
About maybe photos of their White House meeting where you can see Mr. Trump talking about this, and also what we're seeing there on the screen, Trump 2028 hats on his desk. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, you're seeing that picture from the big meeting that happened here earlier in the week.
With a kernel of truth in them, or a lot of the great ones do. Like, so I understand like where that impulse comes from, and I understand how the internet feeds it.
Yeah.
Like, that's not an internet. That was fed by cabinet line officials, deputy director of the FBI, and Donald Trump, the president of the United States. They're not They're not just from Twitter. They're not just random Twitter posts.
I think that it is incumbent upon Democratic politicians to try so hard to keep the what was Ernie in the trash can, like whatever, just like push it down. Like Mark Kelly came out with the
Oscar was the Grinch,
Oscar,
right?
Ernie's
Bert and Ernie, they're just a happy gay couple.
Yeah, sorry, no offense to the happy gay.
No,
Mark Kelly put out. I mean, who cares what Mark Kelly thinks? But like a Substack.
I care.
Sure, I care.
I care what Mark Kelly thinks.
I care, and I think you said the other day on this podcast, referencing Chris Murphy talking after the United Healthcare murder.
Right, hold on.
What was Ernie in the trash can, like whatever, just like push it down. Like Mark Kelly came out with the.
Oscar was the Grinch,
Oscar,
right?
Ernie's
Bert and Ernie, they're just a happy gay couple.
Yeah, sorry, no offense to the happy gay.
No.
Mark Kelly put out. I mean, who cares what Mark Kelly thinks? But like a Substack.
I care.
Sure, I care.
I care what Mark Kelly thinks.
I care, and I think you said the other day on this podcast, referencing Chris Murphy talking after the United Healthcare murder. I forget the anecdote. Why did this come up? I think like Nate Silver wrote about it. That he sort of said like, I acknowledge why people like hate insurance companies. What did Chris?
I was referencing people who had. I was referencing that someone, I think like a prominent conservative, had said that the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, his rhetoric is indistinguishable from that of Chris Murphy, as if that's an indictment of Chris Murphy. Got it. That's what I was referring to. I believe.
I think I don't want to miscast what Chris Murphy said. He's probably listening. But again, the press certainly has less power than we used to. And you know, maybe wrongly, the press was the arbiter of common decency for many decades in this country. But you know, politicians are akin to where people get a lot of news now. Influencers, creators, they're famous people on the internet. That's who they are. And they have a responsibility to call it out when it happens. It's just really hard. Like, again, this is in a leaderless party. No one, like, attention matters, getting attention matters. This is one of my beats. Like, Ro Khanna can call it out. Chuck Schumer can call it out. Alyssa Slotkin can call it out. But, you know, which random normie in Ohio is listening to any of those people?
Well, look, I think sometimes in our politics, we treat Democrats like the protagonists with agency, and Republicans are the villains who will do what villains do. I sometimes think we do the same thing with people on the internet now, that, of course, Democratic politicians are going to say the same thing, but there's nothing we can do about the influencers. But influencers have responsibility. And
Not on the right, though. That's only on the left, by the way. Not on the right. You better believe their influencers fucking fall in line, except for the ones that are literally rogue agents that are now enemies of the party, like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson.
Part of this is, I think,
there are some insane YouTube tiles out there, man. There's some
for sure. But I don't know. I think sometimes we have to, if the people who are going to be helping to shape what people view as the kind of bounds of appropriate political discourse, if that's not going to be coming from politicians or mainstream media, if it's going to be coming from people on the internet, then that comes with responsibility. You know, like in 2024, I think a lot of people felt like you had people in the kind of manosphere, the kind of independent, kind of right-adjacent podcast world embracing their power, but not their responsibility, right? Their power to influence, their power to get big people on, their power to reach tens of millions of people, but not their responsibility.
Yeah, they're just an unfrozen caveman lawyer. They don't know what's
right. Yeah. I'm just a big chicken. You know, I'm just a big chicken. But
you know what's funny about that? I have some data on this week. The AP came out with a poll about media habits, and it's a really interesting poll because they also poll teenagers. But all the elite sort of things that we do as
minors,
former DCers and political junkies, listen to podcasts, subscribe to newsletters. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Subscribe to news. Vast majorities of Americans don't do those things. They really don't. And by the way, podcasts are a little different because they'll also watch it on YouTube or whatever. But the one thing that has really popped is influencers and creators. For a long time in these polls, could be Pew, could be AP, that asked people how they get their news. Social media was just sort of an umbrella term. That could be Snap, it could be YouTube, it could be Meta, whatever.
Clips of mainstream content, by the way, as well.
Totally. But they actually asked specifically about influencers and creators. And near majorities of Americans say they get news from influencers and creators now. And that's a huge shift in just a few years. And so that gets to what you're saying about responsibility.
A little bit, kind of, but not really, but kind of, but not really. Like, it is a huge shift, but we had an issue in the past where when people would say they get their news from like news sources like Fox and everything, you know what I bet? I would bet this. I'm going to make a risky gamble right now. Lord God, if you're alive in heaven, I want you to crush my balls if I'm wrong on this. Americans 30 years ago never got the majority of their news from news sources, even when they said it came from news sources. They still got the majority. I'm just kidding. They still got the majority of their news from pundits on those news sources. So Americans might say, "Oh no, I get the majority of my news from mainstream media like Fox News." No, you don't. You get it from the pundits on Fox News, which is different. You're listening to Sean Hannity. You're listening to Jeanine Pirro, to whatever Marichua, the fucking lady, and Tucker Carlson, and these guys. These are the people, or Bill O'Reilly. These are the people you're listening to. These are not reporters. They're pundits. This is what you're getting the majority of your news from. You think it's mainstream media because they're pundits on mainstream media stations, but it's not really mainstream media reporting. That's not really what's happening, you know?
The influencers and creators are now on par with, according to this poll, local TV news, radio, terrestrial radio still matters, search engines still matter, way more than like AI, and like television. And so like that's just really, really taken off. And I agree with you. And you've seen that with Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz after the election when, you know, they're deporting.
I mean, you can say that most leftist podcasts fall in line, except some rogue agents too, can't you? For center left podcast, absolutely not. Or for center, no, even the center left doesn't. Far left definitely doesn't. The far left is openly hostile to the Democratic Party constantly. And then the center left people are all like constantly fucking themselves to seem like they're based and centrist or whatever.
I agree with you. And you've seen that with Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz after the election when, you know, they're deporting, rounding up and deporting people and separating mothers from their children or whatever. Doge. I didn't vote for this because I was just playing the humble, unfrozen caveman lawyer. But they have to, I think they're becoming more responsible, actually, at least in terms of acknowledging their power. These people were at the inauguration for the President of the United States.
I do think that we're due for a similar turn on the left of people with big platforms who reach a big audience, viewing a responsibility. And like, you know, we're here and we try to have honest conversations, but part of I think part of what being responsible is you try to be honest, critical where you think it's helpful, critical maybe where you think it's unhelpful, but needs to be said at times, but view what you're trying to do as more than just saying what you happen to think or feel in that moment, right? Like that's what I think the difference is between what Obama did in that press conference you're talking about and what a lot of members of Congress do every time a camera comes in front of their faces, which is just take a moment and say, you know what, I'm going to take a beat and make sure that I'm sharing good information, or like interrogating a bias for one moment, or knowing that even if I feel something in the moment that I believe is true, I know that I have a responsibility to my audience to not become a tool of the right.
Yeah. I also think, I really want to pay you guys a sincere compliment, and I'm friends with you, we live in the same city, we socialize, I get that. I still listen to this podcast despite knowing how personally annoying each and every one of you is, because you are willing to interrogate collective assumptions on the left. You are willing to tangle with those ideas. You know, we saw it this week with the Ken Martin interview, but you guys frequently will have people on, and I think this a lot about a variety of left-leaning media. You don't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people sometimes, maybe not as much as other news organizations, what they need to hear. And I think that's really important, because I do think that maybe this is the Obama, you know, example, but like wrestling with ideas is like really good. It's really good and healthy, and there's just such blind partisanship now. And this is where I will say on both sides that, you know, the battle for ideas is hard. Well, it's hard to inhabit, not the middle, but it's hard to present nuance to people. That's why I wrote 10 paragraphs in that freaking Puck article before I could get to the point, because I had to say over and over again, Trump inspired January 6th. Trump inspired mail bombers. The Trump Republican Party welcomed Nazis and liars and mainstreamed this poison.
Illuminator, thank you for the 5 unit subs.
But, you know, social media has taken it to another level, and other people are getting yanked into it.
I think what we're talking about, and that's very nice of you to say. It is not my experience that there's a lot of blind partisanship on the left. My view of where we're at right now is actually.
But sorry, blind negative partisanship.
Blind negative partisanship, that's for sure. No, I agree with that. But what I was going to say only is I think like what we're circling, which I think relates to the conspiracy theories, the willingness to celebrate or kind of tolerate or kind of even just sort of minimize political violence. Like it's forbearance, which is just the idea of restraint and being like kind of willing to lose and willing to take a shot to your ego at times in politics.
This is why us old millennials are the best generation.
We are. You know what? We are the best generation.
We are the best generation because
we were vaccinated against Republicans by George W. Bush. Continue.
We had debates in our dorms. You know, at Georgetown we had something called Red Square, which is a free speech zone. I know that sounds anathema now, but like you could have debates and interrogate things. You didn't have social media poisoning it. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's an elite view, but
baby boomers went to the right. Gen X is the last redoubt of Donald Trump now.
Well, boomers, by the way, boomers are. I wrote about this last year. Boomers are drifted to the left because boomers now were hippies. Boomers are our parents, so they still hold on to some pluralistic values. Gen X is the bad one because they were Alex P. Keaton. Like the thing that happens is your politics in your 20s. Like that's what it generally is later in life. And so the Gen X folks, put aside all the rock music and pop culture. Like those are the Alex P. Keaton.
So the Gen X has really kind of moved to the right, but then also some of the Gen Z has moved a bit to the right. And millennials are actually not moving to the right at the same degree over time as previous generations have. The millennials are holding out. Greatest generation. All right.
Hear that, Brokaw?
True.
Yeah. What happened to him? All right. Before we go.
Wait, is this guy a millennial? Hold on. I forget the ages of everybody now. Hold on. What's the name of the two guys on Pod Save America? Pod Save America hosts John Lovett. That's Lovett, right? John Lovett age. He better be at least 45. 43. Fuck! Hold on. How old is the oldest millennial? Is 45. Fuck! He barely counts.
Break. I want to thank everybody who has become a friend of the pod. Subscribe.
Points in the most recent. I think Emerson had him up 33.
Go to helixsleep.com/crooked for 27% off site-wide. That's helixsleep.com/crooked for 27% off site-wide. This offer is exclusive to our listeners. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout.
In regards to what you said about news watching, that they watch pundits, can we infer from that position that the political environment was already cultish before Trump or something else? The right wing has been pushing like cultish politics for a long time, but the social media algorithms have created a different world, unifying like the government on the right with the media and alternative media figures on the right, with the fabricated reality that everybody on the right now inhabits. That's a new thing. The internet has just ramped it all up to an 11.
So they know we sent you. helixsleep.com/crooked.
All right, let's hit some more topics. Plattner. Janet Mills out. Politico reported yesterday on calls from Democrats for Schumer to drop his involvement in the Iowa and Michigan primaries. What was your reaction to the Mills news and the general state of play in these primaries?
Surprised but not surprised. I think Mills got in late. Plattner got in last August, September. Went super viral, raised a lot of money. Great vibes for the moment nationally for Democrats, raging against the establishment. I am more looking forward than thinking about the surprise because he was up 33, 40 points in the most recent. I think Emerson had him up 33 at the end of April. This is a jump ball race. Like it's going to be very hard. And Graham Plattner does have.
As a fellow millennial from 99, how old is the youngest millennial? Excuse me. You're zooming, motherfucker. Leaf cutter, ant fuck. You're zooming hard. Get out of here.
Have baggage. And it's not even the Totenkopf tattoo or whatever. It's the Reddit post. I think we saw an article in the Free Beacon today, which is an oppo dump for Republicans, showing that Plattner, paid for his house with a loan from his wealthy father, not the VA, like he said. I just think there's lots of stuff there. And by the way, all this is to say, he can.
We'll watch the Taylor Lorenz stuff in a bit. Hold on.
Still win. Trump's at like 33, 34% approval. I think Maine is tougher than certain states, and here's why. And again, he can win. And a lot of times you win with a pure contrast. And she's unpopular, Susan Collins. I think her own faves are like 57%. They got to win there. They got to win Alaska. They got to win Ohio and Iowa and all these places. Maine is the oldest electorate in the country. So it's also not very partisan. You've got a third of the state is independent, John. So, that helps someone like Plattner, I think. Like, I'm not from the system. That could appeal. You've got that Maine 2nd Congressional District, which was represented by Jared Golden for a while.
Who is, I don't know anything about this district. Which seat, is he winning? He's going to win this election, right? Like, there's no chance that he would lose in fucking Maine to the conservative, right? I have no idea what the polling is or anything. The general is dicey? Well. Oh, Collins has been there since 97. God damn! Suzanne Collins is a pretty strong candidate who beats polling. She beat the Democrat in 2020 by like 10 points, despite polling 10 points behind.
Differently. Like, Plattner's a lib. Golden was a moderate. Both have tattoos. But he won in Maine.
Sorry. Sorry. I tried to maximize my Chrome. Hold on. My processor's catching up. My bad. Oh, are we okay? Okay. Sorry.
Maine 2, which is a district Trump has won in the last 2 presidential elections by being just purebred moderate, Jared Golden. So, putting on Reddit that black people don't tip, that women shouldn't get so drunk that they get sexually assaulted. Honestly, I loved this episode that I forget which content it was from Crooked Media, but Pfeiffer and Alex Wagner did a piece on this a couple weeks ago. And it was really interesting listening to Alex. I thought she was very sharp because I think a lot of the initial commentary supporting Plattner when jumping the race was coming from men. And when these posts came out, not that Alex Wagner wouldn't vote for Graham Plattner versus Susan Collins, but like I think women might be a little squeamish about this. About him in a race against a woman that has successfully won over and over and over again. Also brought some reporting to the show. I learned from some Republican pollsters that they had 12 to 13% of past Susan Collins voters going for Janet Mills in this election. So that plays to what Schumer was probably thinking about. Like, this is an independent, older state, and we need someone safe to run against someone who's been reliably reelected. So Plattner's got some work to do, I think, to reassure. He's a young millennial with tattoos, a history of inflammatory Reddit posts. Clearly, I think Republicans are sitting on more.
Does uptime even matter anymore for computers? This is 19 days, right? Does it actually fucking matter?
Or stuff that's a date, and we need someone safe to run against someone who's been reliably reelected. So Plattner's got some work to do, I think, to reassure. He's a young millennial with tattoos, a history of inflammatory Reddit posts. Clearly, I think Republicans are sitting on more stuff. That's why I brought up the Free Beacon example. And he's got to convince voters in a state. It's like an old state, and it's going to be tough for him. But in this environment, Trump's approval ratings are absolute dog shit. That's why we're talking about Alaska. That's why we're talking about Maine. That's why we're talking about even Ohio and Iowa.
We're in the home stretch here of the California governor's race. The 2 highest vote getters will move on to the general. Post-Swalwell, we've seen polls that show Becerra rising. CBS poll this week had Steve Hilton leading with 16, then Steyer at 15, Becerra at 13. Other polls have Becerra higher. Where's your head at on this race right now?
I think someone smartly framed it this way to me. And look, nationally, like, you might not care about a governor's race. California matters. Like Gavin Newsom will set a tailpipe emission regulation, and the rest of the country will follow. Like, that's what California is. So yes, these candidates are underwhelming. Someone compared it to the 2020 presidential primary, where you've got not just Tom Steyer once again spending a lot of money, but you've got all these candidates who fail to catch fire. They pop in certain moments and fade. Javier Becerra is just sort of emerging. The last 4 polls, 2 independent, I think, and 2 sort of partisan, have showed him climbing. And having clear momentum. Steyer and Katie Porter are having a very hard time connecting with high information voters. Their negatives are very high. For all the money that Tom Steyer is spending, they kind of are hitting a ceiling. Becerra has kind of come from behind to go to the front. I didn't quite get it either. It kind of came out of nowhere organically. Hasn't spent a lot of money on television.
I believe he spent the money he has. I think he spent.
Yeah, he went up on TV like three or 4 weeks ago.
At a key moment when
Swalwell had dropped.
I think as Swalwell was dropping, before Swalwell dropped, he's up on the air.
Yes.
And so he's up on the air at a moment where all of a sudden there's all these Swalwell voters saying, "Oops."
Yes. And Javier Becerra is a boring person. Javier Becerra, I talked to someone in the Biden administration about this the other day, kind of aloof as HHS secretary, not incompetent, but just sort of like, he's not lighting the world on fire, okay? But he does have 2 things going for him right now in this governor's race, but the primary is in June. There's a lot of confusion among voters. People don't like the choices, and they're just kind of falling back on him, which is sort of similar to the Biden experience in 2020, right? You can win the primary with 23% of the vote, 25% of the vote. I'm not saying it's totally the same. And he's Latino. I mean, a third of the state is Latino. And I think the first part of that spot that went on TV about a month ago, it wasn't like Prop 50. It wasn't like Adam Schiff versus Katie Porter, like, we got to stop Donald Trump. It wasn't like Swalwell. It was, my parents were immigrants. And it leads with bio, and then it gets into, working class, affordability issues, healthcare, prescription drugs. And so for all of the, forgive my term, lib slop that you see in some of these TV ads and campaigns, like just raging against Trump and trying to go after the hardcore, college-educated, white MSNBC viewer voter, he reaches a different kind of voter than just that. And that's the thing, like Porter, Steyer, Swalwell, there was no data suggesting they had any numbers of people of color in this state. And so Becerra is just emerging as like a safe choice right now. Steyer's going after him already. He's not a great debater. There's 2 debates coming up this coming week, I think CNN and NBC. So we'll see if he can make it all the way to June. But he is the one with momentum right now, but it's sort of like boring momentum. I don't know the word for it.
Yeah, no.
Steyer's the best choice. No, I haven't followed that race too much. I would say Steyer, though, is probably a really bad choice because he was on Hassan's stream. Woo, yeah!
Watch the last debate.
I don't know, actually.
There was another debate this week.
Terrible.
The first debate, and there was a moment where they were all asked if they would support a per mile tax for electric vehicles because California has a very high gas tax. I think it's like 60 or some odd cents a gallon, maybe a little more now. So there's this idea that, well, if we switch to electric vehicles, then no one's going to be paying for the roads, even though California has the worst roads in the country, and we pay the highest gas tax in the country. And so the question was, would you support a per mile tax for electric vehicles? It got to Becerra, and Becerra said, well, it's definitely something we ought to perhaps take a look at. If that's something the voters are interested in, then I could get behind it. And then you go to, I think it was one of the Republicans, and they're like, you're going to make everybody log all their miles? Hell fucking no. And I was like, that makes it, like, there's the passion on that stage. I talked to Katie Porter about this in my conversation with her, that California is in an emergency.
Yes.
We are losing people. We are losing our industries. And the only people up there that seem to have fire about it.
Is that true? Is California, like, losing their industries? I know some people have moved out. It's always hard to tell, though. Like, sometimes when people talk about politics or economics or whatever, you'll have, like, it feels like you run into, like, can I do with? Whatever. It'll be like, this is this city, and then, like, this is this city, and people will be like, it's over. It's fucked. We're losing everything. It's completely fucked. It's completely fucked. It's gone. These guys are taking over. Austin, San Francisco, on the decline. It's gone. Austin, big ups. Huge ups. But I don't know. Sometimes it feels like people blow it out of proportion, but who's leaving California and who's moving in? Over the past 25 years, California, what is the date on this article? January 21st, 2026. Over the are you watching the Taylor Lorenz bit? I want to watch Taylor Lorenz on Live and Learn, but every time you guys ask, I have to push it back by another minute. So we're like 12 minutes away from it. So I don't know. We'll see if we get to it or not. Over the past 25 years, California has had its slowest rate of population growth ever recorded. The primary driver of this slowdown has been California residents moving to other states, a trend that remains near record levels despite having abated somewhat since the pandemic. It is a remarkable turnaround. For California, once the epicenter of population growth in the United States, the affordability crisis, especially housing costs, has played a key role, with lower income households much more likely to leave the state than higher income households. Much has been made of the California exodus to other states, and rightly so. Migration over the decades has the power to reshape the state. From 2010 to 2024, the year of the latest data, almost 10 million people moved from California to other states. Damn. While just over 7 million people moved to California from other parts of the country. Okay, damn. According to the American Community Survey, in fact, according to the Department of Finance estimates, the state has lost residents to other states every year since 2001. Is there a way, can I see, like, is the reapportionment of the House is every 10 years when we do the census, right? What if, like, the historical numbers for the representatives of California been? Will the Google AI tell me? How many representatives has California had in the U.S. Congress over the past 100 years? Oh, I don't even know. Wait, hold on. No, certainly before that. When did California become a state? Way before that, right? 1850, yeah, okay. Just making sure. Over the last 100 years. Actually, wait. What was the last state added? Was it like Alaska or Hawaii? What was the last state added to USA? Hawaii. In 1959. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. Donald Trump and Joe Biden, when they were born, they were like 15 years old when they got to see the 50th state and the 49th state added to the... They lived in a time where there were 48 stars on the flag. That's kind of crazy if you think about it, right? Sheesh. Okay, 52, 53, 52, 45, 43, 38. Okay. We lost a seat. What the fuck? Where the fuck are the illegals at? God damn it! Net interstate migration, 2000. Okay. And then we see them leaving. During the height of the pandemic, the flows out of the state became so large that almost every demographic and socioeconomic group experienced net losses. For example, California used to gain college grads, even as it lost less educated adults, but in the last few years, the state has started losing college grads as well. Less than a bachelor's degree or more. Higher income adults are less likely to leave the state. Not by too much, though. From 2011 to 2020 for sure, but... Housing has become the dominant reason cited for leaving California. Oh, hold on. When did... I wonder if it happened in 2021. No, fuck. COVID probably fucked with so much shit that it's probably hard to guess. When did California allow ADUs, houses? That was in 2018. In 2018, around 9,000 ADU is additional dwelling unit, which I think allowed you to add like to rent like your garage out or to rent a room out, I think, to somebody to live full time. People do not realize how fucking cancer AIDS California zoning is. Where is the neoliberal meme? What people think California is versus what it actually is. It's disgusting, bro. Nobody saw that. How do I see the geography thing? Why are there so many buttons? Oh, this. Uh-oh.
Hello, hello.
Who's here?
That one neuroscience/European guy.
What do you want?
I just wanted to ask if I could push you on something, so if you're busy researching.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, what do you want to push me on? Pick one thing, because I'm going to be brain broken.
No, of course.
This is horror. Oh my God, it never
Mostly
ends.
on your take of
healthcare.
You can't legislate for bad faith actors.
Oh, just kidding. Sorry. Sure. What about it?
Huh? I think you have a really gamer understanding of how politics work, and I think the way you played video games kind of colors the way you speak about politics.
Okay, I disagree. But go ahead.
No, you're totally free to disagree. I feel like when you speak about politics, it sounds like you think about one rule set that is there for everyone, and that rule set is not God-given, but to a certain extent there for everyone, for the entire populace and for the entire governance, and everyone has to adhere to it. And that rule set can't be adapted to someone who doesn't want to adhere to it. Is that a correct... Is that your stance? Have I summarized that correctly?
Can you I don't know. Can you restate that?
You think we have one set of rules, and those set of rules are there for everybody. But if someone inherently doesn't want to play with those rules, there's no way that you can close every loophole that those rules would work for even the people who don't want to work with the rules.
Maybe, I guess. That sounds like such a simplistic view of things that I feel like I wouldn't commit to such a dumb position. But if you think I have, then attack it. Go for it.
No, absolutely. If I just want to make sure that we're on the same boat. It feels like this, but you can also summarize your position if you want to.
Well, I don't know. We're talking about a very broad thing. I don't know what we're like. This has gotten so broad. I'm not sure what we're saying. Like when you say just one set of rules, like clearly that we're functioning under different actors have different sets of rules that they have to adhere to. There are going to be times when the standards change slightly depending on what's going on. Like that could be a lot more variable than just one solid set of rules, but
then let's make a concrete example. Let's say we take the presidential immunity case.
Okay.
As I understand it, you would argue, well, technically speaking, there's nothing that could be done about this, such that people in the Supreme Court or in the Republican Party would eventually, with enough power, not be able to change those rules, even though that ruling, I would say, goes against the Constitution.
I don't understand. I would say that people in the Republican Party won't be able to change those rules.
No, you can't make those rules lock solid, such that they can't change those rules.
I don't think I'm understanding.
Okay, let me make the positive argument.
Okay.
I think whenever you speak about bad faith actors,
yeah,
and you can tell me if I'm just understanding you entirely wrong here, it sounds like you're saying we can't produce rules that can solidify rules against bad faith actors. I would say there are no bad faith actors in politics. Politics is entirely about the realization of your political goal. And when we start speaking about bad faith actors in the sense of Republicans or anti-constitutionalists going against the Constitution, we're kind of misinterpreting what those people actually are. They just want to create their own set of reality, and at the end of the day, nothing is stopping them to create that set of reality. But when you say those bad faith actors act in bad faith, it sounds like there should be an institution or something that should stop them. But I don't see what institution should be ever there to stop them if they reach just enough power to do what they want to do. And the analogy, okay, I see I'm not getting you here. The analogy that I feel is appropriate here is, it sounds like when you speak about bad faith actors, it sounds like you think of the Constitution as like a balancing act, like a video game developer balancing the game. And the video game developers constantly trying to close loopholes and perhaps change the rules of the game such that people who continuously feed, who continuously grieve, who abuse or hack can be deterred. But that is not how politics works. Politics is everyone's just trying to self-realize the entire system. And a more apt analogy would be perhaps a game that is developed by two sets of ideologically opposed people who are constantly trying to ring across the next patch notes. And I feel like when you say, like I said, when you say bad faith actors can't be legislated with, it kind of, I don't want to say it sounds like you're giving up, but it kind of misses the point, I think. Is that convincing, or do you get in what direction I want to go?
Maybe. Keep talking in that direction, I think. It just sounds like if we get abstract or reductive enough, then I can morph any position into any position and agree with anything. But I feel like we're too abstract. I think I need to boil it down into something more concrete.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you speak with Hutch, I don't want to throw some shade or anything, just to be 100% clear. But when you speak with Hutch, I feel like the disagreement is that the both of you kind of adhere to varying degrees of how much we should adhere to the set of rules. But you're both in agreement with the fact that there is a set of rules, and that set of rules, principally speaking, cannot just be abandoned and cannot just be reconstituted. And it feels like Hutch is much more closer to the idea that the set of rules is fundamentally unchanging and fundamentally must be adhered to, whereas you are more in a direction of we must adhere to the spirit of the rules, but we can bend the actual outcomes a bit more.
Well, I don't think we should bend the outcome. I mean, if you're adhering to the spirit, I don't know how you're bending the outcomes.
Well, the spirit at the end of the day is liberalism, no?
Well, kind of, but kind of not. Like,
how kind of not?
Oh man, we're having a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of contextual mismatch here. So, okay, so just to drill down on just this particular example. So Hutch will say, we can't sacrifice our rule set to save our rule set. That would be morally bankrupt, kind of, and you would lose the rules. And then my argument in response is, well, we are sacrificing the rule set a little bit to save the broader concept of liberalism. And then we fight on that point, to where it sounds like you're saying you're trying to sacrifice the rule in order to save the rule, but what I'm trying to sacrifice is like a lower level or a higher level rule to save a lower or more or less abstract, I guess, rule. So like, I'm okay with breaking a rule about the current rule set with the goal of saving liberalism. I'm not trying to sacrifice liberalism to save liberalism, I guess, would be the way that I view it. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. The example that I would make is, let's take the current Supreme Court ruling on the 14th Amendment. As I understand it, they said Congress needs to make a law to enforce it, right?
Yes.
Hutch, I think, would say, well, if that is what the Supreme Court said, we need to enforce that law. Whereas I feel like your position would be to just say fundamentally, no, that position is unconstitutional and we're just going to ignore it.
Well,
and force
not
it
necessarily,
down
or I don't know what we mean when we say ignore it. I don't think I would just say we should ignore all laws. I think I would say we could be a little bit bad faith, basically.
But would you say you should ignore unconstitutional laws?
No.
Why?
Because the executive doesn't get to choose what's constitutional or unconstitutional. That's up to the Supreme Court.
Well, let's say it's the Congress. Could Congress ignore unconstitutional laws?
No, not legislatively, no. They could pass an amendment to the Constitution.
Could the Supreme Court ignore unconstitutional laws?
Definitionally, it's impossible for them to do so right now. Because we view the Supreme Court as basically being they're the secret people that can read. They're the only ones that can read the Constitution, and we don't technically have access to it the way that they do. So to say that the Supreme Court could violate the Constitution would be like saying that God could violate God's word or whatever. It doesn't make any sense, right?
Okay. Then why are you saying it is bad faith to ignore those laws?
Well, when you say ignore the laws, we have to clarify. Do you mean like ignore the letter of the law or ignore the spirit of the law?
The letter.
Well, it would be bad faith to ignore the letter of the law because you're literally breaking the system of government. Like everything would fall apart at that point, no?
Yes, but kind of no. I think it depends on what you want to move the government towards and if you're happy with those consequences. And I feel like there's a good argument to be made that every quote-unquote law-abiding citizen should ignore unconstitutional laws, which is easy to say, and I know, because everyone will say that, but it kind of goes towards the point that in politics there are no bad faith actors. They are just interpreters who want to kind of further their own agenda. Like in the secessionists in the 19th century, 18th century, they aren't really bad faith actors. They just created their own facts and went on from there. And had they won, they would have been, well, the winners, obviously, and their law would have been what remained. And when we speak of, sorry, go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying. We're in such abstract land. When I look at the people that seceded from the Union, I think they knew that what they were doing probably wasn't allowed. And it seems to be, without knowing a bunch of Civil War history, that they were ready to fight a civil war to prove that point. Like, if I walk into a restaurant and I see a black guy And I legitimately think I live in a society where I can call this guy the N-word and nothing will happen. And I call him the N-word and he just, clocks me. That's a different reality than me walking into that same restaurant, putting my dukes up and then calling the N-word, get ready to fight. Because I know what's going to happen if I do it the second time. Comparing it to the immunity stuff, Nixon was hiding that whole, is it Black Saturday or Black Friday or the Friday Night Massacre?
The Watergate affair,
yeah, when he started firing everybody, it's because he knew he was fucked. He was gonna get completely fucked on everything because he knew that he was up to no good. He knew he was doing illegal shit. They were trying to hide it. They were trying to conceal it. And once everything started to come out, he knew he was gonna get impeached. He fucking resigned. And then Ford pardoned him because there were criminal investigations in him. He knew that he was gonna get indicted and he was gonna be federally fucked. So he's operating under that. This is why I try to say that there's a difference between a law breaker versus somebody who thinks that they don't have to follow the law. Like criminals bring guns and masks because they know if they get caught, they're going to get fucked. But Trump is the kind of person who would rob a bank in broad daylight and say that it's his right to do so. And for some reason, Republicans are defending that idea. And a system can't survive that. Systems can survive rule breakers because I think rule breakers operate in a weird way within the structure of the rules. They know that if they get caught, shit's going to get fucked. But if there are people that are acting with impunity, and then if other people are supporting them with flagrant disregard of the rules, it's a lot, they're outside of that rule system. Do you understand what I'm saying? That criminals and police officers and citizens all function within the same rule set, even though criminals quote unquote break the rules. It's different than a person thinking that these rules actually just don't even apply to me.
Just to summarize,
sure,
so that I know I understand, you're trying to say because criminals who are violating laws are precautionary about getting caught, are precautionary about escaping, they implicitly always know that if they get caught, they are fucked, and they're not doing it with impunity. So that acknowledges that they are kind of moving inside of the system, because if they are caught, they have to acknowledge the system, right?
Yeah.
I would disagree. Well, you're correct. But I think the lesson to be learned here is that criminals, very broadly speaking, would they have the power to enforce their crimes, they would most likely do it. If you have a person who's doing a massive bank heist and they have a private army to just ram into the bank, kill every policeman and every military, and then escape to another country, they would do it. And I don't think them bowing, quote unquote, to the law and to the system is not an admission of their wrongdoing, but rather an admission that they are powerless to do better. And I think that is the difference in kind between someone like Trump and the quote-unquote common criminal, since Trump has the power to just ignore everyone in the criminal justice.
Right.
And I think they are kind of the same-ish actor.
I guess but I mean, Nixon theoretically had more or less as much power as Trump kind of sort of does. I'm sure executive power is expanded a bit, but everybody else wasn't playing the game that way. Do you know any international law?
It depends on what
there's this concept of
human rights law.
Sure, there's this concept of international. I think it's called customary law or customary international law, and the idea is that it doesn't have to be codified. But if every nation has acted more or less as though this is what you have to do, then these things become just as strong as the Rome Statute, stronger, because you don't even get a choice on whether or not to sign on to these things. International customary international humanitarian law is considered binding everywhere. You have to follow it because everybody acts that way. And when people start acting in a different way, I think it can break other people if they don't act that same way as well, and then we all just basically race to the bottom, and it gets completely fucked. I don't know what the point of that was, but I'm just saying that we have to have, everybody has to. I don't know how a rule set survives if people don't act in concordance with the spirit of the rules, at least.
I get, okay. I'm going to run through, I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, if no one adheres to the law, essentially everything breaks down and we don't have society. Is that a correct summary?
A little bit. That's technically the middle outcome, though. The worst outcome would be only one side adheres to the rule set and then the other side doesn't. But then the middle bad one is still really bad, which would be neither side adheres to the rule set. And then the best world is where ideally both sides adhere to the rule set.
No, okay, understood. Again, I'm going to try to preempt with a positive argument. I think the thesis here is that politics is a might makes right thing, and everyone is trying to follow their vision, and only the person at the end who wins is the person who quote-unquote followed the rules because they won by default. You can see that, for example, in international law with Israel, or in international law, sorry, not to go to Israel, let's go to Russia. If today Russia ends the Ukraine war and they occupy the Donbas region, and they just stay there, in 10 years or in 100 years, as long as Russia doesn't collapse, this will be Russian territory. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That is an entire might makes right solution. And I think it would be wrong to call them bad faith actors in the spirit of international law, because they are kind of adhering to international law. They're just enforcing it via force.
I don't think, well, but they're not adhering to international law. They'd be in violation of international law, right? But they would just be enforcing their own will through.
Well, they would be in accordance with international law insofar that occupation of a territory necessarily follows to that territory belonging to said country.
Well, I don't think that's. I guess I can grant it for this, but that's not necessarily what I don't think in the UN. I don't think part of the charter allows you to just, if you occupy a territory for long enough, you can take it from another sovereign state.
That is kind of how it works, though. Yes.
No.
I mean, what do you think in 100 years, if Russia still occupies the Donbas, people are going to view this? Well, let me preempt that. Technically speaking, you're right. They would have to culturally take it over. If they were to take over the Donbas, build Russian settlements there, get.
Well, I think there would have to be some like official recognition in the UN. There would have to be something passed. But my guess is that something the UN would Ukraine would either acquiesce or something would happen. They would find, some treaty between the two of them, and then they would say, okay, fine, like this is the new state of affairs.
Kind of. They would eventually acquiesce to it. If in 100, like the scenario that I've just built here is if in 100 years Russia still occupies the Donbas and no other war had happened, most people would look bad at Ukraine and say, well, you can't take it over. Much in a similar way as to how the eastern parts of Germany were lost to Poland and Russia. That is technically also an invasion where land just got taken, but because it is now culturally Polish or culturally Russian, no one thinks about.
Well, but this was. Are you talking about
it again?
This is like at the end of World War II.
Well,
or World War I.
World Wars applied.
Okay, when Prussia and all. Okay, whatever bullshit. Sure, but like, I think that like the UN and like recognizing sovereign states and all of this didn't become like a huge thing until, especially after World War II. No. I would agree with you otherwise, but
why do Israelis settle then so much? Sorry.
Why do they settle?
Why do Israelis push settlements to the West Bank land? What is the ultimate goal there?
Well, it's to own it completely. But I mean, what are you asking? Are you asking like what their legal argument would be, or?
Yeah.
If you're talking to a mega pro-Zionist scholar, their legal argument is going to be that the mandatory Palestine area that the United Kingdom, that the British government set up, basically said that after a period of however many years, 20 years or whatever the fuck, the government that emerges as a stable government in that region is the one that inherits the state, all the land. So Israel would argue that on the expiration of that mandate in 48, the Israeli government was the only government standing, therefore that entire country belongs to them. They're the only government there. None of the other mandatory periods had multiple governments emerging. It was always a singular government that inherited all the land. So that would be their argument.
Sorry, I haven't been precise enough.
Sure.
As I understand that, if you were to ask very Zionist people, they would say by occupying and settling the land and holding it for long enough, it essentially becomes ours. And eventually the UN, if the Palestinians will have to be pushed back far enough, would have to recognize this as parts of Israel. By a kind of force argument. If they were, it is unclear as far as I understand. And again,
I understand what you're saying. But post UN, post like 50s, like I just don't think that land generally works that way anymore. I think it hasn't for a while. Like when the Soviet Union collapsed and they lost all of their satellite states, there wasn't like a big redrawing of borders even of those states, were there? There might have been, actually, I just don't know. Or like when Yugoslavia was split into different countries like that, they had like the UN. I think, I don't know who exactly was involved in drawing the borders, but I don't think it was like arbitrarily decided. Like there had to be like an agreement, I think, between the peoples living in there. No?
Yeah, across the satellite states. And the satellite states kept to get their mini-government because the Soviet Union was, as the name implies, a union of different Soviet states that were all like East Germany had its government views, but I don't think, as far as I understand, Ukraine or Czechoslovakia or other countries, they just kept their satellite status and weren't absorbed into anything.
Sure. Can I run like a quick side argument, and then you don't even have to respond. You can just tell me that it's totally irrelevant to what you're saying. So like, there is like, this is why I'm saying it's hard when you get too abstract, because everything can reduce into everything else. So when you say like might makes right, in a way, okay, I'm going to be even more abstract. I'm so sorry. This is like a Randian concept. Have you ever heard of the concept of like enlightened self-interest?
I'm not an Ayn Rand scholar. No.
Okay, then no one is. Okay, but like, if I have two friends and I've got 3 candy bars on a table, okay, like a self-interested person would find a way to eat all 3 candy bars, but like somebody who is like an enlightened self-interested person would share the candy bars with his friends and eat one for himself, because he would recognize that in the long term, this is creating like a more stable dynamic between all of you, and it's encouraging some level of cooperation that's going to turn out better than you just trying to take all 3 candy bars every time you get your hands on them. So when we say like might makes right, I agree with you that that's kind of been the way of the world, but the countries that have enacted on the broadest sense might makes right typically don't practice might makes right in a macro sense, because the world would descend into chaos, right? Like, you know, as much as Russia tries, they do like fabricate pretextual reasons to invade areas, recognizing that they can't just march into a place. They have to have like some peacekeepers there. They have to foment some civil unrest there, like they did in Moldova, like they did in Georgia, like they did in Ukraine, before they go in and do it. Because even though they could, just might makes right, go in and take over everything, the U.S. could do this with all of Central and South America. We recognize that even though they were strongest, if we were to exert our might in such a naive or simplistic way, that not everybody on the planet would go along with that, and everything would just completely fucking fall apart.
Yeah. What is the question?
What I'm saying is that, like, so when you say like might, the world is like might makes right, that's like, it's kind of sort of true, but the mightiest actors don't act that way on like a micro level, because everything would become like incredibly chaotic. So like, it's true, but it's true in almost a meaningless way, because that's not the rule set that the mightiest people have enforced a rule set that they generally play by, although that's gotten worse, unfortunately, over the past really few decades. That's what Carney's speech in was it Munich was about, or was it Brussels, when he said that there was like the fiction of the international rules-based order, was the idea that we kind of pretended this was here, but it was a fiction. But like the U.S. government, you know, and other strong countries are clearly not fully compliant, right? Like, despite Russia fabricating pretextual reasons to invade Georgia or Ukraine, it's not legal. It's not really. It's not even by the letter of the law internationally. And then same thing with the way the U.S. can, you know, everything in Iran and everything else is not really, like, even in a fabricated pretextual way, it's not really legal internationally. So like, it exists on like a, so like, it's true, but it's true in a trivial sense. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Okay.
I would say you're kind of emotionally loading the idea of might makes right. I would, for example, say the civil rights movement is a might makes right movement, because at the end of the day, they got their goals through and kind of got their goals accepted, and everyone had to just acquiesce to it.
Yeah.
And the broader point that I'm trying to go towards is, it is in politics in general, but right now in the US specifically, is imperative that we understand that Republicans are not in any abstract way bad faith, or that they're not in any abstract way not adhering to the rules. They are creating their own system. They are changing the system. Similar to, let's say you're playing, do you know what Uno is? Do you have that in the US, the game?
Uno? Yeah.
The card game? Yeah. Okay. Like, sorry, cultural differences. I never know what what other people know. It is remarkably strange that when I play Uno with different people have very, very word rules, and everyone kind of has their house rules. There are official Uno rules, but when I go to someone, it's always a bit of a gamble what rule set we're actually using. At the end of the day, one person kind of wins out over the other person because they acquiesce to the rules.
Yep, but hold on. really importantly, in your example, when one person wins out, what happens when you guys play?
One person acquiesces. One gives up,
but
and the other
when you
gets
guys
the rules through.
when you guys go to play the game.
Oh, you mean they both adhere to the rules?
Correct.
That is true. But the broader point that I'm trying to make here is that there is not some amorphous point of rules that everyone needs to follow, because from the perspective of the official rules, both people, even if they acquiesce to one set of rules, are bad faith actors because they're misappropriating the original rules and are using the homebrew set of rules.
So here's my this is why I would say you can be like a type of bad faith actor, and it's because when you guys do your Uno thing, the reason why it's so important to recognize that both of you are playing by the same rule set is, imagine if you went to some game of Uno and imagine some guy said like, well, this is the rule set that we play with, where we count every 1 and 2 as a wild card. And you're like, okay, fine, we'll do that. Imagine if they told you, no, actually, you still have to play with the original rule set and we're going to play only the wild card rule set. Well, now it's like, well, hold on, this is fucked. And my issue with the current thing that the Republicans are doing is that if both sides played by the same rule set that Republicans are trying to develop, the country would be a disaster. The country would fall apart. But Republicans are currently playing by their rule set with the assumption that Democrats won't ever emulate it. And I think that's, unless there's like some moral argument for why different people should be held to different moral standards that are otherwise equivalent people, like just because of different political beliefs, that can't be, I can't accept that. So this is my criticism, I guess, of the way Republicans have set up the current system.
No, absolutely. And I get that. But my response to this would be that going forward, Democrats have to think about what they actually want. And that is then the rule set, or not necessarily the rule set, but the vision of what they want to enforce. And within that vision, I would say the next goal should be the dissolution of the Republican Party. And then perhaps a post.
Well, but it has to be whatever rule set you create, it has to be a rule set that like everybody is going to enjoy playing by. Because if you just craft these like not unidimensional, these like one-sided rule sets, then the other side's not going to play by it, and you're just going to be like spiraling to the bottom.
No, you're going to craft.
So you have to craft a rule set where you can lose and where the other side can win, so that they accept that rule set and they're willing to play by it. No.
Well, no, because you could just craft your rule set that you want to have, and then you enforce it.
Yeah, but then the outcome of that is probably going to be worse than a game that both sides agree to play. Like, I don't want to live in a one-party state where the other party has been dissolved.
Well, it doesn't have to be a one-party state, but how do you think the Republicans will ever come back?
Well, I think we have to do a lot about the social media algorithms. But I think if Republicans knew that there was going to be retribution, non-violent, if they knew there was going to be retribution for the actions that they committed, then they just wouldn't do the actions. But right now it seems like Democrats won't do anything. That's always been the impression that Republicans have had. So they've always had the feeling that they could operate with impunity.
Let's say you are the government of the Weimar Republic, and it is, I don't know, like 1929, 1927, and you see Hitler's rise to power. Without dissolving, thank you. Without dissolving the Nazi Party, what do you do? Or what would you do? How would you try to handle the situation?
Fuck, I don't know. But I also don't think dissolving just the Nazi Party would help.
Why? That is, sorry.
Well, one thing I would say
question
that you have to be really careful of is comparing modern America to post-World War I Germany, because I think post-World War I Germany had legitimate grievances that country was experiencing something that was just completely fucked from their perspective, like was actually completely fucked. And in the wake of it being completely fucked, I think a lot of people were beginning to look for, multiple political parties were spinning up that were looking for non-democratic solutions to, how to save themselves from the situation that they found themselves in after, I guess, the fall of the empire or whatever, right after World War I.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you would regulate your way out of like out of a failing state.
Well, you kind of ban every party that is anti-constitutional.
And you think that would,
as long as you have the power monopoly?
Well, like, don't you literally have on the border of your state, like a state who's, was it the Tsarist or whatever? That just got fucking all overthrown and murdered, and now you're gonna just ban all of the opposing political parties in the hopes that people chill, and your country that's like hyperinflating and is occupied by black French soldiers and everything is getting fucked. Like, I don't know if that would be a successful plan of action. No.
Do you think the alternative? Okay. Do you think the best alternative would be to just let them be?
I don't think. It's not like the Nazi Party was just one of like, I don't know, was it like 6 or 7 different parties in Germany that were all like anti-democratic, I think mainly right-wing parties, but even on the left side, there were, I think if you, that, where's that good? Like, I just don't think I don't think that there was any, I don't know if they could have I don't know if they could have like politically regulated their way out of that, out of that
scenario. Do you know
scenario.
that the Nazi Party was actually banned after the Beerholt Putsch?
Sure. But the Nazi Party wasn't the only anti-democratic right-wing or left-wing party.
Well, yeah, it's a difference in kind, really, because we have parties like the Nationalists, which kind of weren't really democratic at all, but still did good governance. And we have figures like Hindenburg, who also wasn't really democratic, but kind of acquiesced to the constitution. And then on the other hand, we have the Nazi Party, who are just, well, the literal Nazis. And I think there's a difference in kind between how radical both sides are. And I agree that there must be you can't just ban every opposition away. Entirely true. But I think in the American perspective, it always feels like when people are discussing what is allowed and what is bad faith and what is good faith and whatever, it feels like there's a sentiment of just everything goes and we can't do anything against, quote unquote, unconstitutional things. And it feels like that is just a downstream admission of defeat from the idea that we can't do anything against bad faith actors.
Well, to be clear, I'm not saying we can't do anything against bad faith actors. It just probably isn't going to be like creating more rules that they've already shown that they have a total and utter disregard for.
Mm-hmm. Do you think Donald Trump should have been banned from the ballots?
100 million% yes. By the 14th Amendment, though.
Yeah. Why is that the case, but the Nazi Party couldn't have been banned?
I'm not aware of any like Weimar Republic law or something that they had violated or broken that would have. I do know that Hitler being released from prison or whatever was probably stupid.
Well, they literally they tried to coup the government.
Yeah.
As a party. I think. Do you remember our last discussion, perhaps? I know that you've been like kind of carrying the parallel structure, talking a bit forward, but something that I've tried to emphasize last time is that it's not just that there is a Republican establishment, but also there's a Republican underground. And I think it is naive to think, oh, if we just ban Trump, everything is going to be quote unquote fine and we can kind of legislate our way through bad apples and bad presidents.
Yeah. This is actually a fairly influential conversation for me. I focused a lot more on when I bring up like the Heritage Foundation and the Federalist Society or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a thing that I've thought of more. I had in my Tim Miller notes. Yeah.
Which I'm thankful for, by the way. But the next point in that chain of logic kind of would be to say, well, if that is the case, we kind of need to do something against those institutions. And that underground needs to be, to the extent of that it is unconstitutional, not undemocratic, but unconstitutional, removed from the country. No?
Maybe, but are we leaving the Germany example and going back to the U.S.? My big issue between the U.S. and the Germany example is that, like, I feel like there were material conditions and issues of national pride and feelings about what, you know, the empire was prior to the World War I collapse and everything, that there were super understandable reasons in my mind why people in Germany were getting hardcore radicalized by the conditions that existed post World War I, right? And then in the United States, there are reasons, obviously, why Republicans are the way they are, but they're not. A lot of them, I think, are, I would argue, fabricated or put in front of people. Like, here's, like, this is a very difficult counterfactual, but, like, do you acknowledge that there is a world where, I'm going to get clipped for this, but, like, in the long run, World War II might have actually been way better for Germany than if World War II had never happened? Like, imagine the Great War is the final World War, and then there's a status quo that develops post World War I, and then that just carries forward, 100 years into the future, and then Germany just kind of grows out of it and becomes whatever it was after World War I. Like, is there a world where that Germany is actually worse than the Germany that exists today? Yeah, go ahead.
Did you say the world is better if World War II never happened, or did you say World War II would be better if World War II never happened?
I'm saying, is the Germany that exists today as a result of World War II potentially a better Germany that would have existed had Germans accepted the status quo in World War I and just carried forward? Like, right now, I know it's a very unfair counterfactual, because Germany is like one of the economic powerhouses of fucking Europe, and it's hard to imagine Germany necessarily doing, I mean, they seem to be doing pretty well, I would say, all considered. But, like, so it almost seems like I'm setting up a counterfactual where I can only win. But I don't think there's, I'm trying to appeal to, like, a fact of the matter argument a little bit here, more than just, like, the fact of propaganda. Like, when Trump says this country was shit and now it's the hottest country ever, he's lying. But when Hitler and everybody says, they've taken everything from you, all of Europe is laughing at you, we're fucked, this is bullshit. Like, there's a lot more truth to that. And I don't know if the Germany that would have grown in the status quo post World War I could have ever grown to the heights that the Germany that, came out of World War II and the world, kind of like the world order that came after World War II. I don't know if the Germany that could have grown in the world order post World War I necessarily would have grown to the same heights as the Germany that existed post World War II after the new kind of world order with the UN and everything else. I know it's a really difficult counterfactual, but...
Well, it kind of depends on what... It kind of depends on what additional things you're willing to grant. I don't think that had Germany stayed the way it had, and had France continued to establish dominance through the Treaty of Versailles over Germany, I do think Germany would have been in a worse position. Most likely because, as far as I understand, there had been plans by the Soviets to expand further west.
Sure, yeah.
And the Soviets, through the Comintern, were trying to, destabilize the entire West. And
every single,
global,
which was still, and I know we look at it retrospectively as being stupid and silly now, but all of Europe, I think, right, was scared about, like, the communists, and the Soviets were explicitly trying to foment that, like red parties and shit, or red parties or whatever through other countries, But ignoring that, we'll assume there wasn't a massive communist takeover or whatever all of Europe, but
Yeah, but then we have to assume that the big thing why Germany is the powerhouse, quote unquote, amongst other things, it is, besides its location, besides its culture, besides its decentralization, is the fact that for the longest time it was the border of the Cold War. And so it had massive interest from the United States and from every other quote-unquote ex-allied nation except for the Soviets. So on the Soviet side, people were trying their best to establish a wall, a military, a state within a state that they could occupy and eventually launch attacks from through the Warsaw Pact. And on the other side, people like the United States, like the United Kingdom, like France, had to ally with Germany because they were the forefront of the next war. And France didn't want to be the partner, well, not the partner, the border to Russia. Similar to how Germany tried to lobby Poland into NATO, because then Germany wouldn't be the border to the Russian quote-unquote empire that then persisted.
Sure.
So I think you're kind of right with your counterfactual, but only because there was an interest of the United States in Europe, and there was an interest of the remaining empires.
What I'm kind of saying is that we shouldn't take it for granted that as horrible as everything was for World War II, that Germany ended up in a better place because the material conditions and everything were so dire post-World War I. In the United States, I don't think you can say the same thing about Trump. That's why I don't always like to make the comparisons. Like, I don't know if there's ever a world where I can say, like, man, you know, it was kind of rough, but thank goodness Trump was here for these 8 years. Like, you know, we probably, you know, we came up, like, I just don't know if that's ever the case. Like, the world, the entire world and the US would be better with Hillary in 2016, would be better with Joe Biden 2020, whatever. Yeah, but go ahead.
I think you're using hindsight to bolster your argument, because I don't think that anyone in Germany in 1946 would say, well, now that Hitler is gone, we can enjoy our great German nation again. And I don't think that anyone in 1950 would say that. I don't think anyone in 1960 would say that.
True, but if I were to ask them in 1950, right, what were your fathers, grandfathers, you know, what were their feelings of, you know, Germany, you know, during the First World War and immediately after, they would be able to point to real issues of just of insane despair, of the French and the fucking Ruhr or whatever, the hyperinflation, the, you know, the destruction of their country, just like the everything, the way that they were viewed in the world stage, like everything would be that. But whereas for the Trump stuff, it's like what happened in 2016 at the end of Obama, right? You've got one of the smartest political men, Shapiro, saying, well, Obama said that Henry Louis Gates, you know, he made a comment on that case early, and then he said that the kid that got killed by Zimmerman, what was the kid's name? Fuck. Trayvon Martin. He said Trayvon Martin looked like his own son. Like, that's the complaint. Like, I don't think, like, I think you could find Germans, you know, in the late 40s, however embarrassed or ashamed they might have been, for like, damn, what the fuck happened with you guys? You know, what was going on? Like, they'd be like, you know, shit was fucked. Yeah, we're not proud of it, but shit was fucked. But like, for conservatives, if they had a sober, true look at the past in, you know, in 2030, like, guys, what the fuck? What happened with Trump? They're gonna be like,
I disagree.
Obama was black. You think so? Or yeah, go ahead. Explain. Yeah.
I think I think in 1979, manufacturing peaked in the United States, and from there on out, the Rust Belt deindustrialized into the 2000s with the first China shock following the financial crisis. And I think if you line those events up, there is a somewhat clear path to the radicalization in a certain sense of some parts of the United States. And I think something that plays very easy into those realities is that there's no safety net in the United States. If you are well, again, I'm sorry, you can tell me if I'm wrong here because I'm not American, but from what I understand, if you were a worker in the Rust Belt, I don't know, let's say you've been born in the 60s, you kind of go into manufacturing and your jobs slowly decline. It gets taken over by automation, it gets outsourced, it goes to India, it goes to China. And then suddenly the China shock happens. China comes into the world stage, takes over massive amounts of manufacturing, massive amounts of outsourcing are happening, and you're suddenly not homeless, but you're jobless. And then the financial crisis happens, which obviously hits disproportionately affects poorer people. I do see that there is economic unrest there. On top, of course, of the
like. I agree with you that there can be, kind of, but materially, this is like so different, right? Like, the United States went from being a manufacturing powerhouse. Like, why did we abandon some of the Rust Belt? It was because we found even more productive stuff to invest our nation's resources into. It was crypto, AI, software related stuff. We found that other countries could manufacture these things for cheaper. We have the most, one of the most productive workforces in the country. We have, I think, one of the strongest or the strongest domestic purchase market, like import market in the country. The US consumer is the strongest consumer in the world. Like, you can argue that this damaged people in the United States for sure. But I think Germany was the #1 manufacturing powerhouse of the world in World War I. And I think I don't remember, but after Versailles, didn't they lose like half their, I don't know if it was like their fucking mines or their manufacturing plant, but like their shit got fucked. And it's not like they were like, oh, let's stop all of our iron refineries because we're going to start doing software. It was, oh shit, it's being taken by other countries because we lost a war and our empire has been divided and we're fucked. Like, you can make an argument for some disproportionate amount of harm related to Rust Belt manufacturing in the United States, but that was for the country to advance as a whole, which it obviously and undeniably did, maybe to the detriment of some individual workers in the US, for sure, or a section of workers in the US, for sure. You can make that argument. But I don't think that's at all comparable to like Germany as a country being severely harmed or damaged post-World War I. Now, I'm not trying to argue that what I'm saying is that the difference is because of how it's happening, that this is like a difference in kind to where I think given the facts on the ground, obviously it would sound crazy to say this today, but like I can be sympathetic towards where Nazi sentiments or far-right sentiments or anti-democratic sentiments came from in the Weimar Republic. I'm sympathetic to that. I can't be sympathetic to the facts on the ground for Trumples. That's just...
Can you be sympathetic to a certain extent that if you, let's say we go 10 years back, it's like 2016, maybe even 2012. Can you be sympathetic to the fact that some people might just feel disenfranchised with the politics of the United States, and it feels just we're basically going back from the Clintons to the Bushes, back to, Obama, but then back to the Clintons, and there's this growing feeling of poorer people are losing their jobs. They are the big losers of the financial crisis. They can't afford their healthcare. There's no safety net for them.
Yeah.
And now there's like another Clinton, like another dynasty that's going to...
Yeah, I could definitely feel that, which in my mind would make me understand like, man, I hate it, but I understand Clinton lost and Kasich won or Rubio won or Cruz won, but Trump? Now, to be fair, I'm a lot less critical of the first Trump election than the second one, which is just beyond comprehension to me, because in the first one, even I was on the fence initially in terms of like, well, maybe once he's like president, he'll kind of like turn it on and he'll stop being such a weirdly confrontational, divisive guy. But I mean, he never really did. And obviously by the end, he was trying to coup the government. But in the beginning, but like, I mean, they still chose Trump over every other alternative. It's not like that. It's not like it was just Clinton versus Trump. Trump emerged victorious from a primary of like 11 candidates.
Okay. I'm going to be a tiny bit personal because I followed politics.
You can be mega personal
as well in 2000. What? Yeah.
You can be mega personal. Go for it.
Yeah, it's a bit shameful, so like, don't hate on me. But had I been in the United States and had I been 18 in 2016, I probably would have voted for Trump.
Sure.
Because the feeling that I got at the time was the exact same that I said. It felt like everyone is just a corporate suit. Everyone is kind of doing the very high-level, sophisticated politics for the donor class, to invoke Cenk Uygur here. And it felt like Trump was an outsider, a breath of fresh air, someone who would have been able to shake up the system, ironically. Now with the knowledge of hindsight, I know that to govern effectively, you need experience in governance, and governance isn't as easy as just go there, like sign a law, and then that's it. But I feel like that is caused by a lack of education.
Yeah, and a lot of stuff. But I can also understand what where were you living in? Where are you from? Germany, or do you live in Germany?
Yes, I am from Germany.
And so, right when Trump is running in 2016, were you living in Germany the whole time?
Yeah.
Like I can't speak to everything, but I imagine there's like growing discontent across Europe post refugee crisis. The global financial crisis hit Europe a bit. You'd had Angela Merkel for over a decade at that point.
16 years.
Yeah. By 2016, yeah. So like I could see somebody in Germany like having that feeling of like, do I want another decades-long business as usual politician when everything just feels like a little bit not okay right now, or do I want to shake it up a little bit? That's why I'm saying, like, I'm even sympathetic to your view there. But even in America, I'm sympathetic to Trump 1 voters, even though I think there were problems. But like, I'm somewhat sympathetic towards them. But Trump 2 is like Jesus. But also like, I just don't think that Trump 1 necessarily. Well, no, yeah, no, I'll just say that. Yeah, I'm somewhat sympathetic to Trump 1 voters. Yeah. For that, yeah.
No, absolutely. But the point that kind of gets us back to the initial conversation. Do you know of the term Gleichschaltung? I think equalization would be a good translation in Nazi Germany.
No, I'm not aware of that term.
Where everything, basically, essentially, the state has taken everything and put it in line with the state's agenda. So private production is states focused. As long as you go with the state,
you're good to run your business.
Yeah, exactly. That is kind of what happens with the Republican Party. they just equalized. And everyone who already was in there just got introduced. What's the word?
Inducted, introduced.
They got forced inducted. They got forced deeper into the cult.
Okay.
And I do understand that the way that in the United States politics is set up, it is very much a team game because you only have two solutions. And thus, if you are in that team and you only get to hear how much Trump is winning, you day in, day out, and you get sucked deeper into those institutions that now start recruiting on campuses, that now get their lawyers through the entire thing that we discussed last time. I do understand why people kind of go down the road and start to radicalize. Like one of the most well-studied, phenomena in psychology is the phenomenon of group radicalization, where you essentially, do you know of that? Do you know that?
No, but based on my experiences in life at this point, I can guess,
okay.
But you can tell me where you're going.
So the classical setup is, you have, or like the classical teaching moment is, you have a group of students and a lecturer, and every student, well, they kind of either don't like or they're a bit on the fence about the lecturer individually, but then they get together and they start to radicalize, because one student might say, I really don't like his lecture slides. And the next one goes, oh yeah, that is true, but I also don't like the way he kind of speaks and he does a lot of M's and ums. And then the next one comes and goes like, he's always so sweaty and like, not really. And so it just continues, and you just add to every little part until the people, although individually they are not radicalized, as a group are much further down the road, and you just...
Sure.
You can't really get back there. And I feel like that is what's happening to the Republican Party. And
yeah.
Sorry.
This is part of what I argue about, or I kind of tease this concept actually when I talk about how we've withdrawn into different political realities. The lack of testing or conflict between both sides there like causes them to become so much crazier than they would otherwise. That if you were to have a frequent debate in the United States over the minimum wage, maybe in the middle we find that minimum wage comes to be $12 an hour, while people on the far left are pushing for $15 an hour and people on the far right are pushing for no minimum wage. That if you separate these groups in a very short amount of time, I think I'm seeing now people are arguing, I feel like I've seen lawmakers or far left Democratic, I don't know if these are political figures or candidates running for races, say that like we need a $25 an hour minimum wage. And it's like, we didn't even get 12 or 13, 25 an hour federal minimum wage. What the fuck are you? And these are still like in like mainstreamish candidates running for racist spaces. I can't imagine. Well, in the individual conversations, they're not even talking about wages. They're saying capital needs to be abolished or whatever. But they accelerate and they get so crazy so quickly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
The 2 points that I'm trying to make is, on one hand, when you say we have to adhere to the laws and we have to fight bad faith actors, it sounds like you're adhering to a world order that is gone. And I would rather the discussion being centered around what is the next thing we want to go towards. It stands, the system is fucked. It is like...
Yeah, I think I generally agree with that directionally. Like, because I'll make the same complaint when you brought up like the Rust Belt stuff. Like, you can't go back. You can never go back to the way things were. I agree with that, right? Unless you have a very, very clear path to do it. I would argue that in my world, I think there is a clear path to do it, because the thing that I would want is to get rid of the algorithmically generated and sorted media feeds. I actually didn't even realize until today how insane it actually has gotten for some people. Like, I don't know if you watched earlier when I was watching Asmongold's stream.
No, I haven't, sadly.
I didn't know this, but like every single Asmongold stream is literally just him scrolling his For You page on Twitter. That's what he does for 8 hours every single day. And then he just disseminates that to his audience. Yeah, unironically. And I mean, Hassan Hassan's not quite as bad, but he's pretty close as well, where it's just him scrolling his Twitter. Like the different worlds that can be created for you based on the social media feeds that are like serving you content is so destructive. Like, it is, I agree with you that like that is a world that you could fight in by doing it on our side. But I think both people engaging in that fight, I don't think it produces any good outcome, because like this is more specific and less abstract, but like in a democracy or in like a marketplace of ideas, the reason why both people fighting tends to produce a better outcome is because both people are fighting they're fighting for the same reality. They're not both constructing their own realities, right? You have like
Sorry, go ahead, and I'll.
Oh, you can tell me why you disagree. Like, I feel like they do. Like, as crazy as you want to be, if you want to sit here and scream, liberals love violence. If I'm there and you have an audience with me, you have to address what I'm saying. Trump does not disavow violence. Even if you're screaming back and forth at me, everybody listening to you is going to hear me saying that, and that's going to do something more than because of the radicalization thing that you talked about, right? Like they might want to stick to their point of like, well, the liberals are violent. The liberals are violent. While I'm shouting that Trump doesn't disavow. It's an annoying conversation for me to have. And somebody could say, well, look, they're trying to create their own reality. But if I wasn't there, or if there was no opposition there, they wouldn't even be talking about how the liberals are creating violence. They would be controlling the Department of Justice and filing indictments against organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center, claiming that even right-wing violence is actually just staged by institutional left-wing actors. And that's where we're at right now. That type of thing is so much crazier than them screaming at a liberal disagreeing with them. That the lack of conflict and the lack of critical engagement from both sides has allowed the sides to separate, and then especially the right, and then I would argue the far left is capitalized on this immensely to where they're just spinning off their entirely own realities, and that lack of engagement I think is just fatal. I don't think we can survive that.
I think that is a very American way of viewing it, in the sense of that it feels like the American political discourse has always in the back of its mind the idea that if we just, I don't want to say sunlight is the best disinfectant because I know you hate that one, but it feels like people are just trying to say, oh, as long as we bring everything to the forefront and as long as we engage, everything will eventually level out and there won't be any radicalization. But that kind of ignores how those parties and those radicals work.
So I understand what you're, well, real quick, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with this 1,000,000,000,000%, but like, you agree that it's probably important to eat a well-balanced diet and get a lot of protein if you want to go to the gym and build a lot of muscle, right? Yeah, yes. I'm not trying to trap you. There's like a specific...
No, it is a bit morally loading if you say a well-balanced diet, because that kind of...
As in a proper assortment of like macros and micros. It could be vegan if you wanted to. What?
Sorry, I'm not thinking you're going to trap me. I'm just thinking to make the best counter argument with this. Let's just grant it. Let's just say
sure. Let's grant it. Thank you. Okay.
I'll agree.
Yes.
Sorry.
So you need to have an appropriate diet if you're trying to put on a lot of muscle. If you were given somebody who was starving to death, you wouldn't be going towards like an optimal bodybuilding or powerlifting diet. You would just want this person to eat something at all. So like when you tell me that simply platforming an idea is not enough, I agree with you 1,000,000,000,000%. I've spent probably the majority of my political career fighting against bad platforming. However, even bad platforming today, I would take bad platforming over the complete lack of platforming. That's how bad and far gone it is. So I agree with you that, trust me, bro, nobody has cringed harder at that fucking sunlight is the best disinfectant bullshit. Like, I hate all the marketplace of ideas. Like, I used to make fun of Ruben and everybody was saying this shit all the time. But, like, it's better to have, like, that type of back and forth where even if it's, like, bullshitty kind of versus right now where it's just not at all. It's completely nothing. Like, yeah.
Yeah. The issue as I see it is that even if it were quote-unquote good platforming, the people who are already radicalized will only radicalize themselves further. To like make a personal example, I think if you and Hassan were to debate, the people who are in his community would inevitably go away with the impression that you did bad and he destroyed you, ever, always. And I'm pretty sure that by the mere fact that you debated, he could then tell his audience, well, I debated him and I crushed him, so obviously... Like, it is the same what happened with the Finkelstein discussion.
Well, I super disagree with you there. And I think that the record, and I think the reality of today, I think actually bears out my argument. Because if that was true, then why wouldn't Hassan debate somebody like me or XQC?
Because he's fragile.
No, I think it's because he knows there's nothing to gain. There literally isn't. And because he is afraid that he would lose. Hassan and me would have a debate, and I agree with you that the majority voices in both communities would definitely claim, you know, the respective victory on either side. But there would be enough. First of all, Hassan, even when he goes on these fucking libcuck platforms with John Slurper, whatever, from Pod Save America, like, he has to moderate his message even for that libcucked audience. Hassan is never going to be saying any of that crazy, insane Marxist shit around me. So he's already going to have to moderate the fuck out of his position. And then even on that, like, I can fight and push for things. And even if his audiences feel like he kind of, you know, has won on some points, he's going to have to answer questions that he ordinarily never has to answer. And the cracks will show. And that would be with just one debate. But imagine if there was like a culture of doing that stuff pretty constantly. Like, there's a reason why I think all of these people have gained so much power by avoiding all these types of conversations. Like, they just don't do it.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I would make the same argument that you made earlier. We can't go back to that because the bubbles have settled now. And if we're going back a bit and have those massive debates, let's say we have like debates between Shapiro and I don't know who's like on the left side, the equal of Shapiro, but like we have those big debates. The bubbles, as they have already formed, have been formed. And the people that would have been convinced in the argument that you just made are the groups that are neither aligned with you strongly, but are also not aligned with Hassan strongly.
So here's where
the group that...
So this is where I'm leaning into the social media aspect for being so important to this, and the thing that I think is kind of invisible to a lot of people. I understand what you're saying, but the thing is that I don't think that those types of people that insulate themselves, I don't think that it would be as successful because they just wouldn't gain the traction otherwise without having a social media algorithm that reinforces their political team. So like if Hassan says, I'm not going to engage with anybody, it's okay, because if I go into social media anything and I engage friendly with some far lefty stuff, I'm automatically going to get connected to so much other far lefty stuff. I'm automatically going to get hooked up to all of this. I'm going to have my own little reality served up to me, and that'll be okay. But if that didn't exist and I had to go out and manually find stuff, well, now, you know, if I'm scrolling a thing and it's just chronological, well, now I see Hassan says that all capitalists are evil. And now I see the next post is Destiny says Hassan fucked a 15-year-old in a German brothel. And then the next post is like something on Fox News. Well, now it's a lot harder. There's a lot more conflicting information here. And I'm either going to disengage or have to form at least a slightly better opinion about everything going on, because I'm not going to get one-sided slop served to me constantly through those algorithms. And I think that encourages more for people to kind of fight a bit more honestly about what it is they're trying to further, because they can't rely on a totally false reality. Like without these social media algorithms, Hassan would have had to apologize for the dog shock thing. But because of how strong the insulating factor is behind, I think, these social media algorithms, people like Taylor Lorenz can say, ignore your eyes, he didn't shock his dog. And that works. It's okay. There's no critical confrontation there because you're constantly connected with other people that agree and say the same thing.
I think there are two parts that need to be separated here. For one, and you can tell me if you disagree with this.
Sure.
The hypothesis that I will argue for is, if you are correct that it is not solely, but in large part due to the algorithms, were there equivalent talking heads, of course not equivalent to Hassan, because that space is more driven by young people, but were there equivalent talking heads on the Republican side before social media, before Facebook? And I think the answer is yes. I think the people just kind of shifted their environment. And I'm 100% on your side. I think algorithmic content should be banned. It is not good. It should be gone. But I don't think that solves the underlying issue, because those people that then just like scroll Facebook or watch Twitter or whatever, they probably would just go back to Newsmax and get their news there.
I agree with you, but at least I think people have a bit of a better understanding. This is a little bit more tenuous. It's harder for me to prove this one, but like I feel like people at least have a better understanding of where their media is coming from, and things are a bit more honest back in those days. Like I don't think if I would have asked the standard conservative in 2010 or the 2000s, where do you get your media from? I don't think the average conservative would have said, oh, you know, I get it from a variety of sources. Today, they can bullshit themselves into thinking that. Like in the 2000s, somebody like Joe Rogan wouldn't be able to explode all over right-wing media spheres because you wouldn't have these algorithms connecting and reinforcing these opinions so much. But because you do now, whenever these right-wingers who all have their talking points, whenever they go and visit Joe Rogan and he reinforces their points and then gets incorporated into that media ecosystem and then all of it starts to become self-reinforcing, that type of thing is enabling the creation of that ecosystem. Whereas 20 years ago, it would like Joe Rogan is just never going to click through political shit to become like massively politically informed. Like it's just not going to happen. It doesn't. Unless like he would have to go. Like people back then would have to say, I'm going to click it. Like you didn't become, or at least I'm not aware of it. Like you didn't become accidentally radicalized, or at least I'm not aware of how that would happen. Because you would have to go and seek out. Like I grew up political. I loved debating people in high school. I went to a prep school. I would say that had very intelligent people. And I think there were like 3 other kids in my whole class that had strong political opinions that I debated. I want to say like 2 or 3. I don't think anybody else did. Nowadays, I feel like if I go to an average school, and maybe this isn't true. Maybe I should ask Nathan this, I guess. Where I go to a high school class, I feel like half the class or more are going to have very, very strong opinions about everything. And I feel like that's because so much of culture has gotten connected to these like social media worlds where everybody's being roped into everything. Whereas before I'd have to go and seek out politics. Now it's served to me if the algorithm thinks I can engage with it in a way that's going to keep me clicking through more posts.
I agree insofar that I think you're probably right with saying that the conservatives now would say they are, quote unquote, taking a balanced diet of media. What I would disagree with is that I don't think that it would change anything politically. Like if you look at the Gallup polls regarding media consumption since the beginning of the 2000s, conservatives have essentially consumed the same right-wing media, so just starting with Fox News and then Newsmax, and then later on the influencer world. But it is the same media. And even though if they say, well, now I'm consuming a broader media apparatus, they still vote Republican, they still act Republican, and they still radicalize themselves as Republicans. I do think
I do agree.
Correct. Yeah.
I do agree with you maybe that they would still consume some of the same news, but like something happened with just conservatives that didn't happen with liberals. Compare Bernie Sanders with Donald Trump. Both of them are populist figures, but if Bernie Sanders would have been president, if we would have gone from Bill Clinton to Barack Obama to Bernie Sanders, we would say, yeah, we've definitely moved along a bit to the left. But the departure from Obama to Sanders isn't even remotely as crazy as the departure from Bush to Trump or the other candidates that were even on stage. Like, think about the difference between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, and then compare that to the difference between Ted Cruz and Donald Trump. It's like there's something happened there that enabled that conservative ecosystem to just drive. You mentioned that radicalization phenomenon that just drove the entire conservative movement in this country off a ledge way more than it ever did on the Democratic side.
Have you ever listened? Sorry, what I'll say now will be not fully finished because I haven't fully finished researching it and I didn't expect this now to come up.
Sure.
But last time you asked me why have only Republicans built parallel institutions? And I couldn't really give a satisfactory answer to this beyond, well, the classical democratic institutions just broke away and never get replaced, whereas Republicans kept their private equity institutions.
Okay.
I think that answer is somewhat incomplete. I think now that I've read more into it, the Republicans, we don't have to call them Republicans, but one party in the United States was pro-civil rights, and one party, the same party would necessarily have to be anti-secession or pro-reconstruction. The United States, ever since the Civil War, has been split into the ex-secessionists, the anti-reconstructionists, and the quote-unquote pro-unionists.
Okay.
You can see this in the voting patterns of Nixon's election. Nixon, through the Southern strategy, tried to catch low-income, lower education voters that used to vote Democratic, but throughout the civil rights movement became increasingly alienated with the common quote-unquote black culture. And if you listen to Nixon's speeches, that doesn't sound like the big unifying president that we maybe now think of presidents of the past century. And Reagan is the same. Those people courted racists. I'm sorry to say this directly, but those people, as a matter of fact, courted racists and tried to stage their political power on the racist South, which is still in effect today. And I didn't think there is as much of a surprise if you court a racist voter base, analogous to the AfD in Germany, where people just court racists to go into power. If you court a racist voter base, you eventually end up with a racist in power. I can't really tell you where the jump is between George Sr. and George Jr. because Bush Sr. and Bush Jr. because I just haven't gotten there. But at least Nixon and Reagan were doing their best to court those secessionists. And then it isn't surprising if that party that suddenly tries to go back in time, remove the civil rights, remove quote-unquote human rights, suddenly happens to bring forth a Donald Trump. Does that make sense, or is that too disconnected from you?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm not viewing Donald Trump, I guess, through like a moral lens. I'm more viewing him as like through an epistemic one. That like from Donald Trump's morality aside, it's just the fact that he can lie so much and fabricate so much. And then the moral depravity is more than just racism. Like racism wasn't even, I don't think, like the top 3 morally depraved things that Trump had engaged in. Yeah, go ahead.
As I understood it, the question you just asked earlier, which I tried to answer, was why is it the case that the Republicans just walked themselves off a ledge, whereas the Democrats were Obama and then
relatively tethered,
Bernie Sanders? Yeah, and my answer, or the answer that I'm trying to give, is that the Republicans, for the longest time, haven't said that yet, but they have employed anti-liberal and deplorable authoritarian tactics. But they have courted a voter base that is staunchly anti-liberal. And it is unsurprising that if you court a voter base and institutions that, again, recourt that voter base, that want to like bring forth someone who's more, let's call it, authoritarian, that eventually this ends in a Donald Trump. And that those people especially are...
I don't think I necessarily disagree with that, yeah. I don't know how that I don't think I necessarily disagree with that. Also, because I do have to watch this Live and Learn shit. Give me your final thoughts, or wrap this up. Yeah, what do you got? Or bring us to a landing.
I might return eventually once I've written the outline fully. The point that I'm just trying to make is, or the thing that I want to go back to are twofold. One, when you speak about bad faith actors, it feels like there's one set of rules that we have to adhere to, and that's it. That is not how politics work. If we go to, I don't know, let's imagine we go to like the original liberals. Let's imagine we go to like George Washington or whatever, the Civil War, not the Civil War, the birth of the Americas people. And we have the British who don't represent the Americans in their parliament, and then someone like Washington says, well, those British are bad faith actors. They are not really. They I know they are not representing them, but they are just doing their own thing. And Washington and his cohorts were only able to establish a system that expelled the British through force and through might makes right. The same way wars have been fought in Europe. Let's imagine you're like,
yeah, but
John
a war
Stuart Mill.
is definitionally like trying to destroy the current order and set up a new one now, right? Like we don't want there to be wars in the United States between our two political parties.
Well, so we don't have, just because I say might makes right doesn't mean we have to have a war, but there needs to be a strong reconstitution of how the government works.
I agree with you that like the rule set can change over time, but there's probably some borders that shouldn't. Like if right now, if Donald Trump were to say today, like I'm going to send the FBI to go and assassinate Plattner, like I don't think, would you come on tomorrow and say like, well, you know, Democrats maybe need to think about who they want to assassinate when they come in office, right? I don't think you would say that, right?
No, I don't think I would say, well, I don't think so, no.
Okay,
let's say I don't think so.
Yeah, let's say that. Because that would be like a bridge too far, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Not necessarily, but I think the point that you're making is the bridge too far is your principles. At the end of the day, you need to ask yourself what roads do you not want to take and what bridges do you not want to cross.
I understand, and we'd have to go deeper into this, but the broader argument I'm going to make is that, like, it's not just mine. I think that the Republican strategy relies on a one-sided thing that would necessarily create a worse country if both sides would follow it.
I don't mean you. I mean, like, you, the Democratic Party. I'm sorry.
Sure, but even me, the Democratic Party, even, like, broadly speaking, the reason why these rule sets exist is because if both sides broadly follow them, it produces a better outcome for all players involved. And that the Republicans right now have established a rule set that if Democrats were to follow it, it would be over for the country if both sides did it. But they only do it because if they can benefit if only their side follows it.
Okay, just to end on that point.
Sure.
And maybe we can pick this up eventually. Would you say then the goal of the Democrats should be to enforce their rules on the Republicans?
Kind of, yeah. Or at least venture far enough outside their rule sets to match the Republicans to demonstrate that, like, if we both do this, it's going to be a clusterfuck. Like, I think this was best emblemized when AOC said, wow, if you want to get rid of gerrymandering, come sign the fucking legislation. Because Republicans have kind of gotten lit the fuck up a little bit over the gerrymandering stuff. And I think that was good. And I think that, like, I don't know if it'll happen this legislative session coming up, and I don't know 2028 if we'll remember it enough, but, like, I would say that we're closer now to having like a federal ban on gerrymandering than we ever were, at least in my lifetime. After Republicans have seen, like, if you were to have, like, assume we had a president that wasn't a fucking decrepit, brain-dead, crazy authoritarian moron, assume we had a president who was like, okay, I want to bring the country together and we're going to ban partisan gerrymandering or whatever, I think the country would be in a much more amenable state right now to it than they would have been prior to Democrats, pulling off gerrymanders across several states.
Maybe. I don't want to push you too hard, just to, like, for time's sake. No, the other thing that I want to leave you with is I feel like Americans have to leave behind the idea that we can have, like, I mean just America, we can have a kind of anarchist political state where just everything goes, and irregardless of what you say politically and irregardless of what you do, as long as you don't murder people and as long as you don't, incite violence, people can stay in the political discourse. I think there needs to be, like, you see this in Germany, where we now have the discourse if the AfD should be banned, where I would say there is a point if you staunchly say in your speeches and to a certain extent in your program, we need to abolish human rights. You are not compatible with the Constitution and you are illegal here. And that structure, that parallel quote-unquote institution of the party needs to be banned within the country. And then we have to deal with all the consequences, which might not be easy, but it is better than to just allow someone who openly advocates against the Constitution and the state. And I think I do get that like, as an American culturally, that is a very hard pill to swallow, and I don't think I can convince you of this right now. But that is like the following point moving forward, that there is no bad faith, one, because everyone just, at the end of the day, tries to further their ideology and tries to win, and whoever wins gets to make the rules. And two, as such, Democrats need to move forward and ban every unconstitutional part of the Republican Party.
Okay.
And enforce that rule. Okay.
All right. I'll keep it in mind.
Any last words? I don't.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Can I, like, one sentence, ask something very cringe?
Go. What?
Whenever you speak about me, you like say, or you use the adage of that European fucker or that neuroscience fucker.
Mm-hmm.
Could you maybe not use that? Not call me a fucker, perhaps?
Oh, I thought you didn't like being called European. I'll think about it, okay?
Oh, haha. Very gracious of you.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Have fun, bye.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
What a guy.
Would you like to be called shitbag? I mean, what
Whoa!
what does he want to be called? You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir.
Link me the... Link me Taylor Lorenz's last article so I can read this real quick before we watch this.
Oh boy.
Quick meme.
That's me and your mom. Oh.
Shh, just go along with it. Be cool. Nobody? No linkers, really. Taylor Lorenz, Dark Money. What the fuck was the last article? All right, well, fuck it. We'll stop and read it when it comes up then, since I know they'll bring it up. Let me use the restroom 1 sec.
Steve's using the restroom. Gonna probably take a pee. If he takes an SHIT, you won't catch me shaking no hand of his. I'll treat him like he's just had a kid. Yeah. Fire. God, I spit hot fire. God, I spit hot fire, man. Yeah. Type shit. I went and I had sushi. We tried a new place. Not good, guys. It was not good. Yeah, it was not good. This is why I don't go to new places, man. Because I know all the good places. I've got like 3 good places that I like. Why go to a new one? That's so stupid of me. But I also feel like there's got to be more good places out there. It can't only be 3. There can't be 3 of them. It's a big city, man. It's a big fucking city. I went to all the sushi places in Toronto. Really? You went to the $800 a person sushi place? Really? It's like yes? Yeah, Sato. Was it good? I would honestly never spend $800 on a person for a meal. Per person? Maybe I'd go myself. Maybe. But then I gotta pay for my wife? Sheesh! Christ almighty. What's the most I'd pay per person? I don't know. If it was like our anniversary fucking dinner for our 10th year, I don't know. Maybe fucking $500 max. Jesus Christ. Our 10-year anniversary, maybe. Well, you got to keep in mind it's Canadian, which is basically pesos. That comes out to about $100 USD. Have I gone to the CN Tower one yet? Yeah, the CN Tower fucking sucks. If you come to Toronto, never ever go to the CN Tower for a meal. It is so dog shit. It's so fucking expensive. It is an actual tourist trap. You're better off going to a fucking a cafeteria. What's up, Anna?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hi.
I see you're dealing with like 5 Shahid drones in a day.
It's not that bad, to be honest. Like, you know, relatively chill, I would say.
Oh.
I mean, you're right. There were multiple Shahids, 15 actually, not 5. But you know,
Jesus.
it's not that much relatively. Okay, you can't be that scared with that amount. I just wanted to basically hello everyone. By the way, just wanted to like quickly hop in and just ask like Steven, or rather say about the previous guy who was talking. But yeah, it's just he abandoned the post apparently. So. Yeah.
Steve's taking a poop, yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Taking him quite a while.
Okay, we shall wait then.
We'll wait for him.
It's like a fast thing.
Hello, what? Yeah, quick, go. 1 minute. Yes. I know it was a violation of international law. I did tell him that wasn't the context of our argument, though. But
but I just wanted to bring it up to people's attentions because you didn't. Like that guy's smart as so I didn't want to interrupt. And sometimes I get a non-retarded caller, and that's nice. But I am dumbfounded. But his international law take about if you just occupy people and then settle people there, then it becomes illegal magically under international law. I mean. Just bring up the example of Transnistria, for example, that has been for 34 years unrecognized by the UN and by the international law. So, yeah, it's still considered just Russian occupied territory or like a frozen conflict zone. And nobody recognized it just because, 34 years has passed and it doesn't make it... it's such an easy might makes right argument as he's trying to make it in modern times, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I brought up Yugoslavia and the dissolution of the Soviet Union, that typically the UN has to agree. There has to be like some kind of consensus on borders. You can't just...
That wasn't a good example, to be honest, on your end.
Well, it was a good example because de facto Transnistria does exist, the same way that broken territories in Georgia, are things. They're just not UN recognized because post, World War II, we generally need some type of UN body to recognize the sovereign borders and independence of a particular state.
And there has to be like agreement between the parties of the conflict, and which would be three parties in Transnistria, and also like the international organizations like recognizing this thing. Not to say that people can't do it that way. Obviously, they can settle a fuck ton of people and create them problems, and you don't know what to do with the people then that are there. It's all sorts of shit. Obviously, like settlements work that way to complicate the situation and to make it borderline impossible to then resolve. But there are many situations like that, Abkhazia, like Nagorno-Karabakh, and all sorts of shit that are all like that, basically, up until recently, because Azerbaijan took Nagorno-Karabakh pretty much entirely, because Russians are lousy allies, so they didn't defend it for Armenia, I mean. Yep, that's all I wanted, really.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Be careful.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Bye-bye.
Idiot in a propeller hat. Thank you guys for showing up.
The only one? Guy,
Maybe
back me
not.
up here. I can't be the only one.
Yeah!
That's what
You're gonna start a movement. It's like in Joker when they wear the mask.
They're all gonna hold me up.
Oh, wait, fuck.
And
Oh, she joins
crimes in
early.
my hat.
Oh yeah, you don't want that. You don't want like the next assassination attempt to be wearing your logo there.
Oh, and there she is. Perfect time.
Oh, do we have our special guest?
Yes, she is.
Are we live, by the way?
Special, yes, we're live.
Hello. Oh,
you booted her.
Oh no.
God damn.
Professional show.
Hey, what's up, Taylor?
I made it. Sorry for the delay. I was on a call.
No problem.
No worries, it happens.
Lots of important things happening. How are you?
Big things happening. Me trying to find a new apartment.
A word? Yeah, what happened? Did you get doxxed?
No, my landlord. No, but it is funny. When they doxed me last time, they found where I lived, and then they all sort of collectively on this one thread decided it was too shitty for me to live in, and that couldn't be where I live.
No, wait. That never happened, by the way.
You in the Southern California area?
I'm in LA. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
right.
My landlord's getting divorced and is taking back my apartment, so I have to find a new spot. So.
Ooh, hey,
Is that
So
did
he
you do the interview
That's a
with,
Dan move.
Lives at TikTok? Was that in Los Angeles?
Yeah,
you doxed lives at TikTok, didn't you?
That we actually live not so far from each other, which is very funny because she doxed herself. She tweeted that picture of me on her doorstep that showed the exact street and the exact house that she lived on before my story was even up. But she met me at Aroma in Studio City, which is like one of my favorite spots, and everybody.
Okay. I imagine this will come up. We're reading this real quick. A dark money campaign is paying influencers to frame Chinese AI as a threat. Build American AI, a nonprofit linked to a super PAC bankrolled by executives at OpenAI and Andreessen Horowitz, is funding a campaign to spread pro-AI messaging and stoke fears about China. In an Instagram video posted on April 1st, lifestyle influencer Melissa Strahl poses outdoors before an American flag as soft instrumental music plays. AI lets me focus on what matters most, she tells her 1.4 million followers. We need to invest in American-made AI to ensure America leads the way in innovation and job creation. Strahl labeled the post an advertisement, but she didn't disclose what organization had paid for it. It turns out the funding came from Build American AI, a dark money group tied to leading the future a $100 million super PAC supported by, and in some cases directly funded by, tech figures affiliated with companies like OpenAI and Palantir. What a dog shit, horrible, trash slop paragraph of stupid shit. But okay. The video is part of a coordinated influence campaign that Build American AI is funding, which is being rolled out on social media in 2 phases. The first focused on working with lifestyle influencers like Strail, who did not respond to a request for comment to promote the U.S. artificial intelligence industry and American innovation. But the second and current phase of the campaign is all about China. Marketing agencies are pitching. Oh, fuck, Destiny's going to make me defend Taylor on some nuances here. No, don't worry, Shervine. Every single person knows that you're going to side with Taylor on this article. Don't worry. That was literally the least surprising thing to everybody. Marketing agencies are pitching influencers deals such as $5,000 per TikTok video to amplify Build American AI's messaging about how China's technological rise should be seen as a threat. The goal, according to a staffer from SM4, the influencer marketing agency running the campaign on behalf of Build American AI, is to subtly shift public debate by framing China's AI advancement as a serious risk to the safety and well-being of Americans. They want a push to mention China and America and why beating China is so important, says the staffer. Sample messaging provided by Build American AI to content creators includes lines like, I just learned that China is trying really hard to beat the US in AI. If they do, it could mean that China gets personal data from me and my kids and take jobs that should be here in the US in the AI innovation race. I'm Team USA. Okay. Wired first learned about the campaign after this article's author was invited by SM4 to participate. The details were later confirmed by several other content creators who received similar outreach. Josh Murphy, an ecologist with over 130,000 followers on Instagram, who says he did not respond to SM4's offer, explains that while he's not necessarily against AI, combining generic praise for the technology with aggressive anti-China messaging felt off to him. AI can absolutely be utilized for the betterment of humanity, Murphy says, but this unregulated industry that we have right now, where it's just wacky tech bros that are pursuing greed at the expense of everything else, is just not what it's supposed to be. The United States has an opportunity to remain the global leader in AI innovation, and we're taking that message to the broadest possible audience through an all-of-the-above communication strategy, Jesse Hunt, a spokesperson representing Leading the Future, said of the campaign. Dark money doomer groups have spent millions spreading misinformation to the American public, and we won't let it go unchallenged. We'll continue to highlight AI's economic benefits, counter false narratives, and build the coalition needed to advance a national regulatory framework using every tool at our disposal. Supporters of Leading the Future include OpenAI president and co-founder Greg Brockman, venture capitalist and Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale, venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, and AI company Perplexity, according to the PAC. Leading the Future says it has received $140 million in total contributions and commitments, with $51 million available to spend to push its pro-AI agenda as of April. The news site Notice called the group a massive political war chest for the AI industry. An OpenAI spokesperson says that OpenAI has no corporate affiliation with Leading the Future or Build American AI and has not provided funding or any other support to them. A spokesperson for Palantir says the company has also not contributed to either group. Perplexity declined to comment. Andreessen Horowitz did not respond to a request for comment. An OpenAI spokesperson says OpenAI has no corporate affiliation with Leading the Future or Build American AI and has not provided any funding or any other support to them. Supporters of Future include OpenAI president and co-founder Greg Brockman, venture capitalist and Palantir co-founder, venture capitalist. Oh, these are just individuals, I guess, not the actual. Okay, gotcha. Information wars. Leading the Future is trying to steer AI policy in the industry's favor. At a potentially pivotal moment, AI is shaping up to be a key issue in the 2026 midterms, and groups advocating for the industry are spending heavily to push back on growing public concerns about issues like data centers, energy use, and potential job displacement. Just this week, U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders promoted the claim that AI could pose an existential threat to humanity. Wait, hold on. Build American AI is trying to combat negative narratives about the technology by working with influencers on the platforms where Americans increasingly learn about current events. 53%. Why? Okay. 53% of US adults say they get at least some of their news from social media, and 38% of people aged 18 to 29 report regularly consuming news from influencers, according to recent polling by Pew Research Center. But influencers are not bound by journalistic ethical standards, and many do not always disclose who is funding their work. I know that Taylor, this is a lost battle at this point, but there is no such thing as like a journalistic ethical standard. This is not like a regulated thing. There is no board that certifies journalists. There are no like binding ethical. This is just a nonsense phrase, but Taylor likes to use it all the time, whatever. Well-funded super PACs and dark money groups have capitalized on that reality by funneling cash into influencer marketing agencies that pay content creators to promote specific narratives. As a result, many people scrolling their social feeds are likely unaware that they're absorbing political messaging from corporate interests. Consumers don't know where the information they're receiving is paid for, says Jamie Cohen, Associate Professor of Media Studies at Queen's College, CUNY. These influencers are accepting undisclosed money from the AI industry. They're promoting the messaging of specific companies, and the public has no idea. It is extremely corrosive to democracy. I don't know if I like the term undisclosed here. I think the only requirement is to disclose that it's a sponsored message. I don't think you have to say how much, although I wish you would.
Sorry.
What?
Which word was undefined? Journalist or...
Saying that you're bound by journalistic ethical standards implies there are journalistic ethical standards. They're not. Not really. No, that's. I mean, it's whatever your company policy is, and you're not going to get like legally in trouble or anything for not. Yeah, it's a nonsense phrase. A slew of high-profile lifestyle influencers across TikTok and Instagram have taken part in Phase 1 of Build American AI's influence campaign, according to a list of example posts shared by the staffer from SM4. Funnily enough, I think Taylor just did a sponsored thing from some AI thing on her Twitter, and a whole bunch of people were criticizing her for it. I don't think she disclosed how much they paid her. She just disclosed that it was like a paid-for advertisement. But I'm not in a bad mood, motherfucker. I'm going to cut your...
Sorry.
Yeah, that's better. Your hair. A slew of high-profile lifestyle influencers across TikTok and Instagram have taken part in Phase 1, according to... in early April, for example, Megan Link, or Linky, a family and kids sports influencer, posted an Instagram video explaining how AI helps her stay organized. AI is changing everything, and it's important we keep building it here in the U.S., she says in the voiceover. I want to look at one of these ads. I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot. Well, fuck you. I guess I am.
You're a robot.
Around the same time, Uchi Madsen, what is this, a Naruto character? Another motherhood influencer based in Virginia posted a video telling her 512,000 Instagram followers that she thinks it's important we invest in American AI, so America leads the way in AI innovation and job creation. Both influencers labeled the posts as advertisements, but did not disclose who the advertisements were for or that they had been paid for as part of a campaign for Build American AI. Link and Madsen, or Linky and Madsen, did not respond to requests for comment from Wired. According to a briefing document that Build American AI provided to influencers, the organization is now seeking to extend beyond left-leaning female lifestyle and family content creators to focus on left-leaning influencers or political commentators, business/tech leaders, and male lifestyle influencers. The SM4 staffer claims their agency is tasked with recruiting left-leaning. The radar provided was long-standing talking points from companies like OpenAI and Palantir, which have pointed to China's AI advances as a reason to boost companies and their executives have also repeatedly argued that advancing American AI is essential to safeguarding democracy. When people are worried about surveillance, of course, there are huge changes there. But Cohen points out that attempting to warp the information ecosystem by spreading undisclosed political messaging is not exactly in line with upholding democratic ideals. Does everybody else? A partnership label or hashtag ad is not enough to explain what the agenda is behind the information these influencers are presenting, he says. They're not disclosing the agenda underneath it. This is literally propaganda. Well, yeah, it's paid advertisements. Of course it is literally propaganda. What do you mean? Isn't that what an advertisement is? The influencer campaign is one of a number of efforts funded by Build American AI designed to shape public discourse about the technology. The organization has also been running advertisements on X with messaging such as AI leadership is national security, overlaid atop an American flag. The U.S. must lead or adversaries will. Wow. Hold on. Here's the video. Check this ad out. Get propagandized.
A big difference, but lately I've been using AI in my day-to-day, and it's actually changed how I get things done. It's not even in a complicated way, just small things. Like when I'm trying to figure out what to film next or how to put ideas together, As a content creator, I use it to help me get out of my head and actually move forward. Or when I'm trying to
That's
plan
awesome.
ahead, especially for something like a road trip. I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything or overpacking. Or even something as simple as dinner. When I'm standing there and have no idea what I'm about to cook, I just need something quick that actually makes sense. And even around the house, when I have an idea but can't fully pull it together, it helps me figure out what direction I want to go in. It just helps me think through things faster, make decisions without overcomplicating them, and stay a lot more organized.
It's telling her to set her house on fire!
And honestly, it's made a bigger difference than I expected. And I think it's important we invest in American AI, so America leads the way in AI innovation and job creation. I didn't expect this to make such a big...
Now that's what I call...
CSB?
Yeah. I just don't like anything right now.
You hate everything?
I don't think you should be able to, like, do ads for not products. Like, it feels weird.
Really? You're trying to take their bag from them?
Yeah. Like, if you do an ad,
Cringe.
it has to be for a product. It can't be for ideas or something else. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's just, I don't like it. I just don't like it. I think it's crazy to me. But
broke boy.
The AI is the product. Oh, Gigajoule. Who is it advertising for? Quick, link their site. Gigajoule, link the website for AI. Gigajoule, go ahead.
You're yelling again.
If you always like to pull up the ladder behind you. What's the ad that, what have I done an advertisement like that for? What?
Really now? You don't remember the NFTs?
That was a thing. That was a product or service.
Oh, I thought you meant like a physical thing.
No, like if this was like an ad by fucking Palantir to promote Palantir, or if this was an ad for ChatGPT, why I'm a computer person. Why would you think I don't think software is real? I think that's fine. But I think like being paid to promote like ideas, that's just, I don't like that. That's weird to me. I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like it. I think there should be like special restrictions. Like if there's not a particular product, I think there should be like
So then can you pay
dollar
somebody
amount
to go and like
and disclosures.
vote?
Like what?
Or not to vote, but can you pay somebody to like advertise for your political campaign then?
I think that if it's going to be an idea advertisement like that, or like a campaign or a public service announcement, I think that the disclosure should be way more hardcore. Like it has to be like,
well, yeah, they usually do that. Like, I'm sponsored by, or Kamala Harris approves of this message.
that's only if it's paid for by like the official campaign aligned PAC. If it's like a super PAC thing, it could be way more broad. I think you only have to do like hashtag ad, and you have no idea who it's coming from. You know? I think
I think every ad should be like upfront disclose this is an advertisement, and then it can go into it. You know?
Well, yeah, but if it's an ideological thing, I would just like to know. It would change how I would view things.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Oh.
Everybody got very mad at me for bringing her there.
Yeah.
They were like, "Don't bring her back."
Ah!
Like, I'm sorry.
And for wearing a mask.
Nobody saw it.
Yeah.
Listen, I've had some disagreements with you, but that I think is my first introduction to you. That interview that you did with her, and we watched it on stream, and it was just the funniest fucking thing.
When she
I
showed
ever
me
seen.
porn, she's
I forgot about that part.
yeah, she was like, I can't even remember the context. She was like something like this, and I was like, what?
Oh, it was about the books. Wasn't it about like gender?
Yes,
queer?
something like that. My favorite thing about her is like just how bad she's fallen off. Like she tried to get a Daily Wire deal apparently. She tried to get a PragerU deal apparently. Like she's so bad on video that she like really has not been able to scale past Twitter, and that's a beautiful thing.
Well, her whole shtick is calling out pedophiles, and then this whole Epstein thing happened, and she got phase one, and then now
She got the
hasn't
binder, yep.
said anything, and it's like, hey, what's going on? And like even some of the people on her squad are like, hey, well, all right, I don't think you're really doing what we thought you were doing here. It's pretty blatantly, transparently not.
Have you guys seen the picture of her, or I don't know if it's her, at the Capitol on January 6th?
Yes, of course.
Is that her?
That's her.
I haven't seen that.
She was a January 6th.
Somebody link.
Oh.
Wait, is that
It's kind of an airhead, huh?
That's when she was tweeting under the account Biden's Houseplant, where she had a parody account where she pretended to be a houseplant that would belong to Joe Biden.
I think she should be the only January 6th perpetrator that should be pardoned because she doesn't have the mental capacity to know whether or not she should walk into this. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Taylor. Taylor Lorenz, journalist.
Yeah, Taylor has her webcam mic selected right now, not her SM7B.
Tell us about yourself.
Retard.
I'm a journalist. I cover technology, online culture. I wrote a book about it keeps falling down. It's back there somewhere called Extremely Online, about the rise of the content creator industry. I cover, like technology and online media, and I've been doing it for about 15 years.
Awesome.
Taylor, have you explicitly come out and talked about like your politics? Like if you had to describe yourself, how would you describe yourself? What's your policy agenda? What do you focus on?
Well, I did intern for Mike Donnellan, which I thought was hilarious because when all that came out about Biden, I don't know if you guys read Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's book, but I was like, oh God. So when I interned for him, like he was so old. We all used to be like, how is this man working in politics? And that was like 2007 or something. So yeah, I was a poli-sci major and I thought I wanted to maybe even work in politics for a while, but I just love technology and I kind of got into the tech media ecosystem. And I don't really identify strongly with either. I mean, obviously I'm not a Republican. They're fascists at this, maybe they've always been fascists, but like, but I disagree with, I want the Democrats to win, obviously, compared to the Republicans right now. But on like certain issues, I think that, like, especially what I cover on tech, like there's just not a super strong like alignment on issues either way. There's so much kind of like weird back and forth that I don't really like over-identify. I believe in human rights and obviously I am against fascism. So I'm like broadly, I would call myself on the left.
For human rights and against fascism. Quick meme.
How I afford almost $250,000 in cars at 20.
So I have 3 cars and I get asked a lot.
How I afford all of them at 20, but to answer that, I need to close the garage first. I can't let the neighbors figure out my secret. Okay, so it's time to finally reveal my secret, but I need to put my hair down.
Hey, baby boy. You want to be a good boy for mommy?
Follow for more
Yes,
financial.
ma'am.
Okay.
Is it a bit bizarre for you this day and age to see, number one, the media environment change so differently from when you started as a journalist, where I think by most accounts, quote unquote, alt media now dwarfs traditional media. So I guess I'll start there. You have worked at what we would call like establishment media. What is it like seeing the growth of alternative media and its sort of political ramifications?
And before you answer, Taylor, can you double check you're using the right
Wait, how are we measuring that? Doesn't traditional media still do way more in terms of like viewership? I don't know. I guess I don't know how you measure it. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Like it's like a little.
Does it sound bad? Hold on. Is it the, maybe it's not my short mic.
It's using your webcam mic. Yep.
Oh yeah, it's using my headphone mic. Hold on, wait.
It's like a good troll.
Sound better. Hold on. Does it,
oh, there we go.
Oh, that's better.
Yay. All right. Sorry about that. I clicked the wrong thing. I love the rise of, I mean, this is, I love this. I love it. I think it's a really good thing for the media to be, you know, I started as a blogger, very much of like the millennial blogger generation. And I think, I mean, so many of us, pretty much everyone in my like class of millennial bloggers ended up in traditional media because that was really the
tech reporter, by the way. Just kidding.
only pathway. You couldn't make a living independently back then the same way that you can now. But I think it's really good to have like a robust and diverse media ecosystem. And I don't think you always get that diversity of perspectives in the mainstream media. So I think it's it's great to like have mainstream media exist. I don't want to see like all investigative journalism go away, but I do like that things are kind of that we see a lot more like sort of niche media, things like Migrant Insider, a great Substack by this phenomenal journalist who's the only Capitol Hill reporter that files every single day on issues affecting immigration. He's broken some major stories, like that type of niche beat and niche audience. Like there wasn't really a business model for it in the olden days. So I'm pretty for it. It's obviously led to a lot of problems though, and I think that like our sort of regulatory structure, especially around like political advertisements and stuff, is not caught up to the media environment that we have now.
I think the promise of the internet in the late 2000s and that era was about sort of like decentralizing information. And so I remember feeling very optimistic about the young generation because, you know, our parents...
Who is she and why does everyone hate her so much? Just you wait, and I'm sure we'll find out why.
And our grandparents and society just kind of broadly was able to, you know, like frankly lie to us when we were kids. I'm pretty old. I'm like 43. And, you know, we didn't read... Yeah, well, I'll turn 43 pretty soon.
Okay, but that's millennial. Like you're in the, like, they were lying about the Iraq war to us all the time. You know, they lied about a lot.
But the new media, I think, you know, I don't think I quite anticipated.
Uh-oh. Is Hutch about to imply the new media are liars? Taylor, don't let him get away with that.
The problems that come with new media. Because I feel like the perverse sort of profit incentives for legacy media, that's a big problem, right? I mean, it does impact coverage, but there's a different problem with audience capture now with creators. And these creators, like, we'll say like Tim Pool or whatever, they don't have any editors that are fact-checking them. They have no incentive to correct themselves if they make mistakes. Yes. In fact, they have perverse incentives to lie to their audience if they think it's going to get more views. And so I don't know if that's like better or worse than the old model where you only had legacy media.
Well, I would say that's not all content creators, right? I would say it's like, I think it's also even just if you look politically, like that's a much bigger problem on the right, even than the left. Not to say that there isn't a huge amount of people on the left that also do that. I think it's across the board. But I think that like, I mean, part of the way that Trump got into power was leveraging people that, also, I'm sorry, it's so bright. For some reason, the sun is coming in like right now. I feel like it looks like I'm being raptured.
It actually does that at the same time every day.
It's going to like move soon. Anyway,
actually, as the Earth wobbles and the seasons change, it's not the exact same place every day.
I think that's
you
not
got
all
him, Steve.
I did. Thank
but
you.
It is certainly, you know, a portion of independent media, and I think those people are bad actors, and that's why I constantly write stories. You know, when they do unethical things, they put out disinformation that they refuse to correct. They, you know, take dubious deals that they don't disclose, et cetera. Like I care a lot about transparency, and I think I totally agree with you what you just said of like I don't know if you said this, but you said they don't have editors, they don't have fact checkers. I want them to.
Did say that, yeah.
I want them to adopt those principles and sort of abide by more journalistic principles if they're going to call themselves journalists. Some of them just straight up don't care about calling themselves journalists.
That's one thing I really struggle with is this line between pundit and journalist. Sorry, you can go, but like I struggle sometimes with like my own, what am I doing and what the role is. I view that there is a thing as a pundit who maybe has less responsibilities and.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, I mean, journalist doesn't really mean anything though. Like in my mind, journalist is tied to like reporter. Are you doing original reporting on a thing? So this would be like communicating with like primary sources and then reporting on what those primary sources are saying, or being a primary source going to witness a thing. Anything beyond that would just be punditry, basically, right? I think pundit is a very negatively loaded word. People don't like to think of themselves as pundits or.
Yeah, but it's not really a bad word. It just means you talk about it. You're a reactor, you know?
Well, that's super negative.
You're a reactor, man.
Yeah. Journalists, capital J journalists, are different than pundits, but sometimes it can get really blurry and it kind of confuses me about what standards, if any, apply to people who operate in space.
I think it's really incumbent on individual people to be transparent too and say, like, here are my lines. Like, I've talked to some political creators that are like, listen, I'm overtly a political creator. I don't care. So I'm fine, taking XYZ money or doing this or going out and campaigning with specific candidates or whatever. Because that's how I view myself. And they're transparent with the audience. I think where you get into things that bother me, at least, it's like when you pretend to be a journalist or you put independent journalist in your bio and then you're turning around and not abiding by basic journalistic principles. So I wish that audiences would ask harder questions of these people that they follow.
Is Nick Shirley a journalist or a pundit? Like Nick Shirley would be considered more.
He's a retard.
He is, but he would be considered more a journalist or reporter, yes, because he's going on the ground and he's doing original reporting. He's like communicating with primary sources or being a primary source to what he's doing.
Follow. A lot of times the audience doesn't even care.
You could argue that on my trip to Israel, that would be like a type. Well, except it's not all published yet, but that would be like a journalistic or a reporter endeavor, I think.
Journalistic principle. So I wish that audiences would ask harder questions of these people that they follow.
True.
A lot of times the audience doesn't even care. They'll just eat the slop, and I'm like, no, do you know what this person's background is? Do you know where they're getting their talking points? Do you know what is their funding structure like? What are their, and they're not very transparent about that. So
yeah, I was like, oh wait, go ahead. I just want to ask, as somebody who follows the new media space much more closely than most people, how do you know who to trust when it comes to political opinions and who's grifting and who's telling the truth? What do you look for?
Also, Guy, I have to say, I love your background. I used to have that in my dorm room. I had like all these like old political signs, and I love this. I think it's such a good, like, I've never seen it. It works very well with like a YouTube background. But anyway.
Wait, fuck, what should you say? Hold on.
Truth. What do you look for?
Also, Guy, I have to say, I love your background. I used to have that in my dorm room. I had like all these like old political signs, and I love this. I think it's such a good, like, I've never seen it. It works very well as like a YouTube background. But anyway, you said how do people know who to trust?
Yeah, like how do you know who to trust? Because you follow this space more closely than most people. So I'm curious.
I mean, I also think different people are trustworthy on different issues. You know what I mean? And I trust people to like give a thoughtful commentary on one thing and not the other. And I think a lot of times too, the problem is like we see people who are experts in one thing. This is why like I didn't go to Cuba when I was asked or whatever. I'm like, people don't need to hear me talking about like foreign policy and this. So like I'm a tech reporter. You know what I mean? So like I think there's a lot of like influencers, content creators feel a lot of pressure to kind of be experts on everything. And I think that it's a bad thing for audiences to view them that way. It's kind of unhealthy. But I guess I figure out who to trust because I look at their like principles. I look at how transparent they are. I also look at how willing they are to like have conversations. Like if they do fuck up or if they do get something wrong, like how willing is that person able? Are they going to issue a correction? For instance, if they got something factually wrong, are they going to be transparent about their funding? Are they like operating in good faith and trying to get things right? And also, what are they an expert in? Are they pretending to be an expert in everything? Nobody really is. So it's kind of like, what is your niche and how willing are you to stray from that niche and start popping off about things that you don't know anything about?
Okay. All right. Well, so structure of the show, I think we were going to get into some current events as we normally do. And then, of course, I don't know if you know this, but you did an article about this thing called Chorus, and I think someone wants to talk about it at some point.
Oh my God.
You were at the correspondence dinner. Do you want to talk about your experience?
Yeah, I was at the like Politico CBS News pre-party. So the way that it works is like there's the main actual dinner in the ballroom, and then outside the ballroom around it in the Hilton, there's like all these like media parties. Washington Post, Bloomberg, Fox News, Wall Street Journal, all like pretty much every media company has like a party that's in the Hilton, that's in one of the rooms, kind of like adjacent, like by the ballroom. So like when people are like, there's no security to walk in, it's because most of the journalists there are just going to these like parties around, and they're not going to sit through the actual correspondence dinner, especially this year with Trump. Some of them do, they go as part of work, but like most people that are at the Hilton that night are actually there for like these surrounding events.
I'm sorry, what? Hold on.
Like a party that's in the Hilton parties, Washington Post, Bloomberg, Fox News, Wall Street Journal, all like pretty much every media company has like a party that's in the Hilton, that's in one of the rooms, kind of like adjacent, like by the ballroom. So like when people are like, there's no security to walk in, it's because most of the journalists there are just going to these like parties around, and they're not going to sit through the actual correspondence dinner, especially this year with Trump. Some of them do, they go as part of work, but like most people that are at the Hilton that night are actually there for like these surrounding.
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with security, but whatever. Okay.
Events like the Puck pre whatever, they were doing something too. So I was there for that. So I was in the lobby shortly before that guy came, was trying to do the shooting. I was not in the ballroom. I left.
You were missing from the room. When it went down.
I left actually to go to this party, the Substack party, which was at the Renwick, which was directly across from the White House. So as soon as I got there, the shooting had happened, and we got locked because it's directly across the White House. The Secret Service locked us in the Renwick, and so we were all locked in the Renwick with Substack people, basically.
With Michael Tracy about to beat you up.
Yes, that was when the Michael Tracy, Jim Acosta.
Oh, were you there for that?
Yes, I did see that drama. So yeah, there was a lot of drama that night, but yeah, it was crazy and weird and stuff. I mean, the White House Correspondents' Dinner is like just a dumb thing that they do every year.
Same Substack party you were invited to? True, but I didn't go. Fuck that.
I think it's been so like devalued by now that it's like nobody
time.
takes it that seriously except like inside DC people maybe. But
I mean, without it, we wouldn't have Trump, right? If Obama hadn't made those comments, maybe. So
God, yeah.
maybe he is the predictor of our next president. We could see what happened at the
shut
last
it
one.
down. Yeah. But yeah, it was crazy and weird and stuff. I mean, the White House Correspondents' Dinner is like just a dumb thing that they do every year to. I think it's been so like devalued by now that it's like nobody takes it that seriously except like inside DC people maybe.
I don't understand our comments here. It's been devalued because the biggest reason is because Trump literally just didn't do it for 4 years, right?
Yeah.
Did Biden ever bring it back? I don't remember if Biden had the if he did the Correspondents' Dinner or not. He did. Okay. I feel like after Trump didn't do it for 4 years, I feel like we all stopped kind of caring at that point, but I don't remember. I guess the fact I don't remember it at all under Biden means, I guess.
But
I mean, without it, we wouldn't have Trump, right? If Obama hadn't made those comments, maybe. So
God, yeah.
maybe he is the predictor of our next president. We could see what happened at the
shut
last
it
one.
down. Yeah.
Speaking of parties that you've been to, Taylor, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was there a party for the quote unquote Cruel Kids Table magazine cover? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
It was a young.
So that was actually, that party was the TikTok party. So TikTok hosted this huge party the night before the election. Of course, this is when TikTok was still under threat of being banned. They actually were banned for like less than 24 hours.
I can't tag you. Why can you not tag me? You just tagged me in Kick Chat. I can't tag you, but it's all in relation to her getting a lot of heat for attending. She had a meltdown over it. Okay.
That day. And so obviously you saw, the CEO of TikTok up with Trump during the inauguration. I was in DC covering the inauguration, specifically TikTok's lobbying. So I was at that TikTok party. Yeah.
Well, because I want to connect that to something that happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, namely that Erica Kirk left in tears. And she is, well, this is the connection. She's also head of Turning Point USA. And there's this big conversation about, the future of the young right-wing party or the young conservative movement and what that's going to look like. And a lot of criticism in the aftermath of the White House correspondent's assassination attempt. Erica Kirk has this video where she looks like Sonya Blade. She's wearing this it just doesn't seem like she's fitting with this like young conservative mold. And you who've encountered right wingers in the wild, both institutional right wingers and young right wingers, what's your take on the Erica Kirk of it all and whether or not you see any kind of direction for the future right wing party?
Well, there is a pathway for them.
Can you do that question but not retardedly?
What PISSCO just asked?
Yeah.
Of criticism in the aftermath of the White House correspondent's assassination attempt. Erica Kirk has this video where she looks like Sonya Blade. She's wearing this it just doesn't seem like she's fitting with this like young conservative mold. And you who've encountered right wingers in the wild, both institutional right wingers and young right wingers, what's your take on the Erica Kirk of it all and whether or not you see any kind of direction for the future right wing party?
He's just saying that Charlie Kirk did a really good job at appealing to kind of young people and trying to recruit more young people into the Republican Party. That was like an area where they seemed to be suffering, like they'd written off all schools and everything else. But then Erica Kirk, as she's kind of like stepped up, just kind of seems to be cringe and doesn't seem to be filling that role very well. And so PISSCO's asking, Taylor, does that seem to jive with what you've seen with young Republicans and everything? That is like Erica Kirk doing a good job appealing to them or not? Yeah.
Party.
Well, there is a pathway for them. I've seen so many generations because I also covered Trump. I covered the first Trump election. I was at the Hilton the night of the 2016 election when Trump came out. I went to it was the Clinton people were at the Javits Center, and then the Hilton is where Trump had his party. And that night that Trump won in 2016.
We need a name drop hotkey.
She loves to drop it. Yeah.
There were a few reporters, but it was mostly internet people. It was like forum admins, people that ran like big subreddits, like content creators, just weird like internet pilled people, and who also had the deplorable also the night before the 2016 inauguration or January 2017 when Mike Cernovich got up and was like, we won, like we used the internet basically, or we used Twitter, to like put Trump in the White House. So I think that there's multiple generations of like right wing young internet pilled people, and to me, Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk represented the old version of them. It is very like she's out of touch and out of date, and I think the young ones resonate more with like Nick Fuentes, or to like put Trump in the White House. So I think that there's multiple generations of like right wing young internet pilled people, and to me, Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk represented the old version of them. Like
I feel like putting Erica and Charlie in the same box is a little crazy, but
it is very like she's
Charlie
out of touch
seemed
and
like
out
he
of
was
date.
absolutely in fucking touch with the average kiddo.
Maybe. Well, at least what he was doing on the college campuses, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think the young ones resonate more with like Nick Fuentes and those types. She's too establishment. I think that like the appeal of Trump is that he's anti-establishment. And I think that like, I mean, you're just seeing this fracturing in the party. That's why Ben Shapiro's YouTube is like plummeting. You know, it's like he's part of that generation of that like establishment mindset.
So
I think
I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree with any of this. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, go ahead, guy.
You don't think Ben Shapiro is plummeting?
Yeah, Ben Shapiro is plummeting, but
her reasoning isn't what you're agreeing with.
yeah, there's just like a lot. Like I feel like everything on the right is pretty fucked right now. Like I definitely wouldn't say like Fuentes and Candace are making huge ground right now, right? I felt like it was a year ago. All you
They're
fucking
stalled, I'd
retards
say.
were saying what?
I would say like Nick Fuentes and Candace are stalled right now.
Sure, yeah. They had like a big media circuit like a year ago, and then every single person in my chat was telling me that in 1 year from then, a year ago, that like Fuentes and Candace would be the mainstream figures with their fucking own shows on CNN or Fox News. Not that dramatic, but I feel like everything is just very fucked on the right now. But people like to see patterns. I don't know, whatever.
Point USA will be around in 5 years?
Yeah, because they're backed by billionaires, so they're just going to astroturf it to death. It's never going to go away. He's part of that generation of that like establishment mindset.
So
I think. Oh, go ahead, guy.
Do you think Turning Point USA will be around in 5 years?
Yeah, because they're backed by billionaires, so they're just going to astroturf it to death. It's never going to go away.
I don't know how much. The thing that Turning Point USA has is all the chapters set up at colleges. I think it would be very painful to get rid of that infrastructure, regardless if they're backed by billionaires or whatever. I think that's the biggest point about TPUSA. That would be my assumption.
I think there's some truth to what you're talking about. I think maybe Trump is now starting to become the establishment for a lot of people. He's heading into his, the halfway point of his second term here. But it's also just a case that I think when your party wins and you do political coverage and your party's in charge, you're playing defense the whole time. It's rough. Like the party out of power, like the benefit of being out of power is you can just play full offense the whole time. And
but not Candace and Tucker. And Nick,
true,
they've all like I think that there are people.
There's no way to verify any of this is true. When people talk about super chats or whatever, like Nick Fuentes has been making, what was it, $900,000 in super chats in 2025. You can fake those numbers very easily. I don't know if I believe any of that. So, and unfortunately, there's no way for us to verify. So,
play full offense the whole time. And
but not Candace and Tucker. And Nick,
true,
they've all done. I think that there are people, and that's why people like Jessica Reed Krause, Libs of TikTok, like a lot of even like DC Drano, et cetera, like those people, they align themselves way too heavily with Trump. And you're right, they were doing defense, and I think they didn't position themselves distanced enough where they're getting the downstream effects of it. And I think like Candace Tucker, all of those, that whole group, which includes, by the way, a lot of Instagrammers, a lot of like younger ones have made that separation.
Yeah. Well, I think when you have enormous audiences,
basically saying like the out group has to play defense the entire time. Do you think the Republicans are going to be playing defense if they lose the midterms?
not necessarily, no. I think they're always on offense.
I feel like they're always fighting.
But they might be. I think they're going to be going more on defense, though, not because of the loss in the midterms, because of the liberals, but because I think there are other factions of the Republican Party that have been kind of
They're getting ready for Trump to be
gone. Yeah.
Right?
This is why Fuentes and Candace, I think, are kind of starting to make more headway, or were. And then, I think other voices are going to kind of be bubbling up from there. But yeah, we'll see. It's hard. It's really hard to say.
The size of like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, you're kind of insulated. I think you have more latitude to.
She tripled her audience since Charlie's death, right? She's tripled her audience, and I think she's been able to grow that audience by going against MAGA.
Yeah.
When she says tripled her audience, what does that mean?
I guess it'd be YouTube subscribers or live viewers, but it's impossible to tell which
It's also annoying because like everything is so
real.
Fucking botted. Yeah.
Yeah, like Nick Fuentes, he'll have like 20,000 fucking viewers. And it's just impossible to tell what
on
a
Rumble
real
is
channel
100% not real. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But people did say the same thing about Kick for a long time. And I don't know if it was true back then, but I feel like Kick does as good of a job as like Twitch does for the botting shit, if not a better job, honestly.
I'm trying to think of when I first started streaming on Kick if it was fake viewership.
I know Aiden's shit was pretty crazy.
Yeah, but with that, it can be him botting versus like the platform doing it. I can't recall from my memory.
Rumble is?
Rumble 1 trillion. I just know. I could just tell. I got the intuition for the pumping the viewer numbers. Rumble 100% yes. I don't recall Kick ever being botted like by the platform. Yeah, I don't think so.
Kick did it smartly. They brought over creators, would have them stream on Twitch, and then bring their audience over.
Yeah,
there was a time on Kick where you could literally just open up an extra tab and it would be counted as an extra viewer. We made Darius like a 60K viewer streamer, I think, in chat.
Sure, but that's not the platform botting.
Yeah, that's not the platform botting, and two, there's no way that you guys made him a 60K viewer streamer by.
I think it literally was. He had like 60K like viewers or something.
Then somebody was botting him. There's no way that 1,000 people opened 60 tabs.
Just us opening tabs. It literally was just us opening tabs.
Okay.
I mean, they patched it out, but I don't like. Are you trying to imply that you think Rumble's botting those people? Or like faking the numbers?
Rumble applies some kind of algorithm to boost the numbers 1 trillion%, or they did in the past 1 trillion%. My guess is they still do because the viewership numbers for the people on that platform seem intuitively too high to me. But
yeah, I'll go to Rumble right now. Let's go fucking look. Timcast is live on Rumble. He has 12,681 viewers. He's been live for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know as much anymore. But I know back in the day, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, it's easier to get mad at the people in charge, which is why they were so flourishing when they were campaigning to say, look, they're fucking it all up, and then suddenly you give them the reins, and you get these Dan Bongino, Cash Patel types, podcasters complaining about the establishment and these high level roles, and they're like, oh shit, I can't do this. So,
but really, what is the it factor though? I wonder, because you describe Erica Kirk as establishment, and I guess in terms of vibes, I'd agree with you. But like, what is that? So what? That special sauce that gives someone like Candace Owens the ability to grow by 3 times, Tucker Carlson some insulation? Is it the ability to speak freely? Is it more mainstream appeal? What is it?
I don't think they speak freely, but I think they pretend like they speak freely, and they pretend like they're willing to challenge Trump, frankly, in very specific ways. You'll note that, Tucker Carlson, for all he wants to talk about the genocide and all blah, 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 blah. Okay, he put Trump in office, and he still meaningfully doesn't denounce MAGA in any sort of, he's not becoming a liberal, right? So I think I think that they're able to seem really kind of like truth-telly and like independent and anti-establishment in a way that's just able to get them views. But I don't think fundamentally they've broken very much. I mean, they're still hanging out in the same right-wing circles,
What do you make of the discourse about left-wing populists and right-wing populists sort of joining teams here? Obviously, Cenk has been a big proponent of this, but it's become more relevant, I think, in this last week because I think Tucker Carlson is trying to set up a conversation with Graham Plattner. And I think he said he's considering having a conversation. That kicked off like a whole round of discourse. Do you have an opinion one way or the other on that situation?
Yeah, Graham should do it. Why not? Why wouldn't he? Go on there.
Speaking of Hutch, are we voting blue no matter who?
100% for Graham Plattner.
I'm voting skull tattoo in this.
Did you guys not like Graham Plattner? I thought you guys were Democrats. Wait, sorry, hold on. Are you guys pro or anti Graham Plattner?
I was skeptical of his judgment.
Oh God, she's gonna trigger the fuck out of me. Did you hear what she said?
I thought you guys were Democrats.
I thought you guys were Democrats. Oh God, kill me. Oh God. Oh, this is gonna be agonizing.
And I was thinking of leaning more towards the Mills, but now
we don't like the tattoo.
Hear that he's probably going to win, and she dropped out. And it's like,
by the way, the issue isn't the tattoo; it's lying about the tattoo. I mean, the tattoo also, but lying about it like so crazily. Guaranteed you that PISSCO will run endless defense for Plattner, though. So
if he would have been open about it, I don't think most Dems would care. They would have been like, "All right, he's a fucking retard back then. Everybody does retarded shit." But he's lying about it, and he's still fucking lying, which is scummy. I would vote him, but
maybe. I think even if he was open about it, I think people would still have an issue with it. But he lied about it too, which is I mean, it was like, didn't he have this for like 16 years or something? Like,
yeah.
All right, look, blue no matter who. That's our motto, right?
I'm a pro Democratic Party Senate majority. I think would be the answer to that question. So I support him and think you should vote for him if you live in Maine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that especially considering Tucker has a place in Maine and there are people that, Tucker has a massive audience. He's gotten a huge amount of credibility with certain groups, sort of swing voters, I would say, like from his stances on foreign policy and stuff. I don't see why Graham shouldn't go on there. I think you should show up anywhere, by the way. My feeling is like, I'm not necessarily going to let everyone on my platform, but like I've gone on InfoWars multiple times to talk about tech policy. Like I think it's good to go into different spaces and have those discussions, especially if Tucker's going to give him his platform. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't he take him up on that?
I've heard that kind of distinction between like letting someone into your space
he might look
versus
like a
going
fucking
somewhere else.
Retard on Tucker.
Who are they talking about?
Graham Plattner.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't think
Tucker is a pretty good debater. No.
Yeah, but I haven't followed Plattner too much, so I just don't know how much of a sloppulist he is. My biggest fear about people going on platforms like Tucker, like people like the Hassan types, is that they would probably agree a lot more than they would disagree.
They'd horseshoe it up.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Talk more about that. Why is it different, and why do you have a principled distinction of who you platform versus where you go?
Yeah, and I think it also depends on like platform. I just think this whole idea of like platforming is very silly and stupid. Like just the notion of it. Like I guess I platformed libs of TikTok by like destroying her in an interview or whatever.
Sure.
It's like, are you gonna have like a, is it gonna be? Or if you bring that person who you fundamentally disagree with into your space, are you going to laud them or are you going to make them look stupid to your audience or like whatever? It's like there are different ways to quote unquote platform someone. Sure. I think that if anybody wants to give me some of their audience, no matter where they are politically, I'll pretty much show up. I mean, the difference would be if I was sort of maybe legitimizing some like random small person that like doesn't have an audience. Like I think there can be a power dynamic there of like, okay, I'm a larger person than you, so therefore I'm like lending some maybe credibility, but I just think like
yeah, I know it's really dangerous. But I'm thinking kind of like people got a lot of anger when, oh my God, I don't know if these are the right people. The Nelk Boys, did they interview Benjamin Netanyahu or something?
Yes, they did, which was
yeah.
I
what were your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, obviously, Netanyahu's just using the Nelk boys to do PR. So, I mean, the Nelk boys are just going to say yes to anything. And John Shahidi is like the architect of Trump's influencer strategy, who's their manager. So, of course, that's going to happen. But you'll note that Netanyahu is not going on like drop site news podcasts. Like, he's not going to show up for a critical interview. But yeah, he'll go do propaganda with like a bunch of drunk 26-year-olds or whatever. I mean, I think that was ultimately an unproductive interview. And then they were trying to do like PR cleanup where they were like calling up Sneeko and Hassan being like,
and Myron Gaines.
Did we fuck up? Yeah. Oh, right. Myron. I mean, that should tell you everything about their knowledge of foreign policy. We should not listen to the Nelk boys on foreign policy. I can't believe I have to say that in 2026.
All right. Well, moving on to...
Okay, just a heads up. I do not support Plattner for Senate. I withdraw my support for him. I'm neutral on that race. Morbler has convinced me. Apparently he did lie. He lied because I guess he had to, because knowing that he's a Nazi would make him unelectable. So thank you. Morbler and DGG chat has convinced me not to support him. Thank you, Morbler, for the good arguments.
To one of the topics of today, which is the Supreme Court case where we have gutted voting rights. I don't know, Taylor, have you seen this and had a take on it yet? Or no?
No,
So-
but that sounds terrible.
Well, I have a feeling you have a take on part of it. There was a lot of dark money that poured into that referendum.
yeah.
I have a
Wow.
feeling. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, this is why we need transparency in the system. This is bad. Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
can you elaborate
I'm
on
like
that, Guy?
very critical of all this
How
stuff.
much? I didn't know anything about this dark money part of the.
What are do you know the groups that have been funding?
Oh, I don't know the exact groups, but I know the majority of money that was spent, like
bet it was
$90 million
Israel.
or whatever, was from
back.
dark money groups.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Spent on what, guy? What do you mean?
On ads promoting, yes or no on the referendum. This is to change the congressional districts in Virginia.
Oh, I was talking about the Supreme Court decision to allow all of these like congressional redistricting to happen, or to, I guess the ultimate PISSCO, correct me if I'm wrong, essentially is saying it is now much harder to challenge potentially racial gerrymandering in any of these places based on their decision.
Okay, I thought we were just going to talk about the changes in general.
You're too up to date, guy. I'm 7 days behind.
You see that John Slipper from PodSave deleted his fucking tweet from 2023 or whatever? Did you see that?
No, wait, what was the tweet?
He had a fucking tweet that somebody found, and everybody started retweeting, and it was like, why don't you point out when leftists actually start standing alongside Nazis, and then we'll talk about how there's some similarity between that. And then people started retweeting it, and he deleted the tweet. He's like, well, I deleted it because I don't even know why he said he deleted it, but dumbass.
That's awesome.
Of the podcast.
Right, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. I think there's a good conversation to have about the broader gerrymandering fight because that really does unlock a shit ton of funding because people know that's really important. To Guy's point, there was an incredible amount of money that was spent on.
Wait, hold on.
Supreme Court ruling actually does.
Not 100%. Never mind. I thought he said he deleted it. Never mind. I'm just kidding. He didn't delete it.
Oh, he
I thought
didn't?
I
fake newsed me?
I fake news you. I thought he tweeted something like, I deleted it because. I feel like I remember reading him saying that. Or maybe he said I didn't delete it because. Did he tweet about this tweet? Did I hallucinate this? I think I woke up and read this and went back to sleep, so maybe I hallucinated this.
You fake newsed me.
He said, let me know when a far lefty candidate appears with a Nazi sympathizer and we can chat.
I'll retweet it. That's good.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm just a little annoyed at this latest line of questioning on Live and Learn because I guarantee none of them have actually read the fucking entire opinion.
PISSCO might have, actually. Sometimes he'll read through opinions. Oh, sorry. Okay, this is what I read. I just fucked up the first sentence. As a community note makes clear, I didn't delete it because I stand by it. But if MAGA World has decided their best play is to insult Maynard's intelligence by trying to fool them to thinking Plattner's old tattoo makes him a Nazi sympathizer, best of luck in November. When I read this sentence this morning, I read this as, I didn't delete it because I stand by it. I deleted it because I don't think whatever. I thought that's how I read this, so I read this incorrectly, but okay. Oh, and he was responding to a guy saying he deleted it too. Yeah, okay.
We agree that it is a Nazi. It was a Nazi tattoo.
Absolutely, and he knew it was. Yeah.
And his new one's questionable, apparently. I don't know.
I don't know about that, but I don't know anybody.
People were saying like, there's. I don't know too much about it. People were saying like, oh, it's like a weird Nordic symbol. It's like, I don't know.
Okay. I just basically don't trust any symbols. Also, it's annoying too because like chat will act like they have like this encyclopedic knowledge of every single like thing because some YouTuber or Twitter fucking loser will make a thing. There'll be like some fucking like some like new like tattoo thing or whatever, and then this will like show up, and I'll be like, I don't know what this is, and everyone shows, that's the Panzerwanzer 44 Tankser German Eichser Nazi thing. How could you know that? Everybody knows that that's the exactly what it is. Like, okay, what the fuck? I don't know. And, yeah. But
it's because of the algorithm, man. They're all getting the same shit.
Yeah.
On the the Virginia redistricting measure, and it was a closer than comfortable election, I think, for a lot of Democrats. But on the Supreme Court specifically, this is a decision which I think is pretty political. I know people are going to shrug when they hear me say that, because I've always thought that the Supreme Court has been heavily partisan in favor of the Republicans. But this in particular, it's a gutting of one of the most storied laws in our history. Coming off of segregation, the Voting Rights Act, and for all intents and purposes, Section 2 of that act, which prevents certain kinds of vote dilution that was passed.
Quarterly vibe check on SCOTUS expansion. Are you more supportive, less supportive? I'm supportive of changing the way the court is structured, of expanding the court so that we have at least one judge per circuit. I like that idea of court expansion. That's where I'm at, Josiah. That would also mean we have to add a few justices. Oh, court expansion.
Coincidentally.
Court expansion, so you have at least one judge per circuit, and term limits.
How long?
Whatever you have to math it out to be, so that every president gets 1 or 2 Supreme Court picks.
Okay.
And then you can only serve 1 term, obviously. That would be my pick on it.
How do you feel about a Supreme Court justice writing a book while serving?
I mean, it would really depend on the subject matter of the book, right?
It seemed like a semi-children's book around constitutional law.
No, I don't think I have a problem with that necessarily.
Passed specifically to try to encompass even unintentional vote dilution of racial minorities has been essentially gutted by Alito in this court in an opinion that really I think is not convincing. And it would be a little bit much on this podcast to get into the weeds about exactly why I feel it's unconvincing, but a lot of sleight of hand from Alito, pretending that he's just adjusting and updating precedent when he's like wholly overturning it, and pretending that
was this Voting Rights Act decision, was this a 5-4 with Amy, or was it a 6-3?
It was a 6-3.
Was Amy concurring in parts, or was it a full?
Any version of this law that was intended, it was to be essentially a worthless law that can never be enforced. And you're going to see a lot of litigation in the coming weeks to try to stop elections that are already underway.
Well, PISSCO, I'm curious, and this isn't like an attack, it's just like the natural question that comes up.
Yeah.
Everyone's calling the Supreme Court super partisan, right? And they also just passed the...
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Wait 1 second. Mood is referencing this thing from this morning. Isn't this incredibly rare? That you have current Supreme Court justices going on to media? I know sometimes they'll go to like, we've watched, it'll be like the fucking Harvard Law Auditorium and give a speech or like do an hour talk or whatever. But I thought
he went on here to shill his book.
Sure. Well, that's a different, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm super massively against this. I would have to be moved quite a bit. Just the appearance of him on a conservative media outlet.
I could see C-SPAN, but like Fox News?
Yeah, the appearance of partisan or impropriety here, I think, is disgusting. I don't know why you would ever appear on a partisan media outlet. I think I don't think I would agree with that. On any media outlet, is C-SPAN government funded? I don't know. I
think so.
C-SPAN would be but the thing is, I don't know if that means, I don't think the government sets the agenda. Because I'm trying to think, would I be okay with them on PBS? I don't know. Those would be iffy. Like things like PBS or things like C-SPAN, that would be I would have to be argued in favor of it, but it'd be iffy. But on partisan media, that's crazy to me.
Your book is...
You should have seen his interview today. Bro, wait, there's more than this?
I think this is what they're talking about. This is like a 2-minute thing, no? Was there more? I tuned off of this. I got mad.
Fantastic. I think it's great for adults too, and I look forward to reading it with my daughter. What was the motivation behind this?
Well, I guess 2 things. One, it's our 250th anniversary, and we're going to have fireworks, we're going to have celebrations, and we should, but I hope too we might find a little time to reflect on the men and women whose courage and sacrifice gave us the Declaration of Independence. And I've been complaining a lot about the lack of civic education and history, education in our country. And my co-author, Janie Nitze, said, old man, it's time for you to do something about it. She has 3 young children, founded a preschool, and this was a journey and a wonderful journey. I just love how it turned out.
Well, let me read an excerpt that was one of our favorites. You write, first, all men are created equal, the rich and the poor, the popular and the unpopular. All are equal in God's eyes and should be equal under law. Second, each person enjoys rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that are God-given. Those rights are unalienable, beyond the reach of government. Third, to preserve those rights, the people have another right, the right to rule themselves. The government exists to serve the people, not the other way around. I love that you highlight that our rights are actually from God, and our founders knew that. What do you think that our children need to learn about the Constitution and our founders?
Well, those 3 great ideas in the Declaration are perfect.
I need to go back and fucking read more on this. When my understanding of, I don't know why I'm fucking qualifying this. All these people are retarded. It doesn't matter if your rights come from God. That wasn't the point. Now, the majority of people back then were religious, but when they say your rights come from God, what they're saying there is not Yahweh, the Christian God. What he's saying is that your rights are coming from a place that is beyond the reach of government. The government is not what is giving you your right. Yeah, you can make an argument they're innate to you as a human being. You have inalienable rights that you, by virtue of you being human, these are the rights that you are granted. The way they express that in language is like your rights come from God, and the government only exists to protect those rights. This like hyperfixation from God, from God. You mean from Jesus Christ? Jesus, in the Bible gives us the rights. Ugh.
And it's a journey to realize them, and it has been throughout our history. But each generation has to recommit themselves to those ideas. You know, we're not a nation founded on a common religion or heritage. We're founded around ideas. And so the torch passes to each new generation to carry on those ideas. And the sacrifice that the men and women during the revolution, we forget it was 8 long, bloody years. And ordinary people, not just Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, but people like Mary Catherine Goddard and Emily Geiger, whose stories we tell in the book, help make those ideals possible for us.
Yes, sir. As an originalist, how do you balance the literal text of the Constitution with more modern...
Okay, we're hopping into... Fuck! I was almost gonna say maybe it's not the worst if they're literally just going on like a morning talk show thing and just promoting a book and not answering any political maybe. But even at that, I think the appearance is just bad. But
issues that maybe the framers couldn't have anticipated, like AI or internet issues.
Well, you know, one of the things that the framers of the Declaration really wanted was independent judges to interpret and apply the law, who were not bound down by politics. They fought a revolution against a king who had taken control of the judiciary.
Like, this is kind of like the scene that you would see at the beginning of some movie that's like a satire on political systems, where like the main character is brushing his teeth and he walks into the room and he's got on like on the TV, like the Republican, fuck the Democrats channel. And then here's one of the nonpartisan judges talking about how important it is that judges rise above partisan politics on the Republicans, fuck the Democrats channel, right? Like, it's like, that's just a bizarre combination of things to see, I guess. I don't know.
They fought a revolution against a king who had taken control of the judiciary himself. And so an originalist tries to be faithful to the original written word of the Constitution and apply it. Yes, it has to be applied to new facts and circumstances, but the terms of that document cannot be changed by 9 old people in Washington. That's not our job.
Yes, sir.
Metalord linked this.
It has taken 232 years and 115 prior appointments for a Black woman to be selected to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States.
Supreme Court week we spoke. Now she's hoping her story will inspire the next generation of Americans to follow their dreams. Justice Jackson's best-selling memoir, Lovely One, has been adapted for young adults, and you can get it on Supreme Court Justice.
I think it was that sense of my self-worth and my own believing in me and training me in.
I don't know why Metalord linked this, but I don't think this is good either. I don't know if he's...
I think it's retarded. I don't think our Supreme Court justice
should be going on partisan media.
People
yeah,
who are going on partisan media. Sure. I say give them an infinite amount of money so that they don't need to fucking write books. Okay, if you want to write a book, you can die and then you can release it afterwards.
Well, I'm pretty sure that it's not a money thing. I'm pretty sure the issue is just that they just want to do stuff. Like, people have passions and stuff that aren't just for money.
Well, write a book and then have it released when you die.
Supreme Court justice salary. What is it?
If you got a real passion,
their salary is $320,700. Okay.
All of these government salaries in like the highest offices need to be bumped up.
True. $300,000 is basically poverty line these days.
No, that's a lot of fucking money.
I'm just
How
kidding.
much does a streamer make?
Well, the average streamer probably like $100 a year.
Okay. Wait, is this an average politician then?
Who?
Yeah, you got. I asked.
True.
It was me.
This thing allowing God, I can't pronounce it. The birth control pill to be tele-mailed to people, which is a progressive decision. Is this, you know, them playing cover but also being partisan? Is it like, oh well, sometimes they compromise? Like, how do we square that circle? Like, where does that fit into the narrative?
Yeah, so I don't think that all of the Supreme Court decisions can be thought of as totally explained by partisan blinders. I don't think that that's the case. And there are some situations where you know, there's just no fair reading of precedent that would allow a certain decision to stand. And so, for example, even in the tariff decision, I mean, there you kind of have business interests aligned with legal reasoning that really couldn't support these emergency tariffs of unlimited duration and unlimited amount and quantity. And so, in other words, I don't view the only metric and component the Supreme Court considers to be what benefits a particular.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. Kafka said if they want to write something for people to read, they should do their job and write some fucking opinions. Hold on. I thought that if they don't have the time to review all these cases and they can only accept, 3.5 cases a fucking year, but you're out here writing books, the fuck? What the fuck? True.
Yeah, if you want to go write a book, quit. Go fucking write one.
Yeah, or why don't you take some... imagine if tomorrow fucking Judge Becerra or Taurus were to release a fucking children's book. And I'm like, hello, I got some motions. I need some rulings on. Why are you guys ruling on? Hello, why are you writing books right now?
Yeah. See, now you're getting it.
Particular party. I just think it's a very strong bias. And here you have an example of a building chipping away of the Voting Rights Act over the course of a decade plus, which seems ideologically rooted, where different issues that don't necessarily connect with each other, such as the Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act and certain aspects of constitutional racial gerrymandering, is being used, I think, to infect the court's precedent, which is otherwise clear that this kind of law is allowed under Section 2 of the 15th Amendment. So in my opinion, you can't just say it's all explained by partisan bias, but you can look at the pattern here and the track record.
Did you read any part of this Voting Rights Act decision? Is it real? Is it bad? I think I saw it was fucking 87 pages.
I was waiting for a fucking YouTuber who is, good at this to read it for me.
I think PISSCO normally will read them. It's boring. It's like 3 hours or whatever, but I think he normally, doesn't he?
I mean, I could read it, but I want someone to summarize it. Do you know what I mean?
That's what the executive summary is for.
I don't want to hear PISSCO.
There's an executive summary, a brief, or I think, what's it called? At the syllabus right at the start.
Yeah, it's not enough.
And whenever there's an issue of enormous political consequence, like gerrymandering is, I think the court has put enough on its scale. And you can tell by how convincing the opinion is also.
Hold on, pause. I don't want to hear it because I'm going through the entire DNC playbook on my stream, okay? And this is 208 fucking pages, so I don't want to hear anybody.
All right, link me the opinion, okay?
And if you read the majority opinion, it's not very convincing.
Well, Taylor, trying to rope you into this, do you think we should expand the Supreme Court?
No opinion.
Oh, God. I have no idea. I did do my high school. You had to do
Actually, you know what? I don't even care. She shouldn't have an opinion. If you don't know anything about it, don't have an opinion. I'm actually fine with that. I don't care. I'm not even mad at her for it. Legitimately, I'm not being snarky.
Project, a big research project, and I did it on the FDR court packing plan from the 30s or whatever that was. So I should have a stronger
Lemon Line 3 to 1. Thank you for gifting 1 sub.
opinion now, but I genuinely don't.
You don't remember your high school project. God.
Well, I kind of remember the arguments for it back then, and I remember this was a topic of conversation a few years ago, but I feel like it kind of got dropped. Are you guys? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's pretty chicken shit that the Democrats, I'm going to be honest, this is one of my gripes that Josiah and I share, don't fully embrace court reform now. I think it's necessary for all the other kind of regulation that Democrats want to pass is to do something and unpack the courts from when they were packed by Mitch McConnell and friends during the whole Merrick Garland situation. And so I'm frustrated that more Democrats aren't embracing it.
I think we're going to have our weekly fight now. PISSCO, are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's gear up. I think the job of advocating for packing the Supreme Court, which I would say I'm in favor of.
Shh, don't let Hutch hear this. Hutch about to be like, guys, why would we pack the court when we're about to win the midterms? Just kidding. Stop. That was a joke. Don't put that in any video. Edit it out. And we're done.
Now, because I just don't know what the better options are. It just feels like there's no good options, really. And this is the least bad option. But I think it's up to the commentators and people outside of the actual political apparatus to make that case. Because to me, if it were up to me, if I was advising presidential candidates, I would say, probably don't run on it and don't signal in advance that you're going to do it. But if we get a trifecta in 2028, day one, push the Senate to scrap the filibuster and just start doing big things ban partisan gerrymandering, do court reforms, etc. But you understand that
they need to lie.
Would you acknowledge that there's some risk that might not be necessary with the heads of the party actually running on that policy?
Do I acknowledge that there's some risk? Yes, I acknowledge there's some risk. Yes, I do.
Okay. Maybe it's just maybe the only difference of opinion is just how much risk there is versus.
That was not a fight.
No, I acknowledge there's some risk. I think the question is how important, how vital, how critical is a certain thing to your agenda, and court reform is critical to our agenda if we want to get anything of consequence passed in this century, in the next 4 or 5 years, and being able to do it quickly. And so, given that it's essential, right, just like getting rid of the filibuster is essential, we just need to start acclimating our constituencies to create the kind of arguments and structures in favor of this and make it an issue. Just like, by the way, Trump has made an issue out of the ballroom. That's something else that's a current event, is out of this whole chaos of the assassination attempt. everyone's just talking about the ballroom. You have Ashley Sinclair, who, by the way, at some point we should invite to Buckus.
Talk
about how they
should have her.
Oh, do you have the
100%.
connect? PISSCO's been asking for it.
Yeah,
I think we need to. But like you see how they have these conversations behind the scenes, and maybe it's a nice dovetail into the chorus conversation at some point about what messaging to do, and they're all picking ballroom, and like so. There is a way, I think, to shift opinion, and maybe part of that is being like strategic about who takes the lead here. And okay, fine, I'm not going to make the most vulnerable representatives and senators be the ones to carry the flag here, but I think there needs to be some sort. Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's about them. I would say it's more about like the candidate. So whoever the candidate's going to be, if it's AOC or Kamala or Newsom or whoever, I do think there's strategic value in hiding your power level on this particular issue, because what I don't want to do is to juice an electorate that's pretty depressed. Like the MAGA electorate right now is really depressed. Like we're seeing the turnout on the Democratic side versus the Republican side. It's really bleak for the Republican Party right now. And as soon as you start running on, we're gonna like the presidential nominee starts running on, we're gonna get rid of the filibuster and then pack the court. I mean, that would be probably the most transformational thing that the government has done since like the 60s and the 70s with LBJ's like war on poverty and Medicare and all that stuff. And so that's my concern. Guy, what do you have? You look like?
Well, I just don't think that people want to hear our leaders talking about getting rid of the filibuster right now. They want them focused on cost, like affordability and stuff like that. So I think that conversation will become much more relevant when Alito and Thomas bail out before the end of the year and Trump gets to nominate Emile Beauvais and Aileen Cannon to be on the Supreme Court. You can get a lot more people saying, okay, fuck this noise, but they've already packed the court. So
they
I
better
think
hold it fucking hostage for 2 years.
Yeah.
Returning fire at this point, if we do. But you're right, Hutch, you said it. Like, first you got to get rid of the filibuster. That's going to be a big task alone.
I don't know if it is, man. I actually think there's a very decent chance they get rid of the filibuster in the next trifecta. I really do. Yeah, I do. I think,
Not so sure about it.
I don't know, man. Obama was on Brian Tyler Cohen's podcast just 2 weeks ago talking about how basically it needs to be done. And so I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if more pressure kind of mounts. I don't think it's going to be a topic that comes up a lot during this like midterm cycle, but as soon as we get into the next presidential cycle, which I think is going to begin like right after the midterms, I think they're going to start announcing in like December. I do think like that conversation needs to be had, and I think there's more kind of leeway to talk about the filibuster, but I just hedge a little bit on committing to packing the court. I mean, what do you think, Soy Pill?
I kind of understand the risk of, hey, this could hurt our chances and invigorate them to say, look, they're about to become draconian and take everything away from you. Everything you ever feared is going to come true. But the thing is, they were going to do that anyway, and I'm not so sure that making them understand what even the filibuster is. Like, imagine explaining that to a MAGA voter. I don't think they'd want to vote for it because I don't think they'd get it. I don't think most people get it. And I don't think the MAGA voters are suddenly going to become this like even more cultish and loyal base because they're like, oh my God, like I now understand like civics and I'm going to like take my understanding of that and vote extra hard for the Republican Party. But
I'm not convinced we shouldn't kill the filibuster if Dems take the Senate in the next year. Like, if Dems take the Senate, why don't we just take the sting out of it and do it while Trump's in office?
I agree with that, for sure.
And just hit him with a bunch of legislation that is actually popular. Maybe do something good for the country. I mean, doubtful he'll pass it, but I mean, these kind of conversations I think are in the weeds anyway, in a way that like you guys are mentioning, people don't really care about as much as
Getting rid of the filibuster is going to be really based if they do it. I think it would help people actually have to make hard votes and govern.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
So maybe we'll dovetail into the chorus thing.
Well,
Taylor, I don't know if you know
before
this.
we get started,
yeah?
did you guys see that there is a job opening? So if you guys are big chorus defenders here, they're hiring.
Oh shit!
I applied after your article and they rejected me. So I don't know.
Wait, to be in
Wait,
the program?
really?
That's fucked up.
That's
They
not
should-
fair. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I was like more dark money. Give me.
But you would you disclose it? You
Oh,
would
absolutely.
disclose
That's why I tweeted
Yeah.
it out before it even happened.
So that's
but-
where's the problem? You know, like
We'll get into it. I mean, but just so you know, I've been trying to get Hutch to come to dinner every day, and
Wait, I thought our issue was that Chorus was receiving dark money, or they were receiving money from the 538 fund, which was getting money from dark money or something. What? I don't even remember.
I say, Hutch, where are you? What's going on, honey? Like, the food's ready. It's getting cold. And he's just staring at this big wall of Post-its and pictures. He's been writing them on the manifesto. So he's going to lead this chorus discussion with you, just so you know.
Yeah.
Why are they going
What's
over
going on? I mean,
the Chorus article? I feel like this is so long ago, but okay.
Their second class finished, so they're done. I don't know that they've started. I think they're recruiting now for the next class, which is why they're hiring this partnerships person.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to focus on like the current sort of chorus stuff. I did want to talk about your article a little bit, if you don't mind.
Sure, let's do it. Why
Okay.
not, guys? I'll talk about it till the cows come home. It's so crazy to me that when I was in DC, I ran into someone from 1630, and she was like, "It's never gonna die," and I was like, "It's never gonna die. It's never gonna die."
Well, listen, I think it would help the discussion. Well, first of all, I want to say like, I think your overall focus on transparency when it comes to money in politics, that is necessary journalism that needs to happen. And in fact, despite the issues that I have with your article, and we can dive into that, I did learn a lot about like dark money structures because your article made me look into it. And so I do think that there's a really vital role for journalists to be discussing this issue. And so, I appreciate you bringing attention to that. And I genuinely mean that. But I want to ask you just a few questions before we get into some other things here. What do you think is the crux of, like, if you had to describe the crux of your reporting in this Wired article, like what would you go with there? How would you describe it? It's like the main points.
Yeah, I think the main point is basically like what I want people to walk away with, kind of what you just said, which is that like this massive, notorious dark money group is funding this program that influencers took part in that claim to be journalists, and that these influencers basically were taking undisclosed political money while promoting political messaging. For instance, I think that
Wait, real quick. Fuck, I don't remember in that article. Does anybody remember? I can't ask you fucking retards. Did anybody actually claim to be a journalist that she was talking about? What does she mean when she says that? Wired article. I have to go to the archive. No, wait, fuck, that's the new article. Shut up, Mooten. I hate you.
Nut check.
Taylor, Lorenz, Chorus. Wired. Oh, okay. Archive.
You gonna read this shit again?
I'm just gonna control F journalist. I'm just curious if they did. Wait, the word isn't even used? Control F, journalist. Subscriber, it's there. Control F. Okay. Well, whatever.
Political money while promoting political messaging. For instance, I think that let me just give an example. So I think that consumers and viewers, readers, whatever, right, like news consumers deserve the right to know if the person that they're receiving information from is, one, taking political money, and two, taking part in like messaging sessions, like getting, sort of information given to them by certain political interests or whatever, right? I think that they should know that. Journalists, for instance, like myself, anybody that basically works in mainstream media, you cannot take part in any dark money political funding. That would
just as a quick thing, her Amidyar thing, like, clearly has some kind of like political messaging goal. That's how they chose their people. It's listed on their website. She has never given any details as to what they coached her on or what they talked to her about or what resources they provided her. She's never said that. I've never seen anybody say that, but whatever.
Would be
so you think she's
so
taking dark
unethical.
money then?
I would, by her definitions, I would say absolutely, yeah.
Who works in mainstream media, you cannot take part in any dark money political funding. That would be so unethical. It would violate every single ethics.
Also, what she's saying here, you can't do this thing. It would be unethical. No one would know. You wouldn't. There's no requirement to report it, and there are no ethical boards or standards or whatever for journalists. None of this is true. She's
It's
making
just
all
like
this up.
some stupid perceived ethics that
Like,
she's holding.
Maybe corporate policies is what she's talking about. Yeah.
You could never do that and work in mainstream media. But I think the problem with influencers is that, listen, and I have friends in that program, but like some of them, it's like, whatever, they're political influencers. They don't feel like they have to disclose it. I think they should disclose it. But there are a lot of other people in those programs that are calling themselves journalists. And a lot of them actually wanted to disclose it. That's how that article came to be, is that 7 people in the program came together, 7 of them, and were like, hey, we've wanted to disclose it. We want to post about it. We're being told that we're not allowed to, and we'll be kicked out of the program if we actually publicly disclose it.
Don't think any of that was true. I don't even know if she made that claim in the article. If she did, she definitely didn't justify it. This is just a lie, but okay.
We think this is really wrong, and we want to blow the whistle on it. We've recorded all these Zoom calls. Here's screen recordings of all these internal text messages. Here's internal documents. Here's all of the contracts. Here's all the contract negotiations. Here's all the internal guidance on what we're supposed to respond to, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, great, okay, well, let me reach out to Chorus and 1630 and talk to them about this. And obviously they didn't want to talk on the record, but I hope that people from that article demand more from the content creators and demand that these content creators, are.
Is she implying somebody from Chorus talked to her off the record? I seriously doubt that.
That's what it sounded like, yeah.
That's what it sounded like, but I don't think that's true.
Demand more
lying?
from the content
Yes.
creators. Demand that these content creators,
Or she's being misleading.
are more transparent about funding. And most importantly, because I don't even think it should all be on the content creators' fault. As I said, so many content creators did want to disclose, and they were told they'd be kicked out of the program if they did. The people that run these programs, Courier News.
Never. I don't think she ever justified that or showed a single message of that or a threat of that, or even I don't know if there's even a person claiming that was named in the article where it said they get kicked out if they disclose that. But okay.
I don't know if you guys do you guys know Tara McGowan, Courier?
No, I heard
crazy.
you talk about them before, but
yes,
not
they're like
familiar.
the other big. You guys should. That's like your type of. That's like the other big lib like thing that funds all the Democrat stuff. Like,
Oh, you're not a lib, Taylor?
Listen. I love the libs. I'm not hating on anybody, but
Hang on a second. You like free speech? You don't like the libs?
I do. No. I actually really like a lot of people in. I like a lot of people in chorus, and I like a lot of people in all these programs. But
And I have black friends, Taylor.
What'd you say?
I'm not a racist. I have black friends.
No, but I'm saying like that program is run transparently, right? There's a lot of other funding programs that are run transparency. Even Crooked Media, you could consider sort of a form of this, although it's quite different. It's a media company. But
so overall, though, you're.
What is she talking about? I'm sorry. In what example is she giving? Are people disclosing like specific dollar amounts and like every single thing they're told behind the scenes for the companies they're part of? I don't believe any of that. I don't think any of that is true. I just don't believe it unless somebody shows me that. I don't think that's true.
Putting the emphasis on disclosure. You think the crux of your article was about disclosure?
I think it's about disclosure and also unpacking what sort of, basically if you sign a contract that says, if I take part in chorus-based events and that puts restrictions on my content, that should be disclosed.
She's not accurately summarizing the contract. And everything she's saying is just fucking retarded. Just that, of course, make some resource available to you. You can't like capitalize on that and then... Like, it sounds like what Chorus was going to do is like bring in a person to speak to you, and you're not allowed to like reach out to that person and contact them afterwards and have them come on your stream. My guess is probably because they didn't want people flooded with requests afterwards. And also, if you're making resources available to people, you don't want them to like just take it from you or whatever. Something like this. None of the claims she's made on the article or here have ever been justified by anything in the article. Now, when I interrogated her for 30 minutes on this, she eventually got down to the fact that she just left all of it out of the article. Initially, she said it was because of the lawyers. Then she said it was because of the editors. And then finally, she said, well, it was just the choices that I made. So I think she's lying about all of this 100%.
That puts restrictions on my content. That should be disclosed.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that because that's worth diving into. But to your point on the disclosure, okay, so the section in your article where you dealt with the specific provision in the contract that barred the creators from disclosing that they were a part of a fund, like a dark money fund.
The program. They talked that they were part of the funding program.
Right.
Yeah.
That I think was probably the strongest part of your article because I think that does raise ethical concerns that are worth exploring and discussing and hashing out and kind of collectively deciding like what should the ethics be. But we'll get to some of that.
Well, they came out after. I mean, these content creators, several of them came out after the story came out and said, "We're proud to take dark money and we don't owe you anything."
She's such a malicious fucking piece of shit. God, she's such a fucking demon monster.
So I think that's the energy that some of these content creators have, and I think that's a huge disservice. I think if they start to play that game, they're going to lose. They're going to lose. Like that's not you have the disadvantage in that system. The right has significantantly more dark money than the left will ever have.
Well, let me
ask you, was it in writing that they couldn't disclose? I don't know.
Yeah, it's in their contract. Yeah, it was in their contract. Yeah.
It wasn't. That's a lie. That's a lie. There were probably some aspects of things they aren't allowed to disclose. That's standard in every contract. Guy, unfortunately, is not asking a specific enough question, so Taylor is able to mislead and lie here in her response by saying, well, yeah, technically there were things in that contract, but that you weren't supposed to disclose. But
okay.
Well, okay. I got to hit one thing at a time here. I feel like you hit on like 5 things that I want to unpack, but I want to
that's what she does.
keep my train of thought here. So the second.
Ooh, can you guys vibe out sounds like
vibing?
She's
when she like
she's uncomfortable, right? Or she's like in combative mode. Can you hear that? Hold on.
Like 5 things that I want to unpack, but I want to keep my...
That?
Oh yeah, like that. Okay, it's like all right, we're going with this.
Yeah, that's like we're about to fight sound. Oh boy.
Yeah. I want to keep my train of thought here. So the second question that I have for you is I think it was in your conversation with PISSCO where you were speaking about the importance of journalists and editors disclosing their partisan beliefs in their reporting. Was that your conversation with PISSCO or on Doomscroll?
No. Well, I don't think that you have to do that. I say that, for instance, one reason that I really like to be independent is because I like to make my views clearer on where I stand on certain issues. I think that makes me a more accountable reporter because when I'm open and I disclose, hey, I'm coming to this issue with this perspective. Mm-hmm. Am I wrong? I go to sources with this all the time where I'm like, well, this is my view,
Well, Taylor, in the interest of transparency,
hold on.
Like to make my views clearer on where I stand on certain issues. I think that makes me a more accountable reporter because when I'm open and I disclose, hey, I'm coming to this issue with this perspective. Mm-hmm. Am I wrong? I go to sources with this all the time where I'm like, well, this is my view,
Well, Taylor, in the interest of transparency.
Is he about to make it? I feel like Sorpel interjects sometimes with too many jokes. I feel like 90% of the talking he does sometimes, I feel like just interjecting with a joke, but okay. Sorry.
Earlier, I know we're being friendly here, but you do hate Democrats and libs, right? I'm pretty sure you hate Democrats and libs. I'm pretty sure I've heard you say this.
I hate them because they keep losing. I want them to win. I want them to be Republicans. But I mean, obviously, obviously, I mean, I don't want the Republicans to win there, especially not Donald Trump. He's a fascist.
But on this point though, like I think you did.
But I do like my point is like if you are a journalist, especially if you're a public independent journalist, I think it's to your benefit and to the public's benefit for you to be transparent. And I think one reason people don't like mainstream media is that mainstream media will put out content that clearly has a political slant. You know, certain writers at The Atlantic, for instance, right, that like are going to skew a certain way, but they can't come out and say it. And to me, that's a flaw in our media ecosystem. I think that you should.
What a crazy, anytime somebody yaps so much off topic, it's because they know that their argument is weak. Like what the fuck are we talking? We just went from, I don't even remember Hutch's original question. I think it had to do with like the types of disclosures that you should make for funding. And she's like, I think you should have to be open about your political biases. Well, who the fuck is even talking about this? She's like on some completely other planet right now.
Would it be up to the journalists to disclose that kind of slant in the reporting itself?
No, because it depends on your slant. Like, what are you talking about? Like, for instance, I cover identity verification laws. I'm very critical of ID verification laws. I'm very anti-surveillance. When I talk to the guy at the Age Verification Association, the trade group, I say, listen, I'm a huge critic of these laws. Convince me why I'm wrong. The goal of an article, like a journalistic article, is to be factual and truthful, and to get people to understand, you know, sort of the truth of a situation.
Right.
It's not necessarily to share your opinion on something. Some articles do contain more opinion, but most sort of like investigative work, or especially something like this, it doesn't have my opinion in it. Also, because like 15 people worked on this article, and my original draft was so like, you know, it goes through like so much sort of editing and review, and so many people work on it, that it's just like the end product is mostly a result of like what did the legal, you know, how do we need to sort of reword this so that it's legally factual and, you know, and stand up to some like defamation lawsuit, because that's what they kept threatening.
Well, my sense of
Did they? Privately? Not publicly? Or what?
Of this particular reporting is that I think you do have a slant. I think you do. I think your opinion is
my slant is probably, I mean, as you can read from
Oh my God, is she going to say my slant is towards the truth and transparency?
all my Wired reporting, it's against dark money, and it's
oh, so noble. Your slant is against a thing that by definition, the verbiage itself implies that it's a bad thing. Good job. Wow.
It is a transparency.
Well, no, that's not the slant.
Nice. Good job.
That's what I'm talking about. I think you have an anti-establishment slant. I think you've discussed. You've
chorus is anti.
Her fucking. Oh, dude, she's so Kelly Jane coded. Oh my God.
Establishment.
Well, hang on, real quick. You've just
chorus is anti-establishment. Is that what she just said?
Establishment slant. I think you've discussed.
The chorus is anti-establishment.
Well, hang on, real quick. You've described yourself as on the left, or I think you even hinted that you were identified with the label of leftist. I think in your conversation
in
with
certain
Nicole,
on certain
and when you
issues,
read the article,
sure,
it's like really clear that you have villains in the story and you have heroes in the story and you have kind of a larger narrative that I think goes beyond disclosure,
but like 15
right?
people were right. But like my name is on the top. But as you know, with an investigation like this, especially one that went to the top, that like 15 people worked on the story. So
well, I understand that, but like for example, so you.
There's so much going on. Someday, and by someday I mean 10 years from now, I'll do a video on breaking down like these conversation dynamics. There's so much bad faith engagement from Taylor on this topic, right? So Taylor says, my goal is the facts and accuracy. That's my goal when reporting. I'm not trying to spin a narrative or be biased or give my opinion. It's just facts and truth, okay? And then Hutch says, well, in this article, it didn't seem like it was just facts and truth. It seems like there was a political bias. So she makes a claim, and he hits into the heart of that claim, and then she goes, oh, actually 15 people worked on it. So does that mean that the article wasn't truthful and factual? Are you abandoning that position? It's a diversion, obviously, with the goal of dispersing, I don't know, some personal accountability or saying maybe it can't be biased. I don't know, but she's so good at every single time she opens her mouth. It's to spin a lie of some kind.
You assigned the label centrist to Olivia Juliana.
which is how she self-identified.
No, she self-identifies as a progressive, right?
No, from what I found from
Anna.
which is how
I understand that, but like for example, so you assigned the label centrist to Olivia Juliana.
which is how she self-identified.
No, she self-identifies as a progressive, right?
No, from what I found from my original reporting back from the New York Times, back when I had interviewed her years ago,
That's a red flag. In my opinion, I'm being harsh here. It's like that's like a disqualifying statement. Why would you ever identify somebody politically based on an interview you did with them years ago? Why? What? That's like an on its face, absurdly stupid thing to say. But
was identifying as a centrist Democrat.
Centrist Democrat? Hold on. Where is the article? What did she call in the article? Because that's also a different... Influencers included in communication about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 fund, include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention. That doesn't sound like a... That just sounds like a centrist, not a centrist Democrat. That's already a different thing that she's immediately conceded on, but okay.
In Texas, that was her whole thing.
In 2024?
Maybe it was whenever I spoke to her, which was quite a while ago. But
that means that no, then why would you use that out of date information?
But just to be clear, she never took issue with that. She never reached out for a
Doesn't matter, not relevant.
correction on that at all. We would have been happy to, like, if
Well,
she had...
I mean, nonetheless, that is an opinion, right? Subjective. It's a very subjective way
No,
of
it was how
centrist.
she... Well, first of all, I think we can correctly identify people's political sort of affiliations. For instance, if she's... correct me if I'm wrong on Olivia Juliana, and Olivia Juliana works for Chorus, but her whole thing was that she was a Democrat in Texas, right? Who had done a lot of work with like reproductive justice.
Yeah, right. So she focuses on abortion, LGBTQ+, climate, voting rights. When I look at these sort of policy...
These are all left-leaning social issues, for sure.
Priorities, that does not strike me as a... When I think of a centrist, I think of Joe Manchin.
Okay.
I think of like Jared Polis in Nebraska, right?
If Olivia wants to reach out, and we...
She's dodging now. If somebody else wants to reach out, she does this. She lies like she breathes. She's so good. She like adeptly switches between like every single like thing to like the way that she lies. She's just so nonchalant about it. I don't understand how people's minds work this way. It's crazy.
Honestly, the thing that you're bringing up mostly comes up on the right, because, for instance, when I've covered Nick Fuentes, he will say, well, I'm not a white nationalist, or Chuck Johnson, who I cover all the time.
Now she's kind of like poisoning the well, I guess, or whatever, trying to like blob him into like, oh, this is like a conservative critique of my article.
Or not so much anymore, actually, it's less relevant. But he would constantly say, well, I'm not a Holocaust denier.
Oh, and Taylor also tells another lie, which she does all the time, I guess. She said she could reach out, but apparently Olivia did tweet. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is a different tweet in 2024, so not about Taylor Lorenz, but this is a 2024 tweet. You say I'm not progressive, and yet I have very progressive stances. I believe in a robust public option with Medicare available to all. That's a far left position. Public option in the American political climate is absolutely a far left position. I believe in free community colleges and trade schools. That's like decently like center left at least. I believe that we need more immigration judges, more work permits, more visas, a comprehensive, clear pathway to citizenship. That's a further left position for sure. I believe in investing in a green economy that saves the planet. This is a decently further left position. Green anything basically is. I believe in fully funding public education and raising teachers' wages. That's at least center left. I have very progressive values and beliefs, but because I don't water down my opinions as long as the virtues I'm not progressive, whatever you say. But okay.
Right. And so I think at some point you do have to take a look at certain people's, beliefs and what they've expressed and try to categorize.
How would you define centrist? How would you define centrist?
A Democrat.
Control F, Olivia.
Make sure you rewind.
Yeah, I know. I always do when I possibly. I think one thing political parties, especially like liberal politicians, have really shied away from engaging with more progressive activists because they want to stick to these neutral party lines, and I get that, but I think to perform well on the internet, you've got to engage with everyone. I'd be dealing with Twitch streamers and content creators, and I would really go out and use social media to try and engage with people, and especially these progressive influencers on the internet. I wouldn't say we're just not dealing with those people because they're too radical or they're too progressive. I would try to bring them into the fold and use them to my advantage. Would this include Olivia Juliana? Yeah. I think people like her are exactly who we're talking about. These young Gen Z activists and commentators and people with followings, they have just so much to offer, and that's the future of politics in our country. I think we have the class of politicians on all political sides that's just very old and very out of touch, and we really need young people to seize control of this country in so many ways. I love people like Olivia and others who really stand up for what they believe in and use the internet to make their voice heard. So she's literally calling her a progressive in this article. What was the year of this article or in this interview? This was in 2023. So at least in 2023, she was referring to her as a progressive. Okay. By the way, I pointed this out in her first article. The reason why Taylor Lorenz does this naming people and then ascribing political things. This is to target somebody, to greenlight them for harassment and media attacks. That's the reason why she does this very, very, very specifically in this article, where she'll never name her sources. Surprisingly, none of her sources are ever named. They're all anonymous. They're all off the record. I think for most of this. But like for people that she doesn't like, that are occupying a political position that she disagrees with, she goes as hard as she can on naming every single part about them. Lauren Peretra, a former Playboy slut, executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupy Democrats, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll-themed pro-DNC meme account, Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal, Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers. Like, the reason why she goes through on these influencers, including in communication about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 fund. These are all people who wouldn't comment. I don't know if she names anybody in this program who did. Like, this is like, she's like doing like hit list tier shit. And you can see that it actually worked for the Olivia girl, because on her Wikipedia, they got her. 2024 election and beyond. This last paragraph here. According to Wired magazine, Herrera is a member of the Chorus Creator Incubator Program, a subsidiary of the 1630 Fund, a dark money group, which provides a stipend to political online influencers to promote pro-Democratic Party messaging. So they got her here on this one, yeah. But good job. This is like a bullying. It's like hit piece style journalism, basically.
Not a Holocaust denier, right? And so I think at some point you do have to take a look at certain people's, beliefs and what they've expressed and try to categorize them.
How would you define
correctly.
centrist? How would you define centrist?
A Democrat? A Democrat that's probably
very,
middle of the road.
Like, you should just ask, like, is AOC a centrist? Like, this what a fucking retarded statement.
Like a middle of the road Democrat, like a Democrat that could operate in a red state, probably.
You think a Democrat in a red state is a middle of the road Democrat? Like, that doesn't even make sense. So that sounds like definitionally a more right-wing Democrat, right?
And a blue state, maybe equal, like, somebody that's
sort
very
of broad, though. That's a very, very broad.
Well, it's not even broad. It's just retarded. It's a meaningless nonsense definition. It can be whatever. She does this a lot. She'll redefine things or define things in different ways just for however she wants to make things into whatever. It's just so stupid. Like, what is a centrist? Like what would you call a right-wing Democrat and a left-wing Republican? Are they both centrists, or it's stupid.
She's like Thanos. Reality is whatever she wants
just
it to be.
Stupid. It doesn't
Probably,
make any sense.
and a blue state, maybe equal, like, somebody
that's
that sort
very
of appeals
broad,
to both.
though. That's a very, very broad.
Well, it's kind of like the centrism itself. Like, as I think about it and sit here, there's a kind of identified more Schumer-oriented Democrat, more moderate Democrat associated with.
PISSCO has zero political insight or savvy, so you just have to remember that his mind is rotted by whatever people he's reading at the time. I don't know if he's still on all this lefty shit, but like calling Schumer like a centrist, there's like people who call Pelosi a centrist. Like, there's just no reason to take you seriously, politically at least. There's no mind for it.
A centrist label,
Well,
and it is kind of vague, right?
Yeah,
It's a kind of vague
but
term.
also, like, I wouldn't say that the chorus. I mean, chorus has made content with Schumer. Like, I guess I would say it's a very vague term. It's probably the most broad term, because I don't think we want to get it again like too specific.
The important thing here, Taylor, is to Hutch's point, based on, and I found this when I read your article too. You use centrist as like a pejorative, right?
No, for this
She does.
one we say that, like, when
What is a centrist? For PISSCO's definition, a centrist is anybody who is not willing to murder every single Israeli and Jew person on the fucking planet, probably. Not that extreme. But in PISSCO's mind, unironically, in his mind, a centrist is probably somebody who's not willing to say that Israel is a genocidal, apartheid, ethnic cleansing state that we need to completely sever all contact from. Anybody that's not on board with that, in his mind, is probably a centrist, unironically. I don't know if he would admit exactly to that, but that's going to be some type of thing there, yeah.
You use
Who would you call a centrist Dem? I would never use the word centrist right now. The soy pill is accurate here, and that centrist is a slur that's wielded by many different people right now. Yeah, it's just a slur. It's a heavily negatively loaded word. I would never use it to describe somebody unless I was trying to attack them, basically. Yeah.
Well, the important thing here, Taylor, is to Hutch's point, based on, and I found this when I read your article too. You use centrist as like a pejorative, right?
No, for this one we say that, like, when
in general you do. You don't like the Democrats, and you especially don't like centrist Democrats. This
I
is
am
just like
centrist
your
on
ideological
certain issues. I think it depends on the type of.
Do you use centrist as
Do you see the pivot, the dodge there?
right?
Oh, yeah.
Don't you use centrist as a pejorative? I'm a centrist on certain issues.
She's a memer.
I'm trying to think if that even makes sense. I think typically, I guess it could. I don't know. People, it's because like usually when you say centrist, it's like you have a collection of beliefs that are both the left and the right. I don't know. This is an intentional diversion from her. It's all retarded. I shouldn't be thinking about this too much.
Especially don't like centrist Democrats. This
I
is
am
just like
centrist
your
on
ideological.
certain issues. I think it depends on the
Well,
type
no,
of.
I
Do you
know,
use
but
centrist
in
as a
general,
pejorative?
In
Is the
general, you
question.
use centrist as a pejorative, right? Like you view these people as like these feckless do-nothings, and like I'm
I-
not
that's-
like.
I think
She'll never admit to this. Part of the underlining in her writing is this facade of nonpartisanship. And so she's just describing things accurately as they are. She can never own that she uses centrist as a pejorative.
You use centrist as a pejorative, right? Like you view these people as like these feckless do-nothings, and like I'm not like.
I think you're completely putting words in my mouth that I have not said. I think I don't like Chuck Schumer, and there's a lot of what he says, but there's a lot of people that are quote unquote centrist that I absolutely respect and work with, and that worked on this article. Like there's people just to be clear, this article went through so many editors that have such a range of political beliefs, and I hear you that maybe you disagree that Olivia Juliana is
means nothing about anything.
Classified as we described her, a centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 DNC.
I
she
think
has
when you
not
look at
taken
her,
issue with that, and
well, that's not really
doesn't matter at all.
It's not really, that's beside the point. I
Wait,
mean,
but you
whether or not she
basically
disputes it, I think
you
that I think
disagree with
if most people. Well, hang on, just let me real quick. I'm trying to be. I'm not trying to cut you off
She's so good. She's such a Kelly Jean, bro.
very much. So just let me say.
Okay,
what
sorry.
I think if like a reasonable person went to Olivia Juliana's feed and they saw her policy priorities, I think that they would colloquially understand her to be just sort of like a standard Gen Z progressive Democrat.
Which is funny because I saw Hutch in YouTube chat. I don't know if you saw it earlier, Hutch, but she, like Taylor Lorenz in 2023, literally referred to this exact Gen Z influencer as a progressive content creator. So that's very funny to me.
Focused on progressive
is also the reason progressive has come up so much, and somebody was trying to get me to write a story about this recently, which I was like, this is not really my beat, is because so many people have tried to replace the word centrist with progressive, and this has been like a thing that influencers were actually given. This is totally separate from my story, and this is like something else. Maybe I'll write about it. I don't know, probably not. But there is an effort as certain words become stigmatized or have negative, maybe you're saying this has like a negative view with some people, they're trying to use other words. So you see them use the word progressive instead of centrist.
I don't know what she's talking. We cover the same. We live in the same world. She's just lying here.
Word whatever.
No, I'm not talking about.
That would have been great to know in the moment. Oh yeah, wait, real quick. What was the Oh, sorry. Somebody just linked this. It was funny. And the last what if, and let's assume that you accept the position, okay. Joe Biden calls you up and says, run my campaign social media, what do you do? She says, oh boy, I would start by engaging with people, not just approved content creators. I think one thing that specific political parties, especially like liberal politicians, have really shied away from is engaging with more progressive activists because they want to stick to these neutral party lines, and I get that. But I think to perform well on the internet, you've got to engage with everyone. I'd been dealing with Twitch streamers and content creators, and I would really go out and use social media to try and engage with people, and especially these progressive influencers on the internet. I wouldn't say we're just not dealing with those people because they're too radical or they're too progressive. I would try to bring them into the fold and use them to my advantage. Would this include Olivia Juliana? Yeah. I think people like her are exactly who we're talking about. These young Gen Z, that's crazy. And this was it was October 2023. October 11th, 2023 that this was posted. So yeah, I don't know. It's wild to me.
Self-assigned labels.
Trying to use other words. So you see them use the word progressive instead of centrist or the word whatever.
No, I'm not talking about self-assigned labels. I mean, I think most people would look at her policy proposals and think, okay, that's just.
What do you think about Biden, Hutch? I mean,
fuck. I'm sorry. Hold on. Another thing, real quick. Somebody put from Taylor Lorenz's account every time she uses the word centrist. This is wrong. Leftists are the ones who most vocally hate Crockett for good reason. For good reason. Blue MAGA liberals. What the fuck does she mean when she says blue MAGA? Blue MAGA liberals are the ones melting down because that's her base. The centrist Dem Chorus/1630 Fund creators support Crockett. Damn, how many people is Chorus paying? Support Crockett. Leftist hater because she's pro-crypto, pro-Israel corporate shill. It is remarkable how successful Richard Hanania
has been in reinventing himself as a centrist liberal. Centrist liberals have always agreed with his core ideals. Keep in mind that Hanani's background, to people like Taylor Lorenz, he's known as a white nationalist, and he also contributed to Project 2025 or whatever the fuck. So, okay. This is nasty work. The majority of creators on this program are white. 2 centrist, dem black influencers have been hurling abuse at me for days. Instead of criticizing power and the centrist Dems who wield it, you're criticizing marginalized people who are being oppressed. I can confirm that Hassan the Hun was not approached for this program. I didn't see Austin on the list either. The 90 influencers involved appear to be primarily centrist, pro-DNC Dems who have not spoken out about Palestine / are pro-Israel. Okay.
Let's be honest, right? Like, so
would look at her policy proposals and think, okay, that's just.
What do you think about Biden, Hutch? I mean, let's be honest, right? Like, so if Biden were described as a centrist Democrat,
Olivia Giuliana was a Biden dead ender, so she absolutely is a Biden Democrat.
That does not.
Would you describe Biden as
hang on, yes, hang on.
Biden policy-wise and everything absolutely was 100% yes.
Exactly, yes. AOC and Bernie Sanders
I would
were.
describe them as Democrat. I guess they're not.
AOC is
They're progressives, right? They're progressives, right? That doesn't make them as centrist.
I would call them Democratic Socialists, right?
Progressives are not necessarily Dem socks. You're getting into a different thing there. There's probably a decent amount of overlap, but these are two different things.
They're progressives, right? They're progressives, right? That doesn't make them as centrist.
I would call them Democratic Socialists, right?
Well, listen, if you had to choose between progressive and centrist,
who's she talking about? Sorry,
Olivia Giuliana was a Biden dead ender, so she absolutely is a Biden Democrat.
That does not.
Would you describe Biden as progressive?
Hang on, yes,
AOC and Bernie were Biden dead
exactly, yes. AOC and Bernie Sanders were.
Describe them as Democrat. I guess they're not.
AOC is
they're progressives, right? They're progressives, right?
She's saying AOC and Bernie are Dem socks.
I would call them Democratic Socialists, right?
Well, listen, if you had to choose between progressive and centrist to describe.
Demsoc is about as far left as you can be while still being on the liberal axis, by the way. Demsoc is basically all the way to the left. You can't get much more left than that without falling off of the liberal structure of how government works. But
AOC and Bernie, what would you choose?
It totally depends on the context of the article.
I feel like you're
because
being a
Bernie
little
has been no, because look at what.
Wait, is she saying she would describe Bernie or AOC as a centrist?
Well, listen, if you had to choose between progressive and centrist to describe AOC and Bernie, what would you choose?
It totally depends on the context of the article.
I feel like you're being a little
Bernie has been
there.
no, because look at what Bernie's been doing with his AI policy. Like I think
nobody would call him a centrist. Nobody
I wouldn't call him, but I
a
wouldn't call him progressive either on certain things.
I don't understand what these words mean anymore. I mean, like more broadly, you said
she was about to say, well, then okay, maybe you shouldn't have a judgment about them. Then maybe you shouldn't be telling me how to use them if you're not informed. If you just don't know, if you're not informed enough, then maybe you shouldn't be telling me how to use them.
That there were 90.
She was 100% about to lead with that.
Did you see a list of 90 people? Is that how many people you saw?
So just to be clear, I understand that you take issue with the way that editors categorize these people, but
that's an opinion.
She loves to try to imply that the editors and the people that worked on her article or whatever were inserting content. My understanding is that's not how that typically works. I would love to be corrected by anybody with experience in the field or whatever, but that's not their job. The editors and all the people that are doing like legal checks or whatever above you are not inserting content into your article or checking to make sure that like the opinion is valid. They might do basic like biographical checks, like date checks or something, but it's not going to be like, hey, like you call this person a progressive. Don't you think they're more like a centrist? From my engagement with mainstream media, that's never going to be how editors or whatever above a journalist are function. That's crazy to me. But she's trying to push off all the responsibility to them, not to push it off, but to like give more credibility and justification to her own opinion here. Like, oh, you think I'm wrong? Well, sorry, bucko. That's what all the editors said. That's what the 15 people went over this article.
I understand that you take issue with the way that editors categorize these people, but
that's an opinion, though. You're inserting.
It's not an opinion. Well, this is.
It literally is an opinion. She's such a stupid fucking idiot. God, I hate her so much. She's not an idiot. She's malicious.
Chuck Johnson saying that us calling him a Holocaust denier is an opinion, or us saying that Tucker Carlson is a right winger is an opinion. All we can do is try to best reflect the ideology that often we use self-described ideologies, but all we can do.
You never, ever, ever use self-described ideologies. Definitionally so, it doesn't make any sense. That's so stupid. This is like saying, like Hutch just said, oh, so the Nazi party, they were socialists, right? Or there's a Democratic Republic in North Korea, right? Is it DPK? Is it the Democratic People's Republic of whatever the fuck, right? Like, do you believe? Yeah. Is this? You never ever use self-described to talk about somebody's political belief. It's such a stupid thing. Oh my God, bro.
She self-describes as a progressive at this point. So that's
I'd use self-described ideologies, but all we can do.
I think she self-describes as a progressive at this point. So that's
this
where I'm a little bit
at
confused.
this point, maybe, but I would say again, if you ask actual people that are further to the left than her, they will say not. So
well, that's the issue.
So are you just admitting then? So one, so we're not using self-descriptions then, and then two, is this just a purity treadmill?
That's the issue.
Right, and that's the issue.
Tankers will call Bernie Sanders a
Tim
centrist, but it's not accurate.
No, but that's the issue because I think you're framing your article from the position of like the left.
But I
flank,
didn't even write
right?
that line. So like I just.
That's a fucking lie, guaranteed. You're telling me that an editor is inserting opinion into your article? If so, that's wild. Unless, are they on the byline? It's your article. What? I'm sorry, are there other names on here that I'm missing? I see Taylor Lorenz on the byline. Is there anybody else that contributed to this article? That's a lie, 100% by the way. Is she texting me? Hold on. Good. She better not be. That is a lie, 100%. She lied.
Well, you're in the position of like the left.
But I
flank,
didn't even write
right?
that line. But I didn't even write that.
Also, oh wait, I'm sorry. Fuck. I'll stop pointing all these out. There's just so much manipulative garbage she does, right? Notice how before she was defending it, and now she's like, I didn't even write it. I didn't even write that shit.
That line. So like
Well, your name's on the
Of course,
so you sign off
but
on it,
I
right?
want you to understand how journalism works, right?
Okay.
The way that journalism works, it's not just that Wired is my personal blog and I can go and write whatever I want, right? And I can just go and publish on Wired and nobody's going to look at it, right? No, especially with an investigation like this, the way it happens is I find information, right? I get people trying to whistleblow in this case about a program that they're in. And I go to an editor and I say, hey, I have all of this source material, all of this people, would you be interested in a story? Yes. Okay. I work with that editor to draft the story. It then goes through rounds, in this case, rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds of review from many different editors that not only transform the story, rewrite parts of the story, add things, take things away, but also then it goes through legal review. Then it goes through copy edits and stuff. Like
Yeah, I
it goes through,
understand
so, but I just
I just don't believe it. I think she's lying. Unless there's a fundamentally different part of this process. What you have an article, you might have an idea that you pitch, you might not have the article done, you might have the idea that you pitch to a journalistic endeavor and then they'll buy it, the article from you ahead of time or whatever, and then you work on it. But like when you're submitting the article for review, editors are going over like, it might be some amount of like grammar check. I've had people write articles about me where editor will reach out and do basic biographical fact checks. Like, hey, just curious, did you live in Omaha, Nebraska in 2005? Did you have a blue car and was your dog's name Frodo or whatever, right? Yeah, sure. Like basic fact checks like that. I'm sure legal might actually go through things to make sure that you're not making like claims that could, get them sued or something. But the idea that all these people are going through and like inserting and taking away parts of the article and writing and rewriting, I have never in my life have I ever heard of that process before. I've never, ever in my life heard that before. Again, if somebody else has some experience there or whatever, I'd be interested to hear it, but I've never heard that. That's crazy to me.
things away, but also then it goes through legal review, then it goes through copy edits and stuff. Like
Yeah, I
it goes through,
understand
so, but I just want you to understand, because I think, yes, my name is at the top of the story because this is my reporting. This is my reporting that I brought forward fundamentally. But if you're going to take issue with like random sort of characterizations, and again, I understand.
Random characterizations? It's your story that you don't even stand by. Parts of it. What?
I think it's random. I think it was deliberate. I think it was deliberate.
Okay, well, I guess
why don't you get to there? I mean, like,
why
why don't you go there and just ask Taylor?
The copy editor.
I'm trying to have a conversation with her. I don't know why you're jumping in here.
No, because it's kind of a stupid critique to be like, hey, centrist, it's kind of the eye of the beholder. Like, yeah, so
Really?
Joe Biden would describe himself as a centrist Democrat, correct? Yes or no?
No,
the whole point
Wait, can you answer?
Would he? I don't know. Would he? I'm trying to think of in the Senate, maybe for many years. I mean, he worked with a lot of people. You might say moderate Democrat. I don't know if he would say centrist. But also, we don't use self-description for political labels as well.
Answer that first. Can you answer that? So the question you should ask, is Taylor, did you?
Let me finish my track.
The question that you should ask is,
Oh my God.
Taylor, were you attempting to imply something nefarious when you use centrist there? Were you trying to imply that they were aligned with the DNC?
Well,
ask the question about her intention.
Listen.
Well, those two things are different questions. Aligned with the DNC and nefarious might not necessarily be true. But the whole problem is Taylors are never going to directly accept a nefarious framing because all of that is just in the eye of the beholder. It's like a Jordan Peterson strategy, right?
Taylor, respectly, I think you were doing. I think you were doing that. I think
I didn't even write. I wrote the list of influencers' names. I didn't even originally.
Well, here we have. But we have.
I didn't even originally what?
I think
I
you
didn't
used-
even write.
I
I wrote the list of influencers' names. I didn't
Okay.
even originally.
Well, here we have.
understand.
But we have another spot here where you say that.
Wait,
say that
hey, Hutch,
hold on.
before you do the next thing, because
I can't.
Taylor, you did say that I was putting words in your mouth, but if you search on your Twitter centrist, it's very clear that you use this as a pejorative term.
Oh, uh-oh.
And like that can be your opinion, that's fine, but to claim that that's not like your ideological spin is a little
But sure,
frustrating.
but I would say in what context is it? Is it in what context? Because I think sure, certainly, do I get annoyed at certain
crap.
centrist people? Sure.
I think that.
Do I get? That's like saying, I think you're racist. I think you hate black people. It's like, well, it depends on the context. Are there people I hate that are black? Sure. Like, that's, hello? That's not at all what he just said. That was not what this white bill was claiming there, but okay.
There was an intention there to be disparaging, and I think it's broader than that.
Okay, but this is just.
She's about to appeal to, I can always tell when she's about to appeal to her expertise. Hutch, you just don't understand, baby. I'm sorry, baby boy. You just don't get it. You're just not part of the big boy world like I am. Kicked off the Washington Post journalistic, or kicked off WAPO, by the way, as a journalist because I was fucking lying about, what the fuck did she even lie about? Stupid shit.
Honestly, I didn't write the sort of things. It's fine if she had
It's
taken.
your
If she
name.
just let me
You are
finish
credited
instead
with
of
the story,
just let
Taylor.
me finish.
Well,
Guys,
you
we're
have been
in
cutting me
exceptions.
off pretty consistently throughout this entire
All
exchange.
right. Well,
right?
then this is just not going to be. We're not going to be able to have a
productive. Say the word.
Conversation because we're talking about a story that was edited by so many people, and I don't know what to tell you other than I.
Okay.
Like, this is a this is a crazy line of argumentation. Like, it's not my story. I don't know. I didn't fucking write it. What? Yeah, I'm on the byline. I don't know what the fuck. Maybe the editor wrote some shit. I didn't see it. Like, I didn't have final approval on any of this. I basically just sent them a half-baked idea, and then they finished the story for me. Like, what the fuck is she saying here? Hello?
Okay, so are you distancing yourself from that label?
Oh my God! If Olivia Juliana had reached out after that story and said you grossly mischaracterized.
Why would it matter if she reached out if you didn't even write the label? Why did you spend time earlier justifying why you used the label and then claim that an editor inserted it? You didn't even write the label at all.
From that label.
Oh my God! If Olivia Juliana had reached out after that story and said you grossly mischaracterized my views, I'm not a centrist. Take it out. You mischaracterized it, whatever. I would have been happy to bring that to the editor, and the editor could have looked at her positions and decided whether or not that was.
Isn't that what they had to do in the first place? What, did they just write some random shit? You're saying the editor inserted a random political position for her? By the way, this is a total fucking lie. There's no shot that an editor's writing in the political positions that subjects of Taylor's stories are occupied. That's just, I don't believe that for a microsecond. That's crazy to me.
Correct.
Taylor,
this is how
her
journalism
opinion,
works.
But Taylor, her opinion is not especially relevant.
Also, in terms of this isn't how journalism works, you don't just publish a bunch of journal slop and then hope that other people call you out or correct you on the misinfo slop you've published.
Whether or not that was correct.
Taylor,
this is how
her
journalism
opinion
works.
But Taylor, her opinion is not especially relevant. Like if you're saying that the language, if you're saying that the centrist language,
oh my God,
was not something that you picked, is that your way of saying that you're kind of distancing yourself from that language?
I would have until this conversation called Olivia Juliana a centrist because she's a Democrat in a red state.
Like, am I a centrist? I'm in Florida right now. What is that? Our definition of centrist? It's just like such a crazy, stupid, uninformed, politically retarded thing to say. How could you take somebody seriously who says something that fucking stupid?
And I would imagine that most people that are the Democrats in the red states lean to the center. Also,
lean to the center? A Democrat leans, we call that person left.
So when I had spoken to her years ago, that was my understanding of her. And also, that's, again, we did not receive any criticism of this. This is the first criticism that I've even heard of this.
Not relevant.
Well, I think it's important because I do think that it was.
I'm sorry you feel this way, but this is just completely
you don't need to apologize to me. I'm just,
I mean, it's just
we got the unproductive. Yes,
completely
I
unproductive.
feel like you're becoming quite defensive and evasive right now.
No,
I feel.
Oh, true.
Like
because I feel like I'm dealing
very...
with the white nationalists because this is all.
What? And the second time, remember earlier she was like, "This always comes from the right." It's because he's bald, by the way. 100%, the white nationalist card has come out. Oh boy,
quite defensive and evasive right now.
No, it's
I feel like I'm
because I feel like I'm dealing
very...
with the white nationalists because this is all I do all day is go back and forth with the white
Hutch is
nationalists.
bald by choice, but it's not because of that.
It is the same ridiculous argument where it's like, oh,
you think the questions that I asked you amount to like being questioned by a white nationalist?
I will tell you, they are the
much.
exact. Why don't you listen? They are the exact the exact same words you're using, the exact same method of saying, right? When we write about Tucker Carlson, and I've gone back and forth with Tucker Carlson's team on this exact issue, right? We'll say, well, we characterize you as XYZ, far right. Right? Far right is actually even more common than the right with white nationalists. And every time I write about a right-wing influencer and we say, well, we are, whatever, here's the article, here, we're asking you for comment, blah, 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 blah. They will say, I'm not far right. I'm not far right. I'm progressive. In some cases, they even
Who?
say, even Tim Pool types, I'm actually progressive.
Okay, Tim Pool types will, yes. That's not a Tucker Carlson type. That's for an explicitly different purpose, though.
Okay, but
Taylor, I think
they're not. Just let me finish.
Well,
So
Taylor,
my
you've been cutting me off this whole time.
Well,
Respectfully.
okay, respectfully, all I am saying is that when you're
Would you characterize? He should ask her. Would you characterize Tim Pool as a progressive?
writing an article, we do our best to be accurate. Now, if Olivia Juliana is not a centrist and that's so inaccurate, again, she could happily request a correction from Wired. She never did. No one
Hutch, can I reframe this? Because
ever raised.
The point is not necessarily whether or not it's accurate to call her a centrist. If this was like the specific pedantic sticking point, I can see this like, oh, this is for. But it's not. What Hutch is getting at is that this article is clearly viewed as, hey, we're painting these chorus people who are taking this money as these kind of shills, these DNC operatives who are just paid to get these talking points and just repeat exactly what the do-nothing centrist Dems do, right? And that's kind of where the perspective that he's saying.
I didn't say any of this was bad at all. I was just reporting the facts and truth. And if you think it's bad at any point and I can't defend it, then that was my editor's.
This is kind of like an opinionated.
I mean, that's taking a lot from an article that doesn't say a lot, and I don't doubt that that's how TikTokers were taking it, and that's not how TikTokers and people on Instagram threads are taking it. But if you actually read the article, you will see that it is quite clear what we say. And this is not a DNC.
Listen.
This is poor Shelby at the DNC had to literally kept being like, guys, this is not a DNC program. Obviously, they support the DNC. But the DNC has its own influencer program.
On August 27th, you tweeted, the 90 influencers involved appear to be primarily centrist, pro-DNC,
yes,
who have not spoken about Palestine, are pro-Israel. Those are your words.
Yes.
But you just said a moment ago, you're kind of distancing yourself from that framing.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
That's what Soy Pill just confronted you with, and you said, well, I can understand why people walked away with that, but those are your words.
I'm sorry. They're centrist. Again, if Olivia Juliana is not a centrist, and that is factually wrong, and these people are not centrist, and this is factually wrong, that these content creators that are making content with Chuck Schumer, that are making content with Hakeem Jeffries, if they are not, if I was wrong, if this article is wrong, and it's factually wrong, then I highly encourage them to ask for a correction. But no one has asked for
our leaders in our Democratic Party are centrists? Like, how far left or politically retarded do you have to be to assume that they wouldn't be unless you mean centrist in the party, but that doesn't make any sense to say that, right? Would you ever call Mike Johnson centrist? I wouldn't. But that's the legal or the lawmakers kind of head of the conservative lawmaker body. And Thune, I wouldn't call these guys centrist. They're they represent the entirety of the conservative movement or the conservative party, at least in Congress. Same thing with when you're talking about Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries, calling them centrist is just very, very, very weird. You're making it sound like they're on the furthest outreach of the Democratic Party. Would you say that Schumer is as far right as Bernie or AOC is as far left? If we're looking within the context of the Democratic Party, that doesn't make any sense.
Step by steps.
Saying that they are not centrist. No one.
Let's just do it step by step. Hutch, is it your contention that it's inaccurate to call Olivia Juliana a centrist?
I do believe that, yes, and I think that she
in
used
virtue
that
of
word
what?
Intentionally. Well, I don't know why you.
Do you
understand that when Taylor uses that word, it's a pejorative.
Hang on a second. So separate that intent.
Saying that they are not centrist. No one.
Let's just do it step by step. Hutch, is it your contention that it's inaccurate to call Olivia Juliana a centrist?
I do believe that, yes, and I think that she
in
used
virtue
that
of
word
what?
Intentionally. Well, I don't know why you.
Do you
understand that when Taylor uses that word, it's a pejorative.
Hang on a second. So separate that intent. So you can make a critique of an article based on its accuracy or based on whether there's some bad motive.
I'm trying to get to a larger.
Is it your contention? I know, but let's just do it step by step. Let's do it step by step, right? Is it inaccurate? And so, and if it's inaccurate, why is it inaccurate?
It's inaccurate because her policy priorities do not line up with what any reasonable person would assert to be a centrist. When you look at the things that she's advocating for. Okay, that's fine.
But there's a fact of the matter there. We can look at it as factually as a fact of the matter. What do they actually support politically? Where does the American public pull on these issues? Where do the lawmakers in Congress stand on these issues? We can look at that. Just because somebody says a thing, you never use self-ID for politics. Nobody does that. Nobody analyzes politics that way. That's obviously such a stupid way of viewing things. In fact, like I would almost say that that's like a word that you use almost as like an insult in and of itself, or like a meme, like a self-described, John Smith, a self-described blah blah blah, a self-described whatever, self-described. Like usually this is like a almost like a meme kind of adjective, way to describe things. It's such a dumb. I don't even know what I'm saying. It's so stupid.
You can just make this argument about anything.
What does it mean to be pro-DNC or pro-Israel? What does that mean?
So pro-DNC means pro-Democrat, like pro sort of the Democrat establishment, what I would say, which is very much Chorus's goal. And pro-Israel means that the majority of people that we found that were public, which is why I think it's so crucial for them to actually release these names publicly, because I think if this is not the majority view held among their creators, they should release these names publicly to make it clear what is the ideological makeup of their Chorus class. But a lot of the people that we found were also pro-Israel, meaning they were expressing support for Israel.
What does that mean?
And
how many creators?
What does express support for Israel mean, by the way? Like, I don't want the country to be deleted. Is that?
Of like all the creators that you saw, would you say we're posting pro-Israel posts? Can you name names there?
No.
Well, that's the point, right? Is that they haven't published the roster. They haven't published.
How do you know?
The roster, but a decent amount of ones that we checked.
Did anybody in the people that you mentioned in the article, so like Olivia Packman, Brian Tyler Cohen, did any of them post pro-Israel content?
You'll have to
Cohen
go check their specific feeds. But Brian,
it's your article. Why are you telling him to fact check or research your article? What?
Tyler Cohen.
You claim that they were primarily pro-Israel, right?
Yeah. Well, some people that are pro-Israel.
Me, when I submit article to or review or study to fucking Nature, it's like, oh, how did you do the calculation? I don't know. Why don't you go consult the database? Why don't you go check the table? I don't know. Get a calculator, dumbass. Go check. I don't know.
Don't speak about the genocide in Gaza at all, for instance. And that's another
content.
You'll have to go check their specific feeds. But Brian Tyler Cohen.
You claim that they were primarily pro-Israel, right?
Yeah. Well, some people that are pro-Israel just don't speak about the genocide in Gaza at all.
That makes you pro. So if you don't call it a genocide, number one, and then if you don't speak on the topic, that makes you pro-Israel? It's fucking retarded.
For instance, and
that's
another
the same
thing
as being pro-Israel.
Yes, because
this is fucking retarded, bro. Kill me, dude. Get me out of here. I'm going back to eugenics tomorrow.
Because a way that pro-Israel narratives have been shaped by the media is by not mentioning the genocide. So intentionally refusing to cover.
Intentionally refusing. How do you even know that? How do you even ascertain that bias, as opposed to accidentally not talking about it?
The genocide, especially as it was this politically relevant topic.
Is that what you were alleging?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you look at the pro-Israel kind of creator landscape, there's a range of pro-Israel people. There's people that are straight up making content with the IDF. They're super overt about it. And then
how many people in America are pro-DNC people are that? What? How many are that? How many people are like that? What?
There are people that are a little bit more behind the scenes, people that are a little bit quieter about it. They might not be overt, but they're still.
Well, by the way, you're suggesting that if somebody chooses not to discuss the genocide in Gaza, and that makes them pro-Israel. I find that to be
that's not
that's literally what you just said. That is literally what you just said. Is it the clown mirror? I need to go back to calling these out. We could write a whole list of fallacies that just Taylor Lorenz engages in. Every time you try to repeat a person's argument back to them, for some reason, it's just never correct. You can never state it correctly, and they always refuse your characterization of what they've said every single fucking time.
I said, that's not what I said.
Wait a second.
What I said is that some people, no, what I said is that some people who are pro-Israel,
we obfuscate.
The way that they sort of, the way that their content manifests is that they are not as overt. So what they'll
the way that some people make content is that the content doesn't manifest in talking about the genocide.
Do is they'll try to tamp down discussion. They'll be sometimes deleting comments, a lot of times just intentionally ignoring the issue, or when they're asked, to interview a politician, especially this was a big issue in the lead up to.
They don't ask them questions relentlessly about Israel-Palestine and the genocide.
The 2024 election, you had people saying, like, sort of minimizing the issue, attempting to minimize it, attempting not to get people on the left to talk about it.
Okay, does that qualify? Does that apply to any creator that was mentioned in your article?
Well, you'll have to go through and do an audit of all of their content, but it's certainly.
I thought 15 people audited your article, assuming you even wrote it at this point. I thought isn't it your article? If Hutch were to go through and do all the work on this, is she going to stick him on the byline? Does he get credit for this?
Certainly,
isn't that your job? No, you made the claim.
It is.
Yeah,
you said that the group was primarily pro-Israel. Isn't it your job to go through their
from the group that we saw? From the amount of creators that we saw, that was a common theme. But that wasn't necessarily a.
You didn't say a common theme. You said they were primarily pro-Israel.
Yeah, from the group of creators that we saw, that we were evaluating.
So I'll ask again, was anybody that you mentioned in your article someone that you would say was pro-Israel?
Well, you'll have to go look at the article and figure that out for yourself based on the creators.
Wait,
not
I'm
all of
speaking
the
with
creators.
you. I don't understand.
But we're not going to, there's a lot of creators that we spoke to for this article that we know are in chorus that weren't mentioned in the article.
I'm just asking you if anyone in your article you consider to be pro-Israel.
Well, I don't know. You'll have to, I really don't. I don't remember which creators that we named and didn't name off the top of our head, but I think you can just go and look at them and frankly ask the creators themselves. That's a great.
Also, listen to the which creators we named. Who else is writing this article and why aren't they listed somewhere? I want to see that name. Talk about transparency. I want to know who else wrote this article. This seems pretty important. Was it somebody from Omidyar? Like, who else is writing this article with you that you're describing the article as being written by we and us now? Who's on the team, bruh? Also, I like how before, if you're not covering Israel, or I'm sorry, if you're not covering the genocide, that makes you pro-Israel. Well, how do I figure out if somebody's pro-Israel? I don't know. Ask them. Do you think somebody who's not covering the genocide is going to tell you openly, yeah, I'm pro-Israel, that's why I don't cover the genocide? What?
And didn't name off the top of our head, but I think you can just go and look at them and frankly ask the creators themselves. That's a great thing to do. I just don't know why
you would say that 90 influencers were primarily pro-Israel, but you can't name.
No. We said 90. We said the creators that we were able to suss out as being part of the program. So one thing that we asked, is for them to publish a roster so that people could take a broader look. Maybe this is just a section, right? Maybe this is just a small section.
So it could be an unrepresentative section.
Exactly. It could be a totally unrepresentative section. They could have.
But what was the methodology?
What? Also, I like how people are asking methodology. Like this motherfucker is going to say anything beyond, I don't know, we saw fucking 5 random dudes, whoever the fuck we came across. What was the methodology? Oh my God.
To decipher whether they're pro-Israel, was it
mostly whether like their own state.
Oh, that.
Or whether they had shown up in other influencer, like pro sort of Israel influencer efforts.
I'm sure there are some, but how many pro-Israel left-wing efforts were there the past year and a half? I must have missed a lot of these, or I didn't get offered. Where the fuck is my goddamn IDF payout? I need my Mossad money, goddammit.
Oddly. I mean, there are people also that I've talked to in this program that identify as Zionists privately and don't want to identify as a Zionist publicly.
Bullshit. The number, by the way, is fucking 0. Sue me if there is no shot that somebody went to Taylor Lorenz and they're like, just so you know, Taylor, I am Zionist, but I like to keep that under wraps. Taylor Lorenz, person who writes character assassination hit pieces on literally every motherfucker that you don't like. Bullshit. Not true. No shot. 0% chance.
So I'm not trying to put specific creators on blast. I actually don't think that being pro or anti-Israel was ever something that was necessarily, something that would get you in or out of chorus at all. But it clearly is a.
That's useful to clear up. So
yeah,
as
and
you sit here,
I said that after the story went up too. Yeah.
But in your conversation on current affair, you did absolutely buy into the manufacturing logic that those hosts were presenting, which they were saying that they were heavily suggesting that the creators that were invited into course were chosen because they were not speaking up about Gaza.
So you're talking about a guy that used to work for Brian Tyler Cohen, who was working.
No, I understand that.
What? Wait, what is her
response?
Go ahead, Hutch.
But in your conversation on current affair, you did absolutely buy into the manufacturing logic that those hosts were presenting, which they were saying that they were heavily suggesting that the creators that were invited into course were chosen because they were not speaking up about Gaza.
So you're talking about a guy that used to work for Brian Tyler Cohen, who was working.
No, I understand that, but you agreed with that framing.
For David Pakman. Well, listen, I'm not going to disagree with whatever he wants to say was his experience working for David Pakman, one of the leaders of Chorus. This is his former producer.
He was commenting on your reporting. He was going beyond his experience, and he was suggesting that Chorus was choosing creators because they were not speaking up about Israel.
He said that he was told when he worked for David Pakman that they were not supposed to be overt about the Israel stuff.
No,
and you can go back and listen to that and take issue with that. But he worked for David Pakman. I'm not going to argue with him working for David Pakman.
Taylor, he was speaking about your reporting.
In the context of his job, he worked for David Pakman. He was David Pakman's producer, so he would know better than anyone whether David Pakman, what his boundaries were around issues related to Israel and what sort of content they wanted to put up. He would know. He was literally David Pakman's producer, so he knows a lot better than I do. He has a lot more visibility into David Pakman's content than I do.
I think you're being evasive again because I'm not talking about his experience. I'm talking about his characterization of your reporting.
Well, his characterization is shaped by his experience, which he has a lot more of than I do.
But you bolstered that suggestion of manufacturing consent about this issue in Gaza.
I'm gonna again defer you to him. He actually worked for David Pakman, so you
agreed with the framing, Taylor. You agreed with the framing when they were having that conversation.
He worked for David Pakman, so if he says that these were the lines that David Pakman drove when he worked for him, and that David Pakman told him this, and he had visibility not into just David Pakman, but all these sort of people that David Pakman worked with, I am going to listen to him because again, he's a primary source.
Okay. Another part of your reporting referred to an older article that you wrote, I think a few months before this chorus one, and you had described a 2024 situation where the Biden administration was, your quote was, snubbing creators who had lightly criticized Biden. Do you remember saying that?
I think you're talking about my Washington Post article when I wrote about the Biden administration effectively blacklisting content creators.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in your Wired article about chorus, you described that as the Biden. You said in 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban.
Yes. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yeah.
My issue with that is the word lightly, because I actually clicked on that article and I looked up the creators that you mentioned in that article. One of them was Aidan Cohn Murphy. He was tweeting that Biden created a man-made famine, was ignoring the law to enable
Yeah, but he was
genocidal
blacklisted before
attacks.
all of that. He was blacklisted for the climate stuff.
Well, you mentioned him, and so like when you say lightly,
but at that point he had only lightly criticized. So the Biden.
No, that's not true. I went through his tweets and I found tweets in 2024.
Jake,
of him,
you're talking about Aidan Cohn Murphy, who
Yes.
is the co-founder of TikTok for Biden. Just to be clear,
I
the
understand.
co-founder of TikTok for Biden. So Aidan ended up being very critical of Joe Biden.
That was a 2020. That was a 2020
however,
effort, right?
No, that was well into 2022. That was
The TikTok
through
for
midterms.
Biden?
Yeah, exactly. Gen Z for Change was
but in
TikTok for
2024,
Biden.
Still, even how she says right here, like 2022, sure, but this is years ago, right?
But in 2024, Taylor, he was directly accusing Biden of being complicit in genocide.
But we're not talking about that. He's speaking, by the way, as a member of Gen Z for Change, and he's talking about the evolution of TikTok for Biden through Gen Z for Change. And part of the reason why TikTok for Biden became Gen Z for Change, and part of the reason why there was this whole evolution, is because Biden's whoever was in charge of sort of digital press there, was blacklisting creators that were even just lightly critical. And I'm not saying that Aidan.
She's backing up to the general claim now because she doesn't want to talk about the specific one.
Not lightly criticizing
Sure,
Biden.
maybe Aidan eventually was not, but
It
I
wasn't
will
just him. There was also Elise Joshi. She made similar accusations.
So
she accused the Biden administration of being complicit in genocide, right?
No. But Elise wasn't banned for any of that. It was the climate stuff. This was.
How do you even know that? And even if it was for the climate stuff, also she's doing this thing. Pixie did this in the deposition. She's doing this thing where she has like highly specific knowledge when she feels like it's an argument that she can defend. But then for her other articles, like I don't fucking remember writing any of that shit. I don't 15 editors, bruh. But you want to talk about Jake, the co-founder, 2022, founded this thing, and why specifically? It's like, yeah, okay.
It's the climate stuff, and for COVID. So this is all back in. No, this is all back in 2022, 2023, even 2021, when Biden started to say, hey, COVID is over, everybody get back to work. A lot of disability justice activists, a lot of climate activists were like lightly being like, hey, well, what about this? What about these promises that you made, right?
Okay,
Khalil Green.
In your chorus article, you do reference that several creators were snubbed for lightly criticizing him. And then when I click on the hyperlink, you know, the creators that you did mention, they were not lightly criticizing
Well,
Biden.
because those are some of the people that we quoted as giving sort of expert commentary on that on that fracturing, which is again quoting Aidan, the founder of TikTok for Biden, talking about Gen Z for Change. But a lot of the creators that were ultimately snubbed, I would say, blacklisted, they would say, they certainly did not. In some cases, people from the digital team just didn't like that they were liking posts that were critical of the administration.
Well, I read the article. I didn't read anything about that. I just read about.
Well, I'm happy to elaborate.
Doesn't matter. Sorry, you publish an article. That's it. That's like when you argue with people about a movie and they're like, well, if you look at the comic on blah, blah, it's like, oh, I didn't read a comic. It was a movie, motherfucker.
To zoom out, Taylor, I mean, the point here is not just...
Also, notice how for the chorus article, Hutch needed to go do all of his own homework and all of his own research to figure out what's going on. But for this one, she's happy to volunteer when she's defending her own. These people got blacklisted by the Biden admin. Like, I can tell you every single tweet they made that I know I can defend, and I can defend every single part of these people because they're on my team and I love them. But when it comes to people she's slandering in the Wired article, I don't know about those people. Fuck them, dude. They probably fucking want to kill every Palestinian kid they see. I don't know. Fuck, go look it up. Go look it up yourself. I don't know. Go check their own shit. I don't know. Go see every single fucking post they've made to see if I can concretely say that they've never brought up, Palestine, or that I know that they're intentionally ducking bringing up Israel because they haven't brought it up and they should have.
Oh, did they or did they not lightly criticize? It's that if you read this paragraph, it seems to be that you're painting President Joe Biden and his administration as this snowflakey, you can't even say the slightest bad thing. But in reality,
they were extremely.
There you go.
The Biden administration, the way that they dealt with not just the sort of the creators, compared to Obama, not compared to Trump. Trump's even more crazy, but really, I would say compared to Obama, they were incredibly sensitive. And
not to show my age, but how much social media would even existed in 2008, 2012? In 2012, more for sure. But what? I don't know. I don't even know how to engage with that statement. I don't.
And I think that sensitivity only grew throughout his presidency for so many reasons. Number one, he was older. And, I think there was a lot more protectionism. They were less likely to let a lot of creators in. They were getting nervous about unfiltered press. This is also why they started to get very prickly with the actual journalists as well. And again, nothing compared to Trump. Like Trump kicked out all the reporters from the Pentagon and just gave us influencers. However, he was incredibly prickly, and still even compared to his team, compared to most of the other.
Well, Taylor, I'm just going off of your reporting, and I did read both of these articles like multiple times. I tried my best to really take what you were saying at face value. And
can you pull up PISSCO's chat during this? I'm sure it's all relentlessly defending Taylor and then shitting on Hutch and calling him a pedophile or some crazy shit.
Earn the only podcast with a.
How deep is this? 1 hour ago. So maybe.
Of the administration.
Well, I read the article. I didn't read anything about that. I just read about.
Well, I'm happy to elaborate.
To zoom out, Taylor. I mean,
Hey, Destiny. I don't think Destiny is anti-Israel enough, but I don't think he is a Zionist. How most leftists use the term. I wonder if somebody brought it up earlier. Why are y'all bringing up Destiny? He's not in chorus. He's irrelevant to this discussion. Wasn't he on record telling, I don't know, soldiers? Oh, he meant to say IDF. Soldiers to not film themselves committing crimes. Hold the line, Hutch. Don't let her bullshit. Sorry, IDF. Oh, Taylor can't take criticism at all. Is Hutch arguing Pac-Man is not pro-Israel? If you are a political commentator and you never talk about Israel, I think it is fair to say that you have pro-Israel views that you know won't play well with the audience. What do these guys say when you bring up the fact that you never mention like Yemen and what happened there, that you never mention like any of Turkey's historical shit or modern day occupation of fucking Cyprus or their treatment of the Kurdish people, or you don't bring up any, what was going on with Hezbollah in Syria. You don't bring up, like, there are so many things that you could bring up that you don't. I don't know. Hutch, let her finish her sentences. I feel like his YouTube chat is actually more balanced than I thought it'd be, or generally leaning in favor of Hutch, I think.
Point here is not just, oh, did they or did they not lately criticize? It's that if you read this paragraph, it seems to be that you're painting President Joe Biden and his administration as this snowflakey, like, oh, you can't even say the slightest bad thing. But in reality,
they were extremely, the Biden administration, the way that they dealt with not just the sort of the creators, compared to Obama, not compared to Trump. Trump's even more crazy. But really, I would say compared to Obama, getting nervous about unfiltered press. This is also why they started to get very prickly with the actual journalists as well. And again, nothing compared to Trump. Like Trump kicked out all the reporters from the Pentagon and just gave us influencers. However, he was incredibly prickly, and still even compared to his team, compared to most of the other.
Well, Taylor, I'm just going off of your reporting, and I did read both of these articles like multiple times. I tried my best to really take what you were saying at face value and approach it in good faith. And just in your reporting, the creators that you did cite, I think, went well beyond. Like
eventually, but not when they were blacklisted.
No,
eventually,
in 2024.
Khalil Green. I'm sorry, Khalil Green is not a radical. Like I'm sorry, it's just not true. Like these are not a lot of these people. I'm not
calling them a radical. I'm
I'm saying
with your characterization of their criticism.
Elise and Aiden eventually began criticizing him a lot more openly. However, neither of those started criticizing him very openly
in 2024.
No, okay, but neither of them were doing that when they got blacklisted. And Khalil Green has never come out and been some sort of aggressive critic of the Biden administration.
What was the timeline for when they got blacklisted? Do you remember when that happened?
After between 2020 and 2024, it's sort of throughout that whole time period.
What? Okay, that's a pretty broad range of dates, but okay.
Because it was COVID, it was climate, it was Gaza eventually, it was student.
The examples that you gave, they were not light criticisms when I read this. So.
Well, COVID, a lot of this was also them trying to do stuff behind the scenes. I mean, these were people that, and not just them, by the way, this was dozens of content creators had this experience, and journalists as well had this experience throughout the Biden administration. You can read about it in Alex Thompson's great book. The Biden administration was they became more and more intense about restricting access to the administration, restricting access to press, they for good reason. Now we know why, but it is a fact.
Okay, listen, I don't want to bombard you. Let me make one more kind of like, if you don't mind, if you're okay, I'd like to ask you just one more question regarding the piece, and then we can kind of get to the overall point and just finish.
How come you never asked me or PISSCO?
Dude, look at her eyes. God, she's such a fucking demon. Look. Oh my God. She must practice these in the mirror. She's got to.
One more question regarding the...
Fuck. Is there... Hold on. Oh my God.
Or kind of like if you don't mind, if you're okay, I'd like to ask you just one more question regarding the piece, and then we can kind of get to the overall point and just finish.
How come you never asked me or PISSCO or Guy?
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So the part...
The diagonal like eye flutter Jesus Christ.
Part of your reporting that I think is the weakest, the most vulnerable to attack is your characterization of the contract language. Specifically, when you talked about the contract required chorus creators to funnel booking appearances through chorus, they had to get express authorization before they what was it, put up content or set up interviews, this kind of a thing.
No, they had to leverage the chorus newsroom when they were making when they were booking appearances.
In the contract.
Hold on.
When you talked about the contract required chorus creators to funnel booking appearances through chorus, they had to get express authorization before they what was it, put up content or set up interviews, this kind of a thing.
No, they had to leverage the chorus newsroom when they were making when they were booking appearances.
That's a lie. I don't believe it. Nope. She's never released a contract saying otherwise, never released a statement saying otherwise. I've only seen newer chorus contracts at this point. I don't believe nothing that she posted about that contract affirmed that. I think it's either a misreading that she had of the contract or just a blatant fucking lie. I don't believe this point at all.
In the contract, that's what it said.
Yeah.
But that's not, well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, and
oh boy, are we going to pull out the classic, I can't publish the contract, we'd get sued.
Look, like certain people had certain aspects of the contract enforced against them. Certain people didn't have aspects of the contract enforced against them.
I don't recall a single enforcement mechanism or a single enforcement of the contract against anybody. That would have actually been really strong reporting. Can anybody recall that? That would have been really, if she could say that a content creator attempted to interview Mamdani or tried to interview some politician and Chorus stepped in and reprimanded them for it, that would have been a really strong piece of reporting. But she's not a real journalist or a real reporter, so she would never have anything of substance like that in a piece. She writes AI slop and somehow sells it to mainstream outlets.
And did you again, any creators that were told that they had to funnel all their bookings through Chorus?
We did speak to a creator who didn't sign the contract because
of
that.
That's not what I asked.
That was a good question by Hutch. She was fucking lied. She's a liar, right? You heard her lie about that, right? That was a fucking lie. This is what I had to do in my conversation with her. You have to push on every specific thing you possibly can. So she just admitted she completely fucking lied about that, right?
Through Chorus?
We did speak to a creator who didn't sign the contract.
Wait, sorry.
Funnel all their
contract enforced against them. And
did you again, any creators that were told that they had to funnel all their bookings through Chorus?
That's the claim that Taylor just made. She just said that everybody has to funnel all their things through Chorus.
We did speak to a creator who didn't sign the contract because of that.
That's not...
So what? That's their interpretation of it? Why the fuck would you care about that? And they didn't even sign the contract. What? Like...
They had to leverage.
What was it? Put up content or set up interviews, this kind of a thing.
No, they had to leverage the chorus newsroom when they were making, when they were booking appearances.
That's what she said, right? What was Hutch's question here?
Creators to funnel the contract language. Specifically, when you talked about the contract required chorus creators to funnel booking appearances through Chorus, they had to get express authorization before they what was it, put up content or set up interviews, this kind of a thing.
No, they had to leverage the chorus newsroom when they were making when they were booking appearances.
In the contract, that's what it said.
Yeah.
But that's not, well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, and look, like certain people had certain aspects of...
Any creators that were told that they had to funnel all their bookings through Chorus?
We did speak to a creator who didn't sign the contract because of that.
That's not what I asked. Hang on.
So
yeah, they were told that. Yes, they were told that. Yes, they were told that.
Not that they were told. I'm asking you, did you actually get a single example from any creator who actually had to funnel booking through Chorus?
Nope. No.
Well, yeah, we spoke to a lot of creators that funneled booking through Chorus.
That's not what he said. I wish I could do this. This is such a good skill. Dude, for gaslighting, lying. Oh my God. Do you see how easily she just lied there? Hold on. Did you catch these lies? I'm not joking. It's impressive.
Really had to funnel booking through Chorus.
Did you talk to anybody who was required to, who had to funnel booking through Chorus?
Well, yeah, we spoke to a lot of creators that funneled booking through Chorus.
Yeah, we talked to creators who funnel booking through. That's not what he said. He said we're required to. We're prohibited from booking stuff otherwise. It's not the same thing.
No.
Yes.
Hang on. I'm asking you, did you talk to anyone that told you that all of the bookings that they did had to go through Chorus?
We spoke to a creator
who didn't sign the contract. She lied. I knew she lied about this. I am coming. I knew she fucking lied about this. She did. She was a fucking liar about it. 100%. And when I think PISSCO was on, I won't say my side, but was on this side, and it was Aaron arguing against him. He was trying to, I think, make this absurd argument that Taylor meant something different or whatever the fuck bullshit. But Taylor fucking lied about this part in the article that she wrote. 100%.
Who was told that all of the bookings that they had to do were, if they wanted to do bookings, it would have to be filtered through Chorus. And so he chose not to take that. Just let me finish. Why don't you let me finish?
You're not answering my question.
I am answering your question.
You're not. I'm asking
Yes, I am.
in practice, did you have a single example of a creator who told you that Chorus in practice?
She's going to repeat the last lie she just said. We talked to people who funneled through Chorus.
Just told them they had to funnel everything through Chorus.
Yes.
Can you? What you just described was not that. So could you?
Well, I'm trying to
elaborate?
give you additional context, but you don't want it.
No, I do, but you're not answering my question.
I just answered your question. Yes.
I don't think you are.
Can you repeat it, Taylor, just in case Hutch missed
Sure.
something? But I'm not sure I heard it to be the same as what was described in the article. So
We spoke. I don't even think we went into this amount of detail in the article. We spoke to a creator. We spoke.
What? But following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired. So this isn't even the creator's interpretation. She's saying that, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Technically, these two sentences are contradicting to each other because this is saying at the end here they just have to loop them in, and the first one is saying creators of the program have to funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. So the sentences aren't even consistent. But so this was a fucking lie. This was never true. This was not true.
And approach it in good faith. And just in your reporting, the creators that you did cite, I think, went well beyond.
Eventually, but not when they were blacklisted.
No,
Eventually,
in 2024.
Khalil Green. I'm sorry, Khalil Green.
Well, we just went to, I'm sorry, my brain just got fucked.
To a creator that was told when he pushed back on the contract before the contract was signed, he was like, hey, I kind of want to sign this contract. I kind of want to do this program, but there's this clause that says I have to use the Chorus newsroom. Do I really have to use the Chorus newsroom for booking? He was told through his agent, yes, you do have to use the Chorus newsroom for booking.
I think that she could be honest here, but it's a lie. She's making an honest statement possibly, but it's like a lie. Like, imagine if I were to sign up with Chorus and part of the Chorus contract is we're going to make this newsroom available to you guys. We expect you guys to utilize it. If we are going to pay you, you're going to sign up, you guys need to do, at least fucking one booking or whatever. I don't know if they had an actual, in the terms, like you have to book 2 people per month or whatever, but you need to do some booking. So when a person says, do I have to book something through your newsroom? And they're like, yeah, you have to do a booking. Yeah, Jesus, of course. Yeah, you got to do at least one. Yeah. And she's like, they said in the contract that they had to do bookings through this. But we're talking, I don't know, there's a grammar trick here that's being played. Oh fuck, what was the other topic this came up in? I think it was the men are rapists. I saw some woman, or I think there was discourse about this. It was somebody tweets out men are rapists. And then I think a guy quote tweets and he responds, he's like, it's kind of crazy that you're saying all men are rapists. That's a crazy thing to tweet out. And then the woman was like, I didn't say all men are rapists. I just said that men are rapists. Seems like you're the one that interpreted it that way. And I was like, well, hold on. That's kind of we're playing a tricky grammar game at that point, right? Black people are thieves. And somebody's like, that sounds kind of racist, bro. What do you mean? There are black thieves, aren't there? There are black people that are thieves. Well, but you said black people are thieves. I didn't say all black people are thieves. When you just say the one thing, it kind of sounds like you're talking about the entire category. You don't usually have to specify all. Chairs have 4 legs. It kind of sounds like you're saying all chairs have 4 legs. And she's playing this game here where it's they had to do their bookings through Chorus. All of them? Because that implies that they had to do all their bookings through Chorus. I didn't say all of them. I don't even know if they've gotten to that part yet. Sorry, fuck. Okay, I'll stop breaking this down. I'm sorry. She just lies so much. It's an insane lie.
Chorus newsroom. Do I really have to use the Chorus newsroom for booking? He was told through his agent, yes, you do have to use the Chorus newsroom for booking. Other people, when they took part in the program, when they said, oh yeah, I'm going to book this thing, they were told you have to use the Chorus newsroom for that, and they did ultimately use the Chorus newsroom. Other people,
examples, an email, a communication, anywhere,
use the Chorus newsroom and never questioned it. It was in the contract, and it would have never occurred to them to even question what was in the contract because they signed a contract saying this, so they didn't challenge it. When they were asked for comment on this, Chorus didn't deny it. And that's the truth. That's all the information.
Chorus didn't deny it. It sounds like Chorus didn't provide comment at all, right? I think there was some guy at the end that said something. Graham Wilson of the Elias Law Group, whose participation in a Zoom call was reported upon. He did not respond to Wired's pre-publication email requesting comment, reached out to Wired on several points. So that's it. So I don't think Chorus commented at all. That's a very sneaky way of her saying that, though. I don't know if you would actually be allowed to say that, generally speaking, in a publication. Like if somebody were to write an article saying like Stephen Bonnell is a murderer, and then they reach out to me and I don't respond for comment, usually it'll say like, you know, we reached out to Stephen Bonnell and Mr. Bonnell didn't respond to request for comment or didn't respond to pre-publication request for comment. I don't know if you could write in the article though, Stephen Bonnell didn't deny that he had murdered somebody. That's a kind of a different claim because it implies that we had a conversation and I didn't specifically deny that thing, but whatever, bro.
When they were asked for comment on this, Chorus didn't deny it. And that's the truth. That's all the information.
When we were asked for a comment on it, they didn't comment.
They didn't respond to it, but that's not the
No, they
same
didn't
as
deny
verifying.
it. No, they didn't deny it.
So they did respond?
Well, that's not the same as verifying that the letter of the contract was actually being enforced, and that's the big issue here.
They didn't deny it, and yeah, they didn't deny it.
But
she keeps saying that. Did they respond at all? Fuck. Does anybody ask that? I don't think. Did Chorus respond at all? I thought Chorus didn't respond for comment at all.
That's still your job as a journalist to verify that it's
We did
something that's
verify it with the
enforced.
content creators who said on the record that this happened, and that's why it's in the story.
I don't think you demonstrated that in the story.
You didn't.
We
didn't
have a
demonstrate that
quote
you
from a
spoke with-
creator
with
saying that he
creators.
chose not to sign the contract over this.
That's not the same thing, though. I feel like you're being quite.
Yeah, so
She is slimy as fuck.
To be clear, like Taylor, there's a difference between a creator understood this contract to be, I can't do anything unless I go through the newsroom, and
contract
they
says-
were not allowed to do it unless they went through the newsroom.
Correct.
And unless they clarify that, because they did not comment, it's not really established. And the article portrays it as that is exactly how it was.
True.
The contract, that is how all evidence that we have shows that that's how it was. But did some people?
All evidence that we have, so you don't have anything dispositive, you don't show it actually being enforced that way, you can't conclusively say. Now you just made that sound probabilistic. What do you mean? Are we inferring here?
People that maybe not have the contract enforced against them? Sure, I'm sure, because clearly they were only enforcing certain parts of the contract for certain people. So clearly,
Well, no, I mean, what is your evidence for that, by the way?
speaking to the content creators.
Nothing about that was in your article. That gave me the sense that they were giving preferential treatment and not enforcing it here
I
and
think
enforcing it there. That was not in your article.
Well, literally, I mean, you can see in the article certain people. Why do you think this article exists? Because the content creators were frustrated. They wanted to speak out about things. They felt like they weren't able to speak out. That's
Why weren't they able to? What do you? Couldn't they just tweet about it?
why. That's part of why they spoke.
Well, the other thing was like the takedown clause. Like that sounds very restrictive, right? The way that your article described that language is that chorus reserved the right to like strike down any.
I mean, we
content.
quote directly from the contract. Yeah.
I understand. The problem here, Taylor, is with all three of these things: the funneling, express authorization, takedown clauses. Would this not be standard language in a contract for a 501c4?
I've seen a lot of these contracts. I just wrote another story for Wired on another dark money influencer program, and none of this language has been in the other contracts that I've seen that are for similar programs.
Well, this here is a talent incubator program. The other one just sounded like a standard ad campaign. No, and she definitely didn't publish any part of the contract there. These are totally different types of contracts. This sounds like something a contract illiterate person would say when comparing the two, or just somebody who's lying. More likely that she's a fucking liar, but.
Okay, but you understand that, like, obviously, like a 501c4, they have to be in compliance with like the law, and to protect their status, they can't have a certain threshold of their operational kind of structure and funds and stuff going towards things like campaigns and elections and things like that. So in that context,
I'm telling you, I write about dark money.
So what Hutch is saying is absolutely correct. I guess he must have done a lot of research on this. And Taylor is lying. God, I hate her so much. I legitimately hate this fucking person. So. For C4s, for 501c4s, Hutch said it was a percentage. I don't know if you can have any money going directly to campaigns or to campaign-aligned PACs. Or if you could, it would be like subject to the same campaign contributions. So like, for instance, okay, let's say that I have a super PAC, and let's say that I look at a political action committee that's campaign-aligned, right? I think your campaign contribution limit, I think it's $3,000. For PACs, I don't know if C4s could donate directly to PACs. If they can, or if individuals can, I'm going to be restricted at either $3,000 or $5,000, right? But hold on. Oh, I just got this super sneaky tricky idea. What if I pay like 20 influencers, all $6,000 to go do a thing for them. And also I tell, or, I wink wink all of my influencers, you guys should all donate like $1,000 each to that campaign, like on a stream or something to like drive up hype for it or something, right? My guess is almost certainly that C4 would get in big trouble. Hold on. You just donated, basically, you funneled $20,000 to a PAC, to like an FEC regulated entity that has a campaign contribution limit. This is what Dinesh D'Souza got fucked for, by the way, was giving $10,000 to a married couple and telling both of them to donate to his friend. You can't do that. So what he's talking about right here, what Hutch is talking about is a company is obviously going to cover their ass and they're going to say, hey, you can't contribute or send this money to any direct political person without talking to us first, because they have to cover their ass to make sure that the people that they're paying as talent aren't doing shit with their money that might call into question what they're telling their content creators and their incubator program to do, right? Because it looks really shady. What if, it came out that 90 people from the Chorus incubator program all donated $2,000 to some political action committee? Well, now it kind of looks like the fucking slush money dark fund is basically funneling money through to an official campaign to get around contribution limits. That's what it looks like. I'm sorry. So what Hutch is saying here, and I feel like we even saw that language in another contract. I don't remember we saw it in one specifically, but this is absolutely going to be boilerplate on any C4. My guess is on any 501c4, this is going to be boilerplate. Even in the new Chorus contracts, I'd have to bring it up again. I'm pretty sure this language was still there. And it makes sense why, because you want to cover your ass this way, 100%.
Elections, operational kind of structure and funds and stuff going towards things like campaigns and elections and things like that. So in context, in that context,
I'm telling you, I write about dark money.
Hang on, real quick. Could you not read this language as a company that is trying to protect itself, the status, and the creators themselves from violating the law?
Yes.
Well, the creators themselves often didn't agree with what was in the contract and were frustrated.
Totally fucking irrelevant. And no offense, creators are fucking retards. Why the fuck would I ever care about what a fucking YouTuber or a streamer? Half these fucking retards signed their lives away in contracts, don't even remember. Where is Hutch at? Remember Machinima? The Machinima days? I know you do. You were probably in Machinima. Dude, creators are retarded. Also, I'm sorry, you're a journalist. And I thought you had 20 million fucking legal people to consult with for the contract shit. Why the fuck would you go by, or at the very least, if you're going by a creator's interpretation, put that in the article. These creators thought that meant that they wouldn't be able to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Put that in there then.
That they couldn't speak out, for instance, and disclose that they were in the program. There's nothing to do with the law. Well, that's in the contract, and that's exactly what we're talking about here, right?
No, it's not, though. I'm talking about the funneling, express authorization, takedown clauses. All of these can be explained by a 501c4 trying to be compliant with the law.
No, because I just wrote about another 501c4 that literally just ran another dark money campaign. In some cases, approached some of the same exact Chorus influencers, and none of this was in that contract. So,
but their lack of potentially standard 501(c)(3) things is not, is not evidence that this is.
But I'm saying it's not standard. You guys are saying it's standard. I'm saying I have not seen it in other contracts. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist in some contracts.
Hutch, are you claiming it's standard? You're not claiming it's standard, are you?
Well, based on what I looked...
He was the first Machinima signing. Damn. Everybody got fucked, I think, by the early Machinima contracts. Everybody got fucked by Machinima early on. That was like your rite of entry, rite of passage into the YouTube world. Although I think it was mainly FPS players that were signing to Machinima and stuff. For RTS, I think it was the Game Station, or Polaris was the early MCN that rose up. This is like 15 years ago.
Looked into this language would be consistent with a 501c4 that is protecting.
Is it your claim that it's standard or not?
Hang tight, PISSCO. We can talk in a second. So Taylor,
conveniently, he doesn't want to answer you. Conveniently,
if a creator, for example, uploaded a video to their channel where they were endorsing a particular candidate, and the channel, this video was framed as something that came from Chorus, could that threaten Chorus's nonprofit status?
I think you'll have to look into the details of sort of like how that creator was disclosing it.
It's fucking just so bad faith, dude. So obviously bad faith. Our system cannot survive like these types of actors, by the way, especially foreign paid ones, right? That we can't. If I recall, Polaris was way after Machinima now. I think one came first. It was either the Game Station or Polaris, but I think it was the Game Station first, and I think they turned into Polaris, or Polaris turned into the Game Station, I think.
Yes, it could possibly threaten their status. So if they had a clause in their contract that they could take down content, would it not be a good faith interpretation that they could very easily be trying to protect?
I've never seen a C4 put this stuff in a contract before.
Okay.
And
well, I can look into that after this.
But maybe they do, maybe they do. But like I said, I have reported on campaigns and I haven't seen it there before. I haven't, for instance, the Build American AI thing I just wrote about, they don't have Build American AI newsroom that you have to use, I haven't seen this sort of language.
Would you concede that it's possible? Would you concede that it's possible that this language was specifically crafted to make sure that they were compliant with the law?
Until they comment on the record and explain their thinking behind it, we have no idea what their motivations were.
Well, but Taylor, let's be realistic here. Like, obviously, there are things that these people are restricted by. They cannot appear partisan in certain aspects. aspects. And
But
so
that doesn't trickle down to. But that doesn't trickle down to the creator. And I'm actually not confident at all in your reading of that. I would really want to talk to.
I was just curious. I don't know if I can ever find one of these like publicly, but I just Googled 501c4 standard contract political. It was just kind of funny. This is the second link I clicked. Complying with the rules governing 501c4 organizations, key issues. Maintaining tax status. Under the Internal Revenue Code, a 501c4 is a nonprofit organization with a mission to engage in social welfare activities benefiting the public good. It is not allowed to be used as a vehicle to directly benefit the business interests of the company that establishes it. The courts have not been clear as to the precise level of social or community benefit the organization's activity must engender to overcome any resulting benefit to the company. To mitigate this risk, one could take steps to separate the C4 from the establishing company. Possibilities include, but are not limited to, ensuring the company is not the sole source of the 501c4's funding and or having outside representation of the 501c4's governing board. One could also vet the nonprofit's activities to ensure that there is a strong position that they serve a social welfare interest. 501c4 organizations are prohibited from engaging primarily in political activity. Like, my guess is if we could find like a bunch of like C4 contracts, I bet they have a lot of boilerplate language to try to make sure that this separation of things from like actual hardcore like PACs or campaign aligned PACs or individual candidates, to make sure that there's a separation of funds there. Like that, my guess is it's pretty boilerplate. Even if it's not boilerplate, if I saw language like that in a contract, that's how I would read it as.
That doesn't trickle down to, but that doesn't trickle down to the creator. And I'm actually not confident at all in your reading of that. I would really want to talk to a lawyer, and I'd want to talk.
Excuse me. Fuck, I'm trying not to use female coded bad words for you had lawyers that you consulted with. Not only that, you literally quote a legal scholar or whatever in your stupid fucking article. Elizabeth Dubois, an assistant professor and university research chair in politics, communication, and technology at the University of Ottawa, who has researched the ways influences are reshaping the U.S. political system, says that we are seeing influences being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. Oh, I wonder what kind of a clause we could add to a contract to kind of cover our asses to make sure that the government doesn't think that we're using influencers to evade FEC established campaign spending limits.
Talk to somebody that works on these contracts and say, hey, I've reported on lots of these contracts. Why is it only in this contract? And I'd want to, but that doesn't trickle down to the creator. And I'm actually not confident at all in your reading of that. I would really want to talk to a lawyer, and I'd want to talk to somebody that works on these contracts and say, hey, I've reported on lots of these contracts. Why is it only in this contract and not others? Why do they structure it this way and then not in other ways? And
My question is, why would you not immediately look at this like news reporter tool? Because the way it's painted in the article is like this sinister controlling tool, and not what makes the most sense to me, which is you need to make sure that we're not violating the law when you're reaching out to these places.
Because
and it's
I've
clear that
never
some of
known
these
another
people
C4
were able to
campaign.
schedule things outside with other politicians, so long as it wasn't chorus related, right?
Yeah,
That was
I've
the whole
never.
point.
My point is
The funny thing here is if you pushed her specifically, I bet she hasn't seen any contracts from the other article that we read today by her. I bet we haven't seen those contracts. And you know what? Fuck, we're never gonna get these. I bet that there would be language, for instance, in those contracts saying that as part of these commercials, you cannot endorse a specific company, you cannot endorse a specific candidate, that it would have boilerplate language around what they're allowed to endorse in the ad so that they don't run into those issues of looking like they're doing a funnel to a campaign. Guaranteed. I bet if we look at every single content creator who did any of those AI ads, none of them probably point to like a specific, I don't know about companies, maybe it wouldn't be as much trouble. Definitely nothing, not like a political candidate or any kind of like political action committee or whatever.
is that I've written about all these campaigns. I've never seen this language in a contract before. I'm not familiar with any sort of booking systems that other people use. I would be very surprised. I talk to content creators that take part in a lot of these sort of campaigns. This is not standard from what I've seen. I'm sorry.
Well,
I know that it's...
PISSCO silence is deafening. A lawyer who. Well, so Hutch has the accurate reading on Taylor here, that she is a bad faith malicious actor. Guy doesn't give a fuck, which I think is funny. And no shade to him. He likes to follow politics and doesn't get into all this like murky, dramatic, crazy shit. I think the soy pill, I think he's just trying to be a good faith actor here. I don't know if he is like as bought into the idea that Taylor is like this evil, malicious figure that I believe. And I think Hutch believes. So I like that soy pill is here to ask questions. And then PISSCO is just here to run defense for Taylor. I think every single time he's brought up anything, it's just to run defense for Taylor. If we're being good faith for PISSCO, which he doesn't deserve, then the defense here would be that it would look bad if all three of them were dogpiling on Taylor here, so, which is fair, I guess. But
your
this is a new kind
interpretation
of this is a new kind of media thing, right? Like it's still
no,
pretty
it's not
pretty
that
novel.
new. No.
For
Trump is, the
501c4s
right wingers
doing
have been
political
doing this.
stuff,
They've been doing this for a while. The right wingers do it all the time.
He should ask for an example. What's one example of a C4 that's funneling money to right-wing influencers? I'm curious if there's what answer she would give to that.
And
you're well aware that 501c4s can lose their nonprofit status if they do too much electioneering, or if they do like event content like around like political campaigns and things like that.
Yeah,
and so I question why it seems as though you and your team didn't even consider that.
We
this
did
language
actually.
in the
We did. I mean,
contract-
we did talk to other people. I had lawyers look at this contract. I had contract lawyers. Not to mention all the Hollywood agents that were involved in this. Half the influencers that we spoke to have agents and managers at major talent agencies that were involved in this. None of them raised this issue. So
None of them raised this issue, as in none of them said that the language looked suspicious.
I'm not saying that.
Were you made aware of any actual instance where Chorus requested to take down content from any creator?
No, we didn't find any enforcement action on that.
Kind of weird.
Were you made aware of any creator that had to get express authorization before like setting up a interview with a politician?
We did talk to creators that were told they had to use the Chorus News.
No, but you keep doing this, Taylor. Come on, you're being slippery here.
She does. She's so good at that. She's so good at that.
Sorry,
I'm not talking about people who are afraid of the contract.
But listen, all I can tell you is what my
you know
reporting
you're
says,
doing,
and I
right?
know you guys want
Right,
more,
you know
so we're
that-
told they had to use the Chorus News.
Authorization before like setting up a interview with a
Was anybody prohibited from doing their own interviews?
Politician?
Well, people had to use the newsroom for stuff. They were told they had to use the newsroom. That's not
We
the
did
same.
talk to creators that were told they had to use the Chorus News.
No, but you keep doing this, Taylor. Come on, you're being
I'm just
slippery
telling you.
here.
I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about people who are afraid of the contract.
But listen, all I can tell
but
you
this
is what my
slippery. You know what
reporting
you're
says,
doing,
and I
right?
know you guys want more. All I can tell you is what my reporting says and what I found and who we spoke to. I'm sorry. I'm not going to keep going around in circles. It is so pointless. None of this is relevant. You don't seem to have this issue with any other article that I've written about this stuff. It's crazy. It's just
this is the only
this
article
one.
of yours that I'm familiar with. I did a
Like, I'm sorry. Was he supposed to come with a binder full of criticisms for every single article you've written? What kind of statement even is that? What does that even mean? What? You don't seem to have this criticism for any other article? Uh-oh. Has he criticized the genocide in Gaza? Does that make him a anti-Taylor because he doesn't have any, or before this, was he pro-Taylor Lorenz since he didn't criticize any of the other articles? Like, it's fucking stupid.
Okay, so then you
spent a
don't
lot of
actually
time.
know. Like, okay, all right. I'm sorry that I'm trying
Listen,
to explain to you what we found in our reporting.
That's fine. I don't want to press you further. I just want to say that I do think that you had an agenda with this article. I do think that you had opinions that you put in the article.
You can join the many.
On the right wing, call them right wing again. You can join the many Nazis, the white nationalists who say the same.
And I have agendas on it.
I think the narrative that you were pressing was that the big, bad, corrupt establishment was paying Democratic shills and suppressing leftist voices. I think that is
leftist voices.
the crux of
Where's
your,
the leftist voices in that? Where does it say leftist? Where are you even getting that from?
Well, the opinions that seem to be censored, like oh, it's Gaza or too pro climate change, too pro, like these are more progressive, more leftist ideas that are as based on what the article is saying.
You guys sound like TikTokers.
But that's what it says in the article. What do you mean?
I mean, I just honestly, can I tell you, this is I'm sorry to trigger you with the word centrist. This is a mainstream centrist Democrat program. Okay, it's for mainstream centrist Democrats, right? Look at the people that are in it. Overwhelmingly, Brian Tyler Cohen. I would say they're not trying to get radical.
Like, again, and I'm sorry, but and I mean, Taylor is like the number one victim of being online too much. If you look at Brian Tyler Cohen and you're like, he's a centrist guy, like, I'm sorry, we're on the internet, bruh. All of these people, I know that it's really hard for a lot of these people to understand this because you spend so much time online. Like, if you were to put me in any room with real people, for me, I would be far left. 100 trillion% I would be far left, right? Rolling back the Trump and fucking Bush era tax cuts, having like any pro-trans position at all, even in a room of Democrats, right? If you throw me in any room full of Democrats, Brian Tyler Cohen is going to be far left. I'm sorry that you're just delusional to say he's a centrist. Also, I don't know what the fuck centrist Democrat means. That's such a pointless amalgamation of terms. Centrist Democrat. I don't know what the fuck that term even means. It's a crazy, stupid fucking... Like, if I was looking between, like, Nebraska and California, and I were to say, like, he's halfway between Nebraska and California in Nevada, I don't know what the fuck that sentence even means. He's halfway between Nebraska and Florida in Iowa. I don't even know what the fuck that statement means. He's a centrist Democrat. I don't know what the fuck centrist Democrat means. I don't know what the fuck that's like such a meaningless term politically. Holy shit. I'm saying that. Sorry, hold on. I realize I have to make it clear.
I do know what it means. Centrist is a slur. They were correct when they said that. Centrist is a slur that they use to demean Democrats that they feel like don't have an extreme enough position or the correct position on Gaza. That's what that actually means. Centrist is just a slur to attack Democrats. In the same way that I guess conservatives used centrist as the opposite of a slur, a compliment for right-wing fucking centrists.
Anarchists for this program. Do you think they are?
I think most reasonable people.
Like she said before that like Tim Pool likes to be prescribed as a progressive on some issues, not a centrist. I bet Tim Pool has spent most of his time saying, I'm not right-wing, I'm centrist. Fuck, what's the name of that one website actually? What's the website that lets you search through all the YouTube logs or whatever? Channel. Tim Pool. 1.5 million subs. Centrist. I'm human! Click on the empty spots where foods are missing. Here and here? What the fuck? Here and here? Oh, hold on. I'm a pro at this. I got this. Okay. Continue.
Centrist show.
Right.
Perfectly centrist. In the certain moral orthodoxies, which now is the left. It explains it. The fear of being an apostate is remarkable. So here's we're talking about this a little bit before the show. I think Timcast is a perfectly centrist show.
Right.
Perfectly centrist in the people we have on, in the opinions of the principal individuals of it. Conservatives would disagree and agree at the same time. They'd probably say, "Well, you're fairly liberal, Tim, but I see what you're saying." The left would say, "Absolutely not. You're a right winger."
Absolutely. I bet Constantine calls himself a centrist as well. He does, right? Where else does he call himself? December? Oh, holy shit. Wait, that was a long time ago. Wait, what the fuck? 2023. Is this sorted by date? No, not necessarily. Whatever. I found my example.
People, when they look at Brian Tyler Cohen, I don't think they would call him a centrist. I think they would call him a partisan Democrat.
A Democrat. Okay, a Democrat. This is a program by a notorious pro-Democrat group running a program to increase the Democrats.
What does that mean?
Notorious? Wait, I thought she said earlier that she wasn't normatively loading anything. Wait, where did notorious come from?
Notorious.
Well, the 1630 fund is pretty notorious. It's a pretty big.
Notorious?
Big deal. I mean, it's a
We're
huge.
talking about 1630. We're talking, of course.
Big deal? Excuse me. Big deal does not mean notorious. Notorious, by the way, means bad. Bad.
1630, which is the funder behind all of it, right? 1630 is a notorious dark money group. It is literally the liberal answer to the Koch network. I mean, it's very well known. They do a lot of work in the Democrat space. So,
Listen, that's a separate conversation about like, about like should Democrats do any kind of dark money stuff while this is the letter of the law because of Citizens United?
Sure. Who cares? But we can debate it.
But
I'm just saying, like, you guys have this thing, like I have to say, it really annoys me, I guess, because like, I think.
Yeah, why?
And I think it's very revealing that you don't engage with most of my work.
Wait a second. I don't need to familiarize myself with your entire body of work.
What is this? What?
To critique this article, Taylor.
Well, I think that the fact that you have only engaged with my work through tweets and through this article has given you a view of things that I would argue is
Taylor, you can't throw that at me. I like your pro-privacy or anti-privacy law or pro-privacy laws. I like your
okay, but like this is
proposal
crazy
stuff,
that
so,
with
like,
it,
I have
like
the same beef.
But Taylor, I saw you making claims about these people. You said that out of the 90 creators, they're primarily pro-Israel.
The ones that we found.
That's a pretty big claim, but you couldn't name anybody. That's
well, I'm not
bizarre
going to put them out. I'm not going to. We didn't name the majority of content creators that we found in the program. We didn't.
Excuse me? You had no problem running down a whole ass list of names right here. What the fuck are you talking about? Influencers included in communication about the program: Olivia, Juliana, Lauren, Peretra, Barrett, Adair, Suzanne, Lambert, Ariel Fodor, Sander Jennings, David Packman, Leigh McGowan. I think she even names people that she like had a fight with in the past over something, where she drops their full names again. Like, it's very hit piece. Hit PC. Fuck. Where was this in the article? Oh, I know it was. I know she had their names in here. Six creators in the program showed a collaborative video running through political wins. Follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling. Tag, link to post. Based. People who were pictured on the web. Oh, no, wait, that's a different thing. Fuck. Several influencers who doggedly defended Chorus throughout that controversy. Like, this is a past controversy. Several people who defended them through a past controversy, including Elizabeth Booker Houston, a Democratic comedian and content creator on Instagram, and Ali O'Brien, a progressive content creator with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok whose social security number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They were involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new creator incubator program. Neither responded. They weren't even in it. They were involved in membership talks. How the fuck do you even know that? Like, this is just wild. And now she's like, well, I don't want to name anybody who's blah, blah, blah.
Anybody. That's
well, I'm not going to put them out. I'm not going to. We didn't name the majority of content creators that we found in the program. We didn't name.
Are the ones that you named in the article? You couldn't name a single one that was pro-Israel.
Yep. I know that's now who's twisting words. I said you'll have to go through and ask. I don't even remember which creators we named in the article, but you can go through and the ones we did, and you can ask them their stance on Israel.
No, but this is your words. You said that they were primarily pro-Israel, and of all the people you named in the article, you can't give me one. That's bizarre.
Okay, go ask them. Go ask them then. Go ask them. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm asking you. You did reporting on them.
It doesn't say anything about Israel in the article. I don't know what to tell you.
That was your commentary.
He's referring to your tweet on the 27th.
Yeah, and that's my tweet, and I'm not gonna list out the influencers that are not even named in our piece in a tweet. I'm giving commentary on my article. You can read the article all you want. I don't know what to tell you. You guys seem. It's honestly, it's crazy to me. What is so crazy to me about all of this is that for whatever reason, this like random like these random people like you, this Destiny person, it's like they are like.
What? No, where's the meme? Why the fuck did my name come up here?
They have all these issues with the article that like the 1630 fund doesn't have any issues with it. Even the Chorus lawyers like don't have.
I'm not asking about anybody else. I'm just reading.
But I understand, and I do my best. I really try to be an open book, and I really do. Like I go out of my way to engage with people like you that have questions. But at a certain point,
I felt like I asked you good questions, and you got very evasive and frustrated with me.
I would completely disagree with that characterization. I do not think that you're coming in good faith. I think that you have a clear view of it.
I read that a lot. I looked into a lot of this stuff. I spent a lot of time on this. I didn't want to take that out of context.
I think you probably have gone down a lot of wild goose chases on something that's pretty straightforward.
Do you think?
Imagine if every interview with Taylor Lorenz actually looked like this, where there were people that, and by the way, Hutch is a random fucking YouTuber guy, right? I'm a random fucking YouTuber guy. We're not trained in any of this. Imagine if every interview with her was actually pressing on these issues like this. And this is like bare bones level pushing. We didn't even really, like, I don't even know if I would characterize this as a super tough, kind of tough. But she couldn't answer basic level questions because her article is generally just a giant fucking lie. It's a hit piece. It's a hit piece with a ton of lies in it. But somebody like this should not be able to survive the interview circuit. Like, she should never be able to show her face publicly on an interview circuit because she knows she's going to get fucking destroyed by the slightest bit of critical pushback on her article. But somehow people like this thrive in our current atmosphere. It's unacceptable. And our democracy cannot survive it. It can't.
Influencers that use this, do you think that like left-wing commentators that use this article to push a narrative that these creators were being paid to be quiet about Israel, do you think that they were being irresponsible?
I have said from the jump that Israel was never a qualification that we
I'm asking,
found.
do you think that it was irresponsible of them to do that?
Well, as I just said, I'm answering you, and I'm sorry. I know you keep wanting me to say
She won't answer
a specific string of words, and I'm just answering you
I
as
think
best
it's a
as
fair
I can.
question because a lot of people that you're friendly with did push that narrative that they were being paid to be quiet about genocide, which I think is a really disgusting accusation.
What
to
I
make.
would say is that if is that we don't know the ideological makeup, and I said this publicly since the article went up. We don't know the true ideological makeup of the entire cohort because they
Why'd you say they're primarily centrist?
Those are the people that we
Remember right now, for her group of enemies, I don't know what they said. People were attacking him. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. Why the fuck should I give a fuck? It's not my responsibility. You want me to say a specific string of words? For the other article that Hutch mentioned, when you say these people were lightly criticizing the Biden administration, weren't they being really harsh on the Gaza? Actually, he was blacklisted in 2023, and I've actually read every single tweet that this guy ever put out. And actually, prior to 2023, the only criticism he ever made was a light criticism relating to green energy policy, and actually I didn't say anything about Gaza until 2024. The light part. It's like, okay, so you've memorized this person's entire fucking timeline. You can defend this person to the death.
we found, and as I have said from
There's
the beginning,
90 people.
Oh my God, again, if the ideological makeup of this program is different, this is an argument for why they should be transparent. Because right now, the people that we found do share certain ideology. They do share certain belief systems. And if they're
2? 5? How many did you find? How many?
There's this secret group of leftists or further to the right people or other libertarians or who knows what that is also being funded by this program, then I think it would behoove them to publish the roster because
But
now
until that comes out, Taylor, is it irresponsible for influencers to cast aspersions and just assume that
I
this
think
is this
influencers
giant...
should be arguing for transparency and say until
Okay, but that's not what they're doing. So would it be irresponsible for them to just
I think
make
there's
these
so much
conclusions?
irresponsible stuff on TikTok, and I'm not going to litigate every single thing. But yes, of course they're being irresponsible. Of course there's people being irresponsible. However, that doesn't mean that I think that they're making baseless conclusions based on the very small amount of sort of view that they have into it. I'm sympathetic to the people that run the program if they say, well, this is not representative. I would say this is an argument for transparency, right? If you have this whole other class of content creators that are part of your program that have radically different beliefs than the content creators that were made public, then why can't they come? Why can they still not come forward? Why can they still not publish their contract? Why can they still not speak out? Why are you still not publishing?
You would have to ask them, but the merits of your reporting are your own, and you're accountable for the things that you say. And when you say, you look at a list of 90 people and they're primarily centrist, and then 2 seconds ago you say,
sorry,
we don't really know the ideological leanings.
First of all, the section of creators that we saw, they're pro-Democrat. They're pro, and I would call that centrist. Now there are also
really just pro-Democrat.
Really?
Well, establishment, they're pro-establishment Democrat. We're not talking about radicals. You're talking about the radical.
What does that mean?
What I mean is that the leftist anarchist people on TikTok don't seem to be part of this program. I haven't seen any of
leftist anarchists? It's not even on the the liberal axis of politics. What the fuck are you talking about?
those people a part of this program. I haven't seen those people connected to this program.
Not being radically left is not the same thing as being centrist, Taylor.
Right. I understand that, but I'm
You're
saying
conflating them.
Okay, what label to make you happy? So I don't trigger you with the wrong word. What
something reasonable?
No, okay.
Wait. This is the stupidest fucking point of all time. That the Democratic Party is a center left party, and we embrace that, right? This show's called Live and Learn.
Do you think Brian Tyler Cohen is a
wait, Hutch.
Yes, and I know it's because PISSCO doesn't know anything about politics, domestically or internationally. The Democratic Party is our left party. The Republican Party is our right party. I don't know why you would describe a political party as with an adjective, center left or two, or center right. It's left and right. This is like you're floating towards a rock in space, and you're trying to draw the distinction on whether or not the rock is coming at you or you're drifting towards the rock. You have two parties. You have a left party and you have a right party. Why the fuck would you call them center left? The reason why is, especially because of the circles that this guy runs in, you call it center left because you're trying to disparage the Democratic Party. They're not. They don't stand for left-wing values. In Europe, Bernie Sanders would be a fucking Nazi in Europe. Bernie Sanders wouldn't even be considered center left in Europe. That's why they call it that. But would he call the Republican Party a center right party?
The Democratic Party is a center left party, and we embrace that, right? The show's called Live and Learn.
Do you think Brian Tyler Cohen is a
wait, Hutch. Democratic Party. Hutch, real quick. Hutch. The Democratic Party is a center left party. Is that correct?
Is Brian Tyler Cohen a centrist?
Wait, Hutch. Can you answer one question?
No.
Answer one question.
You answer mine.
Answer one question. Is the Democratic Party center left?
Answer mine. Is Brian Tyler Cohen a centrist?
All right. Hutch.
I'm center left. You're center left. We're all we're centrist.
PISSCO's question.
Okay.
Hutch, what is the right word?
Hutch, wait. Answer the question. Hutch, is the Democratic Party? Hutch.
Nobody on this show, in the totality of American politics, nobody on this show is center left. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Hutch,
you were using centrist as a pejorative, and you know that's what you were doing.
That's different. Hutch, is the Democratic Party a center left party?
Yes, broadly, yes.
Okay, so if what is meant by centrist, right? It's the stupidest fucking point. If what is all is meant by centrist is you're aligned with the Democratic Party, then this is all analytical, right? By definition, being aligned with the Democratic Party on your own view.
When you think of the word centrist,
you would have to show in any given case that the use of centrist is more specific, and that you're trying to call out something, and maybe that is actually what Taylor is doing when she's using centrist. Stop. Wait.
PISSCO is correct, but the swipe already did this. He's just running defense for Taylor for whatever fucking reason. The swipe already did this. He went through her Twitter account, and actually, PISSCO could challenge Taylor here and go like, Taylor, have you ever used centrist in a way that wasn't like immediately demeaning or derogatory or pejorative towards some group of people? And if Taylor's like, yeah, look, a ton of times I say like, oh, these centrist guys made a lot of progress here. These centrist guys did a lot of good stuff here. These like, yeah. And then that would strongly support her argument. Now, Hutch could still argue it's fine that you don't use it as a pejorative, but in our online political climate, the one that you exist in, it seems to be understood as a pejorative. But he's not going to do that.
Wait. You can't be complaining about interruptions and you're interrupting everyone all over the place. All right. So in any given context, I think it's on you to just to decipher what the intent is behind using the centrist label. But the Democratic Party is a center left party. You can't be complaining about interruptions and you're interrupting everyone all over the place. All right. So in any given context, I think it's on you to just to decipher what the intent is behind using the centrist label.
That's the. Sorry, I don't even know what he means by saying that. I'm not even going to call that out. That's it. We use words to communicate with each other, okay? There's no such thing as private words that just mean things uniquely to us, or that you could interpret any piece of writing however you want, and it's up to you the entire time, especially when you're writing about anything. I'm not going to say especially. When you're writing about anything, okay? You're trying to convey meaningful ideas to people. Well, everything you write should be meaningful. It should have a meaning to the word. There's no world where, well, it's up to you to figure out what you think left means. It's up to you to figure out what you think right means. It's up to you to figure out in political writings, what would be the point of reading or writing anything if it was always up to the reader to do their own personal interpretation of what they think a thing means? Like it's.
But the Democratic Party is a center left party.
Lawyers have a perverted understanding of language. Literally, I super disagree with that. They should have an incredibly specific understanding of how language is used, because it'll show up over and over again in documents. Some people will say this thing where lawyers have a bad understanding of language. Wrong. Bad lawyers have a bad understanding of language. The exact same types of words are going to show up over and over and over again. It's true in contracts. It's true in legal writings and cases. You'll see the same words and phrases over and over and over again.
To decipher what the intent is behind using the centrist label. But the Democratic Party is a center left party. You can't be complaining about interruptions and you're interrupting everyone all over the place. All right. So in any given context, I think it's on you to just to decipher what the intent is behind using the centrist label. But the Democratic Party is a center left party.
They did determine the intent though, and they gave arguments for it, and she didn't refute any of those.
Using the word centrist because the people that she was trying to appeal to with that article, and I think it's obvious who she was trying to appeal to, use that word in a disparaging way. Similarly to how they use the word liberal in a disparaging way. You know that Taylor uses.
Would you guys not describe liberal? Do you guys not describe liberal? Do you not describe yourself?
Well, liberal is appropriate. That's an appropriate label.
Okay, so
liberals are center left, correct?
So let's.
Like that's such a broad word. It depends on where you see it, right? Liberal technically encompasses. Well, I don't know if it does anymore for the right, but if we go back 10 years, liberal encompasses 95% of politics in the United States. We're a liberal country, right? Lowercase l, liberalism. The Republican Party was a liberal party. The Democratic Party is a liberal party. Now you can argue the Republican Party is some other fuck shit. But like, depending on the context you're in, like if I go to an online debate and somebody calls me a fucking liberal, well, if I'm arguing with a MAGA person, that's an insult. But they mean it to mean I'm part of the Democratic Party. That's all they mean when they say liberal. If I'm arguing with Hassan, they're using liberal as a slur to say that I'm Nazi, basically, a far-right person. Oh, you're a liberal. He's a right. He's not a part of the left. He's not a leftist thing like we are, like the socialists are. So that really depends.
Let's call them liberals. No, well, that will make you happy.
You have progressive liberals too, right? I mean, I like when I look at Brian Tyler Cohen's his overall priorities and his liberal. Is he liberal? I would call him a progressive liberal. Very confidently.
Liberal. Okay, we will use the word liberal, and that will make you happy.
Well, I wish you would have used that in the article instead of saying centrist, because you know that you were using that as a pejorative.
Honestly, you have to call up some copy editor and say that to them. But if she had wanted a correction, she could have gotten a correction. But my point is,
besides the point though.
It is not beside the point.
It is
She
beside
could
the
have
point.
actually, if that was such a radical mischaracterization of
The onus is not on her to correct, especially when you're so well known for like signaling so much fucking harassment, everything else. The onus is not on the person being written about to go in and correct it. We're all not going to fight over every single lie that's published about us like you fight over keeping your age concealed on your fucking Wikipedia.
her views. She could have reached out and gotten a correction. I would argue it's not a radical mischaracterization of her views.
Is it a false statement? Right? Is it a false statement to call her centrist? I think that's the question. Is it inaccurate, Hutch? Is it an inaccurate statement in the article?
Yes, I think it is. Yes.
To call Olivia Juliana centrist.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether or not it's accurate. What matters is it is clear.
Both parts matter. The accuracy and the intent are both important here. And you can be wrong on one or the other, but like so for instance, she could have just been inaccurate and she could have said she's a democratic socialist, and she's actually like she would say, I'm not a democratic socialist, I'm like a progressive liberal, I would say, right? And then you could say, oh well, she was wrong, the fact was wrong, but the intent was she was trying her best to get it right. She wasn't trying to demean her or anything, right? Or she could be right about the fact and still trying to demean her in the language. She is a centrist, right? And maybe she does consider herself a centrist, right? But she's saying that to demean her, to call her out on it, right? But that's fine. She could be mean and accurate at the same time. But arguably, the worst combination of things is she could be inaccurate and mean. That's even worse than just fucking up and being inaccurate, because you're labeling somebody something for the purposes of not perjuring them, of using a pejorative against them, of attacking them, of demeaning them. You're trying to attack them with a word, and it's not even accurate. That's like the worst of all worlds. So this fixation on just the factual accuracy is not enough. You should focus on the accuracy and the intent behind using the word.
Why can't accuracy absolutely accuracy absolutely like what is so hard about doing
please listen to me for real quick, because you keep doing this. It's not about the accuracy of whether or not this person is a centrist. If everyone in a certain ideological camp calls these people centrist, it is clear that this is coming from a specific ideological perspective and not just this is objective reporting.
I just don't think that the Wired articles,
is it relevant?
The Wired editors are like out to get someone. We're literally just trying to describe now. I will use the word liberal. I will use the word liberal, and when I write about these people again, I will use the word liberal. I can promise you that. So that
well, I think you were.
I'd like to respond to Soy Pill. It's the potted plant's turn to talk. All right, so real quick on your on your point, Soy Pill, you say, well, in certain circles, this term can mean something else. I'm totally open to us having that discussion, but I think it's relevant to discuss whether the article is accurate first. That's a relevant thing to consider first.
And then we
right?
can say, okay, some people might accurately describe her as a centrist, depending on your ideological point of view, and we can use this to frame what kind of ideology.
To the extent that it's accurate, to the extent that it's accurate, it's trivial to observe that most content creators are centrist, because if all you mean by centrist is democratic aligned, then of course it's going to be
right. And then you can use that to say, well, who is calling all pro-Democrats centrist, and what kind of ideology
I think
is that?
most Democrats are liberals, are they not? Are they not liberal? Is the Democrat not the liberal party, guys?
It's just meaningless drivel. It's so cringe.
We're not talking about the term liberal.
And it's pathetic. It's pathetic, honestly.
But you said, but we're talking. Okay, centrist.
You use that term. You use that term. It wasn't your editor in your tweet. You said you use that term.
Sure, I use the term centrist all the time. I use the term centrist all the time.
In
but I'm saying
a pejorative way. Anyone can search your Twitter feed and see when you use the word
You could also say I use the term and you can search my Twitter feed for the term leftist. See what I have to say about the term leftist on my Twitter feed, and see if I'm being really nice about it.
I will after this. I will. I'm
please go do it right away. You'll see why.
I think you use that language for a particular.
I would be curious how she uses it in articles. It wouldn't surprise me if she uses leftist when she's referring to people that she's mad at, but I wonder if she's using leftist in a pejorative way, or if she's just saying, this person is a leftist, but they have a right-wing view on AI tech regulation or some bullshit or whatever. I'm curious. Somebody look it up.
Particular reason.
No, I use language. I am criticizing different political factions constantly, and you'll see. Please search the word leftist and see what I have to say about the leftists. Please search this word.
In this story,
okay,
you're establishing a cast of heroes and villains. That's what you're doing. Oh my God.
Okay, literally, yep. I'm sorry. I know you think that I have this like.
Literally.
This is like, I feel it does remind me of the Tim Pool universe in a sense, because I have to say, like, it's like this like niche obsession with.
Yes, because the case does nothing to affect the business models of these companies, but it sets a legal precedent for mass surveillance, something you should be against if you're a leftist. What can I say? I know everything that is inside of her head. Wait, well, let me read more. We're never getting a leftist revolution when people like you side with the Nazis on eradicating. You are not a leftist. See, she's gatekeeping and protecting the term. What did I say right before this? What did I say? She is criticizing people who are leftists, but she's not using leftist as a pejorative. She's criticizing them for not having the correct position, even though they call themselves a leftist. She's protecting the term because that's what she either identifies with or considers herself friendly to. How dare Taylor Lorenz stand with immigrants, LGBT groups, reproductive justice advocates, marginalized people, and everyone who will be harmed by the mass surveillance / censorship laws the social media addiction trials usher in. I am a serious leftist. I stand with the Heritage Foundation, making fun of a leftist who's not on the right positions. Cuba does not have sterilizing vaccines, and vaccines don't make COVID harmless. This COVID shit, she's fucking brain broken on. When some MAGA events have better airborne disease prevention than leftist aid convoys, that should make you look in the mirror and consider how badly you lost the plot. Again, so she's attacking people here who she feels like aren't adhering to the standards that she believes that leftists should be. This is not the same type of way of using the term leftist as she was for like centrists. Oh, look at these fucking centrists. Look at what they're doing.
It's like you're secretly our enemy, and you're secretly our enemy.
I don't think you're secret about it. I don't think you're secret. I think you have open. Yeah, you have open sort of hostility towards.
Crazy, but so do the Republicans. I
don't know. I think you've displayed in the past like open hostility towards like people that you consider to be like the establishment or centrist or pro-Israel. But then when I press you on like what these terms mean, you don't really have like great answers.
Leftists, and look at what I have to say about the right, and look at what I have to say about like literally look at all my political. Like I know that you don't want to engage with other stuff, and I know you feel that you're sort of. I've been very critical about your ideology, but if you think that's because
I'm not offended by that. I don't care about. I'm talking about your.
But you clearly think that because I'm critical of your ideology, that then I sort of ascribe to this other ideology that you really don't like.
I don't know if this is about ideology. To be honest with you. I have no idea. I really no, but I don't know. I don't know what motivates you, but I do know that in the context of this article,
we'll never know what motivates her because she doesn't report her funding sources. By the way.
You were establishing like a cast of villains, and in this case, you had like these pro-Israel centrists.
It doesn't say anything about Israel in our article. They're just pro. They are pro.
You added that commentary after the fact, and then other creators used your commentary to push a narrative about them being paid to cover for genocide.
Well, the Democratic Party, I would argue, has run cover for a genocide. Isn't that kind of why they lost part of it?
That's a separate thing. They're smearing the entire operation as being about like covering for genocide. This includes people like Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pacman and Olivia Giuliana.
Well,
like they were.
Those first two people? I'm just saying. Look at that. Look at her face. Look at her face when you led with those two people.
Like covering for genocide. This includes people like Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pacman and Olivia Giuliana. Well, like they were, Hassan himself has made this claim. Like
Hassan was not even remotely part of this program.
Whoa, hold up. Are you besmirching my dog electrocutor boyfriend? Excuse me.
But you mentioned him. You mentioned him in this article. You mentioned him in the old article. You mentioned him in this tweet.
The fucking Joe Rogan of the left or whatever.
No, he wasn't.
No, but you're presenting the virtuous alternative to the corrupt Democratic shills. That's what you're doing in this whole thing.
I don't think Hassan is seeking dark money.
But
so you're agreeing with Hutch. You're agreeing with him. Also, Hassan does do gaming sponsorships, and he has gotten paid by other countries and taken payments to do stuff. I think he mentioned openly for the Cuba stuff. I know he did for the China stuff, even if he refuses it. 100 billion%. Didn't he get paid to go do a speech thing in, was it Dubai? So, I mean, we don't know how much he got paid for that, right? Or is it Qatar? I don't remember. Qatar.
But are you rejecting that's what you're doing? Like that is what you're doing, right? Like you're saying you have these like radical leftists and they're pure and they're not corrupt, and then you have the corrupt pro-DNC, pro-Israel shills, right?
Please search my Twitter feed and see what I've said about the leftists. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
I did search it, Taylor, and you have been shitting on them quite a bit.
I constantly criticize people all over the place.
I don't think Soipa will understand the distinction here. It is a very fine one, but like there is a huge difference, right? I don't necessarily blame maybe the Soipa for not getting this, but there is a distinction, but it's important, but it can be hard to.
Political ideology. I very intentionally don't identify with one political faction over the other or whatever. And again, I know that pisses everybody off in that political faction. But what I'm saying is that if you think that this is some bad faith like article that's meant to like valorize the left and like criticize that's just not what the article says.
Is this a Taylor Lorenz article? In 2025, the UK censorship catastrophe is just the beginning. Both the Democrats and the Republicans are completely aligned on ramming age verification through Congress and removing all free speech and the right to anonymity on the web. Leftists have completely dropped the ball, and there is no meaningful political opposition to these efforts in the U.S. from either party. So why wouldn't you say conservatives have dropped the ball? Or the far right has dropped the ball? Or like she's protecting the term when she brings it up.
Says, and I understand that my
The
commentary
article
on
did
it.
say that they're not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus.
Yes,
How do you
that's
explain
true.
that?
That's
No, it's not though. It's not. We know that's not true.
Wait, sorry, they aren't allowed.
Why
sorry.
is it untrue? Wait.
Why do you think?
It's describing the
Steel man. Why do you think I'm saying that piece?
So I understand. Listen, I have my issues. I want to bring up my issues with.
Why do you think I'm saying that?
Wait, hang on. I will definitely address that. I will definitely address that. I will definitely address that. Hutch, I will definitely address. So I want to be clear. I have my own problems with the article. It has to do actually with contractual language in the title. But I mean, at this point, it's been done to death.
I didn't write the title. I didn't write the title.
Sure.
Don't come for me.
The contractual, the article. Are you asking me or asking Taylor?
I'm asking Taylor. Is the subheading wrong then?
But okay, but you can ask her.
That's so important. That's so important. The subheading.
It's not factually wrong.
Well, you just said you didn't write it. So
yeah.
Why defend it?
Journalists don't write their titles.
But you have influence on the byline on the subheading, right? You can't request. Did you request to change the subheading? Wait, hang on.
No, it's factually correct. Why would I do that?
Hang on.
You absolutely, as I know for a fact, that you can suggest a title, you can suggest secondary titles. I think that this is going to be one of the areas, just from the little I know, but Taylor lies about everything. This is going to be one of the areas where the people above you, your master, your whatever editors, all these people will have more push than not, where they could say like, I'm sorry, but like, we're going with this title, okay? Or we're going with this secondary, like subtitle, whatever. Like, that's probably true. This is probably the most, this is probably the area where they'll have the most input, and Taylor might not have had much, but she still defends the title, so what does it matter?
Journalists can't request that a subheading is changed?
I would never do that unless it was factually wrong. It's not factually.
Okay, then you own it.
Wrong.
This is absolutely factually wrong, though. I mean, like in your subheading, you say that online influencers were paid up to $8,000 a month to push the party line.
Yeah, but that's how the decks. Sorry, the decks in the marketing decks that describe
the marketing decks. We're talking about a realistic claim.
Right, we're talking about
you're saying that they were getting paid $8,000 to push the party line, and there's no deliverables.
The whole point of the program was to fix the Democratic Party's messaging problem. That's the whole point of the program.
But you're saying paid X to do Y. That's a consideration for some sort of thing in the other end of it. And I did have a criticism about that, but I wanted to address what was just said about the characterization regarding the disclosure. The article states that the language of the contract forbids disclosure, and I don't have any reason to believe that's untrue.
Yeah, there were at what particular quote are you pointing to here? Do you have the quote in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me, but I know it's characterizing the
contract viewed by Wire that creators signed. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or.
But wasn't there an issue where? Fuck, I don't remember. I don't remember this good news in politics. Oh, please let me see this. Why can't I go there? This might not have had chorus listed in it. I don't remember if it did or not. And there's no fast forward. Okay. When are you going to disclose the dark money funding? Ooh. Her using liberal centrist as a slur to defend Hassan.
Unsubstantiated claims as part of an effort to smear one of the most vocal leftists online is deeply disturbing. But that's what these centrist liberal influencers do, and that's why they're so dangerous. Just as with the original Gamergate over a decade.
For the 1630 fund, but that's not true.
Are you disputing the accuracy of that? And why is it? Why do you think it's untrue?
Because there's two different things going on here. There's the qualifier, like according to the contract, but then she's making a claim. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship
under the contract.
Yes,
No,
under
no,
the
no.
contract.
Contract.
Under the contract. That's all
Well,
under the
no,
contract.
but I think the qualifier
That's
is
very clearly no. That's very clearly what it's talking about is what's allowed under the contract.
What particular quote are you pointing?
Wait.
Yeah, there were at what particular quote are you pointing to here? Do you have the quote in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me, but I know it's characterizing
the contract viewed by
Yes.
Wired that creators signed. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund, but that's not true.
Are you disputing the accuracy of that? And
Yes, it is.
why is it? Why do you think it's untrue?
Because there's two different things going on here. There's the qualifier, like according to the contract, but then she's making a claim. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship
Under the contract.
with Chorus.
Yes,
No,
under
no,
the contract.
contract.
Under the contract. That's all
Well,
under the
no,
contract.
but I think the qualifier
That's
is a
very
different
clearly
thing.
no. That's very
I think
clearly what it's talking about
according
is what's allowed under the contract. Do you have any basis to believe that's
Yeah,
untrue?
but why wouldn't you verify that that was being enforced?
Wait, no,
did.
wait.
That's why they came to
But that's
talk to us. That's why we have the article.
But Taylor,
so they're probably in breach. Hutch. The answer is they're probably in breach. The answer is they're probably in breach. of the
I don't know
contract.
what is in their contract versus what they enforce.
But no, but the question, Hutch, the question stands. Do you have a basis? Hutch, the question stands. Do you have a basis to believe that that's untrue? Yes or no?
The framing of this, I find.
Do you
to
have a
be
basis to
incredibly
believe the statement is
dishonest.
untrue?
The framing is dishonest. Do you even disagree with me?
Is the statement true or not? No, I think the other part of the contract. Wait,
I am curious what other. Fuck, I don't know if I'm mind fucking myself or not. This language is not great, but maybe it's normal and I'm just loading this negatively because so much of this is like shitty. Like when I hear according to, that to me conveys the feeling of interpretation, right? According to Steven, he said that yo mama's a bitch. But according to Dave, he said yo mama is bussin', all right? According to sounds a bit different than like a factual statement of, right? I think that like according to Wired's legal team who reviewed the contracts maybe, or an interpretation from Wired's legal team, otherwise you would just say copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed stated that the influencers aren't allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus. I don't know why you would put according to. That's a weird, I feel like that's a weird phrase to put in there, but I'm trying to think if I've ever read that. Yeah, you would just say like the contract states or the contract stipulates. That's a weird, because there's no interpretation there. It just says it. It's yes. That's a yes or no. Yes or no is what I would feel. But.
I do, but it's kind of like in poor taste, kind of like lame to just have a pile-on. And I have a different problem with the contractual language having to do with funnel through, and that's been done to death. And I can't even get my point heard on that. But I just
I don't even know if they kind of did it earlier, but no. I
want to ask you, Hutch, do you have a basis to believe that statement in the article is true? Yes or no?
No, not as it's framed. No.
You think that they were allowed to
so you either have a basis, to believe it's false, or you don't.
No. Hang on. You're not saying, like, you're doing the slippery thing, Taylor.
Just to be clear, the actual answer here, I don't know if PISSCO would even accept this. Maybe Hutch will get to this. This is a bombshell claim that needs bombshell evidence. Like, in my mind, this is almost enough that I would sink the whole program and maybe people who were responsible for starting it. If you're telling me, unless you can point to me that it's it's an industry standard or something like that, it would have to be that. You're telling me that Brian Tyler Cohen and his friend or whatever created a program that recruited influencers, and by the language of the contract, they were not only not allowed to disclose that they were part of Chorus or that this was an incubator program by the 1630 Fund, they couldn't even disclose that they were being paid anything at all. For what work? For what were they doing? What were they a part of? That's a bombshell claim. It's crazy in my mind to have a claim like this, especially with somebody with as little credibility as Taylor Lorenz, to have a claim this monumental and have nothing supporting it. You don't have any enforcement actions. It's a question that Hutch was asking a lot earlier, which is a really good question. Because that's usually, when you're looking at like contract fuck-ups, that's usually where you're going to find out like how fucked is this. Like at least in all the gaming contracts and shit, right? Like this contract had this crazy stipulation. We found that like, 7 creators had this enforcement mechanism when they tried to step outside the bounds of this, when they tried to do this, right? When they tried to do that, they got, called in and they got in trouble or whatever. But this has never even been enforced before. It seems to me like it's more likely that your reading is just incorrect than there's this crazy stipulation of the contract that nobody ever acted on.
There's two different things going on here, right? So like, were they allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund? The 1630 Fund, that is the separate fiscal sponsor. I understand that that's like a separate, like, obviously
no, they were
related
accepting
thing.
checks from the 1630 Fund.
Right. So that
she's being a lying piece of shit there. I don't know how deep Hutch got into this, but my understanding is the 1630 fund does not pay Chorus at all. They work as a financial sponsor that allows people to donate to the 1630 fund and then earmark it for Chorus. So kind of similar-ish to maybe like how Act Blue or something would work. Like basically the 1630 fund could accept money on behalf of Chorus and then pass it on to Chorus, but the 1630 fund was not funding Chorus. They were not directly contributing money to Chorus of like their own independent funds. She's very, very careful in the way she phrases that here.
I understand that that's like a separate, like,
No,
obviously
they were
related thing.
accepting checks from the 1630 fund.
They were accepting checks from the 1630 fund that were donated to the 1630 fund for Chorus and earmarked for Chorus like that.
Right. So that's where they were the fiscal sponsor. So they did a lot of like administrative stuff. They got
You have a base.
right. So that's where they were the fiscal sponsor. So they did a lot of like administrative stuff. They got
You have a base.
I don't believe they were funded by it. I don't believe the 1630 fund is established in that way. When I looked up what they were, it says it's an incubator program. They do the administrative work and the overhead and like the money dealings. So like they can accept money on behalf of and then pass it through to them. And they've got the structure and everything set up for that. I don't even know if Taylor even knows what the fuck any of this shit is. Or if she's too busy, running around with a dirty mask on, screaming at people in public or whatever, and claiming she's being assaulted because somebody, touched her cell phone. And I don't know if PISSCO has any clue how any of these organizations work either, but
Just to believe that language in the article is untrue.
No, so that's one.
Do you have a basis to believe that it's untrue or not?
It's true. Question. So we do know that in the contract that they were not allowed to disclose that they had like a relationship with 1630.
So so the answer is it's a true statement in the article?
PISSCO, this sentence right here. Tell me if you think this is true. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus.
The paid yeah, exactly.
No, not the paid relationship. No.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus.
The paid yeah, exactly.
That's a pretty big claim. And there was no proof of this presented in her SLOP article. And no one has come out publicly and affirmed this. And plenty of other content creators came out and said otherwise. So I don't know how I'm supposed to believe this.
No, not the paid relationship. No,
yes, their relationship was the relationship was.
Say that. You
the relation. It literally says the relation. Did you or functionally that they're paid at all? Did you read? Can you read that sentence again?
I can read it right now. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. There's like three different.
The object there is relationship.
Exactly. PISSCO.
The first one is Chorus, right? So like you're saying that they are not allowed to disclose the relationship with Chorus.
But the relationship is the object. With is the indirect object, or it's describing what's the thing is that can't be disclosed.
No, PISSCO
right?
says the relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund. That's what it says.
Yeah, those relationships. Fair?
Is
that a reasonable reading of it?
But we know, and I'm curious if when you were doing your reporting, Taylor, like, were you aware that creators had been open, that they were a part of Chorus before you wrote the article?
That was my understanding, yeah.
You can see that we actually link to Ken Bensinger's New York Times article, I believe, or reference it in the piece. I literally talked about that multiple times. It's Chorus, the Chorus itself, like the sort of broader entity that Brian Tyler Cohen started, was the subject of a New York Times article that was very public. So obviously I know that Chorus was public because I've also written about Chorus before. So
then I don't know how to make sense of the sentence. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or
their relationship with Chorus. Exactly. They couldn't disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund or functionally that they were paid at all.
They did though. Many had discussed their
relationship. That's not what but the article describing the contract allows.
Guys,
guys. What?
Let me just step in here. We've got 10 minutes left, and I gotta say two things. And Guy's been incredibly quiet, and I think we can pivot this last thing.
No, why would you interrupt that point? Oh my God, he bailed her out.
Into something that Guy will really want to talk about. So first thing is, Taylor, I don't think Hutch is like a white nationalist, because I think you would take grievance with me saying Joe Biden is a progressive, right? Because even if I could describe every most progressive thing that Joe Biden did, it's very clear that where
can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? I know you guys aren't going to believe me on this. There are ways, I talk to people in the Biden world that do argue that Biden was a very progressive president. Biden was a very progressive president in a lot of ways. I actually do think that could be fair to describe him in that way in certain context. Like if I was reading an article and it described him that way in the context of some of the policies that he pushed that were progressive, I would not take issue with that. And I know, like I said before,
but Taylor, in your video, someone should do it. Like Joe Biden's like the great Satan for his COVID policies, right? Like you really just but he's
I would not call him Satan, but I would say that he adopted far-right policies,
genocidal policies on disabled people,
on certain, and I would say Israel and
genocidal.
Yeah.
Well, on Israel and some other things, sure.
Okay, wait, hold on. I was trying not to fight anymore because I know you've.
No, sure.
Also, not to defend or attack. Are we considering genocide as like a far right? Does it have to be really? I don't know. That sounds retarded to me, but whatever. I guess it could be, but I don't know.
I don't fuck with Joe Biden at all. I think I did not like him as president. Do I think it's better than Trump? Yes. Well, but listen, no, but Oh, if I was writing an article, for instance, and we're not talking about my YouTube videos or Twitter, if I want to pop off and say whatever I want about Joe Biden, but if I'm writing an article and I'm seeking to be factually accurate, and I call someone a liberal or a centrist or progressive, whatever, and that goes through all these other editors, by the way, often who add, sort of their own whatever. We're trying our best to.
I've never heard this before. That this was a group article. This was a group project, a group effort. That every single person that got their grimy little hands on your article threw in their own opinion or sentence. I don't believe that. That's a fucking lie. She's lying about that. Which should tell you something, by the way, about the the veracity of the reporting in the article, that she doesn't stand by it because she knows it's fucking slop, junk trash. But now she can just say that whatever sentence is trash, she can just pawn off onto some unknown question mark faced editor or whatever.
I want about Joe Biden. But if I'm writing an article and I'm seeking to be factually accurate, and I call someone a liberal or a centrist or progressive, whatever, and that goes through all these other editors, by the way, often who add, sort of their own whatever. We're trying our best to get things accurate. I'm not going to put like genocidal Joe Biden or whatever in an article that is like a fact-checked investigative article. I wouldn't. I would be like Joe Biden, who has. We're trying our best to get things accurate. I'm not going to put like genocidal Joe Biden or whatever in an article that is like a fact-checked investigative article. I wouldn't. I would be like Joe Biden, who has executed XYZ policies or whatever. And with me characterizing Olivia Giuliana as a centrist who spoke at the DNC, Hutch, I know you think that.
Do you see how fucking brain broken she is on this? Like, you just said that you wouldn't put an opinionated thing about Joe Biden. You would just describe the policies. But now you're defending the label of centrist without talking about her positions. You're doing the exact opposite in your two examples, saying it's the same thing.
And with me characterizing Olivia Giuliana as a centrist who spoke at the DNC.
Characterizing implies kind of opinion.
Hutch, I know you think that that's supposed to be some like neg on her or something.
It is.
Clearly, I should have used the term liberal who spoke at the DNC, and maybe that would have triggered you less.
This is abuse, psychological abusive tactics here. That's good. Why did you do this to me? This was so rude or disrespectful. Clearly, I should have done something because you're a fucking snowflake, right?
But it's not. And I'm not saying that I haven't been critical of centrists. What I'm saying is like, I think that's a very silly point to like take with this article, because I think it's not only is it completely irrelevant to the broader topic of the article, but it's like, I think that you're ascribing a lot of motivation to what is ultimately like a pretty meaningless descriptor that I don't even think is very.
I don't think it was meaningless. I think you were telling a larger narrative. Yep. I don't think it was primarily about.
But she's always going to fight the larger narrative. You'll never ever get her to admit any of that, of course.
Disclosure. I think it was about anti-establishment, and then
the people working at Wired, I guess, are too fucking brain in a vat, retarded dipshits to have any understanding of. Dude, I hate politics today. It's all online shit, and none of the mainstream media people have any concept of how demons like this fucking operate in this world. It's so fucking annoying to me.
It's like,
well, they are pro-establishment.
We're gonna go in circles, Guy. Wow, you've said this before, and Taylor, I think you might have a very strong opinion on this. There is so much dark money coming in from the right, like unfathomably. 1630 was the answer.
Read my other Wired article that came out on Friday.
By the way, we'll plug this at the end. Your other
Hutch is going to take issue with that. You're gonna be like the.
We'll have you back on another argument. But
we're not anti-AI. We just want to help the AI into. We're not pro AI. We're just backed by Palantir and OpenAI. We're not pro AI.
Who's this?
Listen.
I don't even. That's not even what our article's about. I wonder if maybe she didn't actually write it.
Let me finish. Guy, you've said we need to use dark money to fight dark money. All bets are off at this point. Why not fight fire with fire? What's your take on that, essentially? And then Taylor, I want you to respond to like Guy's kind of like overall broad point of fight fire with fire.
Well, we're just getting our ass kicked over on the left with the flooding of dark money. We found out Clavicular is funded by people.
It seems like she has no interest in approaching this conversation cooperatively to find answers together. What? No shit. Yeah, of course.
That's not true. Peter Thiel doesn't like Clavicular. I don't know where that came from. You know he's funded by an Israeli billionaire right now.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
Let me ask you a question, Taylor. Because
what's up?
That's pretty much the gist of it. It doesn't really go much. Kind of stalls out there.
Yeah,
but
she's one of the like best, like most slippery, bad faith. She's foreign funded, 1 trillion. I would bet my whole life that her funding, her ops, she's got a whole ass thing. She's the most like psychologically manipulative, abusive person I've talked to in my entire career. And I've talked to a lot of crazy people, but she's so good at being so slippery. I hate it.
Well, I mean, thankfully I did an absolute fuckload of prep for this conversation. So I was kind of like nothing really took me off guard during this conversation, but like at the end point there, I just feel like, how do you justify writing the language, according to the contract, creators weren't allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus, but like, why would you put that in an article if people had already come out to disclose their relationship with Chorus.
Or
Like,
you
it
would
just doesn't make any
account for it
sense.
in the
Like,
story, right? You might say in previous versions it seems like this was unenforced, or in current versions it seems like this is a new. Yeah, you would have to account for that in some way, right? Like if I were to write an article right now saying, according to the RNC, Donald Trump is banned from making all public appearances, and he's like, he just gave a speech yesterday, I would have to account for that fact. That seems really weird.
It doesn't. It's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. Yeah. Also, I don't know, and I might be biased because I hate this woman with all my heart and soul and mind and spirit, but according to is a really weird, I feel like you would just write, the contract stipulates, or the contract states, according to makes it sound interpretive. And the fact that there's literally no language from the contract, I think there's like 7 words or like 5 words in a single sentence in this entire article. I don't know why they didn't print any part of it ever, but
it's a moot point entirely because people had already disclosed. And so like, it just doesn't make it really makes no, it's just, to me, it read as dishonest. I don't know how this passed like editorial muster. Like the more I looked into the story, it was just crazy. Like the language about being able to take stuff down or having to funnel everything. Like this was clearly not being enforced in the way that the article suggested. That was debunked thoroughly, like within 2 days of the article going up. Just several creators came out. And you know, you've been in the game for a long time, so you know, like creators are pretty fucking stupid, right? Like on average.
Yeah.
And they violate contract stuff all the fucking time. Like it's a real problem, and it's even more of a problem more often with like the bigger creators because like they have everybody doing the stuff in the background and they don't really prep them well enough. And so like, if you put yourself in the mind of a 501c4 that is trying to protect your nonprofit status, of course you would have a clause in the contract to be able to take stuff down. Because like,
I wish I could remember specifically, but I feel like there are some things that I've worked on before that were politically oriented, where I feel like I've seen that boilerplate language before. And the reason is because of exactly what you're saying. It can't look like a funnel. You can't, if you have 10 chorus creators and they go to work with some candidate and then you find out afterwards, imagine somebody pulls up the FEC filings, because that's all public, we know, because Hassan doxed every single person that was with Progressive Victory when he was doing a stream. I think you might have even been included in that. We know that it's all public, the filings for that. And somebody finds out that, 10 of these creators that all did this event with Bernie Sanders all donated $2,000 afterwards. I wonder what they were paid by Chorus to do that. Well, that looks really bad. That's like probable cause for a fucking investigation for finding out if you're using your C4 to funnel money illegally to evade campaign contribution limits. That's like such a standard. And it's funny because I don't know if you're watching when I was reading this, the quote that she got from a professor was talking about exactly that. When she's quoting this professor, she says, sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. Right? That's why that language would exist in the C4's contract, to make sure that you're not taking money from Chorus and just throwing it into a political campaign. Yeah.
It would be completely untenable to not have that kind of a provision. Because if you imagine like what if a creator uploaded a video and they're interviewing Mamdani and they open the video with like, "What's up, guys? I'm hanging out here with Chorus and I'm talking to Mamdani," or whatever. Like just that one little like, I'm here with Chorus or whatever. That could be something that would like qualify as like an in-kind like campaign contribution, or there's all kinds of like potential implications. And let's say they didn't have that clause in the contract where they could take stuff down. And Chorus went to the creator, was like, "What the fuck? You got to take that down. You said the thing." And the creator said, and then the creator just says, "No, I'm not going to take it down." Like then you're just fucked. And so like it's just pretty obvious.
I don't
that
watch
it was
much
about
TV.
Compliance.
Yeah, 100%. I don't watch much TV, but I think even in super PAC commercials, don't they usually have at the end, like, sometimes you'll see like this ad was paid for by Ted Cruz for America. I think at the end of super PAC commercials, I don't know if they legally have to have this language, but I think they usually have like the, not paid for by any campaign, blah, 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 or whatever, or only sponsored by whatever. Yeah, like, because people are trying to cover their bases on that. Yeah. And like, even if that's not the case, like, why wouldn't you lean into that first, or at least assume that, rather than, because my big issue with this contract is, I'm sure you've been in game for how long, you've signed so many contracts. Some of the claims she makes about the contract, like restrictions, are bombastic. These are huge claims that, in my opinion, would require some pretty strong evidence, because some of these sound really oppressive. You have to funnel every single political booking through Chorus. That's crazy restrictive, right?
Well, that's why I asked her, like, did you find any example of this actually being enforced? And her answer was no, which, like, that to me is crazy, because it's like, I just feel like she'd fucking knowingly, I don't want to make any bold claims here.
Like, she knowingly lied about all of this, 100%. This article is slop bullshit. I'm surprised Wired pushed this slop out onto their platform. I can't imagine why. I don't know. It's crazy.
It's mind-blowing. Like, if you're going to reference something that's in the contract, that's not enough as a journalist, as far as I'm concerned. Like, you wouldn't just report on something as a contract without verifying that it's enforced, because anybody who's signed a bunch of contracts knows that, Like a lot of that stuff is in there, but it just doesn't get enforced. And so like without verifying that it actually happened, and I just felt she was being so slippery too, because I was like, you know, you heard me ask her, like, can you think of a single time? She said, yes, you know, people got afraid when they saw the contract.
There was a person who didn't sign up with Chorus who was scared of the language. It's like, okay. And you know what? If that's what you found, that's fine. But then your reporting should reflect that. There was a content creator who didn't sign up with Chorus because in their impression, they might not be allowed to do blah, 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 right? Fine, put that. But don't act like you've had some fucking legal team vet this.
Right. I spent a bit of time watching her kind of go on the circuit, like the podcast circuit, when she was talking about this article. And depending on the venue, her tone was very different. So like she went on the current affairs one, they're like explicitly, you know, pretty socialist. And it was all about like manufacturing consent, about, you know, they deliberately picked creators that weren't talking about the genocide.
Yeah.
And then she went on a more kind of like, you know, her conversation with PISSCO was like very different. Even the conversation with you, she was framing it like, she was framing it about like, it was an article about disclosure. But then when you go to her video on her page, like on her YouTube page, when she's talking about the article when it first dropped, it's all about the, you know, big bad establishment paying corporate or paying DNC shills and suppressing leftists. And she had the same tone. And so like, you know, that's why I asked the question in the beginning, like, what do you think this article was about? And as soon as she said disclosure, I was like, okay, I'm going to fucking nail her on this one right now.
Yeah. And also for like on background, right? When you're writing like legal briefs or when a judge is commenting on something, when you like sometimes you'll have like a facts of the case, right? Like this is not random. I think you brought this up and it was only addressed, it wasn't addressed, but it was a good point, right? For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban, right? Like, you know, content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hassan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. And yeah, like you said, like the implication being, oh, well, now the Democrats found a way around this to pay people who don't challenge them on these points. Yeah, that's exactly. And this is at the head of this is like at the beginning of the article before they even get into it. So yeah, 100% that's the impression that you're supposed to be left with. Yeah.
But also the words lightly and challenged are doing a lot of heavy lifting.
They always are in these, yeah, for her.
You know, like Hassan was not just challenging Kamala. He was accusing her of being complicit in a genocide.
Yes.
Like, you know, lightly criticizing. And then I go to their page and it's like, Joe Biden has killed every fucking Palestinian. Like, it's just like really, you know, whatever, you know, whether or not you want to talk, like debate if that's true, it's completely besides the point. It was not a light criticism, like at any of the examples that she gave.
Like
and there were other creators too
with like the non-committed movement. I think at the DNC that even spent inside the DNC, which was there to protest the DNC. So, and then he got kicked out of the DNC. So it's it's a joke.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that interview.
Playing
I
stupid over
wild.
like what is a centrist? Anybody that's a centrist Democrat is anybody who supports a Democrat. Like, and she very clearly like knows when she's using centrist, she uses it as a pejorative. I don't know if you saw me go through her Twitter. When she uses leftist and she's attacking leftists, she's attacking people who aren't like living up to her ideals of being a leftist. She's never saying like, you're a dirty leftist. She's saying like, you're so dirty. You're supposed to be a leftist, right? There's a huge difference between the utilization of the terms there. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to press her on that because I got interrupted.
Yeah, and she would never own any of that, of course, because it's too, hard to,
No, but I'm about to say what she literally called herself a leftist when she was on the podcast on Doomscroll.
Oh.
There's a part where she kind of loosely references herself as a part of the left, and you know when they say the left, they mean like socialist, right?
Capital
like,
L left, socialist and communist, not anti-liberals. Yes, yeah, 100%.
Right, and she is slippery, but fuck, I was so prepared for that conversation. I'm so glad I did all that homework too.
I guess, yeah, but it feels like they don't even engage with any of it. So what the fuck is the point? I don't know if you caught this in your reading, but like my understanding is, and the structures of all these things are annoying as fuck. The 1630 fund, I don't believe they actually fund anything. I think they just stand up all the administrative and payment acceptance infrastructure. So like when it says 1630 is like funding Chorus, what that means is that if I want to donate to Chorus, I donate through the 1630 fund, and then it's earmarked for Chorus. Yeah. So
correct.
Yeah. The 1630 is not like this secret dark money fund that's, funneling all this money over to Chorus. They just basically process payments,
Well, so they structure it that way so that the donors can remain anonymous. And
Sure.
One of the appeals of dark money is, donors can, use that structure to avoid scrutiny. And it's not great. Like I don't think it's a great system, but it is the system, and Republicans use that system. And the fact is like more donors will donate more money using that kind of structure. And so, they have 1630 as the fiscal sponsors so that the donors can donate anonymously, and then the 1630 funnels that down to the course program.
100%. I hate the reporting standards in all online media journalistic stuff today. I don't think you should be able to take money for an idea. I think if you're not like promoting a fucking product or whatever, I don't even know if you should, or if you do, you should have to like disclose the organization is coming from and how much you're paid. I think that's crazy. But like Taylor Lorenz only seems to, or it seems like she fixates on one side of it, number one. And number two, she's making false claims about what the restrictive contracts even are, it seems. And then number three, this motherfucker takes dark money too, okay? The Omidyar shit and all that, as much as you want to call anything dark money, we have no idea. Technically, we don't know how much she was paid. Actually, we do for Omidyar the first year because we know that it was right underneath the required reporting thing, or it might have been right above, I don't remember. But we also don't know, we don't know what they told her. We don't know what her training was. We don't know what they're directing them to report or what the selection criteria was technically. There's no public requirement to release that information. And we don't know what other types of programs like that she's involved in because there's no requirement for any of them to report it, which is annoying because she never mentions that, and she always defends her take on it by alluding to the fact that she's a journalist who's held to ethical standards. There are no ethical standards for journalism. Journalism is not a protected title in the United States. Your ethical standards are whatever your corporate policy is for the company that you work for or whoever you're writing for as a freelancer. There's no journalistic integrity standards.
Well, so the thing with Pierre Omidyar, he's this like eBay founder who's just got $1 bajillion or whatever. And what's different about him is that he is very transparent, like uncharacteristically for donors. And so, for example, when he donated to 1630 in 2020, and I had a whole line about this, but I didn't want to, we just ran out of time. But like, there were 4 donors to 1630 that year. One person donated like $50 million in stock anonymously. I don't even know how that works. One person donated a smaller amount, like 40 million anonymously, and another amount. And then Omidyar donated 45 million, but he disclosed that the next day. And so I don't know. I think we do have a good sense that Omidyar himself is the sole funder of the Omidyar network. But to your point,
well,
we are taking them at their word.
Yes. And here's the thing. And if you want to look into this, if I'm wrong on this, I would be welcome to be wrong. These structures are so fucking irritating. But basically, Omidyar is able to get away with saying that he self-funds everything because he has an unpierceable trust that manages a fuck ton of money. That trust we have no insight into, but he takes money from that trust and then he uses that to fund projects. Now, we can say that, well, I mean, technically it is his money and we can see where it's coming from and all of that. So like that is transparency. You could say that maybe, but like, and I'm just giving a hypothetical, it's not necessarily true, but like, what if it was the case that that trust had 100% of it, the stocks and assets that it held were all invested in AI, in like NVIDIA and whatever, right? I think that if you knew that, and then you saw him throwing money at certain things, you would look at that money a lot differently. It wouldn't just be like the personal contribution of Omidyar or whatever. You'd be like, this stands something to gain from pushing this stuff. I don't know if it's out of the goodness of his heart.
He does have a public shares in Anthropic. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
He might, but I'm saying that the trust that everything is funded out of, the Omidyar, I don't remember the exact name of it. I have notes on this. That trust is, you have no idea what's in that trust. Nobody does. You can't. There's no legal requirements for the reporting on it. And whenever you hear he's donating money, all of it is being pulled from that trust. Like when he says his Omidyar Foundation or whatever is all self-funded, what he means is the money is coming from his trust, but we don't know what's in that trust. You have no fucking idea what assets that trust holds. And that could heavily influence how he's doling out that money. And we might want to know that, But I'm not singling him out. I think there's a lot of issues with reporting in this area. I just don't like the selective focus. Yeah.
All that stuff is beyond my capacity. You know more about trust and economics than I do, but there's an interesting aspect to this too, which is like, if you notice in her reporting, she does kind of she's less harsh against 1630 than she is chorus in the reporting. Like she goes out of her way to mention the fact that 1630 is donated to some really good causes, like reproductive rights and stuff like that. But she kind of pulls punches a little bit. You could make an argument that even though like she can, I think, somewhat credibly say that her structure with Omidyar is different from chorus. I mean, it is functionally different. Even though that's the case, I feel like the readers deserve to know that her main benefactor, donated a very sizable amount of money to a subsidiary of 1630 in 2020. I mean, like, would that influence the way that she talks about 1630? Like, is she pulling punches maybe, intentionally because she knows that Midyar has that relationship in the past? And, even though he disclosed that money, it's like, well, it's fungible, right? Like he
and would
donated
anybody really know
$45 million, which...
Because knowing any of these structures, I'm sure if you read on this at all, or even like a little bit, it's like it's actual cancer AIDS. Like going through these 990 PFs and all these like fucking and figuring out like the structure of it. Like when somebody says like I think Midyar Foundation is not a real thing, or like Midyar Network isn't a real thing. It just refers to like a bunch of different companies, and it's like I don't even know like what is this a real thing, or is it just like a slang for like a trust and something else, or like this entity is actually like a C4 C3 hybrid, and it's like it's so cancerous navigating all of these, not just on the Midyar thing, but for any of these structures. Yeah, it's really 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 annoying. And I do agree with you that if you had more transparency, you might view some of these things differently. So it is annoying to just see one thing get called out. Yeah.
Well, all of it is wildly complex, which is I think one of the things that like kind of shields her intentions a little bit. I think the fact that all of this, like you really have to kind of dig deep into her reporting to figure out all the moving parts, because it is kind of confusing. But I think she took advantage of that complexity to obfuscate what her reporting was really all about. And, that to me just, I don't know. I took it personally when she was, I felt like she wasn't doing enough to push back against like Hasan specifically. I mean, like numerous times on his stream has basically accused the course creators of manufacturing consent for genocide.
Mm-hmm.
He used her reporting to do that. And then a lot of other people, the Vanguard, and I think maybe Kalinsky did that. And like that whole space, like pounced on, like BTC, and Brian Tyler Cohen isn't even taking a fucking salary for this, Destiny.
Yeah.
Like he's not even getting fucking paid for this. Like he came on our podcast right after the election and was talking about this problem of like, we need to aggressively like be present in alternative media and on social media, and Democrats need to be better about that. And then what did he do? He fucking actually donated his fucking time, like without a salary, to like
just to get like character assassinated and everybody involved with it. Like, also her thing, or go ahead.
Well, and then Hasan, like on his stream, he was like, I don't know if you saw the clip, but he was like sharing with his chat on his stream his, manipulative plan to get in Brian's good graces. He was like telling his chat, he's like, no, I gotta fix that relationship. Like,
I'm sure
you guys gotta trust me.
Yeah.
You gotta fucking trust me. Okay. I know what I'm doing. And then of course, like I clipped that and sent it to Brian immediately. I was like, just so you know, this guy's being a fucking snake. If he tries to be your friend, just know that he accused you of like enabling a genocide before. Yeah.
The whole poisoning the well. I've gotten this talking point from white nationalists a lot. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Or she's like, Tim Pool wants to be known as a progressive. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, it's just stupid. Like, there's no fact of the matter. Like the idea that you could self-ID politically, right? So like the Nazis were actually socialists, or North Korea really does have like a People's Democratic Republic. Like, what a stupid comment. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm going to go. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yep. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye-bye.
Because I've heard that you're a big fan of Hasan, and you said that you're critical of everybody, including left. So what is one criticism of Hasan that you have?
Oh, shit. Oh, she's going to say, doesn't talk enough about AI censorship or age ID things or whatever.
Just to dispel this notion that you're in the Hasan camp, because I've heard this a lot. And I'm just it doesn't sound like it. So I want to give you a chance to say what you've been critical of Hasan for.
I think one thing that Hasan could do better, and I'm sympathetic to, I am on the left, and I actually think Hasan gets a lot of like bad faith attacks, so I'm mostly defending him. I think one thing he could do better is speak about issues on specific policies. I think he focuses a lot on foreign policy. I think he doesn't focus enough on tech policy, on other, policy areas that I think he could do a lot of good in. And I think that he focuses a lot more on sort of these bigger issues that maybe get a lot more attention, and that's his job as a content creator. But I think he kind of ignores a lot of.
That's gonna get clipped. Hasan's gonna not be your friend anymore. If you said that really awful, mean thing to him.
Well, everything I say, I will say to people's faces as well. And
wow, you would say that to his face, Hasan? I think you could report a little bit more on domestic issues, especially related to the beat that I particularly cover. Wow.
And to your point, by the way, about the dark money stuff, just because Clavicular isn't currently, as far as we can tell, funded by dark money, that doesn't mean that I don't hear your point that Democrats should use, that is a very legitimate argument to have, because Peter Thiel is funding a lot of people on the right.
I have another question too, is like, what does disclosure look like? For example, I did an event with Unfuck America recently, and I told my channel they paid for my flight. I paid for my hotel, my parking, my food, everything. They paid for my flight. But like I feel like the goalpost keeps moving on disclosure. So what does disclosure look like that is satisfactory to you in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, I would say again, like I have strict. Like I'm going to be a lot more sort of disclosure friendly because I'm a journalist, so I have to be more disclosure. If you're
Just to be clear, that's a lie. Every single time she says that, that's a fucking lie. There is no, you don't have to disclose anything. There's no rules for journalists to do. That's not true. That's just a fucking lie.
a political influencer, you know, I'm sympathetic to these political influencers that are like, well, it's my job to be like pro-Democrat, I'm a liberal. Some of them do identify as centrist or leftist or whatever, you know, whatever.
She identifies as leftist, by the way. She's done so multiple times. It's been like multiple times in chat. I don't know why she's saying that.
Whatever they want to identify as, right-wing influencers as well, right? Whatever you identify across the political spectrum, there's a bunch of people that they exist to promote a specific ideology and they're proud of it. And so a lot of them feel like they shouldn't disclose. What I would say is you should still disclose your affiliations. Just say like, I'm getting funded by XYZ group. XYZ group paid me X, you know, especially if they're paying for specific content. Chorus was not paying for specific content. A lot of them don't pay for specific videos for that reason because they don't have to disclose as much, you know, sort of the norms are not there around disclosure. But I would say just try to be as open as you can with your audience.
What a pointless, imagine wasting so much of your long life. Imagine wasting so much of it writing about this and you don't even have, this is like, she says she talks, her beat is tech policy. And your suggestion for how this should change is, well, I think that people should just be as transparent as they possibly can be. What?
And have some sort of, you know.
Would that be satisfactory for me to just go on stream once and say, hey, by the way, they paid for my flight?
Well, I think one thing that I've suggested to content creators is like have an ethics, like have FAQ. Like a lot of these influencers have like FAQs about themselves on like their websites or their link tree or whatever. And it'll just say like groups I'm working with or like, hey, I take political money. Here's the organizations that have funded me. Or, hey, I mean, yeah, if, you don't have to beat people over the head with it. If you go on a trip and you're making a video from that trip and they paid for your flight, yeah, I think it's completely fine to say like, hey, they paid for my flight. You know, I don't think you have to like say it over and over and over again, although that's great if you want to.
Like, this isn't even a good suggestion. Like, I have stronger positions on disclosure requirements than she does. Like, why the fuck would I care if some fucking slop streamer disclosed one time on a 90-hour trip that he got paid to go there? That disclosure needs to be way more visible. What a pointless fucking suggestion. How stupid. Jesus.
But I just think, like, I hear you, and I'm not saying that nobody on the left should be using dark money groups. The 1630 Fund does amazing work in a lot of areas. They funded a lot of reproductive justice, like health stuff. Like, they do stuff that I ideologically support. So I generally am not going to criticize specific like programs that they do unless they're doing that in a sort of a sneaky way. But I think that the system is never going to work out for the left. Like, it's great to use it. You know, why I get your point and I take your point. But overwhelmingly, if we want to dismantle money and like more transparency is always going to benefit.
I bring it up because the big guys the big boys like Hassan make a lot of money. They don't need to take any funding. They don't need any help. And smaller creators, it's, you know how it is. It's tough. And to do this even part-time can be expensive. And, you know, it's rare to make money. And so I just think it's in my opinion, it seemed like you were being a little harsh on people who are just trying to get a little help. They're not trying to hide anything. They're just looking for help, and it was offered to them. You know?
And like I said, I have friends.
I think it discourages people from taking that help.
And I don't want to discourage that. I don't. What I want is really for the people.
She does. That's why she was calling out names as a fucking hit list in articles. That's exactly why she does that.
On these programs to be honest about it, because I do think like, listen, this stuff eventually comes out, or like there's inconsistencies. Chorus was paying some creators thousands of dollars, and then people with bigger audiences were getting significantly less money.
Yeah, that's not called an inconsistency. Those are just different terms in different contracts. It's just so crazy how comfortable people are with fucking lying about everything. They're just fucking lying and being just like, I hate it. It's such a waste of time.
And that wasn't always clearly disclosed either. So I just think like that's going to lead to animosity.
Not clearly disclosed that different creators had different terms in their contracts. What a pointless waste of oxygen. I feel like my ears were assaulted just listening. Fuck me, dude.
If I didn't break the story, these people were going to go somewhere else, right? It was going to be public. So I think in the interest of transparency, in the interest of just like not also giving the other, like giving critics fuel, why not just be open about it, you know? And say like, I think like, you know what's so crazy to me too, by the way? They knew about this story for a month. Brian Tyler Cohen knew about this story. And so did 1630 Fund. They could have, I've said this so many times before, they could have called up the Washington Post and said, we have an exciting new program to announce where we're funding creators. And we're going to be giving $8,000 a month, and it's really exciting. And we're going to give you, whatever journalist writes about it, access to some of the content creators. And we're going to make it this exciting announcement. Not only would that have taken the wind out of like my story completely, I wouldn't have been able to run my story, but also would have framed it in such a positive light. Why
you mean the Bezos Washington Post? I don't think that libs have a great deal of affinity right now for a lot of these mainstream outlets.
Ken Bensinger wrote the original story on Chorus. Ken would have absolutely written a follow-up if Brian Tyler Cohen wanted to announce a program like this with a bunch of big influencer names. There's so many media outlets that would have. Or they could just announce it online. They don't even need to go through media. But I'm just saying, like, instead, they intentionally chose to try to attack the journalist, remain secretive. It's so unproductive.
But do you think
what I will say is
that
that
various reasons, or they were just learning experience?
I think it's funny because they're being paid to like shape narratives, and I think this whole experience shows that they're not very good at it. And the reason I point to Courier and some of these other ones that overtly pay progressive, liberal, whatever you want to call it, Democrat creators, like because they do it in the open and there's no controversy around that. Like there's no even somebody like Kat Tenbart, she's an amazing journalist in her own right, but she's been doing stuff for Courier. There's no controversy. There's no controversy about Ryan Broderick doing stuff for Courier. Like these people just do the content and it's out there and it's open and people generally support it. Fans want to see the content creators that they like supported.
Well, the frustration, I think, and why I think there's more controversy here, and I'll tell you why I was frustrated, is because of the reaction, which I think we all now agree was unfair. The ones that relating that there's specific sort of ideological restrictions on what is being said, and some of the notions that it specifically relates to Israel-Palestine. I think that, that the article, there is something newsworthy to the actual article, which is the non-disclosure aspect. I think this all should have been resolved by just disclosing what's going on, but understanding that we're all in a fucking emergency right now. We're all trying to fight a fascist government, and we absolutely need to fund creators and programs like this. And so I was very frustrated.
We should also know, like, with Israel stuff, for instance, like, know the qualifications. Like, they never put out public call-outs for to join chorus. And I think that's such a mistake. Like, a lot of these other creator programs, especially on the left, I don't know about Unfuck America, but certainly there's a lot of other, like, smaller versions of this, and they'll put out a public call-out, like, hey, we're looking for creators. We want people under the age of 40 or people that appeal to women. We're looking for beauty and lifestyle creators that are that lean progressive, whatever. They'll put out call-outs for creators. And they say, this is what we're evaluating people on. These are the views. We don't care about this. We care about this. Or you're not held to specific, like, content, but there's just no transparency in this program. And with that lack of transparency, you get speculation. And that's why I say to anybody that says, well, most of them are not pro-Israel, most of them are not whatever. Okay, then release the roster so we can accurately, identify, release the qualifications that you're using to judge who gets into the program. Other people put this stuff up online.
But Taylor, if you make that claim, I feel like it's on you to substantiate it. Yeah. When you make the claim that 90% are primarily pro-Israel, I think it's on
the ones
you.
that we identified. Sure, the ones that we identified.
But as we discovered tonight, your sort of like basis for categorizing people in these ways is, I would say, dubious.
Well, that's your opinion, but I guess we're gonna just disagree on that. But that was my characterization of my commentary on my article, which is just commentary on an article. So I'm sorry that we're gonna disagree on that specific point of commentary on the article, but you can read the article and everything stands very clearly in the story.
Let's end on that note, Taylor, that we do agree to disagree.
Also, read my other reporting.
Yes,
the article
Taylor,
that I published on Friday. Hutch,
other than that, I have linked the article in the
cool.
description about this the Palantir and this. I read it. I think this is frankly kind of scary that you can just label anything an ad and this is paid propaganda. You don't have to say where it's coming from or what the agenda is. So everyone please go check out Taylor's new article. But anything else, Taylor, that you're shouting out? Any appearances? Any books? I mean, you've written a book, but yeah.
Well, I think PISSCO already knows what I'm going to say, which is we have to kill these identity verification laws and mass surveillance. We didn't talk about it. It's so frustrating that on a Live and Learn podcast that we are witnessing the decimation of our rights, of our civil liberties under a fascist people. Much reporting who dedicates my life to covering this stuff into podcasts. I'm talking about this podcast. I want every single person from the internet, and it's devastating. It's horrible.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Taylor. I'm going to let you go. We're going to do our little wrap up here. But last question: do you now acknowledge that Hutch is not Dan Saltman?
Okay, I do need to be able to tell the difference between the two, and I'm really sorry. But you guys say a lot of the same things.
Oh gosh. All right. Thank you, Taylor.
But I will.
Oh my god. Dude, the webbing, trying to get everybody as like part of the enemy team. Oh my god.
Sure.
And now that I've seen you, I will remember it in my memory.
Let me just say, I do appreciate, I respect the fact that you came in here and you agreed to that exchange, and I do respect that. I want to reiterate that I appreciate the fact that you are calling attention to like the issue of money and politics and disclosure. I think it does matter, and I think we need journalists that are covering these things. And so I'll try to be as graceful as I can at the end of this. But I respect you coming on. And
it's fine. We can agree to disagree. But thank you for shouting out. Everybody go to stoponlineidchecks.org, and I'll see you guys there.
Bye, Taylor.
Okay. Bye, guys. Bye.
All right. Well, that was an episode of Live and Learn. How do we all feel about that?
In the books. I mean, I think the centrist point is fucking stupid. That's just my view. I have issues with the contractual language of the through thing, but I didn't feel like those were aired. I just think like calling it centrist or not, it's like
it was just indicative of the slant, right? It was what Hutch was trying to point this as like a narrative.
And the title is the best.
Yeah, sure.
Focus on the title. Yeah, the title and then the tweet which you did, which was good.
PISSCO, if you were to steal man, like what larger point do you think I was making?
No, I understand the point about like bias and stuff, but the factual accuracy point, that's what I thought was bizarre.
It wasn't about bias.
Well, sure it was.
No, it's not about bias. It's about she claimed that her article was about disclosure, and I think her article was about something more meta than that. I think she was painting a narrative, or writing a narrative about the big bad establishment, the corrupt establishment centrist pro-Israel shills, and the virtuous like, leftists that were suppressed and frozen out of this.
And chorus was just a vector for that.
But that's what I'm saying. It's circumstantial evidence to get to her state of mind in this nefarious intent, and that is exhibited by her.
The only possible way you can ascertain state of mind is circumstantial evidence, unless the person tells you what they're thinking. I'm sorry, how else can you witness a state of mind? What is the direct evidence for somebody's state of mind? Can somebody tell me? What direct evidence do we have? Do we have an empath in the audience?
Using that terminology. But what I have an issue with is like disputing the factual accuracy of it. I mean, that's just like fucking stupid in my mind. I don't think that it's useful.
Do you disagree that that's what she was doing with that article?
I don't disagree that
like the factual accuracy is not. I don't know. It's like such a. I don't even know how to. It's like so painful, dude. Like imagine what is the name for this? Me and 3 friends all were trying to agree on the best rapper in the world. I thought that Eminem was. Mr. Mooten thought that Eminem was. Dan thought that Eminem was. And then Jerome, who's black, disagreed with us. There's no world where a rational human being would look at that sentence and go, well, hold on, wait, well, factually, is he black? That's like the factual accuracy is almost irrelevant. Not really, right? It is relevant, especially if it's not true. That's even crazier. But like, that's so not the point. Right? And this obsession over, is it factually accurate? Like, is such a toddler way of engaging with language. I don't even know how to like, I don't even know how to engage with such a nonsense statement.
That's what you of it. I mean, that's just like fucking stupid in my mind. I don't
Do you
think that it's useful.
disagree that that's what she was doing with that article?
I don't disagree that that's what she was doing with the article, in fact. And I don't disagree that
Well,
the title says it all, and that's the framing, yeah.
You understand that centrist is pejorative, and she was using it as a pejorative. And
But you were disputing the factual accuracy of that claim. You understand the difference?
Well, because it doesn't matter, though. But also, she was factually incorrect, which makes it even worse, which makes it even more sus, right?
I understand the point about the framing. I agree with you on the framing.
No, but she said
the factual accuracy point I think is stupid.
She said she didn't insert her opinion. She clearly did a number of times throughout that article. That was one of those times.
Absolutely.
Even that label was an intentional choice based on her opinion.
Are you hearing me, Hutch? I'm not saying that she didn't have opinion and the framing was absolutely biased in ways that you've called out. What I'm saying is disputing the factual accuracy of it. That's what I think is fucking dumb. Like,
well, but it was inaccurate, though. I don't think they ever got to that. I don't think I read anything in the past about her. But he did. It's fine to dispute the factual accuracy if somebody's wrong about the factual accuracy of the article.
Biden calls himself a centrist. You know, he says I'm a centrist Democrat.
She called herself a progressive, dude.
Okay,
she was a progressive. She was an executive like director out of.
What is the what are the circumstances in where Biden is calling himself a centrist Democrat? Because like it matters when that's coming up. Is it like in response to him being called like a socialist or something, or like what is that in response to? Also, centrist Democrat means this, especially and coming from Biden. I feel like that means something a lot different than coming from Taylor Lorenz, right? Like, the words will mean different things in different contexts, and they kind of mean different things depending on who they're coming from, right? So, I like saying that he calls himself a centrist, so that means that you can call yourself, or you can call him a centrist among your friends when you're using it to bash him. It's just not the same thing. I don't know why I'm explaining this. It's like, this is just like immediately obvious to anybody that can speak a language, assuming you have the faculty in your brain, which you do as a human being. It's granted to you a priori to understand language. I don't even know why I'm explaining this. It's
progressive like think tank, you know, like you
were trying to dispute whether or not she was in fact centrist.
You sound like Tucker.
That was wild. The white nationalist.
Didn't say anything in Hutch's defense piece. So what was that about?
But
no, Hutch was your boy.
She understood the point that I was making. She avoided it like the plague, so much so that she was willing to call AOC and Bernie a centrist. I'm giving you a fucking break. Like, that was ridiculous.
The thing is, I think it's more effective to underscore what she is in fact saying. If you underscore the fact that all you mean by centrist is Democrat aligned, well then trivially, right, that would make anybody who's aligned with Boris a centrist.
That word, because then that would make AOC and Bernie a centrist.
Okay,
but they got there, didn't they?
I think that's more effective than trying to like suss out whether the in fact accuracy of centrism from some objective stance independent way. I think that is just like an exercise in futility. And
we can't ascertain where on the political spectrum somebody's beliefs would lie. It's impossible. If you ask me to understand if Crockett or Bernie Sanders is more on the left, is further left, or closer to the center of the average American political belief right now would be Ossoff or Hassan Piker, it's impossible. That's a trivially, or that's a infinitely difficult conversation to have. There's just no way to figure that out. Like,
it makes it, I think it makes a critique not land as much. If you focus on the title, I think in the tweet or whatever, and also like just the structure of it, it wasn't my favorite. I felt bad for IRI, but yeah, no, I have issues with the piece, and I did at the time, and still do, frankly. And I don't think there is a satisfying answer on the methodology point that we both raised on the Israel stuff. Like, how are you deciphering whether or not these creators are pro-Israel or not? And it's their lack of comment on genocide, and it's the subset of a subset, and that should have been obvious. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. But I think the focus on like the weak criticisms, and I think what weak criticism is the factual accuracy of the centrist point. The weak criticism, I think, is also whether the contract forbade the disclosure or not. When there isn't any evidence the contract does not forbid the disclosure, and they have lawyers who are looking at it, and so I trust that it probably does. That's what frustrates.
Why would you trust that? Why would you trust that without any? That's a very bombastic claim. That's a big claim.
Frustrates me, and that's why
Well, I mean, like so again, it says like according to the contract, and then it starts with like they're forbidden from disclosing their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund. But if she was already aware that influencers had previously discussed their relationship with Chorus, and
she needs to account for that fact. Yes.
So
that means they're in breach, Hutch. That means they're in breach.
You don't. That's really. But like, listen to how stupid what PISSCO's saying is. So that's our assumption. The assumption is that all these people are in breach, and Taylor, even if they were in breach, why doesn't Taylor mention that? Were they punished for it? Were they reprimanded for it? That's a interesting thing to talk about. Were they in breach? Why would you assume that? Is it more likely that all of these content creators were in breach of their contract and Taylor couldn't find any evidence of them being reprimanded? Or is it more likely that she just got it fucking wrong because she's lying about it?
That influencers had previously, discussed their relationship with Chorus, and so
that means they're in breach, Hutch. That means they're in breach.
Or it's not being enforced. Wait, hold on.
That's your
difference between. There's a difference between.
He was about to say something retarded, I think, and he realized he was retarded. He was about to say that's your burden to prove. How it's her article.
The letter of a contract and whether or not it's actually being enforced.
I understand that, yes.
And it's a journalist's job to suss that out and to confirm that the letter of the contract is being enforced. And she didn't do that, and she could have.
One thing is saying that she's not raising.
We could go so far on this. The point is that you agree with us that there is an ideological slant to that she is
100%. That was. Do you guys forget me debating this? Do you forget me debating this issue and me having the stance I do? But the thing is, I think the structure of it is of the interrogation aspect of it. I didn't like it. And I thought some of the points that we were dwelling on were stupid. And I did feel the need to speak up when I felt that there were parts of the article that were just factually accurate and that were just like literally true. And that is a thing that drives me crazy. And I'm always going to speak up on that when I hear that. One last thing I'll say is
there's nothing more sickening than looking at Twitter coming across Jew stalkers sweeping. Actually, I agree with his tweet. Absolutely shameful display from the Lib and Learn podcast tonight. Spending more than an hour discussing the Chorus article without bringing up a single germane issue is disgraceful. If you can't manage the direction of the show without Josiah there, then pack it up. The amount of like insane simping that he does for Hassan, it's got to kill him, dude. It has to eat him up inside. The insane simping that I've seen this guy do for Hassan and all the far lefty people now that he's trying to ingratiate himself with is just wild.
Yeah, in general, I think we all agree on somewhat of the disclosure aspect. We all criticize these rightoids when they all like congregate and don't disclose all the shit that's going on. I think that point should be taken in good stride, and we should encourage people like Brian and David, who I respect, who I like, to do shit like this. And I think Chorus is based, and I think that they should be funding dark money groups to support Democrats all over the place.
Well, I'm still shocked at her scathing criticism of Hassan there. I don't think I've ever heard someone get taken down so hard.
I can't believe she said something so awful about him.
He's going to be pissed. Holy shit. And I think that said a lot in her answer there. But she got awfully defensive. I don't know. What's the story there? I did not follow the Chorus thing as closely as you guys, obviously. That's why I stayed out of it. I didn't dare try to change the subject or interject. And you guys seem like you're doing something and you're focused on it, which is fine. But boy, she was super defensive. And I don't know about you, but I'm proud to like talk about whatever I do. I'm not.
Yep. Correct.
She seemed like genuinely pissed.
Yes. Which is so weird too, because like in my opinion, I feel like journalists love to talk about their shit. It's like PhD or master's thesis is like, if you want to ask somebody about it, like people, the chance to talk about and share some piece they've, worked on. I feel like generally journalists are pretty excited to have the opportunity to do that because most people aren't. So yeah, I don't know. It's.
Oh, so I purchased that hat for you?
You gave it to me
with money that I use.
What do you mean with money?
Well, where do you think I got it? You think I manifest these hats? They just grow out of my head? No, I paid for that. You got a bribe from me.
Thank you for the sweaty hat off your head.
I wasn't sweating that day. I made sure I got a clean one. All right, guys, what's going on this week? What are we boozing, Hutch? What are you doing?
Just regular stream. Thanks you guys for tuning in. I didn't, I gave you guys a heads up that I did do like literally like fucking 12 hours of prep, and there were so many other things, but we kept getting stuck because I felt like she was being evasive, and I didn't want to like let a lot of that stuff go. But I appreciate you guys giving me that time.
Someone in my chat said I just called her a hysterical woman.
What? Yeah. Do you think she was bossy, Ira?
No, I thought she was incredibly defensive. That's what I thought, which has nothing to do with her gender. So weird.
All right, Guy, what do you got going on this week?
Well, I got interviewed by Rolling Stone this morning.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Pretty cool. They claim that article's coming out, so we'll see what comes of that. But that's it.
Do you talk about the politics at all, or is it all just your?
I did actually. They asked me like it was about me and my connection with the band, and so we talked about what I do. So this might be the first connection to my live streaming and my politics with the role and all that.
What you're saying is Live and Learn got interviewed by Rolling Stone to like kind of right, like we're all famous to an extent, is what you're saying.
They might be watching tonight. She said she would check out my stream. So,
PISSCO, what's up?
I'm interviewing a candidate for a Democratic race. I'm not going to announce it just now on Thursday in the morning, which will be fun. It's against an incumbent Democrat, and I'm giving her the space to talk about her case for a while.
Against an incumbent Democrat, so it's a socialist, tanky, far lefty, pro-Gaza genocide person and fighting an establishment centrist yeah, whatever.
She should win the nomination there. Additionally, also working to do the TikTok debates, get those back up and running right now. We're doing morning streams this week, and so tune in if you'd like to do that.
And are you collabing with Guy? I saw him triple team people at UFA, so like he's definitely open to having a person next to him.
Listen, I think IRI is like a really good person to have as like a wingman in those debates, or even taking the lead at times. I think he's very like level-headed, and he's really, I think, rhetorically effective in all those contexts. And so I'm always very proud to see IRI like wherever he goes, just stunting and sounding like very reasonable, whatever he gets. Even I think in this interaction with Taylor, I appreciated the way you came at it, which was open-ended. Like, how would you disclose? What standard would you set? And I think that keeping it open like that is very a contrast to me, which is like usually more restrictive. And so I'd like to see it. And so kudos to IRI.
I appreciate it. Also, I'm in a CNN thumbnail, which is cool.
Nice.
America stuff. Yeah.
That's nice.
Thank you, though, PISSCO. I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
I hope you do your TikTok thing because you bring a different perspective. Everybody's got their own flavor, so the more the merrier, bro.
PISSCO, is it true that the picture that Ira and I took that I sent to you, you described us as your Jews.
I certainly did not. I certainly did not. No, but I did see someone. I've seen a nickname for you.
All right, I'm going to sleep. I love you guys. Have fun. Be careful. Cappuccino, I will catch you guys next stream arena. Be careful. Good night.